Introduction asterisk. In her first life, she was a laborer from the lower echelons of society, living in humble circumstances 6 years older than him, the prince. He told her, "Sister, I hope we'll be siblings for a lifetime, just like this forever, okay?" Her hand was scalded by boiling water. In her second life, she was the most beautiful woman in the land, a noble queen and a master swordswoman, becoming the center of attention among all the rulers. At this time, her younger brother was a king, and he said to her, "Sister, what is the worth of a queen of a small nation? Why not come to my side? As long as I live, you shall live. Rest assured, I can live much longer after you die," she retorted through gritted teeth. In her third life, she returned to her own body, reverting to an unremarkable Cinderella, stripped of her queenly status and beauty, rendered devoid of value to all the powerful men. Yet, all the men who had forsaken her in her past life suddenly flocked back to her. Chapter 1. When Xinmei awoke from a nightmare, a refreshing morning breeze wafted in through the arched window devoid of glass, stirring the sheer pale, yellow curtains. She raised her right hand to shield her eyes from the piercing rays of sunlight that had just filled the room. Days of relentless travel had left her physically and mentally exhausted, and the nightmare she had endured the previous night made her feel as though she had returned to her former life, leaving her in a deteriorated state. The echoes of screams from her dream still reverberated in her ears. "Let me down, let me down." In that moment, a flood of imagery surged into her mind. She was bound to a high stake of execution, her limbs tightly restrained, her slender fingers raw and bleeding, the vivid crimson droplets staining the coarse ropes, the once lustrous crystal nails completely shed. Tears streamed down her face. Once, she had been so resplendent and vibrant. In the opulent beauty of the grand palace, beneath the immense golden crystal chandelier, she donned a luxurious light red evening gown adorned with jewels, wearing a priceless transparent diamond necklace. The red skirt embroidered with royal patterns trailing behind her as she gracefully approached the resplendent throne at the forefront of the hall. Before the noble throne stood a defiant young man clad in the highest rank of white military uniform of the kingdom. The white military collar, embedded with precious gems, and the golden threaded epaulets signified his extraordinary royal status as the crown prince. He possessed an exquisitely alluring visage, captivating yet ambiguous, exuding a deadly allure reminiscent of a poppy flower. His expression was sharp, hinting at a rebellious and bloodthirsty nature. His long, thick eyelashes partially obscured his translucent, light golden eyes, emanating a dangerous aura, as if embodying the unfathomable forces lurking in the deepest abyss of the mysterious sea. Yet, when he gazed at her from afar, a barely perceptible tenderness flickered in his eyes, softening the previously sinister and predatory expression. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and her delicate fingertips rose and fell with the tide of her heart, stirring an indescribable joy within her. Originally, she was merely a lowly hairdresser in the court, yet through her nurturing of him, she had developed feelings for him, ultimately leading to their engagement. They had never been destined to intersect, for the hierarchy within the kingdom was particularly rigid, with a vast chasm between commoners and nobility. Commoners were strictly prohibited from approaching any gathering of nobles, and only during grand festivals could they catch a distant glimpse of the exalted aristocrats. However, he had a tumultuous background, having been abandoned in the marketplace since childhood, thus allowing their paths to cross. In his moments of greatest hunger, poverty, and despair, she had inadvertently saved him and subsequently raised him. That year, she was 12 and he was 6. "Sister, one day, I shall repay you and care for you for life." He vowed to fulfill his promise before the statues of the past rulers, pledging to look after her for eternity. Although engagement did not equate to marriage, the promise made before the divine held a sacred nature akin to that of matrimony. Her heart swelled with excitement. Though she dreamt of possessing him, the distance between them felt insurmountable, so much so that she often dared not contemplate it. After he was taken back to the palace, they had not communicated for nearly a year, as though severed kite strings, with no possibility of reconnection. He was occupied with the harshest and most terrifying royal training, while she toiled day and night for her livelihood. One day, she was summoned to the palace, where the elegantly attired queen smiled at her. "I've heard you are skilled at hairstyling. I'm in need of a hairdresser. Why not come try?" She was utterly astonished, feeling a sense of trepidation as she claimed her skills were lacking, unworthy of serving a noble. The queen smile deepened. "How could that be? My son says you are capable. Thus, you are." She stood silently, not uttering another word. He was not the queen's biological son, but rather a thorn in her side. Yet, due to the queen's loss of all her sons, she had no choice but to accept him, fearing another woman's son might inherit the throne. That year, at 17, she became the queen's personal hairdresser. At 11, he would visit the queen daily, often casting lingering glances in her direction. Occasionally, their eyes would meet, and later, at his request, she became his hairstylist. Then, one day, he unexpectedly proposed to her. Even if her fallen noble status could only allow her to be a concubine, she was elated beyond measure, embracing him for the first time in all their years of acquaintance. In that moment, a profound sense of happiness enveloped her, as she buried her face in his chest, her fingers gripping his garment tightly, turning pale from the force. He allowed her to hold him, smiling faintly, the corners of his lips curving into a unique arc light the fire. The guard's call shattered her reverie, and she suddenly realized she was bound to a stake on the execution platform. Why? Why? She intended to call out his name, but her tongue felt as though it were being scorched by flames, rendering her incapable of uttering another word. The fierce flames quickly ignited, thick smoke billowing forth, choking her and causing tears to stream incessantly from her eyes. Why? The fire blazed hotter and hotter, and suddenly, immense pain surged through her. She could even hear the flames rushing towards her. She shivered violently, and then a series of knocks interrupted her memories, jolting her back to reality. "Come in." The dilapidated, ancient wooden door creaked open, and a black-clad maid entered with urgency, exclaiming, "Your Highness, we must leave at once. If we delay any longer, we may very well encounter a massacre." "Go," was her succinct reply. The maid swiftly draped a long black cloak over her shoulders and escorted her out of the decrepit room. The path was strewn with corpses, the air thick with the stench of blood. Ongoing disputes between great and small nations, as well as conflicts among tribes, had rendered alliances fragile and often torn asunder. Chapter 2. The various conflicts had birthed countless wars, resulting in immense casualties. This was a world where the weak were devoured by the strong, and survival was a ruthless endeavor. Long ago, in a time preceding even her previous life, Xinmei had grasped this harsh truth. She rode a magnificent, towering black steed, clad in a pure black hooded cloak, as the chilling night wind whipped around her, lifting the long edges of her garment. The frigid air seeped into her skin, an icy sensation expanding gradually within her body. "Just hold on a little longer, Your Highness. Once we cross this mountain range and traverse the forest, we will reach Tur City, which is in close proximity to the Aner Sea," the maid on another black horse whispered closely. She said nothing, only raised her whip higher and spurred her steed to hasten its pace. Since her rebirth into this body, she had developed an uncanny intuition, a peculiar ability inherited from the original owner, allowing her to sense impending danger and unease with piercing clarity. At that moment, she felt an unsettling presence nearby, the very person she never wished to see again, the one who ignited a fierce fire within her. 3 years had passed since their separation, yet thoughts of the past still sent shivers down her spine. She urged her horse to gallop faster, the whip cracking sharply against the horse's back as it neighed and surged forward with increased speed. The night was cool, a crescent moon rising in a star-studded sky, casting a pale silver light upon the earth. After traversing a range of rolling hills, they entered an untamed, primordial forest. Towering ancient trees stood sentinel, their massive leaves unfurling like colossal umbrellas, obscuring the twinkling stars above. In the pitch-black forest, the gnarled roots of trees twisted underfoot, creating obstacles that impeded their progress. Their pace slowed considerably as they struggled through the enveloping darkness. Though her night vision was remarkably acute, allowing her to see clearly in the dark, her steed's sight was far less adept. Despite her efforts to guide it, the horse veered off course, occasionally stumbling over the thick roots, causing her to sway precariously in the saddle. After a daunting stretch, she suddenly lifted her head, her sharp gaze fixated on the northern direction, a peculiar sensation bubbling within her. "Quick, everyone, hide in the grass on either side. Someone is approaching," she commanded. The small group of a dozen swiftly dismounted, adeptly leading their horses into the dense underbrush. The towering blades of grass formed a natural barrier, concealing both horse and rider. Yet this was merely a deceptive veil. For those attuned to their surroundings on this continent, a strong intuition would easily unveil their hiding places, even if they endeavored to mask themselves through deep breathing techniques. Minutes later, a delicate, ethereal melody floated through the air, soft and gentle, as if it had traveled from a distant realm, yet felt eerily close, enchanting and mysterious. A swarm of large, pale yellow fireflies emerged, scattering in all directions, their enchanting glow dispelling the eerie darkness along the path. The song grew nearer, revealing a group of men and women clad in flowing white gauze, their ears delicately pointed, and their long hair cascading down to their waists, graceful and beautiful. Bathed in the soft yellow light, their youthful beauty and otherworldly presence rendered them akin to celestial beings. Each of them led a snow-white steed adorned with black star-like markings on its forehead, their steps light and airy, as they softly hummed ancient, unknown ballads. After the group of white-clad figures passed, a towering, pure, white stallion appeared. Upon its back sat a strikingly handsome man in a white hooded robe. Unlike the other sheer veils, his garment was crafted from luxurious white cotton, flowing gently as if caressed by the night breeze, subtly concealing the elegant form of the exquisite man. His silver blue hair was tucked beneath the white hood, with only a few strands lifted by the wind, dancing softly in the air. His profile, illuminated by the pale yellow light, showcased stunning contours that blended softness with strength, exuding an arresting beauty. His nose was high and straight, exquisitely chiseled, while his silver blue eyelashes sparkled like scattered starlight, shimmering with an enchanting allure, rendering even the radiance of his silver blue eyes pale in comparison. He appeared to glow with an ethereal light, like the most captivating deity of the forest. At that moment, a fragment of knowledge surged into her mind. Sea elves, renowned for their beauty and intelligence, possessing extraordinary grace. They resided in the depths of the Aner Sea in the kingdom of Catelan, wielding formidable and enigmatic powers. This memory was clearly not her own, but belonged to the original inhabitant of this body. Given their proximity to the Aner Sea, it was evident that their destination aligned with hers. Holding her breath, she employed her deep breath technique, aware that the leader of the sea elves had sensed their presence. His long eyelashes fluttered slightly, the pale yellow starlight clinging to them shimmering in response. Perhaps sensing no malice, he smiled subtly and passed by the thicket where they concealed themselves. Following him was a procession of men and women clad in white gauze, softly singing their mysterious melody, gradually fading into the distance as the pale yellow light dimmed. Before long, the enchanting song dissipated into silence. She exhaled heavily, emerging from the underbrush. Adjusting her fallen hood, she gracefully mounted her black steed and retrieved a map from within her garment. Studying it briefly under the dim starlight before instructing her companions, "We shall take a different route." Since the sea elves also sought the Aner Sea, they must avoid any potential confrontation. Knowledge from her mind warned her that the sea elves possessed exceptionally potent magical abilities, likely the most formidable on this mysterious continent. She wished to steer clear of trouble. Author's note: thank you to those who have patiently awaited the opening of this new story for 4 years. Chapter 2. An Unexpected Encounter. The night wind grew stronger as she rode, her black hood blown away, her long hair dancing wildly in the gusts, brushing against her icy cheeks and obscuring her vision. Suddenly, her heart raced violently, reminiscent of the pace it had taken years ago at that engagement ceremony. Yanking on the reins, the black horse reared, uncontrollably whinnying. "Your Highness, what is wrong?" A maid in black quickly caught up to her side. "Aisha, ahead." She lifted her gaze. "Is that Tur City?" "Indeed, Your Highness. No matter which path we choose, we must traverse the city of Tur to reach the Sea of Arnur. The city of Tur is an ancient settlement that has existed for a millennium, with each stone seemingly whispering tales of its long history. However, its size is rather modest, scarcely deserving the title of a kingdom. Merely a city, much like the realm of Somberwood in which she currently resides. Though she holds the title of queen, in truth, she reigns over but a single city. "Proceed onward," she commanded, raising her whip. The black stallion neighed once more, kicking up its hooves as it galloped swiftly ahead. She must reach the Sea of Arnur to access the deep-sea kingdom of Catelan and procure the Star of Light to alleviate the impending crisis facing Somberwood. They raced through the darkness on their black steed, nearing the entrance to the city of Tur. Moments later, just as they were about to enter, a tremendous explosion echoed, shaking the very ground beneath them. ***introduction***. In her first life, she was a member of the working class, living a life of subservience, 6 years older than the prince, who once said to her, "Sister, I hope we remain siblings for a lifetime, forever like this, all right?" In that moment, her hand was scalded by boiling water. In her second life, she became the most beautiful woman in the land, a revered queen and a top swordswoman, the object of admiration for many rulers. At this juncture, her brother was a king who remarked, "Sister, what is the worth of a queen of a small nation? Come to my side. As long as I live, so shall you. Rest assured, I shall live long after your demise," she retorted through clenched teeth. In her third life, she returned to her original body, reverting to an unremarkable Cinderella, stripped of her royal status and beauty, now devoid of value to the nobleman. Yet all the men who had once abandoned her in her previous life came flocking back. Chapter 1. Upon awakening from a nightmarish slumber, fresh morning breezes wafted through the long, arched window devoid of glass, stirring the pale yellow curtains. She raised her right hand to shield her eyes from the piercing sunlight that streamed into the room. Days of relentless travel had left her physically and mentally drained, and a haunting dream had transported her back to her previous life, further deteriorating her state. The echoes of screams lingered in her ears. "Let me down, let me down." At that moment, memories surged into her mind like a tidal wave. She found herself bound upon a high stake, her limbs tightly restrained. Her slender fingers were scraped and bleeding, the crimson droplets staining the coarse ropes, and her once resplendent crystal nails had all fallen away. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. Once, she had basked in splendor. Within the opulent palace, beneath a grand golden crystal chandelier, she donned a resplendent gown adorned with jewels, a priceless diamond necklace gracing her neck, as she elegantly glided towards the resplendent throne at the front of the hall. Before the noble throne stood a defiant young man clad in the highest-ranking white military attire of the kingdom. The collar was encrusted with precious gems, and golden threads wound around his broad shoulders, adorning the exceptional insignia that denoted his princely status. His ethereal beauty was striking, and he exuded an intoxicating allure, reminiscent of a poppy flower. His expression was sharp, hinting at rebellion and bloodlust, with long, thick lashes partially veiling his translucent golden eyes, emanating an aura of danger, as if a hidden force of defiance lay within the depths of the mysterious ocean. Yet, when he gazed upon her from afar, an almost imperceptible tenderness flickered in his eyes, softening the once menacing demeanor. Her shoulders trembled slightly, and her delicate fingertips quivered in response to a surge of unnameable joy. Initially, she was merely a lowly hairdresser within the court, yet through her care for him, feelings had blossomed, culminating in their engagement. Their paths seemed destined to remain apart, for the rigid hierarchy of the kingdom rendered any interaction between commoners and nobles nearly impossible. The presence of nobility barred access to the common folk, with only grand festivals offering fleeting glimpses of the exalted. However, due to his tumultuous past, abandoned in the streets, they had crossed paths. During his most desperate and impoverished times, she had inadvertently saved him, nurturing him thereafter. She was 12, and he was 6. "Sister, one day I shall repay you and care for you for eternity," he vowed before the statues of past monarchs, promising to look after her for a lifetime. Although an engagement did not equate to marriage, the promise made before the divine bore a sanctity akin to matrimony. Her heart swelled with excitement. Despite her yearning for him, the chasm between them felt insurmountable, often leaving her hesitant to dream. After being taken back to the palace, they lost contact for almost a year, akin to a severed kite string with no hope of reconnection. He was consumed by the cruel and rigorous training of royalty, while she toiled day and night to make ends meet. One day, she received a summons to the palace, where the elegantly adorned queen greeted her with a radiant smile. "I hear you possess exceptional hairstyling skills. I am in need of a hairdresser. Why not give it a try?" Surprised, she hesitated, fearing her skills were inadequate to serve a noble. The queen's smile widened. "How could that be? My son believes in you, and thus you shall suffice." She stood silently, unable to respond further. He was not the queen's biological son, but rather a thorn in her side. Yet due to the queen's loss of all her sons, she had reluctantly accepted him, fearing another woman's child might inherit the throne. At 17, she became the queen's personal hairdresser, while he, now 11, would visit daily to pay his respects, often lingering his gaze upon her. Their eyes would occasionally meet, and later, at his request, she became his hairstylist. One fateful day, he unexpectedly proposed to her. Even though her fallen noble status could only allow her to be a concubine, She was overwhelmed with joy, embracing him for the first time after years of acquaintance. In that moment, a wave of pure happiness enveloped her, her face buried in his chest, her fingers gripping his garment so tightly that they turned pale. He allowed her to hold him, wearing a gentle smile, the corners of his lips curving into a unique arc. Light the fire. A guard's call shattered her reverie, and she suddenly realized she was bound to a stake. Why? Why? She longed to call his name, yet her tongue felt ablaze, the pain rendering her speechless. Flames erupted fiercely, thick smoke billowing forth, choking her and causing tears to stream down her face. Why? The fire raged on, and an overwhelming agony surged through her as she could almost hear the flames rushing towards her. A shiver coursed through her, and suddenly, a loud knock interrupted her memories. She jolted awake. "Come in." The dilapidated, time-worn wooden door creaked open, revealing a cloaked maid clad in black, who hurriedly entered and exclaimed, "Your Highness, we must leave at once. If we delay any longer, we may encounter a massacre." "Let's go," she replied succinctly. The maid swiftly draped a long black cloak over her shoulders and ushered her out of the decrepit room. The path ahead was strewn with corpses, an overwhelming stench of blood lingering in the air. Continuous disputes arose among great nations, small states, and royal cities, while alliances between tribes were frequently torn asunder. Chapter 2. Amidst the chaos of various wars, both large and small, countless lives were lost. This was a world governed by the survival of the fittest, where the weak were devoured by the strong. Long ago, even before her previous life, Xinmei had come to understand this harsh truth. She rode upon a magnificent black steed, adorned in a pure black hooded cloak, as the frigid night wind swept past, lifting the long edges of her garment. The icy air seeped into her heart, a chilling sensation gradually spreading throughout her body. "Just a little longer, Your Highness. Once we surpass this mountain range and traverse the forest, we shall reach the city of Tours, which is quite close to the Aner Sea." The maid, riding another black horse, urged softly as she drew nearer. Without a word, she raised her whip higher and urged her steed to quicken its pace. Since her rebirth into this body, she had been endowed with an uncanny intuition, an extraordinary ability that belonged to the original owner. She could sense impending danger and unease with startling clarity. At this moment, she felt his presence nearby, the one she never wished to encounter again, the one who ignited a fire within her. 3 years had elapsed since their separation, yet memories of the past still sent shivers down her spine. She urged her horse to gallop faster, the whip cracking sharply against its back as the black stallion whinnied and surged forward with increased speed. The night air grew cooler, and a crescent moon rose in the star-studded sky, casting down a silvery glow. After crossing a sprawling mountain range, they entered an untamed primordial forest. Towering ancient trees stood like sentinels, their enormous leaves unfurling like gigantic parasols, obscuring the twinkling stars above. The dark forest was a labyrinth of entwined roots that hindered their progress, causing their speed to slow significantly as they trudged through the oppressive darkness. Although her night vision was remarkably acute, allowing her to see clearly even in the dark, her steed's vision was not as keen. Despite her efforts to guide it in the right direction, it often strayed or stumbled over the thick roots, causing her to sway precariously in the saddle. After struggling for some time, she suddenly lifted her head, her sharp gaze fixed on the north, a strange sensation surging within her. "Quickly, everyone, high in the grass," she commanded, sensing the approach of others. A group of over 10 individuals swiftly dismounted and adeptly led their horses into the dense underbrush. The tall grass served as a natural barrier, concealing both horse and rider from view. However, this was merely an illusion. For those inhabiting this land, a strong intuition would easily unveil their hiding place, even if they endeavored to conceal themselves through deep breathing techniques. Minutes later, a light, ethereal melody wafted through the air, soft and gentle. The song was dreamlike, as if drifting from a great distance yet simultaneously close at hand, mysterious and enchanting. A swarm of large, pale yellow fireflies appeared, scattering in all directions and casting a beautiful light that dispelled the eerie darkness along the path. As the song grew closer, a group of men and women dressed in flowing white garments emerged, their pointed ears small and delicate, with long hair cascading down their backs, graceful and lovely. In the pale yellow glow, their youthful beauty and transcendent aura resembled celestial beings. Each individual led a magnificent white steed adorned with black stars on its forehead, their light steps gliding as they sang an unknown ancient ballad. As the group of white-clad figures passed, an exceptionally tall, pure white steed appeared, bearing a striking blue star upon its brow, ridden by a handsome man in a white hooded cloak. Unlike the other's gauzy attire, his cloak was crafted from exquisite white cotton, floating gently in the night breeze, subtly concealing his elegant form. His silver blue hair was partially hidden beneath the white hood, with a few strands dancing in the wind. In the pale yellow light, his profile was defined by exquisite lines, embodying a breathtaking beauty that was both soft and resolute. His nose was high and straight, chiseled with remarkable elegance. His silver blue eyelashes seemed to shimmer with faint starlight, captivatingly luminous, overshadowing even the brilliance of his silver blue irises. He appeared to radiate light, resembling the most enchanting deity of the forest. At that moment, a fragment of information surged into her mind. Sea elves, naturally beautiful, wise, and distinguished. They resided in the depths of the Aner Sea in the kingdom of Catalan, possessing profound and mysterious powers. This memory clearly did not belong to her, but was an innate trait of the original owner of this body. Given their proximity to the Aner Sea, it was evident that their destination was the same. Holding her breath, she employed her deep breath technique, but she understood that the leader of the sea elves had already sensed their presence. His long eyelashes fluttered slightly, causing the faint yellow starlight clinging to them to shimmer. Perhaps sensing no malice from them, a smile graced his lips as he passed directly by the thicket where they hid. Following closely behind him was a procession of white-clad men and women, softly singing their mysterious song, gradually receding into the distance, the pale yellow light fading away until it vanished completely. Before long, the enchanting melody dissipated into silence. She exhaled heavily, rising from the underbrush. Adjusting her hood, she gracefully mounted her black steed and retrieved a map from within her garments, glancing at it under the dim starlight before commanding the others, "We shall take another path." Since the sea elves were also bound for the Aner Sea, they must avoid them. The information in her mind indicated that the sea elves possessed formidable magical powers, likely the strongest on this mysterious continent. She did not wish to provoke trouble. The author wishes to express gratitude to those who have patiently awaited the opening of this new narrative over the past 4 years. Thank you once again. Chapter 2. Another encounter with him. As the night wind picked up, she felt the force growing stronger. Her black hood was blown away, and her long hair whipped wildly in the breeze, brushing against her icy cheek and obscuring her vision. Suddenly, her heart raced violently, mirroring the rapid beats it had known years ago at that engagement ceremony. Abruptly pulling on the reins, her black horse reared, unable to contain its startled whinny. "Your Highness, what is the matter?" A maid in black quickly rode up beside her. "Aisha, ahead." She lifted her gaze. "Is that Tour's city?" "Indeed, Your Highness, regardless of the path we choose, we must traverse through the ancient city of Tour to reach the Sea of Aner. Tour is a city steeped in millennia of history, every ancient stone seemingly whispering tales of yore. Yet, its dimensions are modest, too small to be deemed a kingdom, merely a city, much like the realm of Shadowwood in which she currently resides. Though she is a queen, she is but the sovereign of a single city. Let us proceed." She raised her whip, and the black steed neighed once more, galloping swiftly ahead. Her destination is the Sea of Aner, for only there can she enter the underwater kingdom of Catalan and retrieve the Star of Light, a crucial element to alleviate the impending crisis facing the realm of Shadowwood. They rode through the night on their black horse, nearing the city of Tour. Moments later, just as they were about to enter, a thunderous explosion echoed, shaking the very ground beneath them. Chapter 3. The air was suddenly filled with an eruption of heat and debris. Fragments of brick, tile, and earth surged forth like a chaotic tempest. "Your Highness, be careful," Aisha exclaimed, throwing herself over to shield her. The others hastily ducked down. Countless tiny shards rained down upon them, the cacophony of explosions reverberating like a relentless storm, accompanied by the thunderous collapse of buildings, as if their city were undergoing a cataclysmic earthquake. The sky was a tumult of rubble, swirling dust, and flames, with lighter materials dancing in the air like specters. Another deafening blast echoed, threatening to rend the very ground asunder. Amidst the tumult, towering flames ascended, staining the night sky a vivid crimson. The entire royal city was engulfed in a raging inferno, burning fiercely. Their group had taken refuge behind a massive brown boulder, sheltered from the wind. "Heavens, Your Highness!" Has Ter City been destroyed? Aisha whispered in disbelief. It would take 3 explosive shells to achieve such a cataclysmic effect. A man clad in black interjected. Why would they annihilate Ter City? Aisha inquired, her voice laced with shock. Though modest in size, Ter City is a crucial transportation hub. All routes to Sea or various tribal regions must pass through here, Xinmei explained, her knowledge drawn from the original owner of this body. After a moment's reflection, she discerned the underlying truth. As a vital trade nexus, Ter City had evolved into a bustling marketplace, frequented by surrounding tribes, local residents, and maritime elves, leading to substantial tax revenues. There were also hidden benefits, such as tolls, shipping trade taxes, and port management fees. Over time, Ter City had flourished, drawing the covetous eyes of neighboring kingdoms. The man in black added, Indeed, Your Highness, I have heard that while Ter City is prosperous, its magical defenses are weak, and its military lacks rigorous training. Although the ruler is just, he is not astute, and his ranks are sparse. Should a kingdom set its sights on Ter City, they would likely be powerless to resist. She smirked, asserting that Ter City possessed its own trump card. Otherwise, it would have been obliterated long ago. This time, it was clear that the city's prized possession, the flame sword, had been stolen, leaving Ter City bereft of its most vital defense, making it vulnerable to destruction. The sounds of crumbling stone, roaring flames, and the anguished cries of the populace created a nightmarish tableau, akin to a hellish purgatory. Aisha trembled. Your Highness, what shall we do now? By dawn, Ter City should fall entirely. Following the usual pattern, there will be a brief period of chaos within the walls. With captured citizens and city guards in disarray, we can take advantage of the turmoil to teleport swiftly through Ter, she replied. Aisha nodded vigorously, though her anxious eyes betrayed her fear. Do not be afraid, Aisha, we will succeed. She grasped Aisha's hand in a gesture of reassurance. Yes, Your Highness. As dawn approached, just as they were preparing to teleport, her heart began to race violently, a familiar sensation and presence drawing near with alarming speed. She swiftly retracted her outstretched foot and immediately concealed herself behind a massive boulder. The others, perplexed, hastily followed suit. As dawn broke, the rising sun cast its radiant beams, revealing a formidable multitude of majestic cerulean pegasi, their enormous wings unfurling against the blood-red sky, creating an astonishing spectacle. Upon the backs of these winged steeds rode armored sentinels clad in menacing black, their ominous presence charging forward with an aura of terror. The largest among them, a towering cerulean Pegasus, exuded an overwhelming aura of slaughter, generating a violent vortex of lethal energy. The black-armored guardians fanned out from this colossal steed, forming an expansive arc as they soared through the crimson-hued morning sky. At this moment, she steadied her mind and softly recited an invisibility incantation, a translucent veil of invisibility gradually enveloping them, concealing their forms and masking their presence. The dark legion of black-armored sentinels swept overhead in organized formations, oblivious to the hidden group below, thanks to the efficacy of the invisibility shield. However, as the largest cerulean Pegasus was about to soar past them, it unexpectedly halted directly above, casting a shadow over them. She held her breath, striving to maintain her composure. Fortunately, the massive creature lingered only for a few moments before continuing its flight, leaving her to exhale in relief. Once the black-armored legion had completely vanished from sight, she sprang to her feet and urged, "Let us depart." Softly uttering an arcane phrase, a misty circle swiftly enveloped them, placing each individual beneath its gossamer dome. In an instant, they vanished from their location, leaving only a few ebony steeds searching for remnants of withered grass. Harnessing the power of teleportation, they shot towards the city at a breathtaking pace. However, just as they burst through the gates of Ter City, a resounding and powerful neigh of a Pegasus echoed from behind. Startled, she turned her head in fear. The once distant colossal cerulean steed had inexplicably veered around, hurtling towards them like a bolt of lightning. Realizing the peril, she gritted her teeth and summoned greater strength, propelling them even faster. The crumbling buildings lining the streets of Ter City, the corners of alleyways, the captured citizens, and the remaining black-armored guards melded into swirling shadows as they raced past. Their velocity reached its zenith, transforming their surroundings into fleeting specters of light. Yet, the immense cerulean Pegasus relentlessly pursued them, its strength unervingly formidable. The swirling blue-black shadows nearly closing the gap. In that critical moment, drenched in cold sweat, she whispered a few more incantations, and a vibrant aura burst forth from her palm, enveloping them all in an instant, accelerating their speed once more. She, accompanied by her entourage, finally burst forth from the city of Tours and arrived at the Airner Sea. Before them lay a profound and mesmerizing azure ocean, its hue so captivating that it nearly took their breath away. Yet, they had no time to marvel at its beauty, swiftly retrieving the prepared pills and swallowing them whole before plunging into the depths of the sea. In that instant, tumultuous waves surged forth, rising high to form an immense wall of water, the boundary of the deep-sea kingdom of Kartalin. They leapt from the ocean and swiftly dove into the colossal seawall. Almost simultaneously, a massive blue stallion, fierce and imposing, charged towards them. With wide, terrified eyes, she watched as a dark figure, brimming with malevolence, bore down upon her. The familiar aura was nearly upon her, causing her heart to race. But fortunately, at that critical moment, the sea wall abruptly vanished. Startled, she broke into a cold sweat. Without a passage permit to the underwater realm, the legion of flying steeds could not breach the deep-sea kingdom's barrier. Given their intent to annihilate the city, they had not prepared a sea permit. Once she had relaxed, she closed her eyes and slumped into Aisha's embrace. "Sister, what is this?" a figure from her dreams asked, his brow slightly furrowed as he retrieved a piece of purple stationery from beneath his pillow. It felt as if she had been transported back to another time. In a grand and elegant living room, soft morning sunlight filtered through long purple drapes, casting varying circles of light upon the polished white floor. "This," she chuckled, "is a love poem I wrote for you." "A love poem?" he inquired, a faint blush gracing his exquisitely beautiful face, akin to that of a fair maiden. "What made you think to write this for me?" Chapter 4. "Because I do not wish for you to view me solely as your sister," she silently mused. Though outwardly she smiled and replied, "I thought it might alleviate some of your ire. These poems are not my original creations, but I believe they are the finest gift I could offer you. A morning gift that allows you to see my handwriting and understand my heart's intent at the first light of day." "Oh, I see." He casually unfolded the purple stationery, revealing the words, "I came to this world solely to behold the sun and you." A subtle smile graced his lips, hinting at amusement, yet tinged with boredom. "Well written, sister." He pinched the purple paper between his long fingers and tossed it aside. The thin sheet of paper floated gently, heading towards the floor. Alarmed, she swiftly reached out to catch it. "Hey, how can you do that? I was merely being kind. I do not require your kindness." He snapped his fingers, and the golden doors of the living room swung open, allowing for white-clad maidens to enter in an orderly fashion, bearing trays with his attire for the day. After discarding his soft, light-hued cotton robe, he stood unabashedly in the center of the expansive room, entirely naked. As the maidens surrounded him, attending to his dressing, a maid cradled a tray brimming with garments in her hands, while another maid carefully adorned him with a black military jacket, intricately embroidered with golden silk trimmings. As he languidly reclined in an armchair, his eyes half closed, one maid meticulously fitted him with tailored black trousers, while another knelt to don his feet with exquisite black boots adorned with red gemstones. Earlier, when he disrobed, she had turned her back to him, feigning interest in the garden view through the floor-to-ceiling windows. However, upon hearing his call for her to comb his hair, she turned to face him and was momentarily entranced. She knew he was beautiful, yet she had never fathomed he could possess such transcendent allure. This marked the first occasion he donned a military uniform, prepared for the annual parade. Gazing upon him was akin to witnessing the most vibrant green shoots defiantly blossoming in the depths of winter, or the most resplendent flowers flourishing against the harsh cliffs. His physique was extraordinarily tall and slender, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His back was powerfully sculpted, exhibiting elegant lines infused with tension. His arms were robust and distinctly defined, and clad in the uniform, he exuded a rebellious and untamed beauty. His legs were long and graceful, perfectly contoured by the fitted trousers, revealing both strength and sensuality. His visage was exquisitely chiseled, with eyes slightly sunken, radiating a soft golden glow, as if the brilliance emanated from the very texture of his skin, rendering him almost ethereal. In the black uniform, he embodied an androgynous allure that was utterly unforgettable at first glance. If one were to select a single language to encapsulate the beauty of this long-legged youth in uniform, it would undoubtedly be the most exquisite tongue in existence. His fervent, rebellious aura resembled seeds long suppressed, which, once nurtured, burst forth into the lush foliage of a humid tropical rainforest, teeming with life. Her heart raced, her breath quickened, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. She found it nearly impossible to avert her gaze, as if she were on the brink of losing her breath entirely. "Sister, what troubles you?" he inquired with a playful glint in his eyes, a smile dancing on his lips. "And nothing," she stammered, Her breath labored, rendering her incapable of uttering further words. "I'm almost late," he kindly reminded her. This jolted her into a flurry of activity as she frantically searched for a comb to tend to his beautiful, soft hair that shimmered with a delicate golden sheen. He captivated her like the most exquisite poppy, his smile, his furrowed brow, his serene visage during slumber, and even the dreamy, innocent glint of his eyes upon waking in the morning. From that moment on, she lost herself in him, often slipping various poems beneath his pillow, poems that she had painstakingly recalled and deemed worthy of modern expression. "The most extravagant thing in my life is to encounter love along the way, sharing warmth and the fragrance of flowers. I desire not the stars above, but the happiness of this earthly realm. I seek not the admiration of the masses, but the gentle caress in sleepless nights, the comforting embrace in tears, and the freedom from pretense in moments of helplessness." Every day, after he falls asleep, she presses her hand against her pounding heart, reminiscent of a young girl of 15 or 16, timidly placing an array of colored letters beneath his pillow. She dares not fathom his possible responses, nor inquire whether he has read them. Concealed in her room, she secretly imagines his expression upon discovering her love notes, her cheeks flushed with warmth, almost painful to the touch. One evening, 3 months later, it is her turn to keep watch. Bored while seated on the sofa outside his living quarters, she suddenly catches a whiff of an odor akin to burnt paper wafting in through the window. Following this acrid scent, she makes her way to the garden of his palace. There, 2 young maidservants crouch beside a bronze brazier, whispering to one another. "Sister, which noble maiden or small princess do you think penned these ridiculous notes for Prince Penner?" one asks. "Surely, it must be the princesses. I've heard that those noble ladies have little fondness for literature, preferring balls instead. How could they possibly write poetry?" She stands frozen, her heart feeling as though it has been pierced by a sharp object, a searing pain followed by a chilling numbness. Slowly approaching, she crouches down to gaze at the thick stack of colorful letters, her love poems, composed nearly every day for the past 3 months, adorned with her flowing script. The maidservants, startled by her presence, initially jump, but upon recognizing her, they continue to converse cheerfully. As they laugh, they toss the letters into the flames, one by one, each sheet fluttering into the brazier, instantly turning to ash. Her fingertips tremble as she snatches a few sheets from one maidservant's hand. Struggling to suppress her tears, she asks, "Did Prince Penner command you to burn these?" One maidservant, unashamed, replies, "Indeed, the prince suddenly handed us this bundle of paper this afternoon, instructing us to incinerate it." "I shall assist you," she declares, seizing all the letters from the maidservants and casting them into the brazier in one swift motion. The fire erupts, crackling loudly, and she stands in a daze, oblivious to the flames licking at her hand, a sharp burn spreading rapidly across her skin, causing her to cry out, "Your Highness, awaken! Awaken!" She jolts awake, drenched in cold sweat, sitting upright in bed, startling the maidservant beside her. "Your Highness, did you have another nightmare?" "Yes," she murmurs, "Isa. I had another nightmare." Rising from her bed with Isa's assistance, she dons her outer garment. Just as she finishes arranging her hair, the half-circular wooden door is clumsily pushed open. "Your Highness, we have found an intermediary in the court." A short man in black hurriedly enters, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Is this intermediary trustworthy, Sean?" Isa shoots a reproachful glance at the short man, annoyed that he forgot to knock, revealing a lack of decorum from the guards outside the castle. "Absolutely reliable. I spent 2 full days investigating and exchanged 10 silver coins to discover the most trustworthy one." Sean responds enthusiastically. 10 silver coins are not an insignificant sum. A flicker of anxiety danced in her eyes at the thought of attracting unwanted attention. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I have exchanged the silver coins for copper ones and discreetly inquired among many individuals before finally selecting the most recommended intermediary. Inquire about the face-altering technique, but do not reveal your identity." "Understood." Chapter 5. After Sean departed, Aisha closed the door behind her and left. Xinmei gazed at her reflection in the mirror, holding her breath. The visage that stared back at her was nothing short of breathtaking. Long, elegant strands of deep purple hair cascading past her waist, radiating an extraordinary hue. This was the exquisite countenance of the Queen of the Kingdom of Shadows. The Queen's name was Vivian, who had been in a deep slumber for 4 to 5 years due to a grave illness, relying on the rarest of remedies within the Kingdom of Shadows to sustain her life. One fateful day, when all believed the Queen to be beyond salvation, she suddenly opened her eyes, and that was she. This was her second time inhabiting another's body, and she had never dared to dream that she would become a queen, far more fortunate than in her previous life. As she peered into the mirror, her gaze became distant, and memories from her past began to resurface. Many years ago, she was a university student on the brink of graduation in the modern world of the 21st century. During her senior year, she and her friends embarked on a graduation trip to South Africa. However, while enjoying the open wildlife park, two cheetahs went rogue, charging towards the tourist bus and several private vehicles, resulting in a series of collisions. The white BMW in which she was seated was sent flying, and in that moment, she foolishly attempted to open the door to escape, only to be tossed violently as the door swung open. That day, the weather was dismal. A sudden downpour erupted, accompanied by a fierce thunderstorm. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and amid the chaos, she caught a glimpse of a violet light hurtling towards her. Then, her vision blurred, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, she found herself transformed into a destitute countess, her original body lost to her. The count's estate had fallen into decline, leaving her homeless and wandering the streets. In this world, the knowledge she had acquired from books proved utterly useless. In order to survive, she began by offering free haircuts at the market, eventually opening a small shop, a journey fraught with hardship. Later, she stumbled upon Peignoir, a 6-year-old boy being mercilessly bullied by older children, nearly beaten to death. She rushed to his aid and brought him home. He was frail and small, with an unremarkable appearance, his little face smudged with dirt, resembling a scruffy kitten that had just rolled through a garbage heap. Though she was merely a child herself at the time, she devoted 4 years to raising him, striving to provide for him while also ensuring he received an education in reading and writing. Each evening, she would play with him and share enchanting fairy tales. He often suffered from nightmares and persistent fevers, and she would stay by his side throughout the night, swapping ice packs or damp cloths on his forehead, singing lullabies or recounting stories to soothe him, much like a mother would. For years later, when he had just turned 10, a remarkably grand entourage unexpectedly halted before her doorstep, drawing the attention of everyone in the vicinity, effectively blocking the streets in all directions. It was then that she learned of his princely identity, as the queen had sent for him to return, leaving her utterly astonished. At that moment, one of the queen's attendants casually handed her a pouch of gold coins, which she disdainfully rejected with a cold smile, turning her head away. For the subsequent year, she and her brother ceased all visits. She busied herself daily, attempting to drown out her loneliness with relentless activity, while he was occupied with the rigorous and often merciless training of the royal court. A year later, the queen summoned her to the palace, appointing her as the royal hairstylist. By then, he was nearly 12, and his exquisite and striking features were becoming increasingly apparent, and as he matured, his beauty only intensified. It was later revealed to her that children in this kingdom underwent a significant transformation around the age of 11, marking their transition into adolescence. A child who was once considered unattractive might bloom into beauty, while a beautiful child could potentially lose their charm. Of course, some might remain neither beautiful nor ugly. He evidently blossomed into an ethereal figure, captivating all who beheld him, as if he were a magnet of extraordinary allure, instantly becoming the center of attention in any gathering. It was during this time that she fell in love with him. Despite being 6 years his senior, she could not help but succumb to her feelings. She had implored him countless times in private to refrain from addressing her as sister, yet he persistently did so. Perhaps from that moment on, he subtly indicated that he did not harbor romantic feelings for her. He often evaded her company, aside from their daily routines of changing clothes, grooming, and going to bed. He rarely lingered by her side. He seldom engaged in conversation with her, and whenever she sought to reminisce about their childhood, he would concoct excuses to depart. Nevertheless, she remained obstinately enamored, clinging to him at every opportunity, even penning love poems that he callously discarded and burned. In that realm, boys were deemed adults at the age of 14. When he turned 14, he took his first lover, a 20-year-old noblewoman, who personally taught him the art of pleasure. From that point on, he was never without beautiful women by his side. She often found herself standing alone before his unkempt bed, gazing at the disheveled sheets, remnants of revelry, and the strands of hair entangled by the pillows, her emotions surging as tears welled in her eyes. There were moments when she believed that a connection between them was eternally unattainable. Yet, unexpectedly, shortly after he celebrated his 16th birthday, he proposed to her, leaving her utterly astonished. The happiness arrived so abruptly that she scarcely had the presence of mind to inquire further, and joyfully accepted his proposal. After their engagement, they continued to sleep in separate chambers. In this kingdom, engaged couples were regarded as married and thus permitted to reside in the same room openly. Although she was perplexed by this arrangement, she never questioned him and endured his relentless rotation of bed partners. One day, half a year later, He suddenly blindfolded her with a piece of black fabric, claiming he wished to play a game with her. She was taken aback, having not shared playful banter with him for quite some time. Why, then, was he suddenly eager to engage in a game? He blindfolded her and led her to a carriage. As the carriage set off swiftly, an inexplicable unease began to stir within her. She attempted to remove the blindfold, but he restrained her. "Sister, do not fret. It is merely a game we are playing." His voice, as smooth as velvet, held a natural magnetism reminiscent of a dangerously alluring poppy. Soon, she found herself atop a towering pyre. As the blindfold brushed against the wooden pillar, it was torn away, revealing thick black smoke and raging flames, while he had vanished without a trace. When she awoke once more, she had become Vivian. 2 days after her arrival in the underwater kingdom of Catalan, Sean returned with attire befitting a maid and a palace pass. She smiled. "Well done, Sean." Flushed with pride, Sean bashfully scratched his head. Once Sean departed, she donned the maid's uniform with Issa's assistance, styling her hair into a butterfly coiffure typical of court attendants. Though devoid of makeup, she still exuded an air of haughty nobility. Issa stifled a laugh, remarking, "A queen is a queen, even in maid's garb. She still appears regal." Vivian chuckled in return, letting down 2 strands of hair to obscure her face, rendering her features unrecognizable and lending her a somewhat rustic appearance. That won't do. A maid must truly resemble one. Having completed her transformation, she and Issa made their way to the door. They had rented a cabin in the forest as a temporary refuge, wary of staying in the bustling city center, which was rife with noise and commotion, unsuitable for the queen's recuperation. Indeed, she had only recently awakened from a lengthy slumber of 2 years, her body still frail, her complexion perpetually pale, and she was prone to colds and fevers. The exertion from her sudden teleportation had drained her energy to its limits. Had it not been for Issa bringing energy elixirs, her recovery would have been even slower. Nevertheless, due to her weakened state, she required a quieter place to recuperate. Sean and another attendant, Dana, who had accompanied him from the castle, were arriving from the opposite side of the forest. Chapter 6. While waiting for the carriage, she gazed upon the vast expanse of the forest. It was hard to fathom that such an extensive primordial woodland existed beneath the surface of the sea. The trees, with their sprawling branches and lush leaves, were chaotically scattered, their extraordinarily long trunks stretching towards the depths of the ocean sky. The enormous green leaves densely clustered, nearly obscuring half of the azure sea above. Fish darted among the branches and leaves, akin to birds soaring through the sky, yet unlike the birds, they did not alight upon the ground. Instead, they swam freely in the underwater heavens. Not far off, Sean and Dana approached in a simple black carriage. At Issa's urging, she snapped back to reality and was assisted into the carriage. Half an hour later, the black carriage arrived at the bustling and vibrant central square. Everything here is indistinguishable from the central square on land. The bustling marketplace, with its quaint houses lining the elegant streets, is filled with upscale shops brimming with an array of goods. As the carriage traverses the central square and heads southward, a magnificent complex of deep blue palaces can be seen rising majestically on the distant mountains. Armed with the palace access permit, Xinmei and Aisha smoothly queued to enter the palace. The royal customs of the kingdom of Catalan differ from those of other realms. They adhere to the virtues of frugality and benevolence toward their subjects. The number of diligent maids in the palace is comparatively modest, allowing for substantial savings on labor costs. During grand palace ceremonies or events, they employ temporary maids to lend a hand. Today marks the annual high-profile auction in Catalan, an event that will span several days, attracting nobles, princes, princesses, and even kings and queens from numerous kingdoms. Thus, they will recruit some maids from outside. The entire palace is ablaze with light. The golden walls gleam with polish, and the vast arched ceilings adorned with classical frescoes are so lofty that one might lose their hat upon looking up. The aroma of delectable cuisine and fine wines lingers enticingly in the air, while a seemingly endless banquet table is draped with pristine white linens and adorned with utensils crafted from gold and silver. The auction is set to commence in 4 hours. Xinmei and Aisha, part of the final group of temporary maids to enter the palace, are to receive a brief etiquette training in the side hall. They are divided into 2 small groups, one for serving drinks within the palace and the other for working in the laundry room. Despite Xinmei attempting to conceal her beauty with long bangs, her youth leads to her assignment as a drink-serving maid, while the 30-year-old Aisha is tasked with laundry duties. The 2 quietly conspire to gather information about the bright star and eventually reconvene at a small side entrance of the palace. Work swiftly commences. with the laundry maids first tasked with placing clean temporary garments in the changing rooms of each hall. Observing a substantial stack of clothing, Xinmei resolves to assist Aisha by carrying a portion, intending for Aisha to take over once the auction begins. Aisha protests, but is unable to resist Xinmei's determination. With only an hour remaining until the auction starts, Xinmei, struggling under the weight of clothing taller than herself, navigates the long, winding corridors. In a moment of distraction, her foot catches on something, prompting a startled gasp as she loses her grip and tumbles to the ground, landing ungracefully. Her ankle twists painfully, and she grimaces in agony, hastily rubbing it. "Xinmei!" Aisha exclaims from afar, her voice filled with urgency as she calls her name, which Xinmei had requested Aisha to use while outside. Xinmei raises her hand to signal that she is fine. Aisha rushes over, clutching the garments, and kneels to examine Xinmei's ankle, noticing the beginnings of a bruise. Sighing at the sight of the contusion, she feels helpless, lamenting the frailty of Xinmei's body, which easily bears the marks of even the slightest mishap. Two maidens clad in white passed by, laughing and whispering, utterly oblivious to the two individuals crouched in the corner of the corridor. "Did you just see Prince Heidel's royal son? My heavens, I have never encountered such a handsome prince. Indeed, I once believed that our esteemed Heisel was the most beautiful. Yet I was astonished to discover that there exists another equally striking gentleman on the continent of Kaiser." As they continued their hushed banter, they soon vanished at the end of the corridor. She was initially taken aback, her mind momentarily frozen before a smile broke forth. "He has come as well? Could it be that he failed to pursue me at sea and has now sought me beneath the waves? Surely not." She shook her head, reluctant to believe such a possibility. Isa helped her gather her garments, and her ankle no longer throbbed as it had before, allowing her to rise with some difficulty. Next, Isa would proceed directly to the laundry room, while she was to serve as a wine attendant in the grand auction hall. The mere thought of the auction made her eyes narrow with anticipation. Each year, the items up for bid were kept secret, should there be a radiant star among them. She would spare no expense to acquire it, but if not, she would have to resort to unorthodox methods. The reason she could not openly enter the auction as the Queen of the Shadow Realm was due to the fear that the auctioned items might lack a radiant star, prompting them to take extreme measures. Chapter 5. A long-awaited reunion. The auction had yet to commence officially. However, a mere half-hour before the event, emissaries from small nations and leaders of various tribes began to arrive, dispersing throughout the grand hall. Following their entrance, the Queen of the Realm and the dignitaries from the major powers would make their formal appearance. The white-clad auctioneer stood atop the lofty jade steps of the hall, poised to announce the significant figures who were about to enter. Xinmei blended among the long table of attendants, clutching a bottle of wine. Her head bowed like the other maidens, concealing all expressions. "Honorable Queen Caterlawn and Your Majesty the King, Lord Terence has arrived." After the auctioneer had paid her respects, she proclaimed with a raised voice. The first to enter were the Queen of Caterlawn, her husband, and her lover, referred to as Lord by the auctioneer. The king stood to the left of the queen, while the lover was positioned on her right. The trio advancing together as if they were modern-day celebrities striding down a red carpet, under the gaze of the onlookers. The queen gracefully entwined her arm with her lover's, elegantly making her way toward the opulent throne at the highest point of the hall. The Queen of Caterlawn was of average appearance, her features merely well-defined. Yet her attire exuded opulence, adorned with an array of gold and silver jewelry, a gown embellished with exquisite pearls and gemstones, and a starry shawl woven from golden and silver silk, crowned with a resplendent crystal tiara that spoke volumes of her grandeur and status. In contrast, the attire of the queen's husband was rather ordinary, a simple noble's silk white robe draped with a white cloak, topped with a crown identical to that of the queen. The paramour was adorned in a resplendent attire, a magnificent crimson robe that shimmered with opulence. Adorning his wrists were exquisite golden gemstone bracelets and diamond-studded bangles, dazzling in their brilliance. Among the trio, the paramour's visage was the most striking, with finely sculpted features, eyes reminiscent of the azure sky, and long, lush blue lashes that cast enchanting shadows upon his high cheekbones. As they took their seats, the queen's only brother made his entrance, eliciting a wave of gasps and murmurs of astonishment throughout the grand hall. "Behold, the esteemed Chancellor of Cartlawn, Lord Heisel." The air was thick with awe and admiration, resonating against the lofty ceilings of the hall. Xinmei subtly lifted her gaze, her heart racing as she grasped the wine bottle, trembling slightly in disbelief. It was him, the leader of the sea elves from the forest. He was indeed the Lord Heisel spoken of by the two maidens. His dreamlike silver blue eyes sparkled, framed by long, thick lashes that seemed to glimmer with a soft, firefly-like golden light, twinkling like starlight as they fluttered. His flowing silver-blue locks shimmered with an enchanting azure glow, elegantly tied back with a long golden ribbon, revealing a visage that could captivate any soul. He donned a regal pale blue robe, intricately embroidered with precious threads of gold and silver along its edges, adorned with blue diamonds and white pearls, complemented by a lightweight pale silk cape that radiated brilliance as he strode gracefully towards the plush chair to the left of the golden throne. Upon his poised seating, the hall erupted in continuous praises and gasps of admiration. Next to enter were Prince Relan and Princess Rona of the Durank Kingdom, walking side by side upon the carpet in their nation's distinguished lavender robes, accompanied by elegant light silk capes that exuded grace. While their features were merely handsome, their demeanor transcended the ordinary, exuding a regal elegance that was unmistakably the hallmark of those trained in royal etiquette. The envoy from the Nabega Kingdom was their youngest princess, the 14-year-old Helena. Her large, round eyes sparkled, framed by long lashes, and her beautiful golden waves cascaded down her back, with a smile that radiated warmth. She was the epitome of a doll-like beauty. The envoy from the Yalda Kingdom was their grand prince, Dagar, with his wavy pinkish hair and deep red eyes that sparkled with confidence. His elegant, straight nose and graceful features were complemented by a silver-gray robe, and he walked with assured poise. When the final esteemed guest appeared, the attendant announced loudly, "The Honorable Prince Pinner of the Hidalas Kingdom has arrived." The hall was filled with a crescendo of gasps, admiration, and praises, even accompanied by hushed squeals from women who covered their mouths in awe. The crowd gazed at the elegantly arriving prince with almost greedy admiration, beholding a breathtaking beauty akin to that of a celestial being. His face was an enigmatic blend of masculine and feminine features, adorned with exquisite and radiant attributes that outshone the most beautiful gems in existence. The delicate skin seemed to emit an ethereal glow, dazzling and almost blinding in its brilliance. His eyes, a translucent gold, possessed the depth and mystery of an enchanted forest, while hinting at a sharp, rebellious spirit, untamed and fierce. His long, pale golden hair shimmered with a beautiful luster, exuding an irresistible allure. He donned an official robe of the royal lineage, intricately embroidered with golden and silver threads, embellished with precious stones, complemented by an elegant white cloak adorned with golden patterns. On his left wrist, he wore a platinum bracelet encrusted with diamonds, while his right wrist was adorned with a white crystal bracelet, each gem sparkling with a resplendent glow. As a prince of exceptional beauty, his ostentatious appearance was utterly breathtaking, evoking a sense of suffocating admiration, as if one might perish from the sheer beauty of it all. Xinmei profoundly understood this sensation, for long ago, she had been similarly entranced by such beauty. Her long nails dug into her palms, pressing deeper to steady her somewhat unsteady emotions. After Prince Pinner settled into his seat, the gasps of astonishment lingered in the air, with countless gazes fixated upon him. He reclined leisurely in an opulent armchair, eyes gently closed, exuding an air of tranquility as he propped his legs upon the table, allowing two elegantly dressed maidens to massage him, seemingly unfazed by the admiration and attention surrounding him. Suddenly, he turned his face slightly, as if gazing in her direction. Startled by this gaze, she quickly stepped aside to hide behind a column. For a fleeting moment, she experienced the illusion that he might have seen her. But how could that be possible? Even if suspicions arose from the incident at the sea portal, how could he have found her so swiftly in the deep-sea kingdom of Catalan? She patted her chest and shook her head, dismissing the thought as impossible. It was not until a quarter of an hour remained before the auction began that the grand hall regained its earlier atmosphere, with esteemed guests quietly conversing and some rising to stroll about, admiring the lavishly adorned and splendid hall. She picked up a bottle of red wine and placed it on a tray, joining the other maidens in line to retrieve more wine from the back hall, which had become a temporary wine cellar, alongside the makeshift food area. She found herself at the end of the long line, and by the time she finished collecting the wine, the back hall was empty. Just as she was about to enter the grand hall with her tray, a frivolous and carefree voice pierced the air. "Sister, you've attached yourself to quite a fine physique this time. I couldn't catch up to you." A familiar presence enveloped her from behind, sending a jolt through her body, as if her heart had been struck by lightning. She could hardly believe he had found her so quickly. With her back turned to him, she felt as if the air had been sucked from her lungs, and it took a while for her breathing to steady. He possessed an extraordinary intuition. If she could sense his presence, he must undoubtedly be aware of hers as well. As she slowly turned around, the once familiar and breathtakingly beautiful face came into her view once more. After 3 years of separation, The moment they were reunited felt as if her heart had been struck forcefully. She feigned a moment of astonishment, hastily setting down the tray, performing a courteous bow, and somewhat flustered, she greeted, "Greetings to your highness. Dear sister, cease your pretense." The strikingly handsome figure stood 3 paces away, adorned in resplendent white robes. His expression as unruly as it had been years ago. "I would recognize you even in ashes." Lowering her gaze in silence for a moment, she lifted her head again and smiled, saying, "Your highness, I seldom reminisce about the past." He raised an eyebrow, evidently surprised. "Oh, I thought you might seek revenge. Or at least settle the score." She chuckled softly, replying nonchalantly, "You jest. How could that be? Having been granted a new life, I cherish it and prefer not to dwell too much on the past." He stepped closer, his pale golden eyes glimmering, and laughed heartily. "You are quite magnanimous. Such matters can be overlooked." Lowering her eyes obediently, she replied gently, "Whether you believe it or not, I truly wish to avoid entanglements with the past." After saying this, she smiled at him again, picked up the tray, and prepared to leave. However, he blocked her path, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, "Whose shadow do you now dwell under? Were you not once ignorant of magic, and yet now you can teleport?" She found his remark quite distasteful. Nevertheless, she held the tray steady, her expression unchanging, and with a calm smile, she regarded him. "I no longer wish to be entangled with the past, so please refrain from further inquiries. I shall not intrude upon your life." The implication being, since there was no longer any connection between them, why should he seek to know so much? His gaze suddenly turned cold, and with a sneer, he remarked, "What audacity! You dare speak to me in such a manner." "I wouldn't dare." She quickly shifted to a submissive demeanor. He scrutinized her coldly, his eyes as frosty as ever, the lingering hostility in his brow as difficult to dissipate as before. As she walked past him with the tray, he maintained his gaze forward, pursing his elegantly shaped lips, and with a hint of disdain and arrogance, he commented, "Who did you push aside this time? Are you not afraid that someone will come to settle the score with you again?" Were it not for the impending auction and the thought of her shining star, she would have likely splashed the wine in her hand across his face. Yet, she suppressed her anger, saying nothing as she hurried past him. Chapter 6. Coercion. When she emerged from the inner hall, several maidens and a head maid stood outside, all holding trays with wine jugs, observing her from beside the columns with an unusual gaze. Suddenly, she realized that these maidens and the head maid had witnessed her interaction with the crown prince, Sidars. Chapter 8. A dreadful realization. A wave of anxiety washed over her. This scandalous gossip would likely circulate among the nobility within 5 minutes, and in about 15 minutes, everyone in the grand hall would know, and within half an hour, the entire palace would be aware. After 3 years of absence, he had gifted her a considerable surprise. Her head felt as though it had split into 2. It seemed unlikely that she could participate in the auction any longer. However, given the current lax security within the grand hall, the likelihood of the celestial star making an appearance appeared rather slim. Perhaps continuing to attend held little significance. After offering a slight bow to the head maid, she made her way toward the VIP section, bowing her head slightly as she poured wine for each guest in turn. At that moment, the esteemed prince, clad in a magnificent white robe, emerged from the rear hall. Upon noticing the several timid maidens standing at the entrance, he allowed a subtle smile to curve his lips, revealing a peculiar amusement. He rarely initiated conversations with lower-ranked maidens, and now, it seemed there was much to be entertained by, wondering who might present her as a gift before him. The high-profile auction within the opulent hall commenced in earnest. The auctioneer, a woman in white, raised her hand, and a dozen maidens bore a large object draped in black cloth up the jadestone steps, silencing the crowd instantly. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a crystal harp, a treasured relic from our 5th ancestor of Kartalin, boasting a remarkable history of 3 centuries. With an unparalleled sound quality and an expansive range, any melody played upon it achieves extraordinary effects. It is a cherished heirloom of our royal family, once the beloved instrument of our late empress. It was with this very harp that she captivated our ancestral monarch with her enchanting melodies, ascending from favored concubine to the throne of queen. It is a wondrous and fortuitous instrument." At that moment, Xinmei had just picked up a tray, poised to seize the opportunity to escape, but upon hearing those words, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Was it truly so simple? Could a few harp melodies truly win the heart of a monarch? Just as she intended to blend into the line of maidens heading to the rear hall, she spotted the head maid approaching her with 2 maidens clad in white. Sensing impending trouble, she swiftly darted behind the nearest intricately carved column. The courtiers of the palace were ever eager to curry favor, and now that someone had noticed the prince's interest in her, they would likely wish to present her to him. Meanwhile, The bidding for the precious crystal harp commenced at 1,000 gold. The auctioneer's voice rang out, strong and resonant, echoing within the lavish expanse of the hall. 1,500. 2,000. The sounds of bidding rose and fell, intermingled with the crisp clinking of glasses and flirtatious laughter, filling the entire hall with a lively atmosphere. She blended into the row of tables where the most maidens were pouring wine, using their presence as cover as she pretended to serve from a silver decanter, moving from table to table. Spotting the head maid and her two companions approaching again, she had no choice but to slip to another long table, bending slightly, as if respectfully serving the esteemed guests, all the while diminishing her own presence through the disparity in height. 5,000. The bidding for the crystal harp had reached 5,000 gold. The auctioneer struck the golden board thrice with her jade staff, but no further bids emerged. Ultimately, the crystal harp was claimed by Princess Helena of the Nabaga Kingdom, who had bid 5,000 gold. The auction then proceeded to the second item, a bracelet of forest-colored beads once worn by the 10th monarch of Kartalan. This extraordinary bracelet is said to possess remarkable protective powers in times of peril, having saved the 10th monarch on several occasions. A new round of bidding has commenced, starting at 3,000 gold coins. Esteemed guests, please begin your offers. The auctioneer, with a gracious smile, struck the golden board. At this moment, Xinmei had already taken refuge in the side hall, clutching a silver wine jug. Swiftly, she severed a strand of her long hair and murmured a few incantations. Instantly, the hair transformed into a delicate shimmer of starlight, swiftly soaring towards the palace's exterior. She imbued the starlight with a message, instructing Aisha to meet at the southern gate of the palace. 4,000. 5,000. The auction in the grand hall continued unabated. Just then, the headmaid, accompanied by two attendants clad in white, pursued Xinmei, leaving her with no means of escape. "Ah, my lady, at last, we have found you here." Upon seeing her, the headmaid exclaimed dramatically. With a look of bewilderment, Xinmei replied, "Might I inquire if there is something you need, esteemed supervisor?" The headmaid, feigning tears, lamented, "We have chased you from outside the hall and traversed through the grand hall to find you here. You truly excel at evasion." Feigning innocence, Xinmei retorted, "How could I possibly hide? Is there a matter you wish to discuss? Did you not just converse with Prince Peino? I have merely served wine to many esteemed guests. I am unclear whom you refer to." She feigned ignorance. A glint of cunning shone in the headmaid's eyes. "Did you not speak with him in the side hall just moments ago?" She had encountered many women like Xinmei, who denied their intentions merely to distinguish themselves from others, elevating their perceived value. "Oh, are you referring to that particularly handsome gentleman?" She replied with a smile. "Indeed, he sought directions, and I merely pointed the way." The headmaid understood. It was improbable that the prince would inquire for directions. Perhaps it was more a case of flirtation. "You now have an opportunity to indulge in a life of luxury and prosperity," the headmaid said with a sly smile. "Why not accompany me? I shall introduce you to Prince Peino, ensuring a life free from worry, filled with wealth and power." With a smile, Xinmei set the wine jug upon a nearby table. "I am merely a temporary maid here, possessing my freedom. I shall depart once the auction concludes. I appreciate your kind offer, but I must decline." The headmaid continued to smile, though her eyes betrayed no warmth. "This is a fortuitous opportunity that has fortuitously presented itself to you. Feel free to express any request you may have. For me, nothing is more precious than freedom. I have no interest in the wealth and power you speak of. What you claim to be disinterest is merely a reflection of insufficient value. Pray, what are your conditions?" With a resigned sigh, she replied, "Your proposal is rather sudden. Allow me to ponder it, and I shall respond once I have made a decision." The headmaid silently scoffed, amused that Xinmei had the audacity to elevate her own worth. But she maintained her polite facade. "Very well, take your time to consider. But do provide us with a response by the conclusion of the auction. She is, after all, a temporary maid with her own freedom, and it would be inappropriate to coerce her into serving the crown prince. The laws of Kartalan are quite stringent." Having reached an agreement, she resumed her stride with the wine jug towards the outer chamber, while the headmaid stood behind her, her gaze sharp as a knife. How dare such a mere maid adopt such an arrogant demeanor? If given the chance, she would relish the opportunity to humble her. Xinmei secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, feigning composure as she advanced. Once she exited the grand hall, she would be free. Aisha and the other subordinates would be waiting for her at the southern gate, where they would discuss how to procure the Star of Light. By now, Sean should have gathered information regarding its whereabouts, given her understanding of his capabilities. It was likely he had succeeded. At that moment, the auction in the hall was nearing its conclusion, with only one item left to be sold. Yet, just as she stepped beyond the silver doors of the side chamber, a cluster of maidens clad in red gauze encircled her. The leading maid, slender in form, sported a high chignon of soft pink hair, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white neck, exquisite and enchanting. Such poise and attire marked her as a first-class maid of Seidels. "Esteemed lady, our crown prince wishes to have a word with you," the high chignon maid said politely, gesturing with an inviting motion, clearly of a higher caliber than the previous head maid. Chapter 9. Why are there so many of them? Xinmei furrowed her brow slightly. She had pressing matters to attend to. "I am deeply honored by the crown prince's affection, but I have just conferred with our supervisor and promised a response at the conclusion of the auction. I kindly ask for your patience," she responded with equal courtesy. The high chignon maid smiled, her tone still gentle. "The crown prince has made it clear that, regardless of the reasons you provide, we must decline." A hint of anger flickered in her eyes. "I am a temporary maid in the palace, and according to the laws of Kartalan, I am free. If I am unwilling, you have no authority to compel me." The high chignon maid maintained her soft smile. "What does your freedom matter? Our crown prince holds a noble status and could purchase your freedom at any time." With that, she raised her hand, and 3 maidens in red gauze stepped forward. 2 seized her arms, restraining her, while another produced a contract and grasped her finger, attempting to force her to leave her imprint. Struggling desperately, she even resorted to kicking them. She was determined to avoid using magic unless absolutely necessary. Little did she anticipate that he would still exhibit the same domineering and tyrannical nature as before, resorting to outright theft when he could not obtain what he desired. She had hoped that, after 3 years of tempering, his character would have mellowed significantly. Alas, it seemed that a dog could not change its ways. At that moment, the voice of the auctioneer rang out in the grand hall. "Esteemed guests, we now present the final item for auction, a treasure of incomparable value. A sacred artifact from our Catalan temple, the illustrious necklace known as the Star of Light, crafted from magical green stones, pearls from the Lance River, Tunnian crystal, and the fiery stones buried beneath the Mount Gada. The bidding begins at 10,000 gold." Suddenly, she, who had been struggling fiercely, lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with realization. The Star of Light. Overjoyed, she raised a hand and snapped her fingers. A green light flickered, effortlessly shaking off the several maidens who had restrained her. The maidens cried out in pain, clutching their hands as they fell to the ground. Seeing this, the maiden with the high coiffure, filled with fury, recalled the words of the prince and swiftly produced a long, gleaming golden cord from her bosom. The prince had just entrusted it to her, stating that this maiden possessed some magical prowess, and as a precaution, she should use it to bind her. After uttering a few low incantations, she flung the golden cord towards the ungrateful maiden. The long cord floated through the air, hurtling towards her. However, the lowly maiden merely chuckled softly, murmuring a few words, then raised her hand once more. A stream of purple starlight spilled from her palm, and to the astonishment of all, the golden cord disintegrated into countless shimmering fragments amidst the cosmic glow. The high-coiffed maiden stood frozen in disbelief. This lowly maiden had effortlessly vanquished the binding cord. Fear flickered in her eyes as she took a step back. No, this was certainly not an ordinary servant. 15,000. 20,000. The auction continued within the hall, as the lowly maiden turned to the high-coiffed one with a charming smile, then gracefully strode towards the side hall's entrance. With a flick of her wrists, the white maid's gown cascaded to the ground, revealing a resplendent light purple evening gown adorned with pink pearls and green gemstones that shimmered radiantly. The other maidens gaped in astonishment. She skillfully swept up her long purple hair, arranging it into an exquisite arc, embodying noble elegance. Under the awestruck and fearful gazes of the high-coiffed maiden and the others sprawled on the floor, the lowly maiden extended her hands, murmuring softly, and a dazzling crown of green crystal and diamonds materialized in her palm, radiating brilliance. The maidens gasped in unison, their fear intensifying as the luminous crown slowly ascended, settling regally upon her head. The maiden in the crown and glowing evening dress no longer glanced at them, but elegantly strode across the square tiles, confidently declaring 100,000. Her voice was clear and melodious, imbued with a gentle yet resolute tone, akin to a magnificent flower blooming in the dark of night, captivating the attention of all present, including the traditionally indifferent queen of Kartalan and her sovereign, as well as the queen's paramour. They were all inexplicably captivated by her presence. A stunning beauty clad in a flowing purple evening gown, adorned with a crown of verdant crystals, gracefully entered the grand hall with an amiable smile. Her visage, untouched by cosmetics, radiated an astonishing purity, with exquisite features that conveyed an unparalleled elegance. Her deep violet eyes sparkled like celestial bodies in the night sky. The air was thick with her regal, ethereal aura, capable of stealing the breath from anyone fortunate enough to behold her. As she advanced with an elegant stride, her resplendent presence seemed to command even the dust particles caught in the breeze to bow in reverence. Approaching the auctioneer at the steps, she offered a golden invitation with a warm smile and unwavering confidence before gracefully taking her seat in the distinguished guest area. Amidst whispers and gasps of astonishment, the auctioneer read aloud from the invitation, "The esteemed Queen Vivian of the Shadow Forest has arrived. 100,000 gold. Is there a higher bid?" Before the spectators could fully recover from the appearance of the noble young queen, a calm, yet commanding voice resonated through the hall, declaring, 150,000. The queen's voice rang out again, melodious and powerful, 200,000. The same opulent yet icy tone returned, tinged with an underlying tension, 250,000. The queen raised the bid again, 300,000. 500,000. Came the voice, steady and magnetic, drawing gasps from the assembly. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Such a sum could purchase a small town. Who had dared to place such a lofty bid? All eyes turned to the opulent box on the second floor, where a tall, extraordinary figure emerged, partially obscured. Someone recognized him and exclaimed, "It is Prince Penner." He had remained quiet until now, surprising all with his interest in the radiant star. Was it not said that he had come merely to make a social call with the Queen of Cardalan? The audience buzzed with excitement, as if they had stumbled upon a significant piece of gossip. 600,000, the queen asserted, undeterred. 700,000. Echoed the resplendent voice from the upper box. 1,000,000, the queen announced, eliciting another wave of astonishment throughout the hall. This price was astronomical. It was rumored that the Shadow Forest was a reclusive, magical kingdom, isolated for over 3 centuries, encircled by tumultuous, deep gray seas, and had not engaged in trade or contact with the outside world for ages. Where had such wealth come from to procure the radiant star? In the opulent uppermost private chamber, the strikingly handsome man, upon hearing the bid, curled his lips into a cold smile, suffused with mockery and derision, murmuring to himself, "Such eagerness, then take it." Simultaneously, his pale golden, translucent eyes glimmered with a frosty light. It dawned upon him that she now held the status of a queen, making her capture decidedly challenging. Initially, he had awaited the head maid of Caterlawn to deliver her as a gift, yet the expected arrival never transpired. Subsequently, he dispatched his own maid to escort her, only to encounter failure once more. Chapter 10 now. Compelling her to spend double the amount for the radiant star served as a mild reprimand. The auctioneer, having reiterated several times, noted the absence of that splendid, icy tone. Before striking the golden board, finalizing the sale at 1,000,000 gold. Only then did Xinmei secretly exhale, for had that scoundrel continued to raise the price, she might have found herself lacking sufficient funds. They had merely brought along slightly over 1,000,000 gold in checks. Had it been more, she would have been at a loss. The immediate priority was to swiftly settle the payment and depart with the acquired item, lest the night stretch on with unforeseen complications. However, as she followed the auctioneer to the rear hall, having just signed the check and received the radiant star encased in a transparent crystal box, the auctioneer, with a smile, politely stated, "Your Majesty, we shall host a banquet at the palace tonight, and we would be honored by your presence." Apologetically, she declined, stating, "The Forest of Shadows is quite distant from Caterlawn, and we have pressing matters to attend to. We must take our leave. Should the opportunity arise, I shall personally apologize to the Queen of Caterlawn." The auctioneer, unfazed, smiled gently, "Your Highness, even amidst your busy schedule, may I suggest you stay for tonight? Tomorrow, we shall personally escort you out of Caterlawn, ensuring it does not impede your urgent affairs." After a moment's hesitation, she realized that leaving in haste might project an impression of instability in the kingdom's affairs, so she nodded, "Since you have extended such a gracious invitation, I shall remain for one more night." "Thank you, Your Highness, for your presence," the auctioneer replied with a polite smile. At the southern gate of Caterlawn Palace, Aisha and several cloaked attendants waited anxiously. They had received secret intelligence that the queen had acquired the radiant star, yet her delayed appearance caused concern. Aisha, a clear, melodious voice suddenly resonated from a distance, and her heart leaped with joy upon spotting a figure in a stunning purple evening gown hurrying toward them from the southern gate. They hastily approached, and Aisha's eyes sparkled with delight. "Congratulations, Your Highness, on obtaining the radiant star." Sean inquired, "Your Highness, shall we return to the Forest of Shadows now?" Xinmei sighed, "We must remain for the banquet. It would be impolite to refuse. We shall set off first thing tomorrow. Understood, Sean acknowledged. As they conversed, a soft voice emerged, akin to a celestial melody, sweet yet tinged with a hint of huskiness. Your Highness. Xinmei turned towards the source of the voice, and there, by the great stone at the southern gate, stood an elegant figure clad in white. Her delicate lavender waves cascaded over her shoulders, framing a petite, pointed visage, a quintessential beauty with an elegant profile, captivating features, and enchanting eyes. Her lips, reminiscent of rose petals, were soft and alluring, exuding an air of freshness and grace. Nadania, filled with astonishment, queried, "How did you end up here?" Upon hearing the queen call her name, Nadania darted towards her like a startled bird, plunging into her embrace. Her voice tinged with tears. "Your Highness, I have finally found you." Heartfelt, the queen comforted her by gently patting her soft shoulders. There. Isa, standing nearby with a knowing smile, observed with a hint of intrigue. Nadania had missed the queen and sensed potential peril through her crystal orb, prompting her reckless journey. Tears streamed down Nadania's cheeks, soaking the queen's chest as she clung tightly, exclaiming, "Your Highness, I worry for you." The queen chuckled lightly. "Don't be foolish, see. I am quite well. I need to see you to feel at ease," Nadania whimpered, nuzzling against the queen's gentle shoulder, akin to a child reluctant to grow up. The queen, with a sigh of resignation, stroked her petite back in consolation. Nadania had been the queen's most cherished lover in the realm of shadows, remaining steadfast by her side during the 2 long years of her illness and unconsciousness, when others had scattered like birds. It was Nadania's devoted care that facilitated the queen's gradual recovery. To allay any suspicions and to repay Nadania's kindness, the queen consistently responded with tenderness. "Now that we've reunited, let us not weep," Isa interjected. "Your Highness is still quite frail. Do not let her linger in the wind." At this, Nadania ceased her tears, her gaze shifting to the queen's pallid face. "Your Highness, let us return swiftly." Observing Nadania's charming countenance, the queen was suddenly struck with an idea. Nadania could serve as the perfect shield, revealing her same-sex affection and deterring any unscrupulous men, thereby sparing her from unnecessary troubles. At the auction, she had garnered a bit of attention. Based on her previous experiences in court, she anticipated shameless men would approach, seeking to take advantage. With Nadania by her side, they would recognize her as spoken for and withdraw. "Nadania, there is a banquet tonight. Come, I shall take you to buy a dress," she said with a gentle smile. Nadania's heart raced, nearly drowning in the queen's warmth. "I shall do as your Highness says." As the sun began to set, the queen took a brief nap, only to be awakened by news of the palace envoy's arrival. She and Nadania swiftly changed into their attire and styled their hair, taking about half an hour to emerge from the room. Isa, Xian, and the palace envoy awaited them at the door. This time, the queen let her long purple hair flow freely, meticulously arranged, with her bangs neatly framing her forehead, topped with a dazzling green crystal crown. She adorned herself in a gown as pure as freshly fallen snow, trailing elegantly to the ground, with delicate pink pearls adorning the hem. Draped over her shoulders was a semi-transparent shawl speckled with stars, and around her neck hung a resplendent necklace of pale purple crystals. On her left wrist, she wore a bracelet of gold set with shimmering rubies. Her entire presence exuded an ethereal beauty, transcending the ordinary and radiating an exquisite elegance, reminiscent of a dreamlike goddess stepped out from the pages of a fairy tale. In contrast, Nadania donned a rose-red gown, complemented by a long, sheer pink shawl. Her hair was artfully coiled into a petite and charming bun, accentuated by an exquisite and costly crystal necklace. With her irresistible smile, she appeared both delicate and endearing, like a songbird nestled close. As they entered the opulent banquet hall of the palace hand in hand, a momentary hush fell over the assembly, broken only by the sounds of gasps and murmurs of admiration, even the audible drooling of infatuated men. All eyes were drawn to the youthful and beautiful queen. Earlier that day at the auction, she had appeared barefaced, her complexion somewhat pale and weary. Yet now, after a brief respite and meticulous embellishment, she radiated a breathtaking beauty that elicited awe. Her dreamlike eyes sparkled with an enchanting luster, her skin was as delicate as porcelain, and her unique poise was imbued with an air of rare elegance and an enigmatic charm. Such beauty was a rarity on the continent of Kaiser, one seldom witnessed. However, when the guests observed her holding hands with another exquisite girl in a rose-red gown, they were momentarily taken aback. Their fingers were intertwined, each adorned with identical ruby rings, their brilliance reflecting off one another. Whispers began to circulate among the guests, revealing hints of regret. It was a pity that such a remarkable beauty had already found a romantic partner of the same sex, and judging by their public display of affection at the banquet, their bond appeared to run deep. Unconcerned with the onlookers, the two exchanged tender moments and, guided by their attendants, settled into the plush seats reserved for distinguished guests. The attendees of the banquet had largely arrived. As it was an informal gathering, no special introductions were necessary. Guests mingled freely, drinking, toasting, making acquaintances, engaging in conversation, and even flirting. In the center of the grand hall, a group of exquisitely dressed young maidens danced to the accompaniment of music. Their bodies, as delicate as rose petals, moved gracefully, casting a play of light and shadow, as if performing the most beautiful dance in existence. The Queen of Catelon and her husband were absent due to ill health, while her lover, Terence, was nestled in a dim corner, flirting with a sultry woman. The Queen's younger brother, Hycel, sat with Prince Rielan and Princess Rona of the Durank Kingdom, clinking glasses and engaged in quiet conversation. Meanwhile, the Grand Prince of Yarda, Dagar, was chatting with two noble ladies from Catelon, perhaps sharing a joke, as their laughter rang out merrily throughout the banquet hall. In the kingdom of Nebeg, Princess Helena entwined herself around Prince Pinner of Heidel, resembling a seductive serpent wrapped around his thigh, with her delicate hands affectionately clasped around his neck. Her soft lips nearly brushed against his handsome face, as if she were playfully seeking his attention. Xinmei cast a fleeting glance their way before diverting her gaze. Aside from a few princesses from smaller nations and cities who had approached her, the nobles and royals from the larger kingdoms did not initiate conversation with her. She smiled as Nadania poured a glass of chilled orange juice and presented it to her, the sweetness of Nadania's smile seemingly capable of melting the ice within the glass. The kingdom of Sunan, being a modest realm, adhered to the customs of the Kaiser continent, which dictated that lords of smaller countries should proactively greet the nobles, kings, princes, or princesses of larger nations. Otherwise, it would not be deemed disrespectful if the nobles from larger realms chose to remain silent. However, she had resolved to maintain a low profile during this visit, preferring to avoid any interactions with royal members. Thus, she had no intention of offering her greetings. Nadania, having consumed several glasses of red wine, bore a rosy complexion and her gaze appeared somewhat hazy, as if she were slightly intoxicated. Your Highness, the wine from Catelon is truly delightful, far superior to ours, though it is too easy to become inebriated. Look at me. I'm feeling quite tipsy, she exclaimed, leaning against Xinmei. Xinmei gently wrapped her arms around Nadania's waist, sighing, if you cannot handle your drink, you should partake in moderation. We have a journey to make early tomorrow. I understand. Your Highness, I was mistaken, Nadania replied, her thoughts muddled, her hands resting on Xinmei's shoulders. A tender impulse swelling within her to kiss her lips. Xinmei, taken aback, discreetly thwarted the gesture, saying, Nadania, you are intoxicated. You really should not have consumed so much this evening. I am not drunk, I am not drunk, Nadania protested, leaning in once more, her lips inching towards Xinmei's face. Your Majesty, a maid clad in white appeared beside them, a smile gracing her features. I believe this young lady has had a bit too much to drink. We have a special hangover remedy. Allow me to assist her to a place where she can rest a little. That would be splendid. Xinmei thought she had found a savior and quickly replied, thank you so much. It is no trouble at all. It is my duty. The white-clad maid responded gently before helping Nadania to her feet. Nadania, reluctantly pulled up, mumbled incoherently, and at that moment, another maid rushed over. Both maids combining their efforts to carry the struggling Nadania away. Xinmei stared in disbelief. The Catelon maids were quite uncouth, treating a drunken guest with such rudeness. Yet she refrained from intervening, grateful for the temporary reprieve from Nadania's clinginess. Now seated quietly in an armchair, she held a tall glass filled with orange juice delicately between 3 fingers. Surveying her surroundings, she inadvertently caught sight of several inebriated beauties, draped over various men and women, playfully flirting. How peculiar it was that only Nadania had been taken away for the hangover remedy. Pondering this, she took a small sip of her orange juice. Your Highness, may I take a seat? A voice, imbued with magnetic allure, resonated in the air, just within her reach. Clutching a tall glass filled with chilled orange juice, she gradually regained her senses, only to behold Terence, the lover of Queen Cartland. He possessed exquisitely refined features, with deep-sea blue eyes and thick, long lashes, exuding an irresistible charm. Of course, she replied with a gentle smile, exhibiting utmost courtesy. He took a seat with an air of confidence, holding his glass, and said with a smile, this is your first visit to Cartland, isn't it? What do you think of this place? His voice was as soothing as a spring breeze, captivating and magnetic, instantly endearing him to her. She suddenly comprehended why he was favored by Queen Cartland and replied softly, "It is exceptionally beautiful here. Far more splendid than I had imagined. If possible, I would certainly like to stay for a while longer." "No worries, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future," he reassured her with a gentle smile, his blue eyes resembling an endless ocean. "What kind of place is the Shadowed Kingdom where the Queen resides?" "It is an island enveloped by a deep gray sea, adorned with vast green forests, radiant sunshine, and enchanting rainy seasons. When the sun shines fiercely, the green forest seems to come alive, every leaf pulsating with vitality. During the rain, droplets cascade down like countless threads, blanketing the forest and the ocean." "You describe it so beautifully. I am tempted to visit," he remarked with a laugh. "I did not expect the Queen to possess such a poetic side." "And how do you perceive the Queen?" she asked curiously, taking a sip of her orange juice. He leaned closer, his voice low, hoarse yet powerful, dominant, strategic, self-serving, ruthless, neither recognizing kinship nor acknowledging her husband. She paused, momentarily stunned, and replied, "That cannot be all. Surely you must have overlooked some aspects?" His mirth deepened in his eyes. "Do you think I am lying?" "No, not at all. I merely believe you may be seeing only part of the picture. Perhaps the Queen does harbor emotions and bonds, but only when they are entirely devoid of any interest. A true queen prioritizes the welfare of her kingdom above all else. Do you not agree?" His assertion rendered her momentarily speechless. Indeed, a true queen prioritizes the kingdom's interests. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly articulated, "Naturally, a queen would place her kingdom's interests first. However, without genuine camaraderie, it would be difficult for her to earn the love and trust of her subjects, and her kingdom may not achieve true stability." "Your perspective is quite unique," he said with a smile, leaning closer once more, suggestively adding, "No wonder the Crown Prince of Sidles is captivated by you. Was it this very method that attracted him when you disguised yourself as a maid?" The raw, unmasked jealousy flickered in his eyes, and a hint of bitterness tinged his tone. She momentarily paused, then smiled and replied, "That question, I fear, is one you must pose to him. I must tell you, we have lost all hope," he declared with immense bitterness. "Upon my return, I shall officially wed Aomida. Our chances are utterly extinguished." Aomida, the noble and gentle duchess who once freely roamed the palace, had grown up alongside Paynor, her childhood companion. Possessing exceptional emotional intelligence and a delightful disposition, she was adored by the Queen and well-liked in the court. She had once harbored intense jealousy for this beautiful noblewoman, envious of her ability to openly court Paynor, holding hands and sharing intimate kisses while attending grand palace ceremonies. With a gentle smile, she reassured him, "What does marriage matter? After all, he has many lovers by his side. You still have your chance." "It is not the same," he retorted petulantly, resembling a child denied candy. "That woman is notoriously possessive. I fear she will not grant him much time to seek us out." Chapter 12. Her laughter became increasingly enchanting. "As a woman, one must possess some of such traits. If you can charm his wife, it will suffice. If only you could marry him, you would undoubtedly be a magnanimous wife." She chuckled softly, realizing he intended to incite her to pursue the crown prince. "Alas, I too am on the verge of marriage. Upon my return, I shall hold a formal wedding with a duke from my homeland, as we have been betrothed for many years." Disappointment flickered in his eyes. "Is that so? What a pity. I believe you and the crown prince would make a splendid pair." She burst into laughter, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. "I find you increasingly amusing. No wonder you have captured Queen Carterland's favor. I am almost beginning to like you." "Is that so? Would you truly come to like me?" He edged closer, almost pressing against her chest, while she smiled faintly and subtly evaded him. "Lord Terence," a polite voice from a red-clad maidservant interrupted. "His Highness the Crown Prince requests your presence for a drink." A flicker of disappointment crossed Terrence's face as he languidly rose. "Very well." Watching their figures gradually retreat toward the nearby plush seats for guests, a cold smile crept across her lips. She summoned a maid in white. "Where has the young lady you took to drink the detoxifying soup gone?" She intended to escort Natanya back to the forest cottage, as they were to depart for the Kingdom of Shadows at dawn. The maid hesitated momentarily before explaining, "Just now, when the two elder sisters assisted her to the side hall to rest, she mentioned needing to relieve herself, and then she simply vanished." Suddenly, she stood up, her face flushed with indignation. "Did you not go look for her? We found her outside the side hall, in the refuse bin, but she was utterly foul. So we took her to the bathhouse first." Trembling with rage, her face turned crimson. She had been outwitted. Is this the hospitality one would expect from a great nation? Let me. I shall go to your bathhouse at once and bring her out, she commanded, her anger transforming into a fierce smile. The maidservant dared not refuse, bowing her head in acquiescence as she guided her outside the grand hall. Suddenly, as she reached the entrance of the grand hall, the silver doors swung open, and an unexpected darkness enveloped the entire space as all the lights extinguished. Gasps and screams erupted, plunging the hall into a profound obscurity. Outside, the parchment lanterns extinguished as well, as if darkness had stealthily invaded the entire palace in the blink of an eye. Stunned, she halted and turned abruptly, only to be met by an impenetrable void, where even the faintest hint of her fingers was lost. The vast hall was engulfed in an interminable night. Once again, the air was filled with cries of alarm, intermingled with the shrieks and sobs of women. Assassins! There are assassins! Guards! Summon the guards! Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a chilling gust, sharp as ice, rushed toward her. In that treacherous darkness, she narrowly evaded yet another wave of lethal sword winds. Suddenly, a deafening crash resounded beside her, as the sturdy, intricately carved columns bearing royal motifs collapsed with a shattering roar, sending tremors through the ground. Before she could react, she felt herself lifted off her feet in a startling embrace. Struggling momentarily, she found herself held tighter. He swiftly maneuvered her out of the path of the descending columns, their thunderous fall shaking the very earth beneath them. Had he been a moment later, she would have surely perished beneath the ruins. Having traversed this foreign realm for years, this was her first encounter with such a terrifying explosion. Overwhelmed by fear, she could not even contemplate the identity of her savior. The acrid stench of blood and the chaos of screams surged again, accompanied by the relentless crash of the collapsing columns. After a series of thunderous sounds, a dense cloud of gunpowder smoke swiftly blanketed the air, reeking of death. Though her night vision was typically acute, for reasons unknown, she found herself utterly blind in this darkness, unable to discern any direction, as if the assassins had cast a veil of shadow over her sight. Yet she sensed the presence of a meticulously orchestrated assassination squad that had swiftly taken control of the grand hall. Outside, a heavy, synchronized cadence of footsteps approached, as a throng of palace guards surged toward her direction like a tide. A cool breeze swept through the night, carrying the pungent scent of blood. She turned her face away, attempting to evade the repugnant odor, only to find herself pressed against his chest, inhaling a familiar fragrance. This scent was too familiar, too intimate, rendering her mind blank and her body rigid. He sensed her recognition. His long, cool fingers caressed her face tenderly. Then, his warm breath, laced with a sumptuous timbre, whispered into her ear, "Sister, I have missed you dearly. It has been 3 long years since you abandoned me." His voice carried a note of grievance, discontent, urgency, and an undertone of pitiable longing. She was consumed by a surge of anger, a fierce resentment flooding her chest, and she was about to push him away, insisting he release her. "Wait, it is still perilous," he cautioned. "Let me go. I do not require your protection." "Impossible." His words were unequivocal, cold, and resolute. The chilling winds of murderous intent, akin to a sword's edge, swept towards them once more. In the darkness, countless shards of silver light shimmered like dancing dragons, fiercely rushing towards them with a lethal resolve. Her long strands of hair were stirred by the wild, murderous energy of the sword aura, clinging tightly to her cold, sweat-drenched cheeks. The acrid scent of blood, mingled with unparalleled hatred, accompanied the onslaught of the fierce sword energy, staining her hair with its essence. At that moment, the sharp sound of a sword being drawn resonated. He did not need to wield it himself, for the sword moved in accordance with his will. The golden light of the blade surged forth, striking against the approaching frenzy of silver light, producing a piercing, shrill hum upon collision. A massive blaze of crimson flames erupted, illuminating the partially ruined hall for an instant, while the air was filled with the echoes of cries and anguished wails, the stench of blood sweeping through the entire chamber like a fierce gale. Just then, a throng of armored soldiers charged in from the garden, shouting as they entered the hall. The lights within the hall flared brightly, illuminating every corner with clarity. In the chaotic melee, the armored soldiers were locked in a fierce battle with a group of individuals clad in dark attire, their conflict intense and unyielding. In a nearby corner, under the bright lights, Prince Sedalis, adorned in a magnificent black robe, held the queen of the Shadow Realm, dressed in a pristine white gown, tightly against his chest. Her arms encircled his shoulders, and both appeared disheveled, his black robe and her white gown splattered with vivid blood. His once neatly tied golden hair had come undone, cascading messily over his shoulders. Her purple locks were also in disarray, entwining around their necks, damp and sticky, resembling seaweed tangled in the depths of the ocean. A cruel glint flickered in his translucent golden eyes, and a slight smirk tugged at his lips, tinged with wildness and resentment. Initially, her eyes were filled with trepidation as she anxiously observed the captured assassins in black at the front of the hall. However, a moment later, she caught sight of the myriad astonished and ambiguous gazes directed at her, causing her expression to shift as she struggled to break free. This time, he released her, allowing her to descend swiftly, adjusting her gown and hair while feigning composure and calmness. Chapter 13. The proud and handsome prince stood beside her. Whenever she attempted to distance herself, he would immediately close the gap. She glared at him, and he responded with a slight smile, prompting her to turn away and walk a few steps further. He followed closely, obediently positioning himself by her side, hidden behind the grand hall's towering columns. Terence squinted his eyes. One was on the brink of marriage, while the other was not far from it either, yet neither was destined to be the other's betrothed. Why then did their interactions seem so ambiguous? He recalled that the crown prince had likely never laid eyes on the queen of the Forest of Shadows before. Was this truly love at first sight? In another corner of the hall, under the flickering flames, Heisel, Prince Realron, and Princess Rona stood quietly, their garments and hair splattered with the blood of a fierce battle. Heisel's gaze was as deep as the ocean, casting a distant look towards the crown prince and the forest queen. The silver sword in Prince Realron's hand dripped with blood, while Princess Rona took out a handkerchief, intending to wipe the blood from Heisel's forehead, only to be gently evaded by him. Prince Dagar was unharmed amidst the throng of his attendants, not a drop of blood staining his attire, and he watched with great interest the interactions between Prince Pinner and Queen Vian. Meanwhile, Princess Helena, accompanied by several sword-wielding maidens, stood on the jade steps outside the hall, glaring fiercely at the beautiful queen within. Her eyes blazed with a jealousy so intense it seemed capable of turning the queen to ashes. A flood of armored soldiers surged in, swiftly vanquishing the black-clad assassins. Those who were injured were taken away by the guards. The Queen of Catalan hurried in, surrounded by her retinue, her face a mask of contrition as she apologized profusely for the unexpected turmoil at the banquet, assuring the guests that she would seek answers and provide accountability. With the capture of all assailants, the atmosphere in the hall visibly relaxed as the armored soldiers escorted the captured assassins out. The damage within the hall was extensive. Most columns were askew, tables and chairs lay in ruins, and debris of dust and wood shavings scattered the ground, alongside shattered glass and spilled banquet supplies. The Queen of Catalan, maintaining an air of grace and composure, addressed her guests with a solemn expression devoid of any smile. "Esteemed guests, please retire for now. We shall handle the aftermath here. Should any of you have sustained injuries, we are at your service to make amends." Surgeons and healers carrying medical kits of various sizes rushed in, swiftly tending to the fallen guests and attendants stained with blood. In the span of a single night, such a multitude of events had transpired. Xinmei pressed her temples, weary as she lifted the hem of her bloodied gown and stepped over the shards of glass, preparing to exit the hall when suddenly, she was embraced from behind. His warm, strong arms encircled her waist, his heated breath brushing against her face. "Are you tired? May I carry you back?" She steadied herself, summoning all her strength to elbow him sharply in the soft flesh of his arm. Yet, he did not so much as grunt, refusing to release her, instead playfully exclaiming, "Sister, you truly possess remarkable strength. Let go," she commanded coldly. "I am merely being kind," he replied. The brilliance in his eyes shimmered, seemingly filled with an affectionate smile directed towards her. "I do not require your goodwill." She jabbed him with her elbow once more, casting a fierce glare his way. Perhaps sensing her genuine ire, he finally relinquished his hold on her. Outside the palace, the night air was slightly cool, and the tranquil moonlight cast a gentle glow upon the ocean sky above. A few vividly colored fish flitted about like birds in flight. As she stepped beyond the palace threshold, her gaze flickered. Something in the grass seemed to stir momentarily before falling still again. Was it merely a figment of her imagination? She sensed an underlying unease, though she could not articulate what was amiss. Within the palace, others began to emerge in small clusters, while she walked ahead alone. Suddenly, it dawned on her that Netanya was still in the king's chamber. Just as she turned to seek the queen, a silver flash of a sword erupted from the grass, hurtling towards her amidst the gasps of onlookers. She leaped slightly, evading the strike with grace, yet was taken aback when, in the next instant, a gleaming silver blade pressed against her throat. A chilling voice, as frigid as ice, emanated from behind her. "Do not move, or your head shall part ways with your body." The chaos had seemingly subsided, and no one had anticipated that an assassin would elude the palace's grasp. Even she had let her guard down, finding herself effortlessly taken hostage. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, she inquired, "What do you desire? Ask your paramour." The girl retorted coldly, an air of menace suffusing her tone. Paramour? She was taken aback. Following the girl's and the crowd's gaze to discern Pinner standing a mere 4 or 5 steps away. He fixated on the female assassin with an icy glare, his eyes glinting with a ruthless intensity, as if he wished to rend her asunder. Despite his breathtakingly handsome features, a bloodthirsty shadow lurked within. "You are mistaken," she countered, averting her gaze. "I share no relationship with him." Yet the sword at her neck pressed even tighter, drawing blood and eliciting a pained gasp from her. "You are truly mistaken. Enough of your prattle. Since the moment you entered the banquet, his gaze has lingered on you, casting your lover into the refuse, while deceitfully luring the queen's consort away from your side. What else could you possibly be but paramours?" The girl's voice was as cold as a deep pool, brimming with lethal intent. The weight of her words struck her with shock and fury as she turned her wide eyes towards Pinner, realizing he had indeed deceived Netanya and discarded her like refuse. Yet Pinner seemed oblivious to the girl's accusations, impervious to her fury, and casually remarked, "The city of Tur has been laid to waste, nearly all the nobles slain, save for the youngest daughter and son of the Lord. Are you the remnant that escaped?" "Who is the remnant?" the girl screeched, pressing the blade even closer to her throat. "Your kingdom of Hidalas, driven by selfish desires, not only stole the Sword of Flames, but also annihilated our city of Tur. You are the true devils, despicable wretches." The Queen of Kartalan emerged from the palace, gracefully approaching amidst a circle of guards. Others stood a short distance away, observing the unfolding scene. A group of armored soldiers stealthily closed in, encircling the assassin girl. Hearing the girl's furious accusations, Pinner relaxed, provocatively inquiring, "What do you intend to do now? You cannot escape, so why not remain as my consort?" The use of the word also ignited her fury. What did he mean by suggesting she should be his consort? In that moment, she forgot the sword resting against her neck, moving slightly and feeling a sharp sting, prompting her to still herself. The girl fixed her gaze upon him, enunciating each word with conviction. "The flame sword. Return the flame sword to us." The flame sword was their city's treasured relic, the most precious possession of Tur City. Only by reclaiming it could they hope for Tur City to return to them. Yet, the flame sword had been acquired by Prince Hidalas through immense effort, even resulting in the annihilation of an entire city. How could it be relinquished so easily? It was said that during the theft of the sword, the prince had sacrificed some of his charm, hence he had exerted himself to the utmost in the city's destruction. The night breeze caressed her fair face, cool and tinged with the unique humidity of the deep-sea kingdom. Chapter 14. Suddenly, she felt a flicker of clarity. If Pinner were to surrender the flame sword for her sake, it would mean she owed him a considerable debt, further entangling her with him. Just as she was about to speak, Pinner interjected, his gaze icy, yet his tone still irreverently light. "Is it not merely a broken sword? Take it." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. This was no ordinary sword, but the most revered flame sword of Tur City. Legends spoke of its ability to shatter any magical barrier when wielded by the worthy, possessing unimaginable power, and now the prince was casually presenting it. With a series of buzzing sounds, the onlookers were momentarily dazzled as the young and handsome prince raised his hand, summoning a swirling mass of burning red flames from the air. It emitted a strange humming sound as it collided with the night breeze, spiraling before descending onto the ground near the girl, producing a series of metallic clangs. The girl pressed her sword against her, cautiously inching towards the Sword of Flames. As she neared the flame sword, everyone held their breath, her own nearly caught in her throat. The girl suddenly lunged forward, and in that fleeting moment, both she and the girl reached for the flame sword with astonishing speed. Yet before their hands could touch the sword's hilt, a wave of scorching flames surged forth, licking at her hand. Despite the pain, she reached out once more, only to be abruptly lifted into the air by someone, swiftly distancing her from the fiery sword. In the same instant, she heard several shattering sounds. The sword that had been poised against her neck broke into fragments, scattering to the ground. The girl had successfully grasped the flame sword, a triumphant smile gracing her features as she swiftly turned and vanished into the night. At that moment, everyone suddenly observed a peculiar smile flicker in the prince's eyes. In a flash, he merely lifted his slender fingers, and an extraordinarily long golden sword abruptly manifested in the night sky like a sharp, radiant bolt of lightning. Subsequently, it swiftly transformed into a meteoric streak with a long tail, creating a brilliant beam of light that surged forward. Within mere seconds, a dazzling explosion ignited not far away, accompanied by the girl's piercing screams, reminiscent of anguished wails echoing from the depths of hell. The tremendous explosion resounded like an earth-shattering roar, deafening the crowd, and the girl seemed to dissolve into fine particles, vanishing into the air like mist. A wave of horror swept over everyone, herself included. Then, a crisp sound resonated, and a vibrant red flame swiftly soared back, halting above Painter. After circling him a few times, Painter whispered something inaudibly, causing the fire's glow to gradually dim until it ultimately vanished. The expansive garden once again descended into darkness, leaving only the flickering torches held by the armored guards and the glimmers in the eyes of the onlookers. He gently set her down, and she exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Gazing at her, his eyes brimmed with a tender smile as he remarked, "Even if the flame's sword has returned, dear sister, you still owe me a great favor." Still reeling from the shock, she instinctively retorted, "You owe me a life." His smile instantly faded, replaced by an inscrutable depth that no one could decipher. Suddenly, he enveloped her in a tight embrace, burying his head in her soft shoulder, despite her futile struggles. "As long as you return, it is enough." His arms tightened around her, refusing to let go, his heated lips pressing against her icy cheek as he softly murmured, "Sister, do you know that I once thought I would never see you again?" In front of everyone, he unabashedly held her close, no longer able to conceal his emotions or restrain his affection. Indeed, he could no longer mask any sentiment he harbored for her. "I came to this world solely to behold the sun and you." Upon first reading her poetry, he lowered his delicate golden lashes to hide the profound feelings within, carelessly discarding the violet note, remarking, "Well written, sister," feigning indifference. He could not reveal any emotions to her. At that time, his position was precarious, and he had to align himself with another woman of noble blood to stabilize his tenuous claim to the throne. Moreover, if he exhibited any special feelings toward her, her life could be at risk, and he could not always protect her or remain by her side. It could be said that within the treacherous and perilous confines of the Hidelas palace, he was destined to live amidst darkness, intrigue, and bloodshed. He commanded the burning of those love poems, subtly hinting to her not to invest her emotions in him any longer, for it would ultimately culminate in anguish and despair. A pain that would be 100, 1,000, even 10,000 times greater than her current suffering. Yet, during the years of his separation from her, he endured sleepless nights, tormented by longing, yearning to awaken each day to her visage, her eyes, her smile. It was then he realized that life without her was insufferable. Although his princely status was now secure and all he desired lay within his grasp, he found no joy in it. He frequently visited her chamber, caressing the soft bed she once occupied, kissing the floral pillow she had touched, and lingering over every object she had used. If only she could return. He vowed never to let her slip away again, regardless of the obstacles they might face. Young love is the most beautiful, yet also the most fragile. Akin to a crystal that reflects light in exquisite brilliance, yet is easily shattered. The wind brushed against her cold face in the dark night as she lay stiffly in his embrace, her expression devoid of emotion, a cold smile lingering at the corners of her lips. From the moment the flames consumed her spirit, all her hopes for him turned to ash. A quarter of an hour later, when his long arms finally released her, she pushed him away, tidied her long hair, and with an indifferent smile, said, "I am grateful for your highness's kindness and timely rescue, but it is late now. Please allow me to take my leave." Her politeness was cool and measured, perfectly appropriate. Her indifference pierced him, her words like fine, sharp needles embedding deep pain in his heart. He gazed at her in disbelief, as if doused in a frigid torrent that extinguished his fervent passion. Yet, after a few seconds, he slowly composed himself, a mocking smile curling at his lips, though it did not reach his eyes. "Then I shall bid you farewell, your majesty." She nodded, offering a polite, faint smile, before turning to depart. A couple of Catalan guards followed her signal, surrounding her protectively. Those attending the evening banquet felt as though they had witnessed a grand drama, an assassination attempt followed by the flirtation between the Prince of Hidelas and the Queen of the Kingdom of Sinan, culminating in an unhappy parting. Within the dimly lit opulence of the palace, an eerie silence reigned, devoid of any attendants. A tall, handsome man reclined in a wide, soft red armchair. His pale gold, translucent eyes reflected a terrifying malice, while his deep red lips bore a hint of bloodthirsty allure. In the dim light, his pale, enchanting features appeared almost as a grotesque demon from hell. Was she merely a queen? The smile that played upon his lips was chilling, evoking an involuntary shiver among the two maidservants outside the palace door, as they felt an icy breath emanating from within, as though they stood within a frigid icehouse for a millennium, tightening their cloaks around themselves. Chapter 15. The dawn of the kingdom of Catalan and the rising sun on the land are inextricably intertwined. As the brilliant red sun gradually ascends, its radiant beams illuminate the boundless expanse of the azure ocean. The dazzling sunlight penetrates the profound depths of the sea, transforming into a gentle glow that casts countless golden halos, awakening the slumbering inhabitants of the kingdom beneath the waves. Xinmei had hardly slept through the night. When Isa knocked and entered, she found Xinmei sitting at the edge of her bed, hair disheveled, hugging her knees, and gazing vacantly at the soft sunlight filtering through the sea and sky. "Your Highness, shall we prepare for our departure? We must set off shortly," Isa inquired cautiously. The queen seemed troubled, perhaps due to the incident involving Netanya. No one had anticipated that Netanya would fall into a trash bin inebriated, and now she remained trapped in the palace, uncertain if she could return home with them. After a prolonged silence, Xinmei finally rose from her bed. With Isa's assistance, she began to groom herself, donning a long, pure black hooded garment that enveloped her flowing hair and obscured much of her face, leaving only her eyes visible. "Let us depart now," she declared, casting a glance at the increasingly brightening sky. Time was of the essence, and they needed to hurry back to the kingdom of Sinan. The return journey would take at least 2 weeks, and with the kingdom in a precarious state, delays were intolerable. Isa hesitated, contemplating Netanya. If the Queen of Catalan had any sense of hospitality, she would be waiting for us at the seaside barrier. Indeed, Isa responded promptly, swiftly organizing the Queen's belongings. In truth, most of the packing had already been completed. They merely needed to verify everything was in order. When they arrived at the vast expanse of the sea, the sun had already risen high, its golden spots scattering across the surface, creating a kaleidoscope of waves. Surrounded by dozens of attendants, Xinmei boarded the vessel designated for the esteemed guests of the kingdom of Catalan. Suddenly, a piercing cry from above drew her attention. She looked up to see a massive flock of blue steeds soaring from the ocean, their expansive azure wings nearly obscuring half of the sky above the cerulean waters. Among them, one particularly large blue steed commanded attention, its fierce aura spreading swiftly with the extension of its wings, forming a colossal vortex of malevolence. As if to engulf the surrounding clouds and all who stood nearby, including Xinmei at the shore, who could almost feel the powerful swirling current. The elongated black silhouette of the giant blue steed was achingly familiar, having haunted her dreams almost every night. The armored avian guards dispersed in a sweeping arc around this formidable blue creature, hastening towards the sun. Countless wings unfurled, casting a dense shadow that once again darkened much of the ocean sky. A surge of indescribable emotions welled up within Xinmei: loss, regret, and an inexplicable sense of liberation. "Your Highness," a voice filled with both surprise and delight echoed from a short distance away, as a young girl clad in a rose-red gown rushed towards her with great speed. Breathless and tearful, she cried and laughed simultaneously. "Your Highness, I have finally found you. Netanya, you appear well. Was your departure from the palace smooth?" Xinmei smiled warmly at her. Netanya's eyes were swollen from crying, yet she replied, "Fortunately, everything went smoothly." Just as Xinmei was about to offer her some words of comfort, a gentle voice emerged from behind her, greeting Queen Vian. Startled, she turned to face the source. Beneath the sunlight stood a fair-skinned maid in white, smiling at her with respect. "Our Lady Hazer has gone out for an inspection today, and, upon hearing of the Queen's return, kindly brought her along." Following the maid's gaze, Xinmei noticed a grand entourage of white-clad maidens and armored guards on magnificent white steeds gathered near a resplendent 8-wheeled carriage. The maidens bowed their heads respectfully, encircling the opulent carriage, while the armored guards stood in meticulous formation, creating an impenetrable barrier around it. Through the carriage window, she glimpsed the silhouette of a striking young man with silver-blue hair. The sunlight danced upon his long locks, casting an ethereal sheen that shimmered between blue and silver. Hazer was indeed the extraordinarily handsome younger brother of Queen Catalan and the very same sea elf leader she had encountered under the moonlight in the forest, now serving as Catalan's chief minister. However, they had not interacted at the banquet. What connection could there be? According to the protocol of the Catalan royal family, unless the ruler of a small kingdom initiated conversation, members of the royal family from larger nations would not engage. After a moment of contemplation, she smiled softly and nodded at the maid in white, gracefully making her way towards the elegant 8-wheeled carriage. As she approached, the maidens and guards parted respectfully, creating a clear path for her to reach the carriage window. "Greetings, Lord Hazer," I apologize for not speaking with you last night. It was quite remiss of me. The early morning sunlight reflected in her eyes, bestowing upon her an indescribable beauty. He smiled, his silver blue eyes sparkling like stars, radiating brilliance akin to the rising sun, causing the surrounding maidens and guards to hold their breath in awe. Your Highness need not be concerned, he replied, turning his profile towards her. The gentle rays of sunlight caressed his exquisitely sculpted jawline, and his voice exuded a warm, soothing aura that seemed capable of melting the hardest of hearts. Were it not for the constraints of Catalan's royal protocols, I would have long since greeted you. Her eyes glimmered with genuine warmth. I must also express my gratitude for your assistance, for without you, Netania may not have been able to leave with us so smoothly. There is no need for gratitude. His tone remains profoundly affable, reminiscent of a kindly neighborly brother. In my view, your beloved holds no necessity for existence in this world. It is solely to engage in conversation with you that I have brought her forth. He spoke softly, as if merely engaging in casual discourse, taking a life as casually as one might partake in a meal or slumber. She stared at him in shock, momentarily rendered speechless. He smiled at her, his silver blue eyes shimmering with gentle light, akin to the most alluring glow in the depths of the night. Regaining her composure, she could not help but scoff, retorting, "Whether she is suited to exist in this world is not a concern that requires your attention." At that moment, a voice thundered beside her, "How dare you? Even a queen must not show disrespect to our esteemed gentleman." A tall, imposing guard suddenly lunged forward, thrusting a long sword with lightning speed against her throat. The cold sarcasm at the corner of her mouth intensified, displaying no fear of the blade poised against her neck. He continued to smile, his voice exceedingly gentle. "Xinmei, do not frighten Queen Vivian." The menacing sword was swiftly withdrawn, though the towering guard named Xinmei still bore a countenance filled with indignation. The cold smirk on her face deepened. She was indeed unafraid of Lord Hycel, nor of the guard and his sword. As a dignified queen, what could they possibly do to her here? It was merely a theatrical performance. With a dismissive huff, she turned and departed without a farewell. Upon rejoining Isa and Netanya, perhaps sensing her displeasure, they refrained from further inquiries. They had only taken a few steps forward when a fierce gale surged from the sea, accompanied by towering waves that reached heights of 30 feet. Alarmed, they turned back, but the waves had already surged forth, engulfing them completely. Chapter 16. After the waves receded, she was utterly drenched, her garments clinging to her form, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Isa and the others lay sprawled on the beach, soaked and disheveled, looking utterly disarrayed. This must surely be Lord Hazel's retribution for her perceived rudeness. Enraged, she muttered a few incantations, and instantly, a resplendent purple sword, glimmering with tiny stars, materialized in her grasp. Summoning all her strength, she slashed forward, and a brilliant flash of starlight erupted, echoing like an earthquake with a resounding roar. As countless scintillating stars scattered in the sunlight, racing towards Lord Hazel's direction. Yet, at that moment, an immense surge of heat surged towards her, swiftly lifting the fine sand of the beach and forming a towering wall of sand that instantaneously shielded the dazzling starlight from the colossal impact. Suddenly, a swirl of azure light surged through the towering sand walls, swiftly enveloping her before she could comprehend the situation. A sharp pain radiated through her wrist, akin to searing flames, causing the sword in her grasp to clatter to the ground as she collapsed onto the sandy earth. Her face flushed a deep crimson. Had it not been for her recent rebirth and her lack of previous exposure to magic, she might not have found herself so woefully defeated. As if anyone could easily overpower her, Aisha and the others hurried to her side, and Natalia, in tears, embraced her, exclaiming, "Your Highness, are you all right? We must leave." Fueled by rage, she struggled to rise with Natalia's support, resigning herself to retreating in acknowledgement of her inferiority. The dull ache in her wrist, now swollen and reddened, was not lost on Natalia, who wept for her pain. Aisha promptly retrieved a burn ointment from their supplies, standing resolutely as she and Natalia tended to her injuries. A tempest of frustration brewed within her, rendering her speechless. The others, stricken with fear, stood silently by. After applying the ointment, they mounted their horses and set off on their journey homeward. As the sun ascended to its zenith, the temperature mounted, and the air grew oppressive. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and her once-soaked garments gradually dried in the heat, leaving her feeling more at ease than before. They rode into an expansive emerald forest, where towering trees intertwined their robust trunks, and dense, verdant foliage shielded them from the scorching sun. A cool breeze danced through the minute crevices of the leaves, brushing gently against her face, carrying with it the primordial scent of the ancient wilderness. Enormous, unidentified birds flapped their wings overhead, soaring and spiraling as if summoning their kin. For Xinmei, this was an extraordinary experience. In her previous life, she seldom ventured out, spending the entirety of her time within the palace walls, unfamiliar with the world beyond. She dared not imagine it, often envisioning various dangers to justify her self-imposed confinement. She had envied Pinner for traversing the continent through training and expeditions and had once implored him to take her along, but he was unable to persuade the queen, leaving her heartbroken. The disappointment lingered, and he had consoled her for several days. Those days were now but distant memories, and with a deep sigh, she galloped forward, the breeze dislodging her long hat and tousling her hair, which cascaded into her eyes, compelling her to occasionally brush it aside. After a full day of travel, dusk approached, and the sun began its westward descent, the light gradually waning. Yet, they remained ensnared within the forest, which perplexed Xinmei. They had traversed this very woodland with ease on their way here, but now, no matter how hard they tried, they could not find their way out. "Sean, what is happening?" she called out, her voice echoing through the trees. Sean galloped to her side, his forehead glistening with beads of sweat, clearly overwhelmed. "Your Highness, we may have inadvertently entered the primal magical barrier of the forest, which is why we cannot find our way out." "Then why did we not enter the barrier when we arrived? This forest has existed for tens of thousands of years, and the barrier was naturally formed by its spirit. Unless we trigger the barrier's activation point, we would not have entered it, which explains why we did not get lost last time. However, this time we have certainly disturbed its threshold. What is the activation point?" "None know." As night fell, the moon ascended high, casting its silvery light through the dense foliage, creating a sprinkling of luminescent glimmers. They sat around a crackling campfire. The night had deepened, and Aisha leaned against a great tree, dozing off, while Sean and several attendants patrolled the perimeter, with a few others leaning against each other in slumber. They felt no concern for wild beasts, as a safety barrier enveloped them. Xinmei sat by the fire, drawing something in the earth with a twig, occasionally glancing up at the starry sky. Natania nestled beside her, observing curiously as she sketched various designs on the ground. "Your Highness, what are you drawing?" "I'm depicting the stars in the sky." "The stars in the sky? Indeed. Do the people here not understand this? They ought to know better than I." "The people here?" Natania clearly did not grasp her words. Yet, undeterred, Xinmei continued. "I am illustrating the stars to identify which resemble Polaris or the Big Dipper, and then I shall mark them to navigate in that direction tomorrow. Even if the directions in the forest shift, the celestial positions remain constant. If only Adana had accompanied us, his vast experience and mastery of magic would have been invaluable. However, Princess Vinny forbade him from coming, or else we would not be lost. He is preoccupied with Vinny, so let it be. But Your Highness," Natania seemed discontent. "I sense that Princess Vinny is deliberate in this. She does not wish for your journey to be smooth and hopes for some mishap." She sighed. "That is inevitable. She lacks the right to the throne and harbors certain thoughts about me." Suddenly, Natania embraced her from behind, resting her head on her shoulder. Xinmei trembled slightly, contemplated for a moment, yet did not push her away. "By the way, Natania, how did you make it here?" "The journey is perilous," she inquired. Natania hesitated. "I utilized the teleportation magic of a crystal ball." "You used the crystal ball for teleportation?" she exclaimed. "That is quite taxing." Initially, she had also intended to use the crystal ball to directly reach Arner Sea, but Aisha had vehemently opposed it, citing the significant energy consumption required for such magic. As she had only recently awakened 2 years prior, her physical condition was not robust enough to employ the crystal ball for teleportation. She observed Isa's resolute opposition and decided to relent. Little did she expect that Natania would use teleportation to seek her out. With a soft sigh, she gazed into the other's affectionate eyes, unable to utter a word of reproach, merely stating, "It cannot happen again." "Very well, my dear princess." After a while, fatigue overcame her, and she leaned against the great tree, drifting into slumber. Natania nestled closely beside her, sleeping particularly soundly. When she awoke, the sun had already risen, and seen along with the other attendants had ventured into the depths of the forest. Isa and Natania were preparing breakfast over the still-burning campfire, toasting bread that wafted a rich, inviting aroma. Chapter 17. After breakfast, she elegantly mounted her horse, the morning sunlight gracing her porcelain-like face, casting a soft radiance that emanated from the intricate textures of her skin, presenting a breathtaking beauty. Natania couldn't help but be mesmerized, exclaiming with admiration, "Your Highness, you are so beautiful." She smiled, pursing her lips, gently fixing her flowing hair with delicate fingers, raising her riding whip, and setting off. They galloped together through the forest. As the sun ascended gradually, despite the dense foliage obscuring half of the sky, it could not hinder the radiant sun's beams from boldly illuminating every shadowy corner of the woods, making the dazzling sunlight dance proudly amidst the damp grass. Gradually, as the sun climbed higher, the forest grew brighter. She realized they were merely circling within the woods, having just traversed this spot moments ago. How had they returned? That gnarled, towering tree seemed so familiar, and the cluster of pink blossoms appeared to have just been passed. Suddenly, she noticed that Scene and the other attendants had vanished, as had Isa and Natanya. In an instant, she found herself alone, wandering aimlessly through the forest. She quickly tightened the reins and brought her horse to a slow stop. Perched atop her steed, she cast her gaze around, searching for the silhouettes of her companions, but no trace could be found, compelling her to abandon the effort. She then began to seek an exit from the forest, hoping that finding it would lead her back to them. Surely, they too were diligently searching for a way out. She looked up at the sky, where the tangled leaves allowed brilliant sunlight to filter through, causing a slight sting to her eyes. Pulling out the stars she had sketched the previous night, she struggled to discern the cardinal directions before dismounting. She squatted to gather a handful of small red stones, tucking them into her handkerchief before remounting her horse. Riding northward, she dropped the red stones behind her, progressing slowly. With each small distance covered, she paid close attention to the direction of the stones, ensuring she did not stray off course. Gradually, she was delighted to realize that she seemed to have ceased her aimless circling. She could not help but accelerate her horse's pace, swiftly weaving through the forest. The cool breeze rustled her long hair, and the hem of her flowing garment danced with the wind, exuding a subtle, enchanting fragrance that filled the air. Above, immense black creatures circled ominously, their vast wings spread wide as they emitted eerie, high-pitched cries. They had intended to swoop down upon the delicate figure below and tear her into bloody fragments. But as they flapped their dark wings, they suddenly caught sight of something, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear, as if greatly startled, causing them to retreat hastily into the sky. Not far from the horse-riding maiden, a multitude of fearsome bears, poised to advance, inexplicably recoiled, displaying signs of trepidation, step by step retreating before ultimately turning and fleeing rapidly. As the horde of monstrous birds ascended into the air, over 100 black feathers rained down from above, fluttering gently to the ground. Several of these feathers landed right before her nose, prompting her to sneeze repeatedly, which caused her speed to diminish. Meanwhile, the sun began its gradual descent, the sky darkening swiftly as a chill swept through the forest. She tethered her horse to a nearby tree, gathered a dozen twigs, and struck 2 flint stones together, igniting a campfire. Sitting beside the flames, she yawned, feeling drowsy. After a long day of riding through the woods, she was utterly fatigued and soon leaned against the tree, drifting into slumber. In her dreams, she unwittingly returned to a time long past. Sister, do you see? That is the largest forest in Hydalis. Standing on the highest battlement of the castle, her younger brother, with his long legs, grasped her hand and pointed toward a distant expanse of green. And then, she stood beside him, gazing in the direction of his finger, a look of confusion in her eyes, wondering what he wished to convey. Sister, if one day I become the true master of this castle, I shall also be the lord of that forest, and I will gift it to you. She could not suppress a smile. What would I do with that forest? I do not want it. I only desire you, she silently mused within her heart. Her longing for him was so intense it bordered on madness. He occupied her thoughts ceaselessly. Sister, when you become the mistress of that forest, you will discover that power is indeed a most alluring thing. Every tree, every leaf, every petal, and even every bird or beast within the forest will obediently submit to your command, granting you absolute dominion over them. Whatever you wish them to do, they shall comply. I do not need such dominion, she retorted dismissively, for the power over the forest pales in comparison to having you by my side. His golden eyes, previously tinged with a hint of menace, softened at her words. He raised his hand, seemingly to caress her face, but suddenly recalled something, and dropped his hand. His handsome visage shrouded in an icy veneer as if untouched by time. She moved closer to him, an instinctive desire for intimacy welling within her, yearning to grasp his hand, yet he immediately withdrew from her touch. He turned his face away, lifting his elegantly contoured chin slightly, not casting a glance in her direction, his demeanor exceedingly aloof. Sister, you ought to return. If it gets late, Miss Ballowin will surely impose severe punishments on you. At once, her heart sank. In the forest's early morning, before the sun had risen, she was roused by a gentle breeze. Leaning against a tree, She noticed that the pile of firewood beneath her feet seemed to have just extinguished, with only a few embers flickering faintly within the logs. Rising to her feet, she adjusted her black gown and casually tidied her long hair before gracefully mounting her horse. Once more, she set out in search of an exit from the forest, as well as for Aisha, Natanya, and the rest of the group. Gradually, her anxiety grew, causing her whip to strike harshly and impatiently against the glossy back of her black steed. As she galloped through the woods, dropping small red stones as markers, it appeared that finding the forest's exit remained an elusive endeavor. The sky darkened, thick clouds gathered ominously, slowly enveloping the heavens. The forest grew increasingly dim, as if dusk had fallen, rendering the path ahead increasingly indistinct. Suddenly, a tremendous clap of thunder resonated, followed by a twisted silver flash of lightning that illuminated nearly half the forest. Almost simultaneously, torrential rain began to pour, drenching her long cloak and hood. She rode through the downpour, wiping the rain from her face, striving to discern the path ahead. The relentless rain chilled her to the bone, prompting her to sneeze. Having awoken from her slumber, her body had yet to fully recover. The rain was too heavy. She dismounted her horse, seeking refuge from the storm. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through, and she clutched her soaked garments, only to feel even colder. Amid the torrential rain, a clear and gentle voice emerged beside her. "Princess Vivian, our master requests your presence in his carriage to escape the rain." Startled, she turned abruptly, gazing in astonishment at a suddenly appearing maid clad in white. "Aren't you one of the attendants by Heisel's side? What are you doing here?" The maid merely smiled and replied, "The rain is too fierce. Please, your highness, follow me." Following the maid's gaze through the thick mist of the forest rain, she spotted a pristine white, 8-wheeled carriage not far away, surrounded by a multitude of armored guards and white-clad attendants. They stood resolutely in the downpour, their backs straight, unflinching in the face of the storm. "No, thank you." She recalled the earlier conflict on the beach, her heart trembling. Chapter 18. The maid in white seemed to perceive her unease and smiled gently, saying, "There is no need for Princess Vivian to be troubled by the events of 2 days ago. Our master has long since moved on." Yet, before she could utter a single word, the maid in white quietly chanted a few incantations. Her vision blurred momentarily, and before she could react, she found herself suddenly seated in a lavish, spacious carriage. Flustered, she propped herself up, adjusting her drenched garments and the disheveled hair that clung to her skin. "The garments of Her Highness Vivian are completely drenched. Perhaps it would be prudent to change them." A gentle, almost melodic voice flowed into her ears like a stream of soft music. Lifting her gaze, she beheld a noble man seated opposite her, adorned in an exquisite blue robe embroidered with golden patterns. His silvery blue hair cascaded elegantly, and his eyes shimmered with a faint silver blue luminescence, long blue lashes casting a breathtaking shadow. A cool breeze wafted in through the carriage window, prompting her to sneeze several times before she instinctively closed it. The carriage was bathed in a dim, golden light, reminiscent of the soft yellow glow of fireflies she had once observed while hiding in the forest underbrush. Memories flooded her mind of what Painter had once imparted. "Sister, when you become the mistress of that forest, you will discover that power is indeed a captivating entity. Every tree, every leaf, every petal, and even every bird or beast within the woodland will willingly submit at your feet, granting you absolute dominion over them. They shall do your bidding." This forest, so close to the Annal Sea, could it be his domain? Were they lost within the woods due to his machinations? Was this his retribution for her previous perceived insolence? "Do you have any clothes to change into?" she inquired, casting a scrutinizing glance his way. "Indeed," he responded, smiling as he retrieved a white garment from beside him and offered it to her. With a smirk that danced on the edge of humor, she accepted the clothing and began to unfasten her own buttons. A blush crept across his fair complexion, and his silver blue eyes seemed to veil themselves in a delicate mist as he turned slightly, preparing to exit the carriage. However, a slender, delicate hand halted him. He looked at her, puzzled, only to be met with her radiant smile. "Please don't leave. I might feel frightened alone here." A hint of significance flickered in his gaze, yet she maintained an innocent faade. "But you could simply turn your back, couldn't you?" She was intent on teasing him, and a sense of unexplainable delight surged within her as she noticed the suspicious blush creeping down to his neck. He smiled faintly, his expression inscrutable. "Wouldn't that be rather inappropriate?" "What is inappropriate about it?" She laughed. "If you turn away, you won't see me. I am still a woman. And you are a man. What is there to fear? After all, you have nothing to lose." With that, she extended her hands and boldly began to unfasten her buttons. He was taken aback by her audacity, and the blush deepened on his cheeks as he turned slightly away. With a playful grin, she methodically undid each button, casting aside her black garment to reveal a white bandeau and matching bottoms. The soft yellow light enveloped her smooth, graceful form, each inch of her skin emanating a mesmerizing sheen, but the sparkle in her smiling eyes was even more alluring. With slow elegance, she donned the white dress he had provided, leaving the buttons unfastened, and embraced his tall, beautiful form from behind, pressing against his broad, warm back. Breathing softly into his ear, she teasingly inquired, "Do you think I'm wearing anything beneath?" He smiled silently, offering no response nor turning to glance at her. She smiled again, her hands beginning to explore. With her slender, jade-like fingers, she delved into his chest, effortlessly penetrating the soft fabric of his clothing, caressing the exceptionally smooth and delicate skin of his chest, softly gliding her hands back and forth. Meanwhile, her other hand began a slow, deliberate journey along his thigh, gradually inching its way beneath his robe, daring to trespass into his trousers. She sensed a slight tremor in him and noticed the flush at the base of his neck deepening, prompting her to lift her face, lightly kissing his cheek, nibbling on his tender earlobe, and breathlessly teasing, "Aren't you the one who despises my lover? I shall cast her aside upon my return. Would you consider being my lover instead?" He continued to smile in silence, though his long lashes flickered momentarily, resembling scattered starlight, captivating in the dim glow. Her enchanting smile illuminated the space as her slender fingers roamed over his thigh, caressing, occasionally curling to pinch his delicate skin, slipping away from her grasp multiple times. It was almost unfathomable that such exquisite skin belonged to a man, unless he were an unparalleled beauty, in which case it would be an entirely different matter. Then, clad only in white, she elegantly turned, positioning herself before him. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she gazed into his stunning silver blue eyes, extending a hand to part her white garment, allowing the fabric to cling intimately to his warm, solid chest. He involuntarily closed his eyes, his long lashes resembling purple butterflies. Breathtakingly beautiful, she pressed her lips to his elegantly sculpted chin, then to his strikingly beautiful eyes, feeling his body tremble more frequently than before, delight swelling within her. Playfully, she nibbled at his alabaster neck, intentionally leaving behind an ambiguous crimson mark. His breathing began to grow erratic, warm breaths cascading against her neck. She tightened her embrace, pressing her nearly bare body against him, playfully biting his ear, mischievously asking, "So, what do you think? Do you wish to be my lover?" In the soft, golden light of the carriage, her face was ethereal, her eyes shone like the brightest stars in the night sky, nearly stealing the breath from all who beheld her. He raised his silver blue gaze, the long lashes fluttering slightly, as if releasing a cascade of vibrant, scintillating light. A profound silence enveloped them, save for their increasingly hurried breaths. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, rising from his side, exclaiming, "I tricked you. I truly deceived you." She returned to the soft chair opposite him, fastening her buttons while grinning broadly. "You can play tricks on me, but I can't play tricks on you? Did you not consider that while you had me wandering in the forest, there might come a day when you too could be fooled?" He looked at her, his gaze deep and shadowy, the flush that had once adorned his neck and face swiftly fading, leaving his originally fair complexion appearing even more translucent, radiating an eerie, cold luminescence in the dim light of the carriage. She had donned her dress, her fingers deftly arranging her long hair, and with a smile said, "Thank you for your attire, farewell." Just as she was about to descend from the carriage, a slender, fair hand intercepted her, causing her expression to darken. "Since you are here," he said slowly and gracefully, his eyes shimmering with an ambiguous light, "do not depart so hastily." "I am quite occupied," she retorted, "particularly busy, as I must return to my homeland. I have no time to engage in idle chatter with you here. Is this amusement truly entertaining for you?" He replied nonchalantly, "You find yourselves ensnared in the forest not by my design. Rather, on several occasions, you might have encountered peril if not for my intervention, allowing you to meander freely in the woods. And it was you who drenched us on the beach and injured my wrist, was it not?" She countered sharply, "Your arrogance and rudeness are quite tiresome, and your words cut deep when you feel slighted. If I do not impart a small lesson now, you may prove ever more challenging to discipline in the future." She laughed heartily, declaring, "Who requires your discipline? Who do you think you are? My governess? You are merely the brother of a queen, while I am the true queen. You are but a queen of a minor realm, so diminutive that it barely merits the title of a kingdom. Within our Catalan domain, such a small principality would be regarded merely as a town. And what of being a queen of a small nation? I, too, wear a crown, unlike you, who can only follow in the shadow of your queen sister." Do you believe yourself the true ruler of your kingdom? If you were, you would not personally risk seeking the Star of Light. Genuine power has long since fallen into the hands of your sister, Princess Winnie. That is because I was incapacitated for many years. A kingdom cannot lack a leader. And thus my sister had to act on my behalf. Once I reclaim the Star of Light, she shall return the power to me. Oh, I shall eagerly await that moment, he said, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, his silver blue eyes sparkling like stars, long lashes fluttering, anticipating Queen Vian's return to her rightful power. Then I shall hold you to your words, she replied, her tone firm, evidently displeased with him. I shall take my leave now, farewell. By this time, the heavy rain had lessened, but the forest remained shrouded in mist as she leapt from the carriage. He made no further attempt to halt her, merely watching her with a detached gaze as she mounted her horse and galloped away without looking back. After riding for a short while, she heard someone calling, Princess Vian. She tightened the reins, slowed her pace, and turned her head to see the white-clad maid breathing heavily as she pursued her on horseback. Is there something you need? She inquired coolly as the maid drew near. Princess Vian, this is a gift from our lord, the maid gasped, producing a birdcage containing a vibrant green bird. What is this? She asked, somewhat surprised. Once you release this little bird and follow it on horseback, it will guide you out of the forest. It possesses remarkable intuition, and by following it, you can avoid all the dangers posed by the creatures and plants within the woods. Her face exhibited a myriad of expressions, yet she refrained from responding. Despite having scolded him, why did he still choose to assist her in exiting the forest? The white-clad maid observed the shifting emotions on her countenance and remarked, Our master wishes to apologize for having dampened your clothing and injured your wrist. This is merely a token of his regret. It seemed this individual possessed a commendable sense of decorum. Even after her disrespectful words and playful taunts, he bore no grudge. A sudden wave of shame washed over her as she declined. No, I appreciate your master's kindness, but I cannot accept this gift. Please take it back. I am capable of finding my way out of the forest. With that, she disregarded any further remarks from the white-clad maid, raising her whip once more and urging her steed forward. The maid, witnessing this, sighed in realization. Her master had indeed anticipated that she would not accept his offering. Sending her to deliver the gift was merely a test, and it had proven true. With a resigned sigh, she opened the birdcage, and a vibrant green bird fluttered its wings and soared out, darting ahead. Princess Vian, follow that little bird, the white-clad maid called out. Satisfied to see the horse-riding woman in white turn her head, knowing that following it would lead her out of the forest, the equestrian hesitated for a moment. But upon seeing the green bird take flight, she raised her whip and galloped after its path. As the sun began to set, its rays painted the trees in hues of orange and red, while countless birds flew toward the descending sun, chirping melodiously as they spread their gray wings and hastened away, soon becoming mere silhouettes against the dusk. She rode along, pursuing the green bird through the towering ancient trees, racing forward until she was nearly out of the forest. In the distance, she beheld an endless expanse of deep gray mountains, with a crimson volcano rumbling and spewing forth lava. Thick plumes of black smoke billowed from its summit, and even from afar, she could sense the ground's subtle tremors, despite the considerable distance separating her from the fiery mountain. Dismounting her horse, she awaited Aisha, Natanya, and their companions at the forest's edge. Rather than aimlessly wandering, she deemed it wiser to remain in one place and wait. After what felt like an eternity without their arrival, she settled beneath the thick branches of a tree, kindled a campfire, and gazed up at the vast, darkening night sky. Countless twinkling stars blinked playfully, and a crescent moon rose, casting a soft, luminous glow. Unbeknownst to her, exhaustion overtook her, and she drifted into slumber before the crackling fire. This time, her dreams did not feature her brother but instead presented a girl with a haughty, exquisitely beautiful face. My name is Haidar. The girl spoke to her reflection in the mirror, causing her to freeze in astonishment, though she had uttered no words. Who was this girl conversing with her in the mirror? Was she not the same? Terror gripped her as she covered her mouth and retreated, staring in horror at the speaking figure mirrored before her. Dear girl, you have usurped my body. The form you currently inhabit belongs to a girl named Sherdar, which is indeed mine. Are you frightened? You should have felt this fear long ago, just as I was engulfed in terror when you invaded my being, forcing the true essence of myself into the depths of my own body. I dread the thought of my corporeal self being irretrievably claimed by you. She pressed her mouth shut tightly, gazing at the reflection of herself in the mirror, speaking to herself. I am the daughter of a count. My father was once the most trusted hereditary noble of the king, and you, perhaps, are merely an ordinary commoner. The figure standing before the mirror lowered her hands from her mouth and quivered. I did not intend to occupy your body. I know your actions were not deliberate. Yet should you not return my body to me now? Return it? Die? The glint in the eyes reflected in the mirror was haunting, menacing. Only through death can you relinquish my body. With that, she reached through the mirror, seizing her by the throat with an iron grip. A scream escaped her lips as she struggled desperately, attempting to pry those hands away, yet they remained steadfast, tightening around her neck. As her breath faltered, she suddenly grasped the hands that choked her and hurled her body against the wall. In that instant, the world fell silent. Leaning against a tree, she abruptly awakened. The fire was nearly extinguished, dawn was approaching, and the horizon glimmered with a hazy gray. Why did memories from the past resurface so suddenly? Sherdar stood up. What has become of you? Since she was bound and nearly suffocated by the smoke of the fire, she had received no further news of Sherdar. In the second year after she ascended as Queen Vian, she had discreetly sent people to seek news of Sherdar, but perhaps due to limited resources, she had been unable to uncover any information. In her previous life, she had resided within the body of this countess. While the true spirit of the countess was relegated to the depths of her own body, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and had contemplated returning the body to its rightful owner, yet she was at a loss as to how to do so. A primal yearning for survival made it exceedingly difficult for her to consider death as a means of restitution. As the day gradually brightened, sunlight bathed the vast green forest warmly, dispelling the dampness and chill, rendering the previous day's torrential rain a mere figment of imagination. She climbed atop a massive boulder, peering into the depths of the forest, hoping to uncover any trace of her companions, yet no signs of them emerged despite her relentless searching. At midday, the forest was filled with the rhythmic sound of galloping hooves. She felt a surge of joy. Could it be Isa and the others arriving? Chapter 20. Before long, a dozen tall black horses burst forth from the forest, with Isa and Nadania leading the charge. From a distance, she could see their long hair flowing in the wind. Elated, she waved her hands, both together, and then noticed Isa waving back, which made her laugh aloud. They quickly regrouped and set off towards the Kingdom of Darkness. According to Aisha and Nadania, they had been lost in the forest for an extended period. After enduring a torrential downpour, the thick fog lifted, and Sean suddenly discovered the path leading out of the woods. Sean remarked that if one were to pay close attention, one would notice that every so often, a flock of gigantic, bizarre birds would soar through the sky, subsequently flying steadfastly in a particular direction. He suspected that there was a source of water in that direction, and by following the flow of the water, they would undoubtedly uncover the exit from the forest. However, Nadania disagreed with following the direction of the giant birds, fearing that it would lead them away from the queen. Sean confidently asserted that the queen would certainly find the way out of the forest, and they merely needed to wait for her at the exit. Indeed, as they neared the edge of the forest, they spotted me standing atop a massive boulder, waving to them from afar. Curiously, she inquired of Sean, "How can you be so certain that I would emerge from the forest?" Sean shyly smiled and replied, "Because there have always been noble allies following the queen. Exiting the forest is surely not an issue." She was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, "How did you come to that conclusion?" "Several times, I sensed the approach of danger, the scent of ferocious beasts. Having grown up in the forest, I am particularly sensitive to such odors. Just as I prepared to draw my weapon upon sensing their imminent approach, I suddenly felt those scents rapidly receding. Based on my previous experiences, it was improbable for these forest predators to withdraw voluntarily unless they sensed some form of peril and hastily retreated. At that moment, I suspected that noble allies were indeed accompanying us, deterring the beasts from drawing near." Nadania exclaimed in astonishment, "Your Highness, was there truly someone following us?" I nodded affirmatively. "Yes, indeed, there were noble allies assisting us all along." Aisha and Nadania simultaneously inquired, "Who were they?" After a moment's contemplation, I ultimately refrained from revealing the answer, as I was uncertain myself. By this time, the hour was growing late, and Sean suggested that they set off promptly. They mounted their horses once more, cracking their whips, and swiftly galloped towards the southeast. Once they exited the forest, the path became considerably easier to traverse. Despite the tumultuous times, whenever they encountered chaotic small kingdoms or tribes embroiled in coups, they would employ swift teleportation magic to bypass unnecessary troubles. Thus, after traveling for over half a month, they finally beheld, from a distance, a vast expanse of deep gray sea. Beneath the somber sky, there was a solemn and tranquil beauty, with flocks of white seagulls soaring high above the water, emitting sharp cries. "We are nearly there, Your Highness," Nadania exclaimed excitedly, and Aisha's face also broke into a smile. Though the castle was not entirely safe, it was certainly far more secure than the chaotic world outside. Once they crossed this great sea and reached its heart, they would behold a solitary island surrounded by water, the very location of the kingdom of dark woods. As they approached the shore, the tumultuous deep gray waves crashed against the golden sands, producing a soothing sound. At that moment, the sun was about to set, casting a crimson glow across the entire surface of the deep gray sea, reflecting an extraordinary radiance. The sky was ablaze with fiery clouds, painting the expanse above the ocean a vivid crimson, reminiscent of a fantastical dreamscape. The ominous, flame-kissed clouds exuded a beauty tinged with a touch of the uncanny. She walked barefoot into the cool embrace of the sea, her eyes gently closed as she murmured a few incantations. Moments later, the vast ocean erupted, colossal waves crashing like towering walls, surging skyward with a thunderous roar that seemed to shake the very essence of the sea, causing Aisha and Netanya to instinctively cover their ears. Soon after, a massive ship, cloaked in deep gray and adorned with magnificent wings, began to rise from the depths of the ocean, ascending between the parted waters until it soared to the surface. This winged vessel then sped towards them, halting abruptly just offshore. Enveloped by the crowd, she ascended the gangway and stepped onto the lofty deck, facing the salty breeze of the sea. She closed her eyes. Inhaling deeply, she was finally returning to the kingdom of the dark forest. Centuries ago, in the southeastern depths of Kaiser Continent, there existed a solitary island surrounded by the sea, home to a kingdom sealed by a barrier. Perpetual rain shrouded the land in gloom, and the island, nearly entirely cloaked in verdant forests, was aptly named the Kingdom of the Dark Forest. This damp realm was a haven for peculiar flora and fierce beasts alike. Deep within the forest, a thin veil of mist enveloped the surroundings, leading to a vast expanse of lush greenery, vibrant and dripping with life, reminiscent of a scene from a masterful oil painting. Traversing this emerald meadow, one would encounter a winding path paved with colorful stones, stretching towards the island's highest peak, a deep crimson mountain. Atop this mountain stood a towering black castle with a sharp spire, the epicenter of power in the kingdom of the dark forest. At that moment, the black castle faced an unprecedented crisis. A horde of green-eyed beasts, dragging long, thick tails covered in black scales, pounded relentlessly on the castle's weathered walls with their enormous green fists. Their roars echoed through the air, causing the vast leaves of ancient trees to cascade to the ground in thick layers. A flock of gray-white giant birds screeched as they soared from the distant sky, their sharp claws grasping massive boulders, which they hurled towards the colorful windows. Yet, with a series of thunderous impacts, the windows remained unscathed, not even a crack appearing. Angered, the gray-white giants intensified their assault, frantically flying back and forth, bombarding the castle with stones, creating a cacophony akin to a seismic tremor. Within the expansive hall, Princess Winnie, her long purple hair cascading like a flowing gown, stood before a grand circular stained glass window, her cold gaze fixed upon the colossal stones plummeting from the sky. The princess felt a broad and warm body embracing her waist from behind, enveloping her entirely in a tender embrace. "Do not worry. I shall protect you with my very life." Venkaton, she furrowed her brows and broke free from his hold, stepping closer to the ornate, stained glass window, her eyes shimmering with deep intensity. "According to the reports, Her Majesty will return soon. We must not be seen in this manner." "And what of it?" The tall, handsome duke, clad in resplendent royal white, stepped forward once more, wrapping his arms around her tightly. "Even if she witnesses us, it cannot deter my love for you." The corners of her lips gradually curved into a captivating smile. "Your actions place me in a precarious position, my lord. I do not wish to be ridiculed for enticing a married man. We have yet to hold our formal wedding," he murmured, burying his exquisite face in the softness of her shoulder. "All I desire is to be with you, my princess." She stood in silence for a moment before turning to him with a gentle smile. "What troubles you, Venkaton? Did we not agree that you would marry Vivian first? Once you have a son, we shall crown him as king, and this kingdom will belong to us." "Indeed, my princess," he replied, kissing her delicate face with lingering affection. "Yet, I find myself unable to suppress my love for you." Chapter 21. Venkaton, do not let me down. She pushed him away firmly, her brows knitted tightly. "I have waited for over a decade. I do not wish for it all to be in vain." Venkaton felt displeasure at her coldness, but chose to remain silent, standing quietly behind her for a while before saying, "Your Highness, I shall step outside the castle for a moment." She ignored him, remaining by the window, watching as colossal birds relentlessly hurled stones, yet the stained glass remained unscathed. This magnificent circular window, crafted from rare seven-colored crystals, had been painstakingly assembled by the ancestors of the Dark Forest Kingdom centuries ago. Every window in the castle was made of this extraordinary crystal, impervious to any external force. However, after a moment, she suddenly noticed a rumbling sound emanating from the ceiling above, growing increasingly louder, as if a great weight was crashing down upon the castle. Initially indifferent, she was about to withdraw her gaze when she abruptly spotted several cracks forming on the lofty ceiling, her pupils dilating in disbelief. Boom, boom, boom. The green-eyed monsters raised their enormous fists, raining blows upon the once-thought indestructible spire of the castle, the thunderous roar echoing as if the ground were fracturing. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, and her back began to dampen the fabric of her gown. She turned to flee, but in her haste, her foot slipped, and she collided with a row of bookshelves. Pain shot through her, rendering her unable to rise. Her cries for help, though loud, were drowned out by the cacophony outside, completely overshadowing her voice. Thus, she had no choice but to endure the agony as she crawled laboriously across the crystal floor, inching towards the exit of the hall. As she was on the verge of ascending beyond the palace threshold, a thunderous roar erupted, akin to the sound of something being violently torn apart. The castle's once impervious white ceiling was shattered by the fist of a green-eyed monster, leaving a gaping rupture through which brilliant sunlight streamed at an angle. In the fierce illumination, motes of gray dust danced chaotically, resembling a myriad of stars scattering in all directions. For centuries, the formidable fortress had stood inviolable, but now it was mercilessly breached. A chilling wind rushed in through the fractured ceiling, brushing against her delicate, paper-white visage. In that moment of stunned disbelief, a massive green-furred fist lunged towards her, prompting a scream of terror as she braced for inevitable demise. Yet, a pair of strong, powerful arms suddenly lifted her from the cold tiles, whisking her away in a hurried escape. The thunderous fist struck the crystal floor where she had just fallen, shattering it into fragments of varying sizes. At that critical juncture, it was the returning Wendleton who saved her. He held her tightly, navigating through the descending white dust of the grand hall, racing towards the deep corridor beyond. Chaos reigned outside. The maidens, disheveled and shrieking, fled in all directions while the guards scattered, their bows, swords, and spears proving utterly ineffective against the green-eyed beasts and colossal birds. Outside the castle, swarms of gray rats surged towards the fortress with the speed of arrows, their agile bodies scaling the outer walls, chattering ominously as they bared their sharp, white teeth, gnawing at the black stone. Others leapt onto the castle's grand stained glass windows, growling menacingly at the fleeing maidens and a few guards. The green-eyed monsters gripped the castle at both ends, attempting to shake it, even striving to uproot it entirely. The castle seemed destined to collapse, and Wendleton clutched her firmly, declaring, "I must take you out of the castle." Her face had grown pale, nearly translucent. "No, the castle cannot fall," she protested vehemently. She aspired to be the queen of the Dark Realm. If the castle crumbled, what then would become of her? She intended to expand her territory on the solid foundation of this increasingly powerful kingdom, forging a truly formidable domain and becoming a prominent figure on the continent of Kaiser. As tears brimmed in her eyes, filled with reluctance, he had already carried her through the tumultuous castle and reached the high drawbridge. Below, the blood-red waters of the river began to boil, exuding tendrils of crimson smoke that morphed into grotesque apparitions, wailing in agony and despair, drifting back and forth over the drawbridge. "Princess, can you stand?" Wendleton gently inquired of the delicate princess, whose face had turned ashen. She nodded, striving to rise slowly with his assistance. "Princess, when I confront the wraiths, use the opportunity to escape. If you can reach the forest and employ your teleportation to the shore, you will have a chance to leave this place." He spoke with a stern expression. "No, I will not leave." She shook her head resolutely. "Princess, please obey." He gently caressed her face, his expression so tender it seemed as if it were on the verge of tears. "If you refuse, I shall be compelled to force you out." "You dare." As soon as the words escaped her lips, she felt a fleeting sensation, and to her astonishment, the handsome duke disregarded her will, murmuring a few incantations that transformed her into a wisp of light, rushing toward the lofty suspension bridge. Yet, he was even swifter, darting ahead of her, brandishing a sword of green light, exerting every ounce of strength to cleave through the wailing spirits that obstructed their path. Wherever the green light flickered, the spirits fled in anguish, while the princess's essence followed closely behind, swiftly traversing the bridge and arriving at the forest threshold. In that fleeting moment, the spirits caught up with her luminescent form, encircling her, raising their terrifying black hands in an assault. Wang Gudun collapsed at the edge of the forest. Having exhausted much of his strength to escort her to safety, now forced to grapple with the vengeful spirits imprisoned for over 3 centuries, a dire predicament indeed. In despair, she closed her eyes. Yet, at that instant, a clear melody of birdsong resonated through the sky, bright and melodious, imbued with a hint of hope and sunlight. She lifted her gaze, the last vestiges of color draining from her face. A colossal snow-white bird soared through the air, carrying a stunning maiden clad in white. Shrieking as it swept down, its expansive wings stirring gusts of wind. The very woman she loathed the most had returned triumphantly. In her hands, the white-clad beauty wielded a magnificent, glowing golden bow, drawing back the string, and with a sudden release, a slender golden arrow shot forth, piercing the eye of a green-eyed beast attempting to topple the castle. The green-eyed creature shrieked in agony, clutching its wounded eye, while the other beasts raised their faces to the sky, extending their hands in a collective roar, seemingly intent on seizing the white-clad maiden and tearing her asunder. Undaunted, she swiftly nocked a second golden arrow, and with a swift whoosh, it flew straight into the eye of another green-eyed monster. The enormous creature, hindered by its size, was unable to evade the strike, emitting a heart-wrenching cry of pain. Enraged, the other green-eyed beasts lumbered toward the white maiden, flailing their arms wildly. As if to capture her, the white-clad maiden aimed once more, placing a red orb atop her arrow, summoning all her strength, and shot directly toward the highest tower of the pointed castle. The tower stood vacant, and the golden arrow pierced the petite, colorful bell at its pinnacle. At the moment of impact, a tremendous sound erupted, and a radiant light, as vibrant as a rainbow, burst forth, illuminating nearly half of the darkened sky. Under the blinding brilliance, the spirits recoiled in terror, their wails escalating into a cacophony of despair. The weaker spirits began to flee en masse toward the moat, scrambling to seek refuge in the depths of the blood-red waters. A flock of gray malevolent birds, preparing to launch an assault, frantically scattered in all directions, shedding countless gray feathers like rain. Chapter 22. Meanwhile, some enormous rats fled from the outer walls of the castle, hastening towards the forest. The tide of battle began to turn, and the inhabitants within the castle rejoiced with unexpected delight. The lady in white tore a colorful gemstone necklace from her bosom, murmuring incantations as she shattered it. The gemstones exploded into a myriad of fragments, scattering in all directions. Their brilliance surpassed even that of the sun, enveloping the entire castle in a radiant 7-colored rainbow, rendering all eyes unable to open. In that fleeting moment, the lady in white mounted a majestic white bird and soared at astonishing speed to the pinnacle of the spire. There, she whispered a few more incantations, and the entire castle was suddenly uprooted by a powerful force, as if it had sprouted wings, slowly ascending into the sky. Under the luminous canopy of the 7-colored rainbow, the black spire castle lingered in flight before gradually halting, suspended in the dim atmosphere. At that moment, the ground where the castle once stood erupted with a tremendous crack, accompanied by a thunderous roar akin to an earthquake. The yellow earth began to churn, layers of soil peeling away like the skin of an onion, until it could no longer be turned. A brilliant red beam of light shot upward, emitting a deafening buzzing sound. The once dense clouds began to disperse as the malevolent birds, filled with dread, fled in unison. The green-eyed beasts and the giant rats, too, exhibited expressions of terror, hastily retreating into the depths of the forest or the earth. This was the red energy that had safeguarded the city of forest shadows for centuries, activated only by the luminous star's gemstone energy, mediated through the body of the rightful heir. In critical moments, it could unleash immense power, swiftly repairing the damaged kingdom's barrier and infusing it with new strength, establishing an indomitable protective capability. The red beam of light seemed to stretch, frozen in time, reaching high into the heavens. Thus, a minute passed, then 3, then 5. The lady in white poured all her strength into prolonging the duration of the red beam, her complexion turning pale, nearly as white as snow, her lips drained of color, taking on a deep, bluish hue. After what felt like the burning of an incense stick, her strength waned, and she gradually withdrew her power. The red beam dimmed, and the black spire castle began its descent, returning to its original place. At last, she summoned her final reserves of strength, allowing the remaining glimmers of rainbow light to encircle the castle several times, reinforcing its foundation upon landing, before finally coming to a halt. A crimson stream of blood erupted uncontrollably from her chest, staining her white dress and scattering droplets of blood around her. By this time, The sun had emerged from behind the clouds, casting its radiant beams upon the island, causing the clouds to dissipate rapidly. Victory had finally been secured. The majestic white bird, carrying the unconscious lady, let out a piercing cry as it flew towards the black spire castle. Once upon a time, nearly all the royalty of the kingdom of the Dark Forest were aware that this day would eventually arrive. In his endeavor to establish the kingdom, the king of the Dark Forest exerted every ounce of his strength to shroud the moat in the powers of the undead, thereby creating a protective barrier that ensured the kingdom's peace for 5 centuries. However, over the course of these 500 years, this barrier would gradually weaken, and by the end of this period, it would be severely compromised, allowing the undead to swarm forth and upheave the entire kingdom of the Dark Forest. Throughout these centuries, every monarch of the Dark Forest sought a remedy, yet their efforts yielded little success. The kingdom even isolated itself from the outside world for 300 years, attempting to secretly mend the barrier, but for reasons unknown, the fissures continued to widen. Should foreign tribes or other kingdoms become aware of this vulnerability, the kingdom of the Dark Forest could be devoured at any moment. When Xinmei awakened from her coma, the protective barrier of the kingdom was on the brink of collapse, and the forest's beasts and colossal birds were stirring restlessly, intermittently launching attacks on the kingdom's denizens. One midnight, Xinmei inadvertently discovered an ancient, dust-covered tome with a black cover hidden beneath the floorboards of the castle's library. This volume spoke of the Radiant Star, a treasure of immense value that had long lain concealed in the depths of the ocean. Given that the kingdom of the Dark Forest had also been submerged for many years, there was a shared essence between them, suggesting it might possess the power to restore the damaged barrier, albeit only for a decade. Nevertheless, a decade of protection was still a boon. Thus, Xinmei dispatched all the kingdom's spies to secretly seek the whereabouts of the Radiant Star. Her diligence bore fruit, and 2 years later, she learned that the Radiant Star was hidden in the underwater realm of Catalan. While the Radiant Star may have been of little consequence to Catalan, it was of paramount importance to the kingdom of the Dark Forest. As Xinmei set out for Catalan, the beasts and colossal birds had begun to inundate the Dark Forest. How could it be? How could her quest for the Radiant Star proceed so smoothly? She had deliberately kept Adana by her side, ensuring that no one else could be of assistance to her. Princess Vini's eyes glimmered with envy. Do not fret, the injured Wenditon, lying in bed, attempted to console her. Once my wounds have healed, I shall assist you. What aid could you possibly provide? Princess Vini's resentment intensified. Once you become her husband, your loyalty will undoubtedly shift toward her, and you may even conspire with her against me. Wenditon sighed, mustering his strength to sit up, enduring the agony as his wounds threatened to reopen. He grasped her hand with great difficulty. I belong solely to you. As the sun began to set, the once blazing rays transformed into a gentle, orange-hued glow that cascaded into the expansive, beautifully adorned silver-purple chamber, enveloping the two lovers at the bedside in a warm embrace. The golden light slowly shifted, inching its way toward the face of a stunning beauty who lay asleep, her complexion faintly pale, melding with the rhythm of her even breaths, inadvertently intruding upon a dreamscape from a bygone era. Sister, do we have nothing to eat again tonight? A crisp, youthful voice echoed in the dimly lit cottage. The last vestiges of the sun's orange glow vanished from the small cottage, as 2 red candles flickered to life. How could it be? She smiled gently, crouching down slightly, and playfully brushed her fingers against his soft, delicate face. I've prepared some thin porridge for you today. Really? The 6-year-old licked his tiny tongue, convinced that his sister's cooking must be delightful. Of course, she replied with a smile, lifting the small, dark pot from the stove and revealing its contents. Take a look. Under the dim, flickering candlelight, the pot exuded a fragrant aroma, the rich scent of rice mingling with other delightful notes, instantly stirring the boy's appetite. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly consumed the porridge, or rather drank it, leaving grains scattered across his face. She chuckled, quickly using a handkerchief to wipe him clean. She had finished her own small bowl as well, and noticing her empty dish, he suddenly asked, Sister, aren't you hungry? You only eat a little. I'm fine, she replied, still wiping his mouth clean. I had a little something this afternoon. Some guests sometimes bring me snacks. In truth, the snacks were meager, merely a small piece of milk cake or a few biscuits. She had initially intended to save them for him, but remembered that his school also provided refreshments, so she indulged herself instead, planning to leave him a bit more dinner that evening. He was only 6, and so slight of build. The thought of him growing up malnourished and frail tugged at her heartstrings. Though she was only 12 herself, she considered herself a big girl, capable of enduring a little hunger. Sister, he asked with his innocent, pure eyes, is it because of me that you eat so little? How should I put it? She replied with a smile. We call this losing weight, you see. Eating too much can make one gain weight, and gaining weight can lead to unappealing appearances. Chapter 23. His expression was one of confusion, clearly struggling to understand. You should rest early. We have to go to Annie's house to learn words tomorrow. She urged him to sleep. He pouted, reluctantly retreating to the inner room for the night. After taking him in, she had enrolled him in a neighbor's house to learn literacy. The neighbor, having once served as a maid in the palace, knew a few characters. But after injuring her legs, she opened a small school at home, teaching local children to read, along with providing afternoon snacks. On his first day at school, he returned in tears, claiming he had been bullied, not only shoved into a corner, but also having his snacks stolen, and worse, he had been struck. Seeing the bruises on his arms and the contusion on his forehead ignited her fury, and the next day, she marched him back to the school to confront the bullies. With a knife driven forcefully into the table, she declared with a fierce voice that he was her only brother, and should anyone dare lay a hand on him again, she would protect him with her life. Her eyes were wide, her voice sharp and powerful, leaving the other children terrified. Following this incident, no one dared to bully him again, yet he still loathed attending school. He simply could not sit still and hardly learned a few characters. She conceived a plan. Younger brother, how about this? Teach me what you learn each day, and you shall be my teacher. He hesitated, responding, but sister, that would be exhausting for me. She frowned at him, for this young boy, despite his impoverished background and lack of parental guidance, seemed to have grown accustomed to a life of idleness. This would not do. You must teach me, for if you do not, no one else will, she insisted firmly. Seeing her unwavering determination, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. From that moment on, he appeared to be able to focus in the elementary school, at least absorbing what the neighbor aunt shared daily. Upon returning to their dim little abode, he would painstakingly teach her, letter by letter, under the flickering candlelight, struggling to recall the lessons imparted by the neighbor. At that time, she believed the boy lacked sufficient intelligence, which made learning arduous for him, thus fostering within her a tender sense of pity and affection. It was not until much later that she discovered boys in this kingdom mature at a slower pace. And only after their transformation do their cognitive abilities, learning capacity, logical reasoning, and emotional intelligence develop at astonishing rates, multiplying exponentially. Consequently, his capabilities eventually surpassed hers by far. Perhaps it was then that she truly re-evaluated him, becoming deeply captivated by the transformed version of him, no longer viewing him merely as a brother. Yet he continued to call her sister, as he always had. Sister, I hope we remain siblings for life, forever like this, shall we? At that moment, she was pouring water for him, the transparent crystal pitcher reflecting a mesmerizing beauty in the fading sunlight, illuminating even the clear liquid within in a dazzling manner. Her fingers trembled violently for a moment as scalding hot water splashed onto her fingertips, a searing pain radiating through her entire palm. She gasped, abruptly retracting her fingers. How did I burn myself? He quickly took her reddened fingers into his mouth, his soft tongue gently caressing, swirling around her injured digit. The hereditary nobility here possessed a unique ability. Their saliva could heal minor burns and cuts. Feeling his tender tongue delicately kissing and licking her fingers, a faint blush began to appear on her slightly pale face. Her body trembled imperceptibly, subtle emotions rising within her like an impending tide. Just then, he suddenly withdrew her fingers, smiling, all better now. She, face flushed, retracted her fingers, feigning nonchalance as she attempted to pour water for him again. No need, sister. I must go out now. He stopped her as two maidservants approached from the corner of the room, draping a long white cloak over his shoulders. Until he exited through the grand silver door, she remained ensnared in the emotional turmoil that had just swept through her. Painter, Painter, she murmured softly, calling his name. Even in her dreams, his shadow lingered in her heart. A pair of delicate little hands was about to gently touch her forehead, which burned with fever, when she suddenly discerned the words being murmured softly and instinctively withdrew her hand, gazing at her in disbelief. Netanya, why have you not yet placed the ice pack upon His Highness's forehead? Isa entered, carrying a tray adorned with a steaming bowl of medicinal soup. Awaken the prince. It is time for his medicine. Netanya remained stunned in the soft chair, still reeling from the shock. What is the matter? Isa approached directly, setting the tray upon the mahogany table beside the grand red bed supported by 6 pillars. Oh, it is nothing, Netanya replied, regaining her composure as she hastily took the ice pack and placed it on the forehead of the queen, who had been bedridden for over 10 days due to illness. Sensing the coolness, the queen slightly shifted her body. Noticing this, Isa urgently whispered in her ear, Your Highness, it is time to awaken and take your medicine. Over the past 10 days, The queen's condition had fluctuated. Sometimes she suffered from high fevers, while at other times, her temperature would swiftly subside, leaving her in a state of confusion and lethargy. It was not until the 20th day that the queen's fever finally broke, and she began to regain consciousness. Oh, the queen has awakened. A young maidservant, who was fetching tea, inadvertently noticed her eyes had opened and exclaimed with delight, "Your Highness, you have finally awakened." We were nearly beside ourselves with worry. She quickly summoned Isa, who rushed in, holding a tray with a clean, warm towel. As the towel was gently wiped across her face, a refreshing breeze swept in through the enormous, open, colorful circular window, bringing a wave of soothing coolness that gradually cleared her mind. "How long have I been in a daze?" "About 20 days, Your Highness. During this time, you would occasionally awaken briefly, but mostly you remained in slumber. I feared you would not pull through," Isa said, her voice trembling as she nearly choked back tears. "How could that be?" The queen languidly leaned against the headboard, gazing out at the distant forest. "I have endured poisoning for years. Surely I can withstand this. Has there been anything of note during my absence?" Isa hesitated, her expression indicating uncertainty about whether to speak. "What is it?" 3 days ago, Princess Vini received an invitation." Isa stammered, "A visiting invitation." "Oh." The queen was taken aback. Has not the kingdom of Senin been isolated from the world for over 300 years? How could someone suddenly wish to visit? For over 3 centuries, we have had no contact with the outside world. This invitation has caused quite a stir among the royal family. Isa carefully observed her reaction. "It is addressed to Princess Vini, from Prince Pinner of the Kingdom of Sidles." At the mention of this name, the queen's body quivered slightly, and she inquired, "Addressed to Princess Vini? He wishes to visit her?" "Indeed. The invitation states that after encountering Princess Vini amidst the Andazel snow mountains, he has been unable to forget her and hopes for the opportunity to behold her beauty once more." She fell into deep contemplation. It is said that in the year preceding her awakening, Vini ventured beyond the kingdom's boundaries in search of the Star of Light to confront the century-long calamity afflicting the realm. During her journey, she traversed nearly 5 kingdoms of varying sizes and numerous tribes. It was likely during this time that she became acquainted with Pinner. Yet Vini has never mentioned having met him, which strikes me as rather peculiar. Has the Prince of Hidalas indicated when he might arrive? I feigned indifference as I inquired. "He is expected early next month, approximately 10 days from now. Please prepare accordingly. In 7 days, I shall inspect the forests and mountains to ascertain that all barriers have been properly restored," I instructed. Isa appeared taken aback and couldn't help but ask, "Do you not intend to receive the Prince of Hidalas?" Many noble families and ladies have begun crafting new garments in anticipation of his arrival, eager to present their finest attire. Hidalas is among the mightiest empires on this continent. The fact that the queen does not intend to personally welcome him is quite astonishing. Our kingdom has only recently emerged from turmoil, and there remains much to attend to. I discerned her thoughts and added, "The prince, being of high standing, is surely reasonable. You may explain the situation to him when the time comes." Isa nodded, albeit still somewhat perplexed. A sardonic smile graced my lips. Regardless of the prince's intentions, whether to pursue romantic interests or seek me out, I had no desire to engage with him further. Our fates had intertwined in a previous life, but that connection had reached its conclusion. Yet, 5 days later, just before midnight, I was abruptly roused from a deep slumber. "Your Highness, please awaken. The Prince of Hidalas has crossed the kingdom's barrier and is nearing our castle." The young maid gently shook my arm in a state of panic. My initial confusion dissipated instantly. "What? Now?" "Indeed, Isa is fetching your attire and has sent me to awaken you. But isn't he due to arrive in 5 days? However, he has arrived early." Upon learning this, Princess Vini instructed the guards to open the kingdom's barrier for him, and he should be arriving shortly. A flicker of barely contained irritation crossed my eyes as I clenched my fists, feeling a sense of frustration without an outlet. At that moment, Isa and 2 other maidens hurried in, arms laden with garments. "Your Highness, you must change quickly. I have already selected your attire." Reluctantly, I rose, and under their insistence, donned a flowing white gown adorned with royal gold embroidery, draped a translucent golden shawl over my shoulders, and crowned myself with a tiara of amethyst and diamonds, complemented by an array of exquisite jewelry. After approximately an hour of preparation, I found myself in a daze, my mind still half immersed in dreams. As I traversed the shadowy, dimly lit corridors, the flickering candlelight cast a soft glow on the walls. Dawn approached, and the first blush of sunrise illuminated the rectangular flagstones of the corridor, mingling with the warm light of the flames to create a captivating radiance. Surrounded by a throng of handmaidens, she ascended the long, crimson spiral staircase. Upon entering the crystal hall at the pinnacle of the castle, she beheld a tall figure draped in a silvery gray royal robe, encircled like a moon embraced by stars by numerous court ladies and attendants. Vini, adorned in a resplendent pale pink gown with an exquisite visage, stood smiling beside the handsome figure enveloped by admiration. The queen has arrived. The voice of the palace guards shattered the previously vibrant atmosphere, plunging the hall into silence as noble ladies parted to stand along the sides. He lifted his gaze towards her approach, a captivating smile illuminating his eyes, rendering the surrounding court ladies and attendants incredulous that this was the same aloof and proud prince they had just encountered. The sun had gradually ascended, its golden red rays streaming through the grand stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon him. His light golden, translucent irises shimmered with a dazzling radiance. He maintained his smile towards her, though she wished to withhold her own. Propriety compelled her to feign a slight smile before she and her attendants proceeded directly to the gilded and gem-encrusted throne at the apex of the crystal hall. He had been invited by Vini to the distinguished seat on her left, where he sat with graceful poise. "We are grateful for the visit of His Royal Highness the Prince of Hydalas, which brings great splendor to our kingdom," she declared, her words lacking sincerity as her hands clenched tightly within her flowing sleeves. "Nay, it is the queen's beauty that imbues this kingdom with allure," he replied with a smile. The women in the hall began to whisper softly, their gazes toward the two of them tinged with intrigue and ambiguity, while some court ladies and attendants cast sympathetic looks towards Princess Vini. Was it not said that the prince had come for her? Why had he been so frigid moments ago, seemingly indifferent to her, when now he beamed at the queen, responding with warmth? After a brief silence, she felt compelled to speak again. "Your Highness, having traveled such a distance, you must be weary. Perhaps Princess Vini could escort you to rest." "Not at all. I am not weary in the slightest," he replied, the smile on his lips growing more pronounced, his tone playfully tender. "The thought of meeting Her Majesty invigorates me completely." A soft gasp rippled through the hall. Had he not written that he came for Princess Vini? Why now was it about the queen? Her countenance shifted subtly as she responded, "Your Highness certainly knows how to jest. How could one not be fatigued after such a journey?" She continued to pinch her fingers as she spoke, her sharp nails piercing her palms, the sharp pain serving as a constant reminder of past wounds. Before he could respond, she quickly added, "Today is replete with matters to attend to. I must beg your pardon for my inability to accompany you. I hope Princess Vini will extend the courtesy of showing you around our kingdom." Vini, trailing her pink gown and adorned with a sweet smile, stepped forward to bow in acquiescence. Just as she and her attendants prepared to exit the hall, the imperial prince leisurely remarked from behind her, "I have come with important matters to discuss with Her Majesty. I fear I shall have no time for sightseeing." Her footsteps came to a halt before the grand silver doors of the hall. The court ladies and maids bowed and exited in a stream, while Vini hesitated for a moment before slowly departing the crystal hall, accompanied by a few attendants. In no time, the vast hall was left desolate, with only her, a handful of maids, and the crown prince remaining. He rose gracefully, a suggestive smile gracing his face, and gestured with an elegant flourish, as if he were the master of the place, signaling for the attendants to withdraw. She was taken aback, and before she could utter a word, the maids were compelled by his commanding presence to leave the hall and close the arched silver doors behind them. "Sister, I have come here for but one purpose," he stated, still smiling as he stood behind her, "and that is to take you back to Hydalas." She turned around with a cold smirk and replied with 3 words. "Not possible." His countenance remained soft with an undeniable warmth, yet his tone turned resolute. "Sister, what purpose do you serve in this small nation? To reign as queen on this little island? What significance could that possibly hold? You would be far better off with me. I shall grant you unprecedented honor. Do you even comprehend the meaning of the word shameless?" She glared at him frostily. "I have no need for the honor you offer. You have another choice." He shifted his tone, the smile on his face retracting, "and that is to accept our declaration of war from Hydalas. I shall unleash this conflict with all my might, annihilating your kingdom just as I did to Tur City. At that time, sister, you shall inevitably accompany me." A mocking smile danced upon her lips. "Oh, is that so? You wish to incite war? Why not first consult your mother queen to see if she approves, and then inquire whether the Omaida family supports your endeavor to forcibly seize a queen's realm? Initiating war is no trivial matter. It requires immense human and material resources, and without substantial gain, conflict is not easily instigated. Do you believe I have been restrained by them all along?" He stepped closer to her, halting 2 paces away. "Yes, that was once the case, but now, times have changed." He spoke slowly, his tone imbued with unparalleled menace. Every decision I make now is beyond reproach. Should you refuse, you shall await the annihilation of your kingdom. Chapter 25. She retorted deliberately, You think I would fear you? Go ahead and issue your challenge. At worst, I shall perish alongside the kingdom of Sinan. They stood exceedingly close, face to face, as if they could feel each other's breath. The atmosphere was charged with tension, akin to a taut string on the verge of snapping. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, taking a step closer, playfully lifting her long tresses and teasingly saying, Sister, I was merely jesting. Why take it so seriously? It was strange. She had never perceived him as capricious or inscrutable before. But now she was acutely aware that the person standing before her was a prince of an empire with unfathomable schemes. Not the innocently charming brother she once awoke to in the mornings. She found herself struggling to recognize this breathtakingly handsome young man before her. Do not regard me with such disdain, he spoke gently, his tone imbued with a softness that made her feel the chasm between them too profound, igniting an impulse to render him unconscious and whisk him away to their homeland. She turned her back to him and declared, You should leave. I shall not accompany you to Hydalis. After a brief silence, she was suddenly enveloped from behind by his embrace. His long, powerful arms encircled her delicate waist, drawing her close against his solid chest. Startled, she struggled to break free, yet his hold was as unyielding as iron, securing her firmly in place. He buried his face in her flowing hair, almost plaintively murmuring, Sister, why do you treat me with such aloofness now? A mixture of bewilderment and amusement washed over her. How peculiar was this man, who had once been so distant and cold towards her, now reproaching her for her perceived indifference. Sister, will you return with me? I vow never to treat you as I did before. I will cherish you in the palm of my hand, love you for a lifetime. She stood frozen, hardly able to believe her ears. How could he utter such words? It seemed utterly implausible. Yet, instead of elation, a formidable barrier rose within her, firmly isolating this brother and the wounds of the past. Sister, do you know how heartbroken I was during the 3 years of your absence? How deeply I longed for you, your presence haunting my dreams. As he held her tightly, his fingers delicately entwined a strand of her hair, wrapping it around his digits. His warm breath caressing her neck, igniting a delicate itch within her. She bit down on her lower lip, stifling the urge to scratch. Do you wish to uncover what truly transpired in the past? Why I rejected you time and again, despite knowing your affections? I do not wish to know. Release me. She insisted, attempting to free herself repeatedly, yet her efforts proved futile. Sister, I never dared to embrace you before. Cannot I hold you a little longer now? He pulled her closer, his fingers still entwined in her hair, wrapping it around and around. You had better let me go, she gritted through clenched teeth, forcefully stamping on his foot, exerting all her strength, yet he remained unfazed. I am sorry, he said, his long, strong arms completely enveloping her, releasing her hair from his grasp. Sister, what I have longed to express is my remorse for all the foolish mistakes I have made. I have caused you despair and sorrow. Sister, I merely wish for another chance. You mean the world to me. I am acutely aware of my multitude of errors and understand the difficulty in seeking your forgiveness, yet I shall endeavor to make amends and earn your understanding. She remained stiff in his embrace, longing to nod in agreement, yet for reasons unknown, she found herself unable to voice her consent or even offer a glimmer of acknowledgement. They remained locked in an embrace, her body growing increasingly rigid in his arms, his own form stiffening as well. Time passed slowly, each second stretching into eternity, and neither dared to break the silence. The atmosphere enveloping them thickened with palpable tension, akin to a taut string that could snap at any moment. At last, he released her, the tenderness that once graced his features now replaced by a veneer of icy resolve. So, dear sister, it appears you are determined to withhold your forgiveness? His tone bore an ominous hint of an approaching storm, a sensation unfamiliar to her, or one she had never experienced in his voice before. But what of it? She was now a queen, unyielding in her stance, and he was merely a prince. She too commanded an army. Dear sister, he leaned closer, his breath warm and laced with menace. Then I shall be left with no choice but to resort to force. She met his gaze defiantly, pushing his face away. Do you think I am afraid? You will be, he countered, seizing her hand and placing it against his chest, the threat in his voice growing more pronounced. If you doubt me, let us wager. Her hand was ensnared, and in desperation, she drove her sharp nails into his palm, hoping to elicit a cry of pain. Yet, despite her efforts, he remained stoic, not even flinching. Was he truly prepared to wage war to seize her? Did he genuinely desire her? Or was there a deeper ulterior motive? She recalled how she had once purchased the bright star for a fortune of 1 million gold coins. The kingdom of Shadowwood could afford such a sum due to its substantial accumulation of wealth. Was it possible that he sought to conquer the entirety of Shadowwood through war, thereby claiming its mineral resources and riches? His gaze bore into hers, the light in his pale, translucent eyes enigmatic and inscrutable. "I am curious to know what method you will employ to instill fear in me," she remarked, turning her face away, disinclined to meet his eyes. "Will you incite war between our nations? I fear no conflict. If it comes to it, I would stake my life, though it may cost Shadowwood dearly in manpower and resources. Surely, they would not allow their queen to be taken without a fight? I am not referring to warfare." The strikingly handsome brother's lips curled into a sly smile. "I speak of matters in the bedroom. Every woman fears me there. I wonder if you will prove an exception." She was taken aback by his insinuation, her cheeks flushing with indignation. Raising her hand to strike him, he once more grasped her wrist. "I truly wish you were still the amiable brother of old. Even if we can no longer be family, we could still be friends, rather than adversaries. Who desires friendship with you? I have long yearned for you," he declared, suddenly pressing his lips against hers. Reacting swiftly, she bit down on his lip, thwarting his attempt to invade her mouth with his tongue. However, his strength was remarkable, and his technique was exquisite. In a brief moment, his heated tongue pried open her lips and surged forward, entwining with her soft little tongue in a fervent embrace, savoring her sweetness in an unending caress. She was rendered dizzy by his passionate kiss, nearly losing her balance. Had it not been for his firm grasp around her waist, she might have tumbled to the ground. She attempted to shield herself with her elbow, but could not withstand his relentless advance. Step by step, she retreated, with him kissing her closer and closer, until she found herself cornered against a wall in the grand hall. He pressed against either side of her, encircling her in the middle. The kiss intensified, playfully teasing her tongue, as he chased it in a game of hide and seek, capturing it deeply and sucking fervently, as though he might consume her entirely. Her face flushed crimson, overwhelmed with desire, forcing her to turn her head away multiple times in a desperate bid for fresh air. In that moment, his hands became daring, slowly slipping beneath the seams of her garment. She inhaled sharply, reaching out to halt him, only to have her wrist seized by his other hand. As his palm, hot as fire, breached the fabric barrier and enveloped her soft, rounded bosom, her entire body shuddered, her cheeks burning as if aflame. She stepped on his foot and bit his shoulder, attempting to compel him to withdraw his hand, yet to no avail. He seemed entranced, fervently kissing and caressing her, pinning her in the corner, all while gasping for breath. She felt the change in his body, something hard and fervent pressed against her lower abdomen, unyielding and increasingly heated. Even through her long skirt, she could sense it, hot as a glowing iron, provoking a frustration within her that was nearly murderous. It could not continue like this. She had to find a way to bring him back to his senses. Her gaze fell upon a dark brown rectangular wooden stand not far away, adorned with a delicate white vase. Slowly, she began to inch toward the vase. He followed her movements, his palm gliding from her soft chest to her smooth, tender back, skillfully caressing and roaming. With each touch, a tingling sensation surged from her toes to her spine, rapidly spreading throughout her body, leaving her increasingly weak and compliant to his whims, her heart sinking with foreboding. Finally, seizing the last vestige of her clarity, she extended her long leg and kicked with all her might. With a resounding crash, the entire stand, along with the vase, toppled to the ground, shattering into a myriad of pieces. Yet, unexpectedly, the crisp sound of shattering did not rouse him. Instead, it seemed to drive him further into madness. He forcefully tore away the dress from her shoulder, biting into her neck, leaving behind a constellation of crimson marks. His fervent kisses cascaded from her neck to her collarbone, each delicate nibble igniting a sensation of both pleasure and pain, nearly coaxing laughter from her lips while simultaneously drawing tears from her eyes. More alarming was the moment she pushed over the vase stand with her legs. He audaciously sought to thrust his hardness between the very legs she had just separated. In a desperate bid, she grasped his hair with her newly liberated hands, attempting to push him away. Yet the sensation of her soft fingers entwined in his hair only spurred him on, driving him to press himself harder against her. He kissed her with a wild intensity. Though their garments remained intact, the overwhelming intimacy felt as if they were entirely unclothed. Her cheeks burned with a fierce heat, nearly overwhelming her with shame. With her eyes closed, she retracted her fingers, beginning to grope around in hopes of finding something to bring this all to an end. At last, her fingers brushed against another vase, this one positioned in a distant corner. Taking a deep breath, she summoned all her strength and toppled the wooden stand along with the vase, producing a thunderous crash that reverberated through the silent crystal hall. Yet he remained undeterred, pressing his hardness firmly between her legs, rhythmically pushing against her as he held her shoulders, kissing her lips fervently before trailing down to her delicate chin and then to her alabaster neck, where he bit down hard, eliciting a cry of pain from her. At that moment, a startled gasp from Isa at the hall's entrance pierced the air. "Heavens, Your Highness!" It seemed that the sound of the wooden stand and vase shattering failed to rouse him, but it had certainly startled those who had been waiting outside the crystal hall. Isa, Vini, and a retinue of maids had been standing vigil at the entrance. Now, their eyes widened in shock, gazing in horror at the passionate embrace shared by the two figures in the corner of the hall. Their disheveled attire was telling, especially that of the queen, whose smooth shoulder was exposed, the front of her dress slightly ajar, long hair in disarray, half drenched in sweat, entangled around the neck of the extraordinarily handsome prince. From their vantage point, the couple's posture was undeniably suggestive, with the prince's body almost completely atop the queen's, their entangled forms appearing inseparable. The group stood at the entrance, momentarily rendered speechless, unable to comprehend the scene before them. The prince, caught in the throes of passion, furrowed his brow, releasing her with a forceful kiss before whispering breathlessly in her ear, "Your people lack decorum. They need to be properly disciplined." Enraged, she retaliated by stepping forcefully on his foot, yet he remained unmoved, burying his flushed face in her damp hair. "Let me go?" she exclaimed, exasperated. To her dismay, he languidly replied, "I'm a bit tired. Take me to your chambers." His implication was unmistakable. She once again stamped her foot down on him with great force. And this time, he finally cried out in pain, "Are you attempting to murder your own husband?" "Isa," she shouted angrily towards the outside of the hall. "Summon the attendants of Prince Hidalas. The prince has injured his foot. Carry him away." Isa hurriedly departed, while Vini stood outside the hall, a mixture of envy and hatred etched on her face, frozen in place. At that moment, she felt a long-awaited sense of relief as she finally distanced herself from him, casting a fierce glare his way while anxiously adjusting her dress. His handsome face bore a satisfied smile, an expression of triumph. That evening, she found herself alone in the expansive white bedroom, the documents regarding Prince Hidalas delivered to her by the kingdom's spies resting beside her. Over the past 3 years, his progress had indeed been remarkable, yet the bloodshed he had wrought was almost beyond comprehension. Her fingers trembled, nearly unable to grasp the thin sheet of paper. Fratricide, sororicide, and the murder of siblings. He had committed them all, save for the temporary absence of patricide and matricide. It was hard to believe that such deeds could be accomplished by a mere 20-year-old boy, or perhaps even someone younger when he committed them. Her complexion turned pale as disbelief washed over her. This could hardly be the innocent boy she had once sheltered, the little brother who had needed her protection when he went to school. All that had once been seemed to evaporate in an instant. He was no longer himself, and she felt as though she was no longer herself. After experiencing the harrowing fire incident, how could she possibly revert to the person she once was? Her body trembled uncontrollably. Even as queen, deep within her heart, she remained that naive and simple university student. Though she had spent years in Hidalas's court, many of her thoughts on morality were still rooted in the ideals of the modern society she had come from, not the warped perspectives of this realm. She stared vacantly at the round moon outside for what felt like an eternity. It was only when her eyelids began to droop and she stifled a yawn that she suddenly remembered she had yet to ask him why he had deceived her onto the pyre. A chill swept through her body. His sudden change in attitude left her feeling unnerved. The memories of his past indifference, his capriciousness, and the fluctuating nature of his treatment towards her flooded back. Could she still trust him? How could he possibly love her, as he had just claimed? Was it merely a ruse to seize the wealth of the Shadow Realm? That possibility could not be dismissed. She had come to know her brother well. He was a man deeply enamored with power and wealth, driven by insatiable worldly desires. After much contemplation, fatigue overtook her, and she could no longer withstand it. Collapsing onto the bed and falling asleep, she did not worry about him bursting in. The magical barriers of the Shadow Realm were renowned, and her chamber was surrounded by protective wards, making it unlikely for him to intrude. Chapter 27. The events of the day had been overwhelming, and she was utterly exhausted, drifting off to sleep in no time. 2 hours later, the previously closed large square glass window gently opened on its own, and a slender shadow of dark silver gracefully slipped inside. The spacious white bedroom was enveloped in tranquility, with only a few red candles quietly flickering on the silver candlestick, casting a warm, golden glow upon the soft white carpet. On the grand white bed, a beautiful girl clad in a white nightgown lay soundly asleep, covered by a long, thin blanket that cascaded onto the carpet, oblivious to the presence of anyone entering the room. He stood quietly before the bed, gazing at her for a long time before extending his slender fingers to caress her slightly warm face and her flowing purple hair. Perhaps sensing an unfamiliarity, she murmured softly, tugged at the blanket, rolled over, and continued her deep slumber. A smile crept upon his lips as he observed her. Even in sleep, she remained unchanged. For once she sank into a profound state of rest. No amount of teasing or commotion could rouse her. Unbeknownst to her, in the past, during her deepest slumbers, he had stolen kisses from her lips, her cheeks, and her hair, holding her tightly in his embrace until dawn broke. Yet, she remained entirely unaware of these tender moments. Absently, his peripheral vision caught sight of a thin sheet of paper filled with writing on the desk, and he approached it, glancing at it briefly before letting out a soft chuckle and tossing it back. Subsequently, he shed all his garments, baring his skin, and climbed into her bed. She continued to sleep soundly, perhaps sensing the blanket being pulled away, instinctively tugging it back, and he took the opportunity to pull her into his embrace. She drowsily turned over, finding a comfortable position nestled against his sturdy arm, sinking deeper into slumber. This was the most restful night he had experienced in 3 years. Nearly dreamless, undisturbed by any noise, despite his long-held vigilance during sleep. Yet, he found comfort in her faint scent and breath beside him, providing an inexplicable sense of security. Until morning arrived, the soft sunlight filtered through the long white curtains, and he was awakened by a sharp scream from a woman beside him. "How did you get in here?" If it weren't for his arms holding her tightly, she would have jumped out of bed in sheer fright. "How can you be here?" Anyone would be startled to find a naked man lying beside them first thing in the morning. He kept his eyes closed, embracing her from behind, his heated lips pressing against her back. "Stop it, let me rest a little longer." Suddenly, the white door swung open from both sides, and Aisha, along with 2 maids, rushed in, panic-stricken and hurried. Failing to notice anyone else in the room, they dashed straight to the bed. "Your Highness, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" She, leaning against the soft white pillow, felt the tight embrace from behind and suddenly realized the situation, desperately trying to free herself from those hands. After a struggle, she managed to break free slightly. Hastily wrapping the blanket around the naked man and firmly pressing down with her hands, terrified that he might surface. Isa and her 2 handmaidens stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate their astonishment. It was only then that they discerned another figure amidst the 4 columns of the grand white bed, along with a disarray of men's garments strewn across the carpet. Isa, sharp-eyed, recognized the royal attire of Prince Hidalas and immediately covered her mouth, feeling a mixture of fear and shock. "You all must leave," she commanded in a flustered tone. Her flushed face mirrored the urgency as she and her 2 attendants hastily rose from the carpet, fleeing the room in haste. "Put on your clothes and get up," she exclaimed, pulling back the covers in fury directed at the man. Yet, as the sheets fell away, the soft morning light filtering through the long white curtains illuminated his exquisite, bare form, casting a delicate halo around him. In that fleeting moment, she found herself momentarily entranced. Under the flowing golden sunlight, his smile appeared dreamlike and ethereal. His tall, well-proportioned physique seemed to shimmer with a subtle golden glow, each inch of his sculpted abs and skin exuding an enchanting luster. His broad and elegant back displayed a stunning tension in its lines, revealing a peculiar, seductive allure beneath the gentle light. His taut abdomen, with its mesmerizing contours, combined with the morning sun, radiated a captivating sheen. He resembled the most exquisite evergreen plant, effortlessly embodying timeless beauty that transcended the seasons, transforming into a fantastical form of extraordinary grace. The union of strength and beauty exuded an enchanting charm, imbued with sensuality and dreamlike elegance. However, as her gaze drifted lower, a jolt of electricity coursed through her, compelling her to swiftly turn away, unable to look further. "How do I look?" "Quite well, I presume." His voice, warm and sultry, whispered in her ear as he enveloped her slender waist. "You never dared to look at me before, even when I changed clothes before you. Bare as I was, you never once turned to glance in my direction. Did my reluctance to look at you prevent you from changing clothes?" She retorted, though he conceded, it seems it would not. Yet he questioned, "Have you ever seen anyone change without first shedding their garments?" At a loss for words, she caught a glimpse of a thin sheet of paper floating atop the desk, and her pupils dilated in sudden alarm, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. Following her gaze, he smirked slightly, biting her ear gently as he murmured, "If you wish to know something, you need only ask me directly. There is no need to seek others for answers." The words inscribed on that paper made her voice tremble as disbelief washed over her. "Is it true?" He leaned closer, his voice low and laced with a hint of amusement, a touch husky as he inquired, "Do you desire it to be true or false?" She, of course, wished for it to be false, but she understood the impossibility of such a hope. Noticing her silence, he offered a semblance of comfort, tightening his embrace. "The truth or falsehood matters little. What is important is that the man beside you remains me." Turning to face him, she found him gazing back, their eyes locking in a moment of shared understanding. His gaze bore an unusual intensity, akin to the most magnetic of magnets, capable of drawing one in deeply, as if into an abyss without end. "I had no desire to discern the truth of it, for it was of no concern to me," she remarked lightly. "You're a liar." He bit her earlobe, exclaiming, "Sister is a liar." She angrily pushed him away, rising from the bed and heading toward the changing room, with him closely trailing behind. She whirled around, her voice laced with fury. "Hey, don't follow me." But the words never escaped her lips. Instead, she turned away, flustered and enraged. He stood stark naked upon the carpet, a playful smile adorning his face as he observed her, rendering it impossible for her to continue looking at him. With a smile, he snapped his fingers, and the white door parted, allowing a procession of ethereal maidens, each bearing garments, to enter. They encircled him, heads bowed, diligently dressing him in silence. This man had audaciously claimed this space as his domain, with attendants waiting just beyond the door. She found the situation utterly incomprehensible and departed without a backward glance. In the exquisitely adorned side hall, a rectangular white dining table overflowed with an array of sumptuous dishes. A basket of brown bread brimmed with loaves of varying lengths, alongside freshly roasted beef slices, tantalizing golden mashed potatoes, just prepared butter, sliced cheese, assorted fruit salads, and a spectrum of freshly squeezed juices, their vibrant hues inviting and appealing. Yet, Princess Vinny fidgeted restlessly, for the thoughts of the two individuals seated across from her were far from breakfast. Their flirtatious exchanges created an unsettling atmosphere. Chapter 28. Isa and the maidens could sense the tension, all lowering their heads, trembling with a hint of blush upon their cheeks. Xinmei found herself unable to eat breakfast, for his eyes remained locked on her, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips, his alluring demeanor rendering her incapable of consuming any food. Furthermore, every time she attempted to grasp anything, be it a small piece of bread or a slice of apple, he would snatch it away, playfully biting her finger, asking, "Is this for me?" He would then consume the morsel nestled between her fingers with his lips. She felt both embarrassed and exasperated, never having experienced such humiliation. She resorted to lifting a glass of juice, but upon taking a sip, he promptly seized the cup, placing his lips where hers had just been, smiling at her suggestively, and sipping daintily as if relishing the finest juice in existence. Not only she but even the maidens surrounding the table blushed profusely. "Have you had enough of this nonsense?" she whispered, issuing a warning. "What? I didn't quite catch that." He feigned ignorance, leaning closer. "Did you wish to say something to me?" Infuriated and desiring to strike him, she found herself powerless against his antics. He found amusement in her discomfort. Unable to continue her breakfast, she pushed the table away and attempted to rise, only to be halted by him. In a conciliatory tone, he said, "I won't tease you anymore. Shall we enjoy breakfast peacefully?" In a fit of anger, she pinched his arm under the table, satisfied only when she noticed his slight frown. Then she finally picked up a piece of bread. Princess Vinny endeavored to conceal the tumult within her heart, feigning ignorance as she lowered her gaze to sip the freshly squeezed kiwi juice. She could not fathom why her sister was so fortunate. Despite her numerous attempts to undermine her, she had never truly succeeded. Now, her sister had acquired a formidable ally in the form of the Crown Prince of Zydars, a man not easily trifled with. Although she had resided in the Kingdom of Shadows for many years, the resources at her disposal far surpassed those of her sister, and her network of informants was undoubtedly more astute. She had long been privy to the various intrigues and stratagems of the Crown Prince. It seemed her plans would require a slight recalibration. "Your Highness, the Duke of Wingedin has arrived," announced a blue-clad maid with a respectful bow. "His Grace's injuries have nearly healed, and he has come specifically to pay his respects to you." "Oh, the betrothed has arrived?" Xinmei thought discreetly, casting a glance at Vinny. By the instinctive sensitivity of women, she was acutely aware of the depth of their relationship. "Please ask the Duke to wait in the garden," she instructed. "Yes," the maid replied and departed, whispering to him, "Do not follow me." He chuckled, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the visitor was her betrothed, and graciously replied, "Very well." Bathed in radiant sunlight, the Duke of Wingedin, adorned in royal purple, respectfully remarked, "During this perilous time for the kingdom, your unwavering efforts to avert disaster have been commendable. I intended to visit sooner, but my injuries delayed me. The warm sunlight cascaded over the expansive garden, where flowers vied for attention in a riot of colors, each petal glistening with dew and golden rays, exuding an indescribable beauty. Xinmei casually responded, "It is of no consequence." Wang smiled gently at her, and she scrutinized him discreetly, wondering if he displayed such politeness when conversing with Vinny. "What occupies your thoughts, Your Highness?" he inquired with a smile. "Is your injury nearly healed?" She refrained from answering directly and instead asked, "I heard you were injured while rescuing Vinny?" "Indeed," he replied candidly. At that moment, the undead sealed within the moat suddenly revived, threatening to seize control of the castle. Had I not acted swiftly to escort Vinny to safety, the royal bloodline would have been at risk of extinction. "I did not anticipate you would risk your life for her," she observed thoughtfully. "Should you find yourself in peril, I too would sacrifice my life to protect you," he declared, his smile warm and radiant. Regrettably, her womanly intuition informed her that this tender-hearted man shared an extraordinary bond with Vinny. The intensity of their connection was palpable when they appeared together. However, she dismissed such thoughts. What queen's husband was devoid of entanglements with other women? Even if it were with his own sister, such matters were not uncommon within royal circles. Moreover, this man was not yet her husband, merely her betrothed. "I have heard that the Crown Prince of Zidars has been a guest at the castle these past few days?" he inquired subtly. She understood his implication. She had just scrutinized his affairs, and now it was his turn to delve into hers. Indeed, she found herself at a loss for words. Recalling that their encounter had taken place in the realm of Catalan, it was said that during the banquet in Catalan, you were assailed by the descendants of a fallen city, and he was the one who rescued you? She was taken aback by the extent of his knowledge. Narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized him, he responded with an air of nonchalance, exuding confidence. "The high-profile auctions in Catalan are renowned across nations, naturally. Such a significant event at a celebratory banquet is widely known." "Yes, he was the one who assisted me," she replied slowly. "Your Highness, his presence fills me with trepidation." His gaze lingering on her exquisite visage. "As a distinguished prince, do you not find yourself captivated?" "How could that be?" She averted her face. "I have heard whispers of this prince. He never initiates conversation with those of lower rank, maids, attendants, or guards. Yet, I have heard that when you disguised yourself as a lowly maid of the Catalan court, he engaged you in conversation. Were it not for my knowledge of your prolonged slumber and your never having left the kingdom, I would have assumed you were acquainted in the past." Was he questioning whether she was truly the real Vivian? She promptly replied, "Perhaps I did know him before. Do you believe it? I might be the muse of his dreams, a figure he once beheld in slumber." At the sight of his astonished expression, she smiled, leaving it to his discretion to believe or not. In the opulent chamber filled with the aroma of sumptuous fare, the smile that adorned Pinner's lips gradually faded, replaced by the customary coldness that often accompanied his gaze. At that moment, Princess Winnie experienced an unsettling illusion. It seemed as though the chamber was enveloped, impenetrable even to a fly, rendering it less a breakfast alcove and more a somber hall of political deliberation. Within the chamber stood two Sidar maidens clad in sheer, sensual gowns, stationed a mere 3 paces from the dining table. Their hair was elegantly styled high, their heads bowed demurely, revealing the delicate curve of their alabaster necks. It dawned on Princess Winnie that not a single maid from her own kingdom was present, a flicker of anxiety stirring within her. Pinner languidly reclined in a high-backed chair, casting a fleeting glance toward the dining table. One of the sheer-clad maidens immediately approached, halting 3 paces away, her head bowed in a semblance of respect. "Princess Winnie, our lord requests your assistance." "What is it?" she instinctively replied. The maiden maintained her lowered posture, her tone imbued with habitual reverence. "Our lord is determined to take Queen Vivian away. If you wish to seize the throne, I urge you to act swiftly and not keep him waiting." She was taken aback, casting a horrified glance at the strikingly handsome yet cold prince, who, however, did not meet her gaze. Instead, he remained languidly reclined in his chair, his eyes half closed in repose, as if even a glance in her direction were a superfluous endeavor. He would not deign to converse with her directly, for those deemed unimportant were not worthy of his energy. "Who says I wish to usurp the throne?" she retorted, for only a fool would admit to such ambitions. Chapter 29. The veiled maid smiled faintly, yet remained respectful as she spoke. "The method by which you seized power is now common knowledge, including your involvement in the Queen's poisoning incident from years past. Even though our crown prince is 1,000 miles away, he has heard whispers of it." Her body was rigid, but her demeanor remained composed. It was astonishing that the clandestine affairs of a secluded nation, hidden for centuries, could be known so far away. The intelligence network of Hidalas had reached a truly frightening level. Furthermore, the maid's reference to common knowledge suggested that others in different kingdoms were also aware of this, indicating that their intelligence capabilities were equally remarkable. Or perhaps the Kingdom of Shadows was simply too weak and had been isolated for so long that its capacity for gathering intelligence was vastly inferior to theirs. On this matter, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will not assist you, the veiled maid stated languidly, not wishing for Princess Vivian to misconstrue his involvement in the future. However, our prince shall not impede you either, should you fail to succeed within a month. It will only affirm your inability to assume the leadership of the Kingdom of Shadows, and our prince will seek assistance from others. Having delivered her message, the veiled maid swiftly retreated behind the dining table, casting no further glance in her direction. The air once again grew heavy, steeped in silence. The elegantly dressed, domineering crown prince rose gracefully, departing the chamber still suffused with the aroma of dishes, escorted by two maids, leaving the unfortunate princess seated in the soft chair, stunned into silence. In the deep of night, Xinmei reinforced the protective barrier outside her sleeping quarters with 2 additional layers, specifically designed to deter any intruders. The vast room was illuminated by a single candelabrum, where dozens of candles burned quietly, their warm glow casting a gentle light upon the soft, white carpet that blanketed the floor. Clutched in her hand was the latest intelligence report from her spies, surprisingly concerning Hidalas. After a year of fruitless inquiries, she had not anticipated receiving any news about her today. After perusing the report, she sat motionless in the crimson-upholstered chair. It revealed that Hidalas had wed the crown prince of Keylot a year prior and now resided in the depths of a remote canyon. Keylot was renowned for its abundant mineral resources, such as gold, silver, copper, and iron, and was a prosperous realm capable of taming fierce beasts and summoning the spirits of the underworld, making it one of the formidable powers of the Kaiser continent. How could Hidalas have married into Keylot? Suddenly, she recalled several dreams from her time inhabiting Hidalas's body. Could it be that the enigmatic figure from those dreams was indeed the crown prince of Keylot? Those dreams belonged to Hidalas, not to her. The memory of those dreams sent a chill down her spine. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead as she gripped the intelligence report tightly, crumpling it in her hand. A flicker of blue flame ignited in her palm, consuming the report in an instant. A slightly cool night breeze wafted through the elongated arched window, gently lifting the exquisite floor-length white curtains. The layers of sheer fabric seemed to whisper to her, as if to say that the past had merely been a fleeting dream. Her lips curled into a faint smile. Evidently the reality had played a modest jest upon this noble lady. If he truly loved Xydel, how could he possibly allow her to wed the Grand Prince of Keylot? Based on her understanding of him, such a scenario was utterly inconceivable. As the night deepened, the wind that swept in grew increasingly frigid. Never mind, she thought. I shall not dwell on this. It is time for slumber. She flung herself onto the bed, wrapped herself in the delicate white floral quilt, and closed her eyes, soon succumbing to the embrace of dreams. Do you believe Penner is interested in you? No, that is far from the truth. Without my beauty and form, he would scarcely spare you a glance. Do you truly think a man like Penner would take an interest in a woman from the lower echelons of society, one who merely styles hair? You are mistaken. Profoundly so. Were it not for my innate regal bearing, he would not even engage in conversation with you. In the pristine bathroom mirror, she gazed at the girl who mirrored her own visage, tears streaming down her cheeks. You deceive me. You deceive me, Xydel. Close your foul mouth. What? You do not believe me? The girl reflected in the mirror laughed with wild abandon. Let me tell you, Penner prefers the nocturnal version of me. He often steals kisses from me in the dark and enjoys conversing with me under the night sky. Although my body is occupied by you during the day, I emerge only at night. Yet I am acutely aware that Penner has hardly exchanged more than a few words with you in daylight, and he would flee at the mere sight of you. Silence. The girl outside the mirror seethed with rage. Close your foul mouth. What? Are you angry now? Do not be upset, Xinmei. Just recognize that you are merely an ordinary girl. Such a girl could never garner the affection of the crown prince of Xydels. Nevertheless, I must extend my gratitude to you. Were it not for your sheltering of him, I might never have come to know him. My family has long fallen from grace, unable to forge connections for me with him. He will not favor you. The girl outside the mirror furiously pointed at her reflection. How could he ever be drawn to you? You are insufferable, cruel, greedy, and scheming. He would never favor a woman like you. Am I cruel, greedy, and scheming? Are you not the same? Do you dare tell him you are merely a wraith that has usurped my body? Do you dare confess that you were not originally so exquisite, nor possessed my noble demeanor? Everything you now claim as yours is mine. Penner is mine. At most, He regards you as an elder sister, but our connection is entirely different. I assure you, I have conversed with him until dawn. Has he ever spent even a quarter of an hour speaking with you in the daylight? Tears cascaded from the eyes of the girl outside the mirror, falling like pearls from a broken string. Then, she seized a bottle of white hand soap resting upon the alabaster wash basin and hurled it with force toward the mirror. A sharp crack resonated as the once pristine, smooth surface of the mirror shattered, leaving behind an unsightly fissure. The reflection of her vanished, leaving only the tear-streaked face of the girl outside the mirror, trapped within the jagged crack, gazing at her own sorrowful reflection, with tears streaming down her cheeks. She suddenly burst into laughter, her mirth mingling with her tears, her entire form sliding down to the damp, white jade wash basin beneath. Upon awakening, the first ray of morning light caressed the bed curtains. As she propped herself up, a gentle knock echoed on the silver door. "Come in." Aisha entered gracefully, accompanied by a retinue of maidservants bearing fresh garments, ready to assist her in dressing. Clad in a lengthy white nightgown, she descended the bed at a leisurely pace. Aisha approached her, deliberately lowering her voice. "Your Highness, for some unknown reason, Prince Pinner was quite furious last night, publicly reprimanding several subordinates in the Grand Hall. And it seems he even executed one of them." Her body stiffened involuntarily. Such a thing had transpired? Indeed, he had raged in the hall, causing all the attending maidens to hide in fear, while the few maidens he had brought with him cowered on their knees throughout the night. He remained as capricious and cruel as ever. She had intended to inquire about the incident, yet she had not seen him all day, as if he had vanished since breakfast the previous day. The sands in the hourglass within the royal chamber trickled down slowly, grain by grain, until midnight arrived in the blink of an eye. She yawned and subsequently extinguished most of the candles on the grand candlestick, leaving only 3 or 4 flickering dimly. The long white curtains cascaded to the floor, and she had succumbed to deep slumber on the expansive white soft bed, her breathing steady and even. An hour later, the bedroom door was gently pushed open, and a tall figure in a white robe entered gracefully. His footsteps were nearly inaudible on the thick plush carpet, as if he feared disturbing the sleeping maiden on the white soft bed. He parted the curtain with his slender fingers, revealing her soundly asleep, covered by a delicate layer of white bedding, her fair visage radiating a subtle, enchanting glow in the warm light. He smiled softly, then unfastened his buttons, shedding all his garments, which he carelessly discarded onto the carpet. He enveloped her in his embrace, kissing her long hair, her cheeks, and her eyes before finally closing his own. Throughout the entire day, he had sought a means to breach the dual protective barrier surrounding her chamber, expending considerable energy and time, and at last, he had succeeded. After much effort, how could he bear to remain alone in an empty room? Holding her tightly, a satisfied smile graced his features. Like her, he too had slept soundly until dawn, yet this morning, he was awakened not by her shrill cries, but rather by a powerful tug, as if someone had roughly yanked at his left ear. A sharp pain surged through him, radiating to his alluring Adam's apple, causing it to bob as he gasped in distress. "Are you attempting to murder your own husband? What nonsense! Get up this instant!" She shouted furiously, gripping his ear tightly. He opened his eyes, and the soft morning sunlight had already flooded the room, although the entire bed was enveloped by long, flowing white drapes. A few rays of sunlight still pierced through, gently illuminating her porcelain-like face and her eyes that sparkled like stars. He smiled, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she still held onto his ear, and extended his long hands, wrapping them around her neck with a subtle force. Drawing her close to his broad chest, she landed on him unexpectedly, flustered and exclaiming, "Why are you being so forward? Get up. Sister, I love you." This was his first confession to her, his voice imbued with deep emotion, tenderness, and sweetness, laced with his unique, alluring magnetism, soft and astonishingly captivating. Difficult to fathom that a man's voice could resonate so beautifully. The faint sunlight danced within his translucent eyes, displaying strange hues, a shimmering gold interspersed with flecks of vibrant colors. The emotions in his gaze resembled the softest love letter in existence, containing the most profound and heart-stirring declarations of affection. For a moment, she was rendered speechless, forgetting that she was sitting atop his bare body, his hands gently resting on her slender waist. "Sister," he suddenly flipped over, pinning her beneath him, their faces mere inches apart, their breaths intertwining in a lingering embrace. "Tell me you love me too, don't you?" "Impossible, how could that be?" She lay flat on the bed, astonished, unable to believe that he had just professed his love. Why was it impossible? "My precious sister." His fingers caressed her smooth face, softly, teasingly, tenderly, sending shivers through her. "How can that be? She still could not comprehend, gazing at him in bewilderment, attempting to peer into the depths of his eyes. But her shock rendered her vision unclear. "Sister, why can't you believe me?" His voice carried a subtle sigh as he withdrew his fingers, rising to draw back the long drapes. Stepping down from the bed, she propped herself up, wide-eyed as she watched him. "Sister, I have come this time specifically to propose to you." Upon hearing this, she was frozen, transformed into a statue in an instant. He picked up a delicate black box from the bedside table, half kneeling at the foot of her bed, opening the box to reveal an exquisite, expensive diamond ring. The luxurious, transparent diamond sparkled with a captivating brilliance, radiating vibrant light, while the band shimmered in a mesmerizing gradient of golden hues, as if it could dazzle anyone's eyes. There he was, bare before her, half kneeling, holding the ring with a smile. The soft golden sunlight enveloped his perfect, slender form, moving gracefully around him, as if he were coated in layers of exquisite, lustrous color, making him appear to glisten in the sunlight. She gazed at the dazzling ring in his palm, then at the striking figure kneeling before her, bathed in the golden glow, feeling as if she were lost in a dream from which she never wished to awaken. "Long ago, you told me that men in your realm proposed to women in such a manner, did you not?" He smiled at her with utmost tenderness. It was the first time she had ever encountered a proposal, and it was astonishingly made while he stood bare. Her mind was a blank slate, and she felt dizzy. Her lips moved, yet no words escaped her. It was simply too incredible. She could only sit on the bed, staring at him in a daze, unable to regain her composure. He gazed into her eyes, unblinking, lost in thought. After a moment, he chuckled softly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Sister, if you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent." He rose gently, took her hand, and directly adorned her with the exquisite and radiant diamond ring. She remained in shock, staring at him blankly. The ring now graced the fourth finger of her left hand, imbued with the warmth of sunlight, as if immense happiness were about to surge forth. He looked deeply into her eyes, kissed her lips, and laid her back onto the soft, white bed. Their tongues entwined in a passionate dance, expressing his love and longing. He savored the sweet nectar between her lips, kissing her fervently. A peculiar tingling sensation blossomed from the depths of their hearts, spreading throughout their bodies. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, yearning for his breath to draw closer. His fiery presence left her in a daze, igniting a feverish warmth within her. He too felt it, a mere kiss transformed into an ethereal experience, a warm and soft ambiguity enveloping him entirely. For the first time, he felt a sense of losing control, diving deeper into the kiss with fervor. He gasped as he untied the satin ribbon of her nightgown, revealing her snow-white shoulders, and kissed her neck, gently nibbling, leaving varying shades of purple marks, kissing with such intensity that it felt as though he wished to consume her. At that moment, a gentle morning breeze wafted in, bringing a touch of coolness that caressed her face and bare shoulders, awakening her slightly. She propped herself on her elbows, pushing him away a bit. Before he could express his displeasure, a series of knocks echoed at the door, accompanied by Aisha's voice. "Your Highness, are you awake? The court meeting is set to begin in an hour. Come back in half an hour," she replied, then glared at the man above her. "Move aside." Reluctantly, he continued to kiss her delicate neck, leaving intimate marks, murmuring, "Sister, let me kiss you once more." 20 minutes later, he finally released her. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, on the verge of tears, with scattered purple and red marks adorning her neck and collarbone. She glanced at the diamond ring on her left hand's fourth finger, attempting to remove it, but after several failed attempts, she was left astonished. She looked at the ring in disbelief, then at him, now donned in a magnificent white robe. "Why can't I take it off?" His lips curled into a mischievous smile as he approached her directly, taking her left hand and kissing her dazzling diamond ring, one that could not be removed. "For I have cast a subtle charm upon it, yet I have not yet given her my answer." She seems to have summoned the courage to say, "I still need to contemplate your proposal. What is there to ponder, sister?" He replied, wrapping his arms around her waist and kissing her flowing hair softly. "Did I not just inform you that if you remain silent, it signifies your consent? And indeed, you did not utter a word. Does that not imply agreement?" No. She was about to assert her case with righteous fervor when, unexpectedly, a knock at the door interrupted her. Aisha stood outside, respectfully inquiring, "Your Highness, may I enter?" She could only respond with an affirmative hum and pushed him aside. Chapter 31, No Backtracking. He swiftly planted another kiss upon her lips. Aisha and the other handmaidens entered in succession, seemingly unfazed by the exceedingly handsome man within the chamber, even offering him a composed salute. However, upon noticing the ambiguous bruises adorning her neck and collarbone, Aisha's brow slightly furrowed. The court meetings were held bi-weekly in the Crystal Hall, where she donned a formal white gown embroidered with golden threads and a green crystal crown, seated regally upon the gem-encrusted throne atop the broad steps. A few elderly statesmen, clad in traditional robes, reported to her on recent affairs, encompassing matters of livelihood, water management, agriculture, and taxation, presenting gilded scrolls in turn. As she listened to their trembling voices, her mind wandered. Her fingers unconsciously tapped against her right arm, occasionally brushing over the ring on her left ring finger, until a young, handsome minister in a white robe regarding the restoration of the kingdom's barriers approached, redirecting her attention. "Your Highness, the barriers along the forest, seaside, and castle borders have been fully restored. The barriers at the volcanic crater, the Shudan Mountains, and the Bibis River are currently undergoing repairs, progressing quite smoothly. With the volcanic barrier expected to be completed first." The young minister's gaze was calm and steady, his voice gentle and melodious. "Good," she replied. "In 7 days, I shall personally inspect all the border barriers. Lenas, prepare accordingly. As you command." After the meeting adjourned, she proceeded directly to the study with her handmaidens. Just as she settled in, she received a confidential document. Upon reading it, she could not help but gasp. Turmoil had erupted in the kingdom of Catalan, Haithzel's half-sister. The queen had seized the opportunity while he was out surveying the land to launch a covert assault on the residence of the first minister, imprisoning 2 of Haithzel's favored concubines and his biological daughter, while executing his 2 illegitimate sons and several loyal confidants, annihilating their entire families and burning their homes. The massacre had nearly eradicated all of Haithzel's influence in Catalan. Upon reaching this point, she was struck with horror. The exquisite visage of a noble silver-blue-haired man flashing through her mind. How surprising it was that one so striking in appearance could suffer such a tragic fate. In a fleeting thought, she realized her own circumstances bore a striking resemblance to his. The half-sister, with whom she shares the same father, covets her throne and clandestinely conspires with her betrothed. During the council meetings, the powerful nobles report trivial matters concerning the kingdom, while covertly relaying crucial information to the sister. She has seized control of the royal army, possessing gold command tokens, and has forged secret alliances with several generals, notably the leading general, Moore, with whom she cohabited for 2 years. With such substantial resources and manpower at her disposal, she could easily mobilize the army to oust her. Yet, she hesitates. For her position lacks legitimacy. The traditions of the royal family of the Dark Forest Kingdom bind her, preventing her from openly opposing the old noble factions within the realm. Now, she finds herself in desperate need of assistance, not out of a profound desire for the throne, but because she has yet to discover the pathway leading back to her modern world. During her early days as Queen Vianne, in a bid to swiftly grasp the intricacies of this kingdom, she spent countless nights poring over relevant tomes in the castle library, eventually uncovering a long-forgotten, slender volume beneath a blue-tiled floor. With a heart full of anticipation, she opened it to find a passage detailing a young, handsome man who had mysteriously appeared many years prior, captivating the then 14-year-old Princess Tyr. Defying her mother's wishes, Princess Tyr wed him. 2 years later, she ascended to the throne, and the young man became the first minister. However, it was not long before he secretly led his confidants to dismantle the kingdom's most formidable barrier, allowing monstrous beasts and malevolent spirits to invade, threatening annihilation. By this time, Princess Tyr's mother had passed away, rumored to be a victim of the young man's treachery. Upon learning of the young man's heinous acts, Princess Tyr resolved to annul the marriage, but he had anticipated this move. In collusion with a certain duchess, he brutally murdered Princess Tyr, subsequently seizing control of the entire Dark Forest Kingdom. Yet, after becoming the sovereign, the young man mysteriously vanished one fateful morning. According to several maids and attendants, he entered the royal study at midnight and was never seen again. The record ends there, imparting 2 significant insights. First, it suggests that this young man may hail from her own modern world, as the text sporadically notes his keen interest in culinary delights, having invented various intriguing dishes such as beef noodles, hot and sour noodles, pasta, omelette rice, and kung pao chicken. He had originally won the heart of the gluttonous Princess Tyr with a bowl of delectable beef noodles. As she pondered this, she found it astonishing. Yet the whims of youthful love can often be peculiar. Second, the young man's relentless pursuit of the throne was merely a means to gain access to the royal study. Nobles or commoners who had not undergone the coronation ceremony could never hope to attain the opportunity to consume the forest pearl. Upon swallowing this precious gem, the crowned monarch would acquire a unique ability. When their hand brushed against the doors of rooms restricted to royalty, such as the royal study, the confidential document room, or the treasury, a peculiar scent would emanate. The doors would then automatically respond to this scent, granting passage. The young man was evidently striving for the opportunity to enter the imperial study. Thirdly, there might exist a very special passage within the study that could aid individuals from other realms, like him, in returning to their own world. This was the reason he exerted every effort to gain access to the study. As she paced back and forth within the study, she cast glances this way and that, examining the entire row of bookshelves, the expansive desk, the makeshift bed, the opulent fireplace, and the magnificent floor-to-ceiling windows. She scrutinized nearly every corner and item, yet discerned nothing of significance. At one point, under the pretense of renovation, she had even ordered the tiles to be pried up and replaced with gleaming new ones, but found nothing beneath them either. After a full year of exploring the study, she had not even encountered an ant, let alone a secret passage. "Your Highness," Aisha's respectful voice echoed from outside the study. "Prince Pinner now requests to see you." Having been apart for merely 2 or 3 hours, why had he returned? Typically, he only appeared at night, leaving her to wonder what he occupied himself with during the day. "All right, I understand. I will meet him in the outer study shortly." The orange-red glow of the setting sun spilled into the outer study, casting a gentle sheen upon the blue walls and carpeting. "Sister, I have just received an urgent message and must leave at once." His face radiated a tenderness that was almost palpable, his voice imbued with soft affection. As his long, pale fingers yearned to caress the softness of her cheek, she subtly turned her face away. Before the long, colorful windows, 2 slender and beautiful shadows danced upon the carpet, illuminated by the waning sunlight. When he attempted to reach out again, she resolutely turned her body away. "Safe travels. Sister, please do not be so distant with me," he lamented, his voice tinged with profound grievance and displeasure. "What would you have me say then? Wishing you an unfavorable journey?" His lips moved, yet he ultimately chose silence. After a quarter of an hour of mutual silence, he turned to depart, urged by the respectful insistence of his attendants. As he and his azure legion vanished from the skies of the shadowed realm, she remained at the colorful windows of the outer study. Chapter 32, Feigning Illness. She did not accompany him out of the castle, leaving that task to Aisha on behalf of Princess Vinny. His arrival was sudden, and his departure was equally swift, leaving her momentarily disoriented. The days spent together felt like a fleeting dream. Standing at the window for quite some time, she finally began to meander into the imperial study, resuming her search for the secret passage while sighing intermittently. Falling into the depths of this continent was not her desire, and she bore the painful memories of a previous life. If possible, she still hoped to reclaim her original body and return home to live the life of an ordinary recent graduate, seeking employment, marrying, having children, and leading a tranquil existence. Seated alone on the floor, she silently gazed at the resplendent, luminous diamond ring adorning her ring finger. The likelihood of her marrying Pain War is slim. Although she currently holds the title of queen, it is merely that of a small kingdom. She is acutely aware of the matrimonial customs of her realm, or rather, the universally accepted rules of intermarriage across this continent. The royal family of Hidalas prioritizes the selection of legitimate daughters of noble blood to become queens or consorts, followed by the legitimate princesses of great empires, and lastly, the widows of influential figures. When Painwar sought to engage her while she was still a mere court hairdresser, she was caught off guard by the fervor of love, and though she felt astonished, she did not delve deeper into how Painwar managed to succeed in his pursuit. Her current status as queen of a small nation does not provide her with any advantageous leverage for marriage. At best, she might be relegated to the role of a secondary consort to the prince. Once the prince ascends the throne, she could potentially be recognized as the official queen. However, such a union seems absurd. Why would a queen of her stature settle for the position of a mere consort? Even if it were to the prince of a grand empire, this would entail relinquishing her inherent power and freedom. Thus, such unions have never been commonplace on this continent. Moreover, her feelings towards him have undergone a subtle transformation. Perhaps it is due to a heart rendered fragile, for she now harbors resistance, fear, and even a touch of aversion towards him. Although there remains a lingering affection deep within her heart, she is still apprehensive of the uncertain future. Long ago, she was but a naive sister, hopelessly enamored with love, disregarding any disparities in status, interests, maturity, appearance, or age, and longing to be with him at all costs. In retrospect, it seems utterly ludicrous. She grasps the diamond ring, attempting to remove it, but aside from reddening her finger, the ring remains immovable. Staring at the ring, she finds herself lost in thought. If Painwar's proposal stemmed from guilt over the incident at the pyre, it was unnecessary. She has feared it, plagued by nightmares, and harbored resentment, often belittling him in her mind. Yet, she has never truly despised him from the depths of her soul, for she once loved him profoundly. More than anything, even herself, she contemplated revenge, yet ultimately abandoned the notion, setting aside the significant disparity in their strengths. Even if she were to succeed in her vengeance, would it bring her joy or a sense of relief? No, it would not. It would only inflict further pain. Each act of retribution would serve as a reminder of her past suffering, and every scheme would ensnare her within the anguish of bygone days. What would it matter if she were to truly kill Peignoir? Is that the outcome she genuinely desires? No, it is not. Therefore, it is better to relinquish such thoughts. She is no saint. Rather, when she envisions the success of her revenge, picturing him truly dead, an even deeper agony stirs within her, a pain that rends her body and soul asunder. It was only until midnight that she returned to her chamber. Summon Nancy. She coldly instructed the guard outside. Yes. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, a charming girl clad in a graceful white ensemble, her hair styled in 2 playful ponytails, stepped into the anteroom of the queen's chamber, bending slightly to pay her respects. Convey the orders promptly. Investigate the happenings within the Hydalis royal court, and continue to monitor the movements of Keylot, reporting back to me every 3 days. Understood. Nancy is one of her most trusted intelligence-gathering guards. She and her family are solely loyal to the kingdom, pledging unwavering allegiance regardless of which master ascends to power. Observing Nancy's petite figure as she departed, her eyes narrowed with a hunch, perhaps merely the instinct of the former Queen Vivian. She sensed that something extraordinary was afoot in Hydalis. 5 days later, Nancy arrived at the outer study, fulfilling expectations. As she perused several documents, she respectfully addressed, "Your Highness, according to our latest intelligence, the family of Hydalis' king's newlywed queen, who married 2 years ago, has successfully subverted 2 commanders of the Imperial Guards, while simultaneously controlling several key figures from the kingdom's 3 major families. They launched a coup overnight, imprisoning the king under the pretense of his illegitimate claim to the throne, swiftly seizing control of the entire castle. And then, currently, the main city of Hydalis is under strict martial law, with no civilian daring to venture outside. The streets are patrolled day and night, filled with guards." She set down the documents and slowly approached the grand stained glass window, drawing back the flowing white curtains to gaze at the evening sky. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, "What of Hydalis' crown prince?" "Prince Peignoir is presently residing in a mansion outside the main city of Hydalis, reportedly maintaining close ties with the newlywed queen, who has been imprisoned. There are rumors circulating that they may soon wed." A graceful smile graced her lips as she lifted her left hand to admire the diamond ring on her 4th finger in the twilight-esque glow, remarking, "That is indeed the wisest course of action. Now, Prince Peignoir's influence is steadily growing, excelling in various aspects, yet he remains hindered by his humble lineage. His birth mother was a noblewoman from an obscure, fallen family, lacking the qualifications to become the king's consort. However, her unparalleled beauty caught the king's attention during a beauty pageant, prompting him to marry her against all odds. Alas, no matter how stunning a woman's visage, it cannot withstand the allure of power. After 5 years of indulgence, the king, laden with concerns, relegated her to obscurity, ultimately leading to her demise at the hands of the queen. Peignoir managed to escape the castle under the protection of his mother's loyal confidants, and it was only after crossing paths with her that he was able to survive in secrecy. After his transformation, Peignoir exhibited extraordinary beauty and intellect, captivating the entire Hydalis royal family. It could be said that no woman in the castle remained untouched by infatuation, including some men. Peignoir had suffered greatly due to his appearance, nearly becoming a long-term lover to noble women and a pawn for power-hungry officials. Upon learning of this, she felt a mix of sorrow and anguish, lamenting her inability to protect him. Yet Peignoir consoled her, stating, "Sister, that which is rare will inevitably encounter malevolence. However, this may be the inevitable path to power. They cannot harm me." His rare beauty and physique, coupled with his rapidly burgeoning intellect and emotional depth, have rendered him the object of desire for countless women and men alike. This has incited a fervent competition among the powerful to possess him. Yet, the very forces of sin that vie for his attention paradoxically secure his situation. It is said that the newlywed queen of King Hydalis hails from a remarkably illustrious lineage. Her father, of noble blood, is the king's uncle, possessing a legitimate claim to the throne. Her mother, equally distinguished, is the firstborn daughter of Hydalis' foremost family, and her great-grandmother once reigned as queen. A union with such a queen would undoubtedly solidify his ascent to power. However, as she gazes longingly at the orange sunset through the colorful floor-to-ceiling windows. She muses that should such a queen bear offspring, whether male or female, and he remains disinclined to heed the directives of her family, he could easily be supplanted by his own progeny, with the queen ascending to the position of regent. Your Highness, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Nancy said, still half kneeling on the ground, her tone submissive. Very well. Chapter 33. As Nancy was about to withdraw, Isa hurried in, her long gown trailing behind her, bearing a letter sealed with a crimson wax emblem. Your Highness, a message has arrived from the Crown Prince of Hydalis. Nancy's gaze flickered momentarily as she quietly retreated. Receiving Isa's letter, she tore it open, revealing a thin sheet of purple stationery, upon which was inscribed a single line. Sister, my pledge to marry you remains eternally valid. Perplexed, she scoffed softly, crumpling the note in her palm, allowing the delicate shreds of paper to cascade to the floor like confetti. Near midnight, in another lavishly adorned chamber of the castle, the dim candlelight illuminated the entwined bodies of a man and woman lost in passion upon a large pink bed with 4 posts. After fervent breaths, they finally reached an ecstatic climax. Princess Vini, panting, clutched the handsome man who had introduced her to unparalleled pleasure. Wengerton, if you exert such force again next time, I shall ignore you. If I do not exert such force, you would ignore me henceforth, Wengerton replied, kissing her chin. Princess, I love you. Nestled in his embrace, she sighed deeply. Wengerton, when shall we be able to be together openly and without fear? Perhaps we should poison the queen once more? She giggled. Such an act can only be performed once. A second attempt is impossible. Her fingers danced across his chest, teasingly. Do you know, I was recently threatened? They said if I do not oust Vian within a month, they would find someone else. Oh, was it the Crown Prince of Hydalis? How did you know? She asked, slightly astonished. The relationship between the Crown Prince and the Queen had become an open secret within the castle, yet marrying the Queen was no simple feat. It was unlikely he would take a queen of a minor nation as his official consort, just as the Queen would never settle for a lesser role. The only feasible solution would arise if the Queen were no longer queen, allowing him to bring her to Hydalis and maintain firm control over her. She laughed joyfully, her laughter resembling a cascade of silver bells. Thus, it can be said that he shares the same objective as us. Regrettably, the Prince of Hydalis is currently in a precarious situation, unable to lend us his support. Yet, you are mistaken. Even if the prince were in good health, he would not assist us, as he has made his stance abundantly clear. We do not require his aid. We merely need him to escort the queen away, thus preventing any potential calamity from her remaining in the Kingdom of Shadows. Indeed, she languidly leaned against him, pondering their next course of action. Shall we not emulate the father of Queen Hydalis and attempt to sway the powerful officials? However, even if we succeed, what then? I am not the eldest daughter. My claim to the throne would lack legitimacy. The royal customs of the Kingdom of Shadows are stringent, permitting only the eldest son or daughter to inherit the throne. Even if the eldest daughter were to pass away, the younger sister would not be entitled to claim the throne. This decree was established centuries ago to avert fratricidal conflicts among heirs. Should the queen die without an heir, the throne would be inherited by the eldest legitimate child of the former king or queen. However, this could incite bloody disputes among the noble families vying for the throne, leading to a struggle to the death. Yet, upon hearing her words, Wentington smiled slightly, elegantly rising from the bed, donning a robe, and retrieving a stack of documents. He perused the signatures, smiling gently as he remarked, "What if this queen is not the true queen? Observe, my princess. The handwriting on these signatures differs somewhat from the queen's previous ones, lacking vigor. Coupled with her daily mannerisms, I suspect this queen may not be authentic." Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Is what you say true? Princess, please trust my instincts. There is indeed something amiss with this queen." Before embarking on her inspection of the borders, Xinmei specifically penned a reply to the Prince of Hydalis. "When you and your queen mother formally establish your marriage alliance, do not forget to send me an invitation." Beneath the early morning sun, she rode atop a majestic black steed, having just pulled the reins when she suddenly heard the sound of hurried hooves behind her. "Your Highness, wait for me." Turning her horse around, she beheld Natanya, clad in a flowing crimson gown, urgently approaching on a white steed. "Your Highness, I wish to accompany you on the border inspection." It had been quite some time since she last saw her, and she had not anticipated that Natanya would wish to join her on this journey. "Natanya, where have you been recently?" I heard that the Prince of Hydalis arrived. He has always despised me, and I dared not show my face before him," Natanya stammered, still recalling the schemes of the prince. Just then, Linus, who was responsible for border affairs, rode over, apologizing. "Your Highness, It is generally inappropriate to bring a lover on border inspections. Your Highness, Natanya pouted, please take me along. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of compassion. Although she was aware that it might be the original owner's tenderness rather than her own heart being swayed by the charming expression, she nonetheless said, very well. Let us go together. Lena's quietly rode to the side, ceasing to speak thereafter. More than half a month later, having successfully led her legion to inspect all the barriers, she found little in the way of significant flaws, which caused her to regard Lena's with newfound respect. Tomorrow they would return to the castle. In the modest sitting room of the humble inn, the fire in the hearth crackled as Lena's succinctly reported the itinerary for the following day, detailing the forests and rivers they would traverse, as well as their expected arrival time at the castle. After listening, she nodded slightly, stifled a yawn, and prepared to retire to her chamber. Natania, with a childlike innocence, requested to share her room, but she deftly declined, leaving Natania to depart in disappointment. In the stillness of the night, she lay alone on the coarse, hard bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. In this foreign realm, in her past life, she had been a lonely sister. In this life, she felt like a solitary, powerless queen, as if fate had never smiled upon her. She truly did not belong here and should expedite her search for a way back to her own world. Unbeknownst to her, outside the door, a deep crimson shadow crouched, gently blowing into a bamboo tube, sending forth a thin wisp of white smoke that vanished the moment it escaped into the crack of the door. Not far from this crimson figure, a shadow clad in black armor lurked around the corner, coldly observing. As the night deepened, she continued to toss and turn, when a faint, delicate fragrance began to waft towards her nostrils, bringing with it a wave of drowsiness that gradually lulled her into slumber. It was during this slumber that she dreamt for the first time of the original Queen's story. The sky was drenched in blood-red hues, the crimson stretching deep into the horizon. The restless spirits in the moat stirred, their eerie murmurs and moans faintly echoing. On the iron chain bridge over the moat stood a small figure. She had been standing there for 2 hours, the cold wind brushing against her petite face and flowing through her purple hair, lifting the luxurious hem of her pink gown. Princess, it is late. Be cautious, for the vengeful spirits in the moat are about to emerge. A green-clad maid approached her, crouching down to grasp her hand in an attempt to frighten her. A peculiar smile flickered in the depths of her eyes. Princess? The green-clad maid appeared perplexed. Do you not see the restless spirits in the moat, as red as blood? Isa, she replied, unperturbed, they are not to be feared. They are restless every day. Isa spoke gently. No, that is not true, although they wail sorrowfully each night. It is a low, suppressed sobbing that speaks of their unfulfilled grief. Yet in recent nights, they have cried out in despair, as if the terror within them could no longer be contained. Princess, let us return. Isa's voice trembled as she called out to several maidens near the castle gate. You all, come and accompany the princess back to her chamber. As the night deepens, the tormented souls within the blood pool drift aimlessly, emitting low, despairing cries. Their smoke-like figures weave in and out, gliding over the castle's pinnacle, slipping past the stained glass windows, and encircling the garden where roses have yet to bloom. Yet, they dare not enter the castle itself, for within lies a formidable protective barrier. To trespass would mean certain annihilation. 2 days later, bubbles began to rise in the crimson waters of the blood pool, accompanied by a gurgling sound akin to water nearing a boil. Princess, come back to the castle for breakfast, Isa said with a gentle smile. Where's mother? I wish to join her, the princess inquired. Isa hesitated. Her Majesty is in a meeting with Lord Barrys. Let us find her for breakfast together. Rising from the drawbridge, she took Isa's hand and hurried towards the castle. Before the opulent, jewel-encrusted door of the queen's chamber, a faint yet undulating murmur of mingled male and female voices wafted through the door. A beautiful maid, upon seeing the princess, interposed herself, saying, Princess, the queen is with Lord Barrys, you cannot enter. Mother, I have come to invite you to breakfast, she exclaimed, her voice clear and resonant. A breathless, languorous voice drifted through the ornate door. Go by yourself, Vino. The queen's face bore a semblance of a smile, yet her expression was ambiguous. Mother, the water in the moat seems to be boiling. You should come and see. Go on, the woman's voice faded, gradually transforming into ambiguous moans and gasps. Princess, you have yet to eat breakfast. Please have something first, Isa urged. Her cheeks flushed red as she pulled her toward the staircase. Isa, how did my father die? Others say he passed from illness. Is that true? You shall understand when you are older, Isa replied cautiously. Why must I wait until then? I already know. She was aware that her father had perished in the embrace of a mistress, who had, under the queen's secret orders, administered an aphrodisiac that led to his demise through overindulgence. In the stillness of the castle hall, as she reflected on past events, she had overheard the queen and her lover's clandestine whispers. Their indulgent laughter still echoed in her ears. The sky loomed gray, shrouding the dark city in a thick white fog. This secret kingdom, isolated from the world for over 3 centuries, was on the brink of a dreadful transformation. A beautiful little girl with flowing purple hair sat upon the drawbridge, swinging her small legs, eyes closed, deeply inhaling the air, already sensing an unusual fragrance. Under the blazing sun, the heat poured through the dense foliage, while unknown birds chirped among the towering ancient trees. A procession of armored cavalry surrounded a stunning maiden in a flowing white gown, astride a magnificent black steed, as they traversed the gravel path through the forest. Having dreamt the entire night, she awoke in a state of terror, gripped by an uncanny sensation that the events of a past life were poised to recur. The original queen was about to awaken, and she would be displaced from her body. In her previous life, a series of harrowing nightmares plagued her, culminating in the sudden awakening of Heidel, who would intermittently engage her in conversation, persistently imploring her to return the body to its rightful owner. This continued until a catastrophic fire incident forcibly expelled her from her corporeal form. Beads of perspiration formed on her brow, while Natania, seated beside her, dutifully wiped her sweat and lamented the oppressive heat. Little did she realize that it was the terror of the previous night's dream that had induced such a cold sweat. Perhaps, returning the body to its original queen might be an option, as this vessel was inherently hers. Yet, uncertainty loomed over where her soul would wander in the next life. A surge of fear enveloped her. Perhaps it was time to hasten her actions, to unearth a path back home, lest she face the risk of disembodiment yet again. And to where might she be cast next? Suddenly, her body jolted, causing Natania to pause, her concern evident as she inquired, "Your Highness, what troubles you? Shall we take a moment to rest?" "No. We must return to the castle before sunset," she replied absent-mindedly, oblivious to the fleeting expression of unease that flitted across Natania's face. As dusk descended, they arrived at the castle, where Vini and Wangadin awaited at the entrance to extend their greetings. After feigning compliance with their formalities, she swiftly excused herself under the pretense of reviewing the day's documents, making her way to the royal study on the uppermost floor of the castle. Anxiously, she paced upon the dark-hued carpet, her gaze darting about each corner, yet still, no semblance of a clue emerged. Where's the exit? Where indeed is it? How can she find her way home? After more than an hour of fruitless wandering, she remained empty-handed. "Your Highness," Isa's voice echoed from outside the study. "Dinner is ready. Princess Vini and Lord Wangadin are awaiting you in the side hall." "I shall not attend." She curled up in the plush, swiveling armchair, motionless. "Your Highness." Isa hesitated before continuing. "Yesterday, we received a special invitation for you to attend the wedding of Prince Heidel." Her body trembled violently, her complexion paling in an instant. Slowly, she rose from the soft chair and ambled toward the door, opening the gilded entrance to behold Isa, bowing with a red and gold embossed invitation in hand. He truly had sent her a wedding invitation. Her fingers quivered as she accepted the card, shutting the door behind her. Seated at the edge of her bed, she continually perused the invitation, occasionally picking up the transparent diamond ring resting upon the bed. If there was any benefit from her recent excursion, it was the ability to harness the formidable power of the boundary barrier to unravel the enchantment and successfully retrieve this ring. She examined these 2 items repeatedly, sighing deeply. Only after the dawn broke did she recline in her armchair and drift into a gentle slumber. "Dear sister," he spoke tenderly to her, "you are merely the sheltered sister raised within the depths of the palace, oblivious to the world. What will you do without me? Fear not, for I shall live well." The ethereal white sunlight from the elongated floor-to-ceiling windows cascaded into the room, illuminating the trailing purple curtains, the exquisitely soft crimson carpet, and his enchanting, translucent golden-hued eyes, rendering them even more captivating. She knelt beside his bed, tears streaming down her face as she tended to his wounded arms and abdomen. The little prince and princess must have conspired, deliberately injuring him during the hunt. Her nose was reddened from crying, her eyes swollen, having exhausted an entire stack of tissues, now strewn across the carpet beneath her. He sighed in resignation. "Could you please stop crying, sister? I am not dead yet. How can I not cry when you are so grievously hurt?" She gazed at the grotesque, centipede-like wound on his arm and the horrifying gaping hole in his abdomen, where no matter how thickly she wrapped the bandages, blood continued to seep out. "If you keep crying, I shall truly become angry," he said, his head throbbing from her relentless sobbing. "Yet, She persisted in her weeping. Finally, in exasperation, he summoned 2 handmaidens, instructing them to escort her away. Ensure she does not appear before me for at least 3 days. No, I refuse to leave, she cried, clinging to him, utterly unwilling to depart. Why are you not moving faster? He barked at the 2 maidens. Chapter 35. The 2 maidens exerted all their strength, nearly dragging her away as her cries grew ever more fierce. No, I do not wish to go, Your Highness, do not cast me out. She was confined to her chamber, the door locked by the handmaidens. She sobbed uncontrollably for over an hour, her cries gradually subsiding. I told you, Peignoir does not favor you, a sweet, soft voice echoed in her mind. He is drawn to noble ladies from ancient, esteemed families, or to women like me, who uphold royal decorum. You possess only my beauty, lacking my wisdom and propriety. How could he possibly cherish you? You're talking nonsense. Leave. It is not yet dark. What are you doing here? She burst into unabashed laughter. Have you not noticed? I am appearing more frequently now. Initially, I could only manifest at night, but now I can even emerge during the day. One day, I will reclaim my body. A chill ran down her spine, for it seemed true. The original owner was increasingly claiming this body, even during daylight, if only for 20 minutes or half an hour. Are you afraid, you imposter? This is my body, begone. No, no, no. She looked into the mirror at her own laughing visage, recoiling in terror, suddenly screaming aloud. In a state of sheer horror, she awoke from the dream, her forehead drenched in sweat. The first rays of morning sunlight had already filtered through the long white curtains, casting a hazy glow upon her white bedding. Recent interlacing dreams of her past life and the original owner's experiences stirred a sense of unease within her. Was another upheaval about to occur? Overwhelmed by a multitude of worries, she felt a throbbing headache, burdened further by the precariousness of her royal position, the machinations of her duplicitous fiancé, and her sister. Oh, is there anyone who could come to her rescue? A wedding invitation? In the elegantly appointed anteroom, where the queen was to have her breakfast, Wangedin paused momentarily, while the maid who had whispered in his ear swiftly departed. Vinny regarded him with a knowing smile. What is this? Are you concerned for my sister? Of course not. My princess, he replied softly. Is that so? How delightful, she said, a hint of joy illuminating her face. I am quite eager to witness her expression upon receiving the wedding invitation from Prince Hidalas. Wasn't she just so enamored? Appearing as though she had found a formidable ally, and now? She could not help but chuckle, nearly bursting into an unrefined laugh, her eyes sparkling with unrestrained delight. Your Majesty, greetings. The gentle voice of a maid echoed from beyond the chamber, prompting them to sit upright. The queen entered, adorned in a flowing white gown, her face radiant with smiles. What are you two discussing that brings such joy? Vinny and Wangedin rose, offering a slight bow, without waiting for their response. She smiled and continued, for the upcoming nuptials of Prince Hidalas. Vinny, would you care to accompany me? Perhaps you might find a worthy suitor. Having pondered this all night, she resolved to first sow discord between Vinny and Wangedin as a means of safeguarding her own interests. Vinny smiled gently. Thank you, sister. But I have never considered marrying beyond the realm of the Kingdom of Shadows. Wangedin maintained his gentle demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the queen's words. Do give it some thought, she chuckled lightly. The crown prince of Durank, the prince of Nabega, and the king of Yalda will all be in attendance. The position of principal wife remains vacant. Thank you, sister, but truly, there is no need. Vinny's smile grew even sweeter. Not at all, she replied, laughing as if the rejection did not faze her in the least. After breakfast, as they traversed the deep corridors towards the grand assembly hall, halfway through, she leaned slightly and whispered to Isa, Go, spread the word about Princess Vinny's cohabitation with General Moore, and casually mentioned that she has terminated 2 pregnancies for him. While many were aware of their cohabitation, the fact that Vinny had aborted children for Moore was known to scarcely anyone, not even Moore himself. Once this information circulated, Vinny's aspirations of becoming the hereditary duchess would likely be dashed. How did she come by this knowledge? Upon returning from a border inspection, she was assisted off her horse by Lennis, who suddenly slipped a tiny note into her palm. She looked at him in astonishment, but his expression remained unchanged. The note contained Vinny's secret. Isa lowered her head, concealing the fear in her eyes, and departed with her orders. The century-long tranquility of the Kaiser continent was on the brink of upheaval, with the fragile peace between kingdoms teetering on the edge of collapse, and the agreements between tribes facing imminent dissolution. All of this turmoil stemmed from the internal strife within the 2 great empires of Catalan and Hidalas on the Kaiser continent. Amidst the incessant strife among the tribes, as small nations and royal cities fall one after another and conflicts arise with alarming frequency, These two grand empires have also succumbed to internal turmoil, plunging the already tumultuous continent into further chaos. The Queen of Catilan instigated a coup, obliterating the influence of the first chancellor, her own brother, Heisel, within the kingdom, and dispatched elite assassins to hunt him down. Heisel, refusing to be outdone, swiftly rallied his loyalists and allied tribal leaders to strategize a counterattack, seizing a royal city in a flash and declaring himself king. In an audacious move, he sent an invitation to his sister, the queen, to attend the inauguration ceremony of the new royal city. Another coup was initiated by Tywin Barrett, the prime minister from one of the most ancient and noble families of Hydalis. He imprisoned the current monarch, claiming him to be the illegitimate son of the former queen, and swiftly consolidated control over two other prominent families, causing a seismic upheaval throughout the kingdom. Bloodline holds paramount significance in Hydalis, regardless of a monarch's mother's humble origins. The sovereign must not be a bastard, but a legitimate child born of a sanctioned marriage. Bastards possess no rights to family succession or inheritance in Hydalis. Once the former monarch was conclusively identified as a bastard, his claim to the throne was effectively nullified. 10 days later, leveraging his newfound authority, Prime Minister Tywin Barrett moved decisively to elevate the crown prince, Pinner, to the throne, supporting his union with the former monarch's newlywed queen. The new queen, the prime minister's legitimate daughter, is of pure lineage and noble status, making her the ideal candidate to bear the new king's heirs. Tybert had 3 daughters who reached adulthood, but only she was the legitimate one, thus receiving unparalleled favor. A month later, the fundamental situation within the kingdom was under control. 2 months hence, Hydalis welcomed its most resplendent autumn, with the grand wedding of the new monarch and the former queen on the horizon. Despite the prevailing unrest, the kingdom's most magnificent wedding of the year would remain unblemished. The vast golden palace was adorned with vibrant decorations. The great hall, garden paths, pavilions, and corridors were lined with resplendent red carpets edged with golden thread. The expansive, beautiful courtyard was filled with numerous rectangular dining tables draped in white tablecloths, laden with exquisite dishes and fine silverware, alongside opulent crystal decanters emanating an enticing aroma of wine that tantalized the senses. The courtyard banquet was designated exclusively for dignitaries of the third rank and below from the nation and smaller states, with separate seating arrangements for the lord of the city and tribal leaders. The more prestigious banquet took place in a lavish hall, illuminated by hundreds of exquisite crystal chandeliers, adorned with splendid murals, and furnished with luxuriously soft armchairs. A circular fountain, embellished with intricate carvings, flowed with fine wine, while columns draped in verdant vines and blossoms bore royal motifs. A troop of girls, clad in sheer fabrics, danced seductively upon the steps leading to the wine pool, while elegantly attired attendants wafted scents of captivating perfumes. Chapter 36. Princes and princesses from various nations, along with dignitaries of the third rank and above, took their seats, engaging in jovial conversation that erupted into hearty laughter and melodious chuckles. Cindy arrived late, and it was intentional. She deliberately missed the ceremony in the temple where Painter and the former queen received the priest's blessings, wishing to avoid the ostentatious introduction of her identity by the ceremonial priest upon entering. She came with a purpose, seeking to remain inconspicuous and to evade social interactions. Her sole desire was to locate a backpack she had buried in the garden, one she had brought from the modern world, containing items that might serve as a conduit for her return home. She repeatedly turned over the pages, which mentioned a young man of uncertain origin, perpetually adorned with a cheap gold necklace engraved with the peculiar letters love. Eventually, when the necklace broke, the young man transformed it into earrings, which he then wore. When the young man later vanished, the pair of golden earrings was never seen again. After submitting an invitation bearing the prince's signature, she entered swiftly. Enveloped by a throng of handmaidens, she walked briskly, traversing the grand fountain before the palace, crossing the verdant lawn, and stepping into the expansive and beautiful courtyard, where the aromas of food and wine mingled with the lively chatter of guests. This courtyard was unfamiliar to her. Although she had lived in the palace for many years, she had scarcely ventured beyond the prince's quarters. Vinny and Wendleton closely followed her, and she had not once turned back since entering the palace. The rumors surrounding Vinny's 2 abortions by General Moore did not sever the bond between Vinny and Wendleton. The latter displayed no signs of displeasure and continued to clandestinely court Vinny. Merely half a month later, Vinny unexpectedly agreed to attend the wedding banquet of Hydalis, prompting Wendleton to request to accompany her. "I shall take a stroll here. You may proceed into the hall," she said, suppressing her impatience and speaking calmly to them. Vinny smiled faintly, Then we shall not impede you, sister. As she watched the pair's figures disappear before the grand hall, she instructed Aisha and the other maidens to rest in the designated area prepared for the attendance of guests. Turning down a few winding pathways and cautiously circumventing the reveling guests while avoiding the bustling servants, she stealthily left the banquet courtyard. She stepped onto a garden path, hastening towards the expansive green lawn before the castle. Not long after her arrival at the palace, she had an opportunity to assist a maid in delivering garments to the royal laundry. To prevent her backpack from being discovered in the prince's quarters, she had secretly brought it along and buried it within the grass. As the final rays of evening light began to fade, darkness enveloped the sky. Torches along the gravel path in the garden flickered to life, casting a bright, gentle glow. With numerous guests from various countries attending that night, the royal guards would not easily disturb the festivities. She blended in with a few inebriated guests and successfully reached the lawn. Just as she located the marked stones she had remembered, a coarse, raspy voice suddenly boomed. "Our prince is wed today." "Finally, a wedding." "No, not the prince, but our newly appointed king," retorted another voice, sharp and indeterminate in gender. She believed she had been discovered, and in an instant, terror gripped her heart, prompting her to swiftly conceal herself behind a cluster of flowers, her mind racing with 1,000 excuses for being caught. Yet, after a mere 10 seconds, silence enveloped her, and as she pressed her hand to her wildly beating heart, she realized there was no one around. Just as she pondered the source of the sound, that piercing voice, neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, echoed once more. "He is a descendant of our noble lineage of Sidars, and there is no need for him to marry the daughter of a usurper." The raspy voice seemed to chuckle, but the laughter was eerily unsettling, sending chills down her spine. Everyone believed he was merely a scion of a fallen noble family, including himself. The sharp voice resumed, laced with mockery. "How foolish. How utterly foolish. Can such an illustrious son emerge from a destitute noble household?" The raspy voice continued to cackle. Indeed, who would have imagined that the ancient Didina family, long annihilated by the previous sovereign, could still possess a direct descendant? A noble daughter, secretly swapped at birth to a destitute family, alongside the beautiful son of the former monarch. Her complexion turned a ghastly white as she realized she had eavesdropped on a chilling royal secret. She clamped her mouth shut, too terrified to breathe. The sharp voice retorted, if the new king were to discover his true identity, he could rally the exiled members of the Didina family and their private soldiers for a grand counterattack. The raspy voice clicked its tongue, lamenting, that would be no small force indeed, which is precisely why the last sovereign sought to eradicate the final direct descendant of the Didina family. At that moment, the starry night sky was pierced by the sound of flapping wings. After a few rustles, a pair of black-feathered, green-eyed crows spread their vast wings and soared from the top of a nearby tree, swiftly gliding overhead while emitting meaningless cawing sounds, several black feathers landing upon her face. Caw, 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 caw. The two black crows cawed sharply as they flapped their wings, rapidly flying toward the moon. She stood agape in disbelief. It turned out that it was those two crows that had been conversing, and she had comprehended every word. My goodness, what was happening? Had she suddenly understood the language of birds? She recalled the recurring dreams she had been having about the queen. Memories from the queen's childhood unfolding one by one, her tantrums directed at her maid, her playful antics with her mother, and games with a younger girl named Vini. The queen's life was increasingly infiltrating her own. Now, she had inexplicably acquired a queenly ability, understanding the speech of birds. As she entered the brightly lit banquet courtyard and handed her backpack to Aisha, she remained in a daze, astonished by her newfound power, or rather, the queen's power. With the queen's dreams and abilities manifesting, did this signify that the queen was on the verge of awakening, and that she, the impersonator, would have to depart? Certainly. She too would have to leave, for this body did not belong to her. But could she not return to her own home? In an inadvertent moment, she collided with a young servant clad in white, who was carrying a tray, resulting in a sharp blow to her nose that elicited a cry of pain. The white-clad servant trembled and knelt before her, imploring, "My lady, please forgive my recklessness." "It's nothing," she replied, retreating a few steps while covering her nose. "You may go." As the servant rose, still holding the tray, her peripheral vision caught sight of a pair of silver-green eyes, nearly translucent and more beautiful than the finest emeralds, stirring a sense of astonishment within her. When did the male attendants of Hidalas become so striking? Lost in thought, she barely noticed as the servant bowed his head and brushed past her. "My lady Queen Vian?" A high-haired maid adorned in sheer fabric approached her gracefully, smiling softly. Before she could respond, the maid continued politely, our sovereign requests your presence in the palace." The maid bore a hint of familiarity, reminiscent of the one who had attempted to abduct her at the last auction, yet wore no trace of embarrassment now. She followed the high-haired maid into the resplendent golden hall, filled with dazzling crystal chandeliers, a carpet of crimson, the scent of fine garments, dancing maidens, fountains of wine, and exquisite delicacies. Everything felt eerily reminiscent, as if she had returned to the night of her initial engagement with him. "Sister, one day I will repay you and care for you for life." But his repayment manifested as a raging inferno. Chapter 37. "Sister, I never expected you to truly come." A gentle yet playful voice reached her ears. Turning, she beheld Pinner, adorned in the highest rank of Hidala's white military uniform, with deep red diamond epaulets adorning his broad shoulders. Yes, the deep red, semi-transparent diamonds, not the white diamond epaulets that symbolized his princely identity during their engagement. He had officially ascended the throne. Even with a golden crown upon his head, he could not conceal his rebellious and wild aura, akin to the lush foliage of a vibrant tropical rainforest, fervent and untamed. Under the brilliant lights, he remained the focal point amidst the throng. A sudden dizziness enveloped her, reminiscent of the intoxicating love she had felt years ago at their engagement banquet. "I am delighted you could come," he remarked, his pale golden eyes reflecting the brilliant light of the crystal chandeliers in a breathtaking dance of colors. She stifled the sensation of vertigo, offering a slight smile as she composed herself. "Are you alone? Where is your bride?" Just as he was about to respond, a clear and melodic voice approached. "Your Majesty, is this the Queen of the Shadowed Forest?" A stunning beauty clad in an opulent white mermaid gown, crowned with gold, made her entrance, flanked by a retinue of maidens. Beneath the shimmering crystal light, she appeared dazzling and resplendent. A wave of inexplicable jealousy surged from her toes to her chest, constricting her breath like a heavy stone pressing upon her heart. However, after a fleeting smile, she greeted, "Princess Lanita, I wish you and King Pinner a joyful union." Lanita, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, possessed strikingly refined features. Her clear, ice green, elongated eyes were slightly sunken, exuding an exquisite and three-dimensional beauty. While she may not qualify as an unparalleled beauty, her soft, alluring C-cup bosom, enticingly deep cleavage, slender waist, voluptuous peach-like hips, and a pair of long, fair legs that subtly peeked from the side slit of her gown were undeniably captivating. Lanita's gaze lingered on her stunningly beautiful visage, her eyes ablaze with jealousy. She feigned ignorance, offering a faint smile. Painter observed Lanita, a barely perceptible chill flickering in his eyes, yet when he turned to her, his expression softened. Lanita intimately linked her arm with Painter's, playfully stating, "I adore the Queen's blessings." She returned a graceful smile, lifting a delicate wine glass from the tray held by a nearby maid, adding, "And may you and His Majesty soon be blessed with a child." After a delicate sip, ignoring Lanita's intent to say more, she cheerfully interjected, "I must seek my sister. Please excuse me." She offered Painter a polite smile. "Pardon my departure, Your Majesty." Without casting another glance at Painter or acknowledging his demeanor, she sensed a chill emanating from him. As if he were displeased, was it due to her remark about offspring or her aloofness? At that moment, several elegantly dressed noblewomen and gentlemen approached, encircling Painter and Lanita, causing the chilling atmosphere to gradually dissipate. Not far away, beneath a column adorned with royal engravings, Winnie and Wendleton were observing the scene with keen interest. As Winnie approached, her smile radiated even more brightly. "Sister, what were you two discussing just now?" Winnie inquired cheerfully. "Oh, nothing much. Merely wishing them joy in their marriage and blessings of children," came the response. "Sister," Winnie chuckled with delight, "you truly have a carefree spirit." She smiled lightly, feigning ignorance. After bowing to her, Wendleton took his wine glass and moved towards another group of splendidly dressed nobles under a different column. "Come, let us stroll in the courtyard." "It feels too stifling here," she insisted, pulling Winnie along. "The courtyard is far more lively. I just spotted several princes making their way over." The brightly lit courtyard was infinitely more vibrant than the hall, perhaps due to the absence of strict decorum, allowing the nobles to be more relaxed. She led Winnie directly to Prince Relan of rank, who stood handsomely among the rose bushes. Although he may not have been striking, his status as the crown prince lent him an air of distinction. As he concluded a conversation with a nobleman, he noticed two elegantly dressed women approaching him. Upon seeing the exceptionally beautiful one, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. She was none other than the renowned beauty from the Kaiser continent, famed for her beauty and arrogance, who had previously looked down upon the dignitaries at the Cartland auction. Yet, here she was, walking towards him. Greetings, Prince Rulin. I am Vivian from the Kingdom of Shadow, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Rulin suddenly felt a flush creeping across his face, accompanied by a subtle warmth at the nape of his neck. It is a great honor to meet you. Gazing upon her strikingly beautiful visage, he smiled, striving to maintain the composure befitting a royal heir. Xinmei returned his smile with gentleness and friendliness. I regret not having the opportunity to greet you at Catilan. It was quite impolite of me. This is my sister, Princess Winnie. Winnie, this is Prince Rulin, the heir of due rank. Winnie's eyes sparkled with mirth as she offered her greetings to Prince Rulin. You flatter me, Princess Winnie. Xinmei's smile grew softer. Your Highness, this is my sister's first time attending such a royal banquet, and she is not very familiar with this estate. Might you show her around? Rulin could not suppress a flicker of disappointment rising within him. Princess Vivian, you are too kind. I wonder if I might invite you to join us, as our last encounter was all too brief, and I hardly had the chance to exchange a few words with you. His words were a blatant insinuation, prompting Winnie to cast a sidelong glance at Xinmei, desperately concealing her inner envy. Ever since childhood, this sister had leveraged her beauty and status as the eldest daughter to usurp their mother's affection, the throne, the heart of a cousin she once secretly adored, and even the best rooms, jewels, garments, and delicacies within the castle. Everything of value seemed to gravitate towards her, leaving Winnie to snatch what little she could. I appreciate your kindness, but I am currently feeling unwell and must return to my room for a brief respite. Xinmei declined gently, feigning ignorance of the disappointment lurking in Rulin's eyes. Winnie smiled faintly and inquired, might I have the honor of being shown around the estate by the prince? Of course, Rulin replied, having been raised under strict royal etiquette and would never dream of disregarding the feelings of a lady in public. Winnie smiled sweetly, feigning indifference as she walked beside him, while inwardly she cursed him 100 times over. Like those men who became utterly entranced upon seeing Vivian, he was no better. Did he think she longed for his company? Nonsense. She merely sought to leverage his presence to forge connections with the nobility. Walking alongside him would surely attract the attention of other nobles of similar stature. As Winnie and Rulin's figures disappeared around the bend, she turned to return to her room and rummaged through her small bag. However, the same high-haired maidservant once again blocked her path, whispering, The king has instructed me to inform you that if you initiate conversation with any man again, he will not spare you. Let him perish, she retorted, feeling a surge of indignation as she seized the maidservant by the collar. I warn you, if you appear before me again, do not blame me for being unkind. With that, she forcefully tossed the maidservant aside, pretending not to notice the astonished expressions of the surrounding guests. She gracefully lifted her overly long skirt and strode confidently towards Wentworth, who had just exited the grand hall. She intimately linked her arm with Wentworth's, disregarding his surprised demeanor, and softly proposed, How about you come to my room tonight? Chapter 38. Night had deepened, yet the banquet seemed far from over, as faint voices of scattered guests could still be heard in the distance. In a beautifully dimly lit room adorned by flickering candlelight, she sat upon the carpet, teaching Wingedin the art of card play. Unbeknownst to them, much of the evening had slipped away. Stifling a yawn, she set down her cards and remarked, You are truly clever. Not only do you learn swiftly, but you also manage to defeat me with such speed. Wingedin's gaze was exceedingly gentle. Your Highness, since you are weary, perhaps I should take my leave. Leave? Whatever for? She laughed playfully. Am I truly so unworthy of your company? Your behavior in bed with Vini has made you reluctant to spend even one night with another? Wingedin hesitated slightly, choosing silence. He was well aware that the queen had inferred his relationship with Vini, and at this moment, he neither confirmed nor denied it. She regarded him with a flirtatious smile. Rising gracefully from the carpet, with slender, pale hands, she meticulously undid her silver garment's clasps until her long dress pooled on the carpet, leaving her flawless body exposed before him. At that instant, she was convinced that Vini's spies were lurking outside, eavesdropping or peering in. She intended for them to witness this, to plant a thorn in Vini's heart, an indelible one. However, Wingedin's reaction was unexpectedly composed. Your Highness, if your intention is to incite Vini's jealousy, you are employing the wrong method. He gazed at her with calmness, seemingly unmoved by her exquisite form. She approached him step by step until she stood directly before him, wrapping her arms around his neck. This isn't the wrong approach. One must try to know, she whispered. Vini and I have long discussed that if one day misfortune befalls me. Before he could finish his sentence, she exerted slight pressure, toppling him onto the carpet. Tilting her head, she gazed at him with a tender smile, then began to slowly unfasten his robe. Sometimes, pretense turns into reality. Sometimes, reality masquerades as a pretense. In matters between men and women, Even if it is merely an act, once it transpires, it becomes impossible for one to remain indifferent. Moreover, women are particularly keen on such matters, even if they feign indifference or understand it to be a charade, as long as they love the man. They cannot help but care. Soon, they found themselves bare before one another. Wingedin had initially attempted to resist, but she whispered softly in his ear, "No resisting. You are the queen's fiancé, and this is your duty." Wingedin closed his eyes, ceasing all movements, adopting a resigned demeanor that nearly made her laugh aloud. She pressed heavily upon him, her fingers grazing his neck, just as she was about to kiss his face when a sudden, heavy knocking resounded at the door, accompanied by a woman's sharp, tearful voice. "Lord Wingedin, you summoned us, yet have ignored us." Another woman's voice, somewhat hoarse from weeping, chimed in. "If we have failed to serve you properly, please do let us know. We can make amends." Although she intended to disregard them, the incessant knocking and the women's cries shattered her mood entirely. Infuriated, she sprang to her feet, donned a white robe, and shouted through the door, "Aisha, take these women away. Do not disturb us here." Yet, there was no response from Aisha outside, leaving her perplexed. Where could Aisha have gone? "Your Highness, Lord Wingedin originally summoned us. Our court has its rules. If a lord calls upon us and then disregards us, we shall be dragged out and whipped the following day." "Who are you?" she inquired angrily. "We are the courtesans," another woman timidly replied. She had heard of such women. They existed in courts across nations, specifically trained to entertain the dignitaries at grand banquets. They were meticulously trained to ensure the satisfaction of the powerful, who could purchase them or receive them as gifts. The rules for the courtesans of Hidalas were stringent. Should they fail to please the nobles, they might face whipping, or worse, become slaves or be executed outright. "Leave me at once," she commanded coldly. Outside, the sound of weeping women echoed, a chorus that gradually diminished. "Your Highness," Wingedin, clad in a white robe, approached her. "It is late. I should return to my chambers. Did you have an appointment with him?" "Yes." Despite suspecting he might be lying, her expression darkened. The evening had been thoroughly spoiled, and she felt no inclination to engage further with this man. With a stony face, she turned away. "Leave." When silence returned to the room, so too did the quietude outside. She sat alone on the carpet by the window until dawn broke. Perhaps no one had failed as a queen as she had, not only losing power but also being shunned by her fiancé, who preferred the company of courtesans over her. Now, as her physical form was about to awaken, she felt her downfall was imminent. Oh, how had she fallen so low? She wished she could find a block of tofu to end it all. Meanwhile, within the opulent royal chamber, Pinner was listening to the report of a kneeling figure clad in black. "Your Majesty, the courtesans have been successfully intercepted." Yet, Pinner's eyes revealed no joy. Instead, they shimmered with a chilling intensity. As daylight broke, she summoned Aisha, instructing, "Prepare our belongings. We shall return home today." "Yes." Aisha was somewhat taken aback. Having anticipated at least a 3-day stay, as the wedding festivities for the new monarch were to last 5 days and nights. With the bag secured, half of their objective was achieved. Vini had also taken the opportunity to familiarize herself with the prince or other dignitaries last night. Given what Aisha knew of Vini, correspondence would surely follow, marking the completion of their second goal. The only failure lay in her inability to charm Wingedin. As she walked along the long corridor paved with colorful stones, accompanied by her maidens, she inquired of Aisha, "Where did you go for a time last night?" "Your Highness, I beseech your forgiveness. I must have eaten something foul, as I was incapacitated by illness throughout the night and had to send 2 other maidens to attend to you." "Why did I not see other maidens on duty?" Aisha, with a woeful expression, explained that the others had been startled by strange noises from outside and had gone to investigate, only to return to the commotion caused by the courtesans' cries. She felt utterly at a loss. Aisha was a good person, loyal to her, yet somewhat simple-minded, making her an easy target for manipulation. Though she was unaware of the identity of the person who plotted against her last night, she was certain they were no benevolent soul. Thus, adhering to the principle of retreating as the best strategy, and with circumstances unfavorably stacked against her, lacking substantial resources or trump cards, she deemed it prudent to depart swiftly. Returning to her own realm would assuredly provide a measure of safety. Fortunately, she had secured her backpack. As she exited the corridor and stepped into the resplendent courtyard, traversing the winding path of colorful pebbles, she rounded 2 corners and arrived at the arched stone gateway, only to find a tall, striking figure obstructing her way like an imposing wall. She and her attendants halted instinctively. The lofty silhouette stood backlit by the sun, rendering his features indistinct. Yet the chilling aura emanating from him was palpable. It was none other than His Majesty the King, and she silently lamented her predicament. yet maintained a facade of politeness as she spoke. He remained unmoving, a steadfast iceberg blocking their passage entirely. After a brief pause, she turned and led her attendants toward another serpentine path, intending to exit through a different door. Just as she set foot on the winding path, the morning breeze carried his frosty voice. Has the queen forgotten something? Startled, she immediately pivoted, and in the bright daylight, she saw that he held a rose-red fashionable backpack, still bearing traces of soil that had not been cleaned. Her eyes widened in shock, and in a fit of anger, she rushed forward to reclaim the bag, exclaiming, "Return it to me at once." He scoffed coldly, casually tossing the backpack to a waiting maid while elegantly accepting a pristine white handkerchief from another attendant, wiping his hands with grace. As she prepared to dash forward to snatch it back, his form firmly obstructed her path. "What do you mean by this?" she demanded, lifting her gaze to his exquisitely beautiful face silhouetted against the light, his faint golden eyes glinting with a chilling brilliance. "Digging in the royal garden is a violation of the laws of Hidars," he replied, his tone icy. "I have not imprisoned you solely due to your status as queen. What do you intend to do now?" "Just name your price," she retorted. He erupted into a hearty laugh, tossing the soiled handkerchief to the maid, his mirth unabated. "Are you wealthy, perchance? What if I were to ask for your shadowy kingdom as compensation? Is that a fair trade?" She sneered. "Your dilapidated garden hardly warrants the sacrifice of an entire kingdom. Speak plainly, what do you truly desire?" His laughter ceased abruptly as he unexpectedly grasped her chin, declaring, "Do not presume that your title as queen renders you untouchable. Your shadowy realm is irretrievable. The Aberdan family S. Moore has instigated a coup and now controls a significant portion of the kingdom." At his words, all her attendants gasped in horror, their faces pale with fear. "What did you say?" she asked in disbelief, unable to even register the pain from his grip on her chin. "That is impossible." "How is it impossible?" He countered smoothly. "My dear sister, he has been plotting for quite some time, biding his time against your family. I initially intended to grant your sister, Princess Vinny, an opportunity, yet she has disappointed me gravely, failing to accomplish anything in 2 months. My patience is finite, and thus, I commanded him to take action. Was it you who deployed troops to assist him?" Her eyes blazed with fury, as if wishing to incinerate him entirely. "No, I offered him no assistance. I merely informed him that should he remain inactive, I would directly aid Princess Vinny, prompting him to act immediately. His scheming took as long as your sister's, and while she sought to use him to usurp the throne, he instead lay dormant for 2 years. She was unaware that his lineage already possessed the right to ascend to the throne, which he can now claim with legitimacy. You ought to express gratitude towards me. Dear sister, based on my understanding of you, if you continue to linger in the kingdom of shadows, calamity shall befall you within 2 years. However, if you remain by my side, your longevity shall mirror my own. Rest assured, I shall endure long after your demise." She gritted her teeth in response. "That would be most splendid indeed." His voice brimmed with mirth as he commanded, "Take Her Majesty back to her quarters. The queen is unwell and requires rest. Without my permission, no one is to disturb her. He dares to confine her." She enunciated each word, her tone firm and resolute. "Painter, you possess no authority to treat me thus. Even if Moore is to ascend, he has not done so yet. I remain the queen of the kingdom of shadows." "And so what?" he retorted. "What difference does a few days make?" To him, there was no distinction, yet those days held potential for her. "Sister." He suddenly embraced her soft form, burying his face in her shoulder. "Please, cease tormenting me, and stay here obediently. Do you recall our marriage pact? It is eternally binding." Summoning all her strength, she broke free from his hold, mimicking his previous laughter as she produced a beautifully crafted transparent diamond ring from her bosom and hurled it at him. "Who covets your possessions? Take it back." His complexion turned pale and cold in an instant. He had stepped forward, poised to embrace her once more, but abruptly halted. Yet she approached him, her voice low and frigid, declaring, "I regard your proposal as nothing more than a jest. Our relationship concluded in my previous life. Long ago, I was merely enchanted by your appearance, never having loved your soul. You mean nothing to me." Her words sliced through him like the sharpest blades, inflicting immense pain that, in that fleeting moment, transformed into numbness. "Painter, I have long since lost all feelings for you, let alone love." His strikingly handsome visage revealed no emotion as he stood silently before her, offering no reply. The entire courtyard was enveloped in silence, so profound that even the sound of a falling pin could be discerned. The breaths of the maidens were uneven, disordered, infused with terror and horror at the specter of death. Never before had anyone dared to speak so audaciously to a sovereign. Although the onlookers could not fully discern the words of the queen, they understood they were by no means pleasant, and could potentially bring shame upon the ruler. In a fit of rage, the monarch might even decide to execute all the maidens present. Moments later, a sharp crack shattered the tense atmosphere as the exquisite, transparent diamond ring was crushed in the prince's hand. Countless tiny, sparkling fragments cascaded from his palm like fine sand, resembling a radiant shower of stars scattered across the lush green grass. A golden circle of the ring continued to roll until it came to rest beside a cluster of roses, gleaming coldly and eerily in the golden morning light. Since the queen was determined to depart, so be it. The young monarch spoke with an unsettling calmness, devoid of any emotion. From her understanding of him, she knew his feelings had turned to a deep-seated hatred, nearly numbing, leaving him devoid of any sentiment toward her. Suppressing the tumultuous pain within, she resolutely walked toward the winding path where Aisha awaited, leading the maidens away without a backward glance. As 8 black steeds unfurled their mighty wings, lifting the opulent black carriage gracefully into the sky, her heart remained restless within the confines of the carriage. Vinny and Wingard sat opposite her, silent and seemingly asleep. Clearly aware of her separation from Penner, she clutched tightly to the rose-red fashionable backpack, handed to her by a maid with an elaborate updo before she boarded the carriage. Evidently, he no longer wished to retain her presence through any means. He sought to extricate her entirely from his life. Perhaps this was for the best. A farewell to the haunting past serving as a liberation for both him and her. 5 hours later, the noble black carriage, drawn by the 8 black steeds, descended outside a grand inn. She exchanged little with Vinny and Wingard, following Aisha and the other maidens under the guidance of the innkeeper to an upscale room on the upper floor. Aisha, along with a few maidens, prepared the bed and kindled a fire in the hearth before departing. Alone by the warm fireplace, silent tears streamed down her face, flowing ceaselessly until the sky turned a hazy grayish white, at which point her tears gradually ceased, her eyelids growing heavy until she slowly drifted off to sleep in the plush, wide-back chair. Chapter 40. At this moment, a white shadow glided through the narrow corridor and approached the wooden door, gently opening a crack to retrieve an exquisite bamboo tube, from which it released wisps of white smoke. "My dear girl, can you hear my voice?" An hour later, an extraordinarily gentle and sweet voice seemed to emanate from the depths of her heart. "I am Vivian. Thank you for coming into my body, Vivian." Upon hearing this name, she felt little shock, but rather a deep sigh escaped her lips. "Vivian, you have finally awakened. Why do you sigh, my dear girl? You have returned. Does that mean I should take my leave?" "No, I currently lack the strength to displace you from within my body, nor do I wish to. I have long been disillusioned with my kin and friends. During those years of unconsciousness, I had opportunities to awaken, yet I resisted, unwilling to confront this grotesque world. And so I forcibly cast myself into slumber once more with magic. My mother, my sister, my betrothed, and my lover, Natanya, have all betrayed me. I never wish to see them again." She replied, "I too wish to avoid their presence. I now find myself in dire straits. Perhaps we shall soon meet in some subterranean realm." "No, dear girl, you shall not perish. Tell me, which noble powers do you know?" After a moment's contemplation, she responded, "Haidar of Kylat." "Haidar? Who is she?" "The daughter of a fallen noble, married 1 year ago to Kylat's Grand Prince. Then you may seek her out personally and negotiate with her husband, informing him that you can offer the 4 significant salt mines of the Kingdom of Sinan, now located in the Daler Mountains, provided he sends troops to vanquish the treacherous usurpers. Kylat is rich in resources, possessing numerous gold, silver, copper, and iron mines. Yet only 2 salt mines. This proposition will surely entice him. Furthermore, once this agreement is reached, you can promise to open the seas west of Sinan for Kylat, allowing their citizens to travel west without the arduous detour over the Sirs Mountains. Kylat's geographical position is peculiar. The east, south, and north are relatively accessible, but the west is a vast magical sea, with the sole exit being through the Sirs Mountains, rendering passage exceedingly inconvenient. Should you grant them access to the seas west of Sinan, it would signify the opening of another exit from the magical sea of Kylat. Once this exit is established, due to the magical sea's energies, an invisible barrier will form around the opening, constraining their vessels to a narrow maritime passage, thus alleviating our concerns of invasion into our territorial waters. After absorbing this information, however, she did not express gratitude. Instead, she stated, "Your Highness, I wish to disengage from such matters. I only desire to return home. You are the true queen. I wish to return your body to you. Please reveal to me the location of the secret mechanism in your study that can send me home." Following a brief silence, she replied simply, "You now face a choice, either to live or to perish. Then, she vanished. Your Highness, Your Highness. In the endless darkness of her dreams, she called out in panic, grasping at the last vestige of hope. At that moment, another voice suddenly emerged, overlapping with her dream sound. Your Highness, Your Highness. The two voices calling for the princess intertwined, swirling around her ears. She abruptly opened her eyes, feeling a searing wave of heat rush towards her. Thick smoke choking her throat and nostrils. Your Highness, there is a fire. Quickly follow me. Aisha gasped through the smoke. Hurry, there's a fire? Startled from her slumber, she gasped in horror as tendrils of black smoke invaded her nostrils, causing her to cough uncontrollably. In a panic, she grasped the armchair for support and rose to her feet. The two of them dashed towards the door amidst the suffocating darkness, only to be met with a thunderous crash as two flaming wooden beams plummeted from the ceiling, obstructing the narrow corridor. Coughing and covering their mouths, they veered towards the opposite end of the hallway. But once more, a deafening roar echoed as another pair of ignited beams crashed down, once again blocking their escape. A dense haze enveloped them in chaos as they frantically retreated into the room. Yet, the space shrouded in smoke was ablaze. The bed, the armchair, the table, and even the windowsill were engulfed in flames. Tears of terror streamed down her cheeks as a vivid memory flashed before her. The moment she perished in a previous life, consumed by fire. Was this tragedy destined to repeat itself? In a moment of desperation, she leaped onto the windowsill, willing to take the plunge rather than succumb to the flames once more. However, Aisha lunged forward, gripping her legs with fervor, coughing violently as she pleaded, Your Highness, please do not act foolishly. With her hair disheveled, she cried out, Winnie, Wendleton, I will haunt you even in death. We will find another way. After uttering those words, Aisha was rendered speechless by the thick smoke, yet her grip on her legs remained steadfast, unwilling to let her jump. A gentle, ethereal voice resonated within her heart, tinged with regret. If you leap now, you shall surely perish. Winnie and Wendleton have set archers all around. They will consider you an arsonist and shoot you down, claiming it to be a misunderstanding. I refuse. I cannot endure this terrifying place any longer. She wept, her sobs choking her voice, her long hair cascading wildly. I return my body to you. Avenge your grievances, but do not make me your substitute. Aisha, despite her own struggles, summoned an unexpected strength and pulled her down from the windowsill. She fell heavily onto the scalding floor, screaming in pain as smoke filled her lungs. Aisha grasped her hand, desperately dragging her towards the flaming beams. With a determined gaze, Aisha resolutely stripped off her long gown, standing before her in her bare form, enveloping her in the fabric. Your Highness, we must charge out. Show a semblance of the queen you are? No, please, she cried, shaking her head in tears. We shall escape together. With astonishing strength, Aisha lifted her up, and amidst her screams, hurled her from the inferno. As she hung suspended in midair, the flames licked at her gown. The agony tearing through her body was excruciating, silencing her piercing cries. With a thud, she fell heavily onto the floor, mere steps away from the burning beams. The flames crept along the cheap wooden floor, the acrid scent of charred wood wafted through the air, and her long hair caught fire. She rose from the ground, her hair disheveled, frantically running while desperately attempting to extinguish the flames engulfing her long tresses with her hands. The searing pain radiating from her palms threatened to tear her apart. Just as she reached the staircase, the ravenous fire once more obstructed her path. She fell heavily to her knees, tears streaming down her face. It seemed as though fate had conspired against her despite her valiant efforts. With her eyes closed, she allowed the tears to flow silently, awaiting the inevitable end. At that moment, a melodious voice chirped from the window of the burning staircase. Dear lady, flee quickly through the underground passage in the wardrobe of the second room on your right. It was built by the innkeeper for his own escape. A small sparrow flitted past the window, seemingly glancing back at her kneeling form. Awakening from her stupor, she dashed into the second room on her right, heedless of the flames before her, and rushed towards the wardrobe, where flames flickered ominously. Chapter 41. Clenching her teeth, she grasped the hem of Aisha's long gown tightly, pulling it over her head as she screamed and charged inside. With a thud, her head struck the stone wall of the wardrobe, blood streaming down her forehead. Just then, she heard the resounding sound of the stone wall opening, and she tumbled into the dark, eerie passage. The stone door slammed shut once more. In the stillness of midnight, within an expansive, exquisitely adorned golden chamber, fine grains of sand cascaded slowly from an ornate hourglass. A stately fireplace, adorned with royal engravings, crackled with a warm flame, while sumptuous crimson drapes hung from a grand bed, enveloping it in a soft embrace. For alluring handmaidens, draped in sheer fabric, awaited their master's summons at each corner of the bed. The breathtaking young monarch, nestled within the crimson drapes, gradually opened his eyes. The green-haired beauty beside him still lost in slumber, her breath steady, her long, bare arms wrapped tightly around his waist. Gently, he pushed her aside and rose from the bed, completely unclothed. The two sheer-clad handmaidens immediately drew back the drapes, while the other two swiftly gathered his garments from the chaise, delicately assisting him in dressing. As the golden door closed behind him, the green-haired beauty remained undisturbed in her repose. After taking a few steps down the corridor lined with colorful tiles, a young male servant in black swiftly approached, bowing before whispering a few words in his ear. His pale gold eyes narrowed, and an icy aura enveloped him as he stood silently in the corridor. Just as the young servant prepared to leave, believing he had received no further orders, the monarch suddenly commanded, "Send word to more of the Shadow Kingdom. Lend him my private army to eradicate the latent family of Wangeden." The young servant departed with the order. "Sister, you never heed my advice," he mused to himself, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. A cool autumn breeze began to stir. The scorching summer days had passed. One by one, crimson leaves cascade from the towering trees, blanketing the ground in layers that crunch underfoot. As evening approaches, the sun is on the verge of retreating, casting its final golden rays. While the royal city prepares to enforce its curfew, only a scant few remain in line before the imposing black gates. Among the 4 or 5 individuals queuing, a girl with short purple hair stands out strikingly. Her visage is marred with dirt, her attire tattered and ragged. Yet beneath the grime lies an exquisite beauty, so remarkable that at first glance, one might mistake her for a boy. Upon closer inspection, however, her delicate and flawless skin shines through the filth, and her violet eyes possess a captivating allure that even the stars in the night sky cannot rival. Her short, purple hair, though sullied, exudes an astonishing softness and charm. The armored captain stationed at the gate had long taken notice of her, already devising plans to abduct her as his third concubine or to keep her as his mistress. As she approached the gate, the captain swiftly intervened, halting the guard who was about to question her, and stepping before her with a bemused expression, he inquired, "Where is your pass?" Observing her silence, a smug smile crept across the captain's lips. Without a pass, she could not enter the city, destined instead to remain in the wilderness. He was confident she possessed no such document. Having served as captain for many years, he had encountered countless homeless girls like her, often emerging from war-torn villages or desolate mountains, where even their lives hung by a thread, devoid of any coin, surviving day to day on meager scraps. Such girls, when attempting to enter the city, often found themselves swept away by the guards with modest salaries if they were somewhat presentable. Those of average appearance might attract the attention of lower-ranking soldiers, while the unattractive would be overlooked, ultimately left to wander the vast canyons, facing starvation or the jaws of predatory beasts. Given her striking beauty, he resolved to claim her for himself. The short-haired girl remained silent for a full 5 minutes, prompting his impatience. "Do you have a pass or not? If not, I shall close the gates," he pressed. She gazed at him intently, her eyes reflecting a depth of humanity that unsettled him. Displeased, he turned his head, calling to the other guards surrounding the gate, "Brothers, shut the gates." With a smug glance back at her, he anticipated her to kneel before him, begging for mercy and pleading for him to take her in. Yet, as 7 or 8 armored guards hurried over to push the massive black gates, she still maintained her silence. He scratched his head, bemused. Was this beggar genuinely unafraid, or merely pretending? The heavy gates creaked open slowly, and just as they were about to close completely, the girl suddenly spoke. In that moment of private triumph, she astounded him by declaring, "Tell your esteemed Lady Hida, I am Queen Viand of the Shadow Realm, here to deliver for salt mines and secure passage through the seas." He and the guards were taken aback, but soon burst into hearty laughter, lamenting the fact that such a beautiful girl was, alas, a madwoman. The girl slowly turned towards them and, after their laughter subsided, spoke deliberately, "You may choose not to report me. I have my own means." The guards erupted with laughter once more, as if they had heard the most amusing joke, their leader grinning widely. Thinking her arrogance was misplaced, did she really believe she could leap over the city gates with such extraordinary abilities? One guard, laughing so hard he could scarcely breathe, remarked that he had never encountered such a shameless woman. However, before he could finish his sentence, the girl suddenly raised her hand to her lips and emitted a sharp whistle, producing a series of peculiar notes. As the leader and the guards were still in shock, they were startled by a tremendous flapping of wings overhead, compelling them to look up, their pupils dilating in disbelief. In the not-so-distant sky, amidst the waning red clouds. A massive dark cloud suddenly appeared, rolling ominously towards them. As it drew nearer, it became evident that it was a flock of enormous black eagles. They spread their vast, glistening black wings, nearly eclipsing half the sunset sky. The fierce countenance of the black eagles, with their blood-red eyes filled with malice, created gusts of wind that rustled the surrounding branches and grass. Just as the leader and the guard stood speechless in astonishment, one particularly large black eagle circled above them twice before swooping down rapidly towards the girl standing at the city gate. It halted just a step away from her head, spinning in the air while emitting a sharp cry. "Take this to Haidar and place it in her hands." The girl tossed a small note into the air, which the black eagle caught with unerring precision. It unfurled its massive wings and, with a piercing cry, soared towards the red castle perched upon the mountain within the city. The leader and the guards stared at her with incredulity. Could it be that she was truly the queen of the Dark Forest? But had not the Dark Forest just held a grand coronation for a new monarch 2 days prior? Was she, then, the deposed queen? The girl stood there quietly, her demeanor serene and composed, no longer casting a glance at the guards. "You have done exceedingly well," a soft voice arose from deep within her, imbued with exquisite tenderness. "Beyond my expectations. As long as you are satisfied," she replied, "neither warm nor cold. Remember your promise once the task is complete. I assure you, I shall help you uncover the secrets of the royal study." Just then, a peculiar wind swept in from afar, and a herd of black-winged steeds burst forth from the towering red castle within the city. Chapter 42. Though still distant and somewhat unclear, one could vaguely discern a slender, graceful figure riding at the forefront of the black steeds, her dark green hair billowing in the wind, resembling a breathtaking and enchanting sight. Had Princess Haidar truly come in person to greet them? This revelation astonished not only the guards, but also caused her to widen her eyes in disbelief. She was certain that Sherdar would emerge, but she did not anticipate it would happen so swiftly. In just over 10 minutes, Sherdar appeared, astride a winged horse. Earlier, she had inscribed a brief note: "I have arrived," waiting at the city gate. Long ago, she had been lost in a peculiar dream of Sherdar. In that dream, on a rainy night, deafening thunder rolled, deep purple lightning illuminated the sky, and torrential rain cascaded down. Countless streams of water trickled through the crevices of the roof and the window panes, the cold nearly freezing her breath. A beautiful girl, clad in a deep red bridal gown and adorned with a long, red veil, sat upon an opulent crimson carpet, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she cast a sidelong glance at a fragile girl kneeling before her, weeping profusely. The girl, delicate and slender, appeared as though she could be toppled by a mere gust of wind. "I carry your fiancé's child," she pleaded, her voice thick with tears. "Please, help me. How am I to assist you?" The bride's smirk deepened. "Why not relinquish your fiancé to me? You are so remarkable, beautiful, and a daughter of the esteemed Stuart lineage. Surely, you can find a man far superior to Lord Vander." The bride scoffed. "Yet, you are merely the second daughter of a prominent noble family. It should not be difficult for you to find a man better than Lord Vander. He is simply the husband my late mother procured from who knows where. Hardly a match for you, Miss Sherdar." The girl cried. "I do not care where he came from. I only wish to be with him." "Then go find him." The bride toyed with her crystal nails, her impatience palpable. "Why seek me? I am not the one who has caused your predicament." The girl gazed at her with a sorrowful expression, akin to a tearful fawn, yet a flicker of hatred coursed through her heart. This fallen countess was far more troublesome than she had anticipated, eccentric and capricious. The girl wept openly, concealing her distorted visage with her hands, anguished. "But you are officially engaged. He is helpless. What do you wish me to do?" The bride raised her voice. "Tonight, the wedding is to be held." All at once, the girl produced a crystal paperweight from her garment, and, with astonishing speed, lunged at the bride, seizing her by the mouth before striking her head with the paperweight. The poor bride did not even have time to scream before being silenced and rendered unconscious. "I simply desire your demise." The girl struck the bride's forehead with relentless precision. Fueled by seething hatred, over and over, fierce and brutal, the metallic scent of blood gradually saturating the bridal chamber. After a pause, this seemingly fragile girl, akin to a delicate flower swaying in the wind, stripped the unconscious bride of her garments, dragging her beneath the bed. She swiftly retrieved a bottle of perfume and sprayed it around, masking the room's stench of blood entirely. The girl paid no heed to the blood-stained carpet, for it too was a deep crimson, rendering any irregularity nearly imperceptible upon casual observation. Swiftly, she fashioned her hair into an identical chignon as the bride's, donning a resplendent deep red bridal gown and a flowing crimson veil. A mere quarter of an hour later, the grand silver doors were pushed open, revealing a lady clad in a snowy ball gown, accompanied by 10 attendants who bowed respectfully. "Miss Heidel, the time has come. Please follow us to the hall." The scene shifted in a dreamlike manner to a magnificent hall filled with melodious strains of music, where countless petals danced in the air, heralding a grand wedding celebration. The elegantly adorned bride and groom stood upon the silver staircase, surrounded by lavishly dressed guests who sprinkled fragrant holy water upon them, while a white-robed priest murmured blessings from the side. In an inconspicuous corner, behind a tall white column, a small figure flickered into view, deep green hair, profound eyes, revealing the true bride who had just awakened. With her forehead wrapped in thick white gauze and a triumphant smile gracing her lips, she thought to herself, "Wretched pair, this house shall become your tomb." "Miss Heidel," a small maid approached her quietly, whispering, "Everything is ready." She lifted her gaze slightly, her long lashes fluttering as she beheld the striking figure of the red-clad groom on the opulent silver staircase, his tall, youthful stature and cold, cruel smile. Very well. At the height of the wedding ceremony, a thunderous explosion suddenly echoed, igniting a fierce blaze that engulfed the beautiful mansion. Panic ensued as guests fled in disarray, like headless flies, their screams piercing through the thick smoke. The groom hastily grasped the bride's hand, the first time he had done so since the wedding began. But his expression shifted dramatically as he suddenly released her grasp, tearing away her veil. Their eyes locked. The groom's pupils dilated in fury, and with a swift motion, he struck her hard across the face, sending her crashing to the ground. "Wretched woman, where is Heidel?" She clutched her abdomen, her features contorted in pain, yet a smirk lingered at the corner of her lips. "Vanderson, we are wed, are we not? Begone." The groom cast a disdainful glance at her and delivered a vicious kick, sending her sprawling aside. She screamed as she slid behind the column, vivid red blood seeping slowly from beneath her, gradually spreading. "Heidel! Heidel!" The groom frantically scoured the fiery house, calling out for his bride amidst the chaos. The flames roared higher, smoke billowing thickly, blending the cries of terror and desperation into a cacophony that lingered. Not far from the opulent abode, on a rolling mountain slope, the true bride stood quietly at mid-height, her dark green hair billowing in the wind. "Milady, it is time for us to depart." The small maid approached her. She gazed into the flames and softly, gently inquired, "Do you believe, Ace, that it is all over?" In the shadowy pre-dawn, devoid of any glimmer save for the distant houses ablaze, a torrential rain relentlessly cascaded upon two girls, droplets splattering from their hooded garments. The young maid whispered in response, "Indeed, Miss Heidel, it is all over." No sooner had she spoken than she raised her right hand, and a chilling flash of silver light pierced through the air. Before she could react, a razor-sharp dagger plunged into her chest. Agonizing pain radiated throughout her body as she gazed in disbelief at the eerily smiling maid clad in white, her mouth agape yet unable to utter a single word. The maid's eyes glimmered with an unusual light, her face breaking into a smirk as she leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially, "Miss Heidel, are you wondering why? Let me tell you. You shall never know, not even in death." Her lips parted once more, seemingly on the verge of revelation, prompting the maid to lean in closer. But with a sudden gasp, the dying girl spat a torrent of blood directly onto her face. The maid shrieked in horror, stumbling back in panic, frantically wiping the crimson from her features. The girl offered her a smile, strange and terrifying, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell, exuding an unparalleled aura of the uncanny, before she slowly closed her eyes. The maid, paralyzed by fear, retreated, and in mere moments, the girl's countenance turned ashen, blood oozing from her lips as she collapsed heavily to the ground. The deluge continued to pour, while not far off, the opulent residence blazed in a furious conflagration, flames dancing as if to consume all hatred and darkness. In the vast, white anteroom, white stone pillars, entwined with verdant vines, stood in every direction. A gentle breeze wafted through the gaps between the pillars, stirring layers of pale yellow curtains draping from the unglazed stone windows. Night had fully descended, and torches atop the white pillars flickered to life, casting a warm, golden glow that illuminated the face of a stunning beauty adorned in an opulent, floor-length green gown, crowned with a crystal tiara. This visage was achingly familiar, as if it were another version of herself. Long ago, she had gazed into the mirror daily, beholding this face. When she smiled, this face mirrored her joy. When she wept, it echoed her sorrow. When she furrowed her brow, it shared her concern. And every day, Painter would call her sister upon seeing this face. In the brilliant light of the flames, standing on the polished white tiles of the hall, She beheld this face once more, lost in reverie, feeling as though she had traversed through time. A great fire had severed the bond between them. Her spirit felt fragmented while this entity reclaimed her own corporeal form. In that fleeting moment, something stirred within her heart, as if a secret were poised to be unveiled, only to slip away in an instant. After a prolonged gaze, Heidel's first words echoed nearly identically to those spoken by Pinner when she first encountered her. Xinmei. This time, you have indeed found a splendid vessel. She stood there in silence. Now, does your body contain only yourself, or is she still present? A subtle smile graced Heidel's lips. Echoing the past, she replied coolly, she appeared long before you. You emerged at midnight after 6 years. Yet she manifested merely 3 years in, always present both day and night. Heidel chuckled softly. Your luck is quite remarkable. Her smile was serene and gracious, devoid of any remnants of past grievances or envy, as if all previous affections and animosities had transformed into imperceptible dust. A peculiar sensation stirred within her, an indescribable flavor of emotions. Greetings to His Highness van der Schung. The respectful salutation of the maids floated in from the outer chamber. Van der Schung? Her long lashes fell, concealing the tumultuous emotions within. The intelligence she had received earlier had not mentioned the name of this grand prince. So it was that this prince of Kairoth was named van der Schung. It appeared that after all the twists and turns, Heidel had indeed married van der Schung. However, from the fragmented dreams of the past, it seemed Heidel was unaware that the van der Schung her mother wed was the grand prince of Kairoth. And even her mother seemed oblivious. A gentle breeze, fragrant and intoxicating, swept in, revealing a cadre of dark-clad guards surrounding a man in an opulent black robe. His silver-gray hair cascading elegantly. Under the flickering golden light, his silver-gray locks shimmered beautifully, his features deep and striking, with a particularly high and exquisite nose, all marked by an undeniable grace. His deep blue eyes radiated an unusual hue, dazzling like blue crystal, so clear they seemed ready to spill. It was evident they were not the eyes of a mere human. This thought suddenly startled her, and she realized it must be the original owner's sentiment. Van der Schung strode directly towards Heidel, while the guards halted at the entrance of the side chamber. Heidel, it appears we have distinguished guests today, Van der Schung's voice, tinged with a husky allure, held an unmistakable tenderness and affection as he spoke to her. Heidel, however, remained notably aloof, responding coolly. This is Queen Viand of the Kingdom of Sunin. We are old acquaintances. She offered van der Schung a polite smile and added, Greetings to His Highness the Prince. It is indeed an honor to behold the fairest beauty of our continent. Van der Schung's eyes sparkled with a strange light, his azure irises glistening with brilliance. Before him stood a girl with boyish short purple hair, her appearance somewhat disheveled, yet the dirt on her face could not obscure her extraordinary beauty. Particularly the captivating sparkle of her star-like eyes and the perfect curve of her rose petal-like lips, exuding an unparalleled allure. She smiled silently and inclined her body slightly, a gesture of gracious acknowledgement. Haidar lifted the hem of her skirt and approached her, not turning back as she addressed van der Schung. Your Highness, today marks a reunion of old friends. We intend to converse late into the night. Perhaps you might visit concubine Xue instead this evening. Van der Schung took a few steps forward, embracing her from behind, and softly replied, Since we are old friends reuniting, there must be much to discuss. How could it all be said in one night? Why not allow the Queen, who has come from afar, to rest for the night? You may converse during the day tomorrow, when time is more abundant. Concubine Xue has just endured a difficult childbirth. It would be more appropriate for you to pay her a visit, Haidar gently persuaded. Van der Schung chuckled lightly. She has her caretakers. I believe it is better for the Queen to rest first. Suddenly, a maid rushed in from outside, kneeling in a flurry to report, Your Highness, Concubine Xue has suffered severe bleeding, and the sheets are soaked in red. Lady Dell has summoned the royal physician. Van der Schung furrowed his brow, seemingly yielding at last. He placed a tender kiss on Haidar's cheek, saying, Don't talk too late, before hastily departing. The moment his figure vanished, a sardonic smile curled at Haidar's lips, her gaze turning icy enough to chill the heart. Unable to contain herself, she inquired, Is Concubine Xue particularly favored? She better remain in favor, Haidar replied nonchalantly. Turning to her, Come, follow me to my sitting room. Navigating through the intricately winding stone corridors and rounding 2 corners, they arrived side by side at the grand circular door at the end of the hallway. Upon pushing open the door, one could see that Haidar's sitting room, though not large, was immensely luxurious and beautiful. The furniture, a table and chair, crafted from the finest mahogany, while the curtains, made of exceptionally soft and delicate cotton, adorned the room. The beige carpet, pure velvet, was astonishingly soft and comfortable. The elegant silver fireplace crackled with a warm fire, creating a cozy atmosphere within, rendering the autumn chill outside irrelevant to them. After taking a bath in the adjoining bathroom, she emerged dressed in a simple white long gown. Originally, Haidar had offered her a stunning gown adorned with pearls, but she had declined, opting for the plainest of dresses instead. Yet, even in the simplest of white, she exuded an ethereal grace, a transcendent beauty. Haidar clicked her tongue. If the newly appointed king of Hydel sees you again, he will surely be captivated once more. She cast a surprised glance at Haidar, wondering if Haidar truly felt no lingering affection for Peignoir to speak such words. We have already met, she replied. Oh. A hint of pleasure flickered across Haidar's face as she said somewhat bitterly, well, you have suffered little loss, after all. A man of such humble origins could never marry you. It was so in the past, and it remains so now. To them, anyone of non-aristocratic lineage or lacking noble and ancient bloodlines was deemed insignificant. Where shall I sleep tonight? Here? She asked, disregarding Haidar's attitude and shifting the conversation. You may rest in the guest room across the hall, while Haidar reclines in the armchair, lifting a steaming cup of red tea. Would you care to join me for a bite? She sits before her, picking up a cream muffin and bringing it to her lips. Haidar gazes at her with a half-smile, languidly remarking, had it not been for your possession of me in years past, and my brief tutelage, your manner of eating would surely be far more unsightly now. Oh, I owe you my gratitude then. Think nothing of it. At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the door of the sitting room. Haidar lazily inquired, what is it? Your Highness, the situation with concubine Xue is exceedingly dire. Do you wish to see her? Came the timid voice of a maidservant. I shan't go. Her demise would be preferable, she replied. Once the voices outside faded entirely, she turned to Haidar with a faint smile, saying, you truly possess a heart of stone. And what of it? Concubine Xue and Vander Sheng are among my most detested individuals. Thus, my sentiments toward them are entirely justified. Haidar set down her tea, tossing a piece of silver charcoal into the fire. Concubine Xue, who had only been welcomed into the household last year, was notably gentle and charming, quickly winning Vander Sheng's favor, and soon thereafter became pregnant. It makes one wonder what peculiar creature she will bear now. Suddenly, a chilling memory from her past life surfaced, causing her to shudder. Do you recall? Haidar observed the sudden pallor on her face with a smile. I remain grateful that I did not conceive Vander Sheng's child. However, my cold demeanor towards him has always been genuine. Even when sharing the same bed, our intimacy was exceedingly rare. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, she inquired, was it Vander Sheng who forced you into marriage? Indeed. Upon returning to my own body, he somehow learned of my existence and swiftly negotiated with Peignoir for me. The price being 3 gold mines, for silver mines, 5 iron mines, and 6 copper mines. Quite surprising, I assent it. I am worth so much. She fell silent, cradling her cup of tea, quietly observing the flickering flames in the hearth. Haidar, indifferent to whether she would respond, continued to speak for herself. Eventually, I was wed to him, though it was under duress. Haidar emphasized the word duress, questioning who would willingly marry him. Aside from his own kin, it was unlikely that any foreign woman would consent. He seems to treat you reasonably well, she remarked, sipping her tea leisurely. That is merely his one-sided affection. Haidar's voice was as unyielding as stone. She stifled a yawn and said, well, I find myself rather fatigued. Let us converse further tomorrow, for I have matters to discuss with you. Haidar turned her face away, dissatisfied with her demeanor, yet made no further demands. Summoning a maidservant, she instructed her to escort her to the guest room for rest. That night, perhaps stirred by her conversation with Haidar, certain memories resurfaced, compelling her to relive the terrible nightmare of her previous life. It was a dream long forgotten, one that belonged to an earlier time. In the dream, a brilliant sun shone down, casting golden rays across the forest, while countless cicadas sang incessantly from the trees. She donned a delicate white gauze gown, her bare feet dancing through the frigid waters of the brook, where she frolicked and splashed, chasing after fish. Sprightly little fish leaped from the crystal-clear stream, sending ripples that drenched her beautiful, dark green hair and elicited her melodious, bell-like laughter. Suddenly, a powerful, hoarse neigh shattered the tranquil and sultry summer air. With her face adorned with droplets and her entire being soaked, she gazed towards the rugged gray cliffs in the distance, where a magnificent, muscular black stallion let out a resounding whinny. It galloped forth with a mighty leap, soaring across the lengthy ravine and landing perilously on the opposite hillside. The grand black steed reared its head, neighing skyward as tendrils of thick, dark smoke billowed from its flaring nostrils. Upon this towering black horse sat a tall figure clad in a flowing black robe, a hood obscuring his features, with strands of silver-gray hair dancing in the warm breeze, exuding an aura of wild enchantment. Shielding her delicate, fair hands against the morning sun, she attempted to discern his face, but the blinding light rendered it indistinct, though she could feel the searing gaze hidden beneath the dark hood. For reasons unknown, her heart leapt unexpectedly. "Miss Haidar, come quickly. We must return to the castle to change," cried her maid, Ace, as she approached from a distance. Responding with a nod, she turned back, only to find that the grand black stallion and the handsome man had vanished without a trace. What had transpired moments before now seemed like a fleeting dream that had merely stirred her peculiar heartbeat. That evening, her mother, who had been away from the family castle for 2 years, hosted a small banquet, inviting close friends and relatives. "Haidar, this is your new father, Vander." At the turn of the grand staircase, her mother, resplendent in her finery and radiating charm, approached, entwined with a similarly adorned young man. Her stepfather's strikingly beautiful, icy blue eyes met hers, his lips curling into a gentle smile, yet his gaze held a chilling indifference. As she observed them, a shadow passed over her expression. The familial ties had already been intricate, and now a stepfather entered the scene. Unbeknownst to her, as she turned her back to them, he regarded her intently from the corner of his eye. During the banquet, her mother publicly announced her impending marriage to this young man, her face aglow with joy, causing a stir among the guests. Resistance arose from the family elders, yet her mother remained resolute, claiming the support of a favored concubine of King Heidel. The elders, left with little choice, acquiesced. Little did her mother anticipate that this hard-won marriage would last but 2 years. 2 years later, her mother succumbed to a sudden illness. Her stepfather insisted on marrying her, his non-blood relative, despite considerable opposition from many family members. Nevertheless, he prevailed against the dissent, ultimately securing the approval of the most esteemed elder in the family. "I am unwilling to marry him, uncle." Faced with her elderly uncle's persistent urging, she resolutely declined, stating, "I refuse to wed a man who could possibly be the murderer of my mother." The old man, his hair a cascade of silver, replied, "Your mother's death has nothing to do with him. It was merely a recurrence of her old illness." She shifted her reasoning, her tone unwavering. "I am still young, not yet 12, and have no desire to marry. But Haidar, the women of our Hidalas royal family mature at the tender age of 10, swiftly becoming adults. Your aunt was wed at 11. No, I do not wish to marry him, and you need not say more." That night, amidst the thunderous storm and torrential rain, her young and handsome stepfather burst into her room, glaring at her with ire. "Haidar, why do you refuse to marry me? How could I marry my own father?" She stammered, wrapping herself in a blanket, her voice trembling. He knelt before her bed and spoke softly. "Haidar, I am not your father. I never have been." A flash of lightning illuminated his face, revealing his striking blue eyes, which glimmered with an enchanting and peculiar light, reminiscent of water, as if the sky had been drenched in liquid azure. Chapter 45. Suddenly, she realized something, fear and astonishment coursing through her as she pointed at him, trembling. "Who are you? You do not belong to our kind." Their eyes could never emit such light, exuding a translucent, glass-like strangeness. "Haidar, I came here as a result of persecution, and it was then that I encountered your mother. She fell in love with me, but I never loved her. My association with her was solely to find a temporary refuge. Haidar, the moment I laid eyes on you, I fell in love. You are so beautiful and pure that I cannot help but adore you. Please agree to marry me. I swear I will make you happy." With a resounding slap, she raised her hand and struck him, declaring, "Those not of my kin harbor different hearts. I will not be with a man of another race." "Haidar," he said, covering his face as he rose, struggling to contain his anger. "Do you remember the day your mother returned to the castle? I encountered you by the creek on the mountainside, where you were frolicking in the water. In that moment, I fell for you." The man in black, riding a magnificent steed, with an aura of peculiar danger. Was it truly him? When her mother introduced him, his demeanor was entirely different. He appeared refined and courteous before her mother, concealing all traces of his wild, perilous essence, which had prevented her from recognizing him then. Another thunderclap resonated, and a flash of lightning illuminated the room, casting light upon their pale faces. Abruptly, in her wide, terrified eyes, his handsome visage began to contort grotesquely. The profound features of his face gradually dissipated, piece by piece, until they vanished entirely, revealing a chilling white skull beneath. Once again, a silvery lightning bolt streaked across the sky, illuminating her wide, terrified eyes. A chilling, ghostly figure with silver-gray hair and a white skull was coldly staring at her. The eerie, bony visage, the pronounced skeletal nose, and the hollow eyes that resembled two unfathomable abysses emitted an uncanny, transparent, and ethereal blue radiance. "Ah!" she screamed in terror, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Ah!" Xinmei awoke with a start from her dream, drenched in sweat. At that moment, the first light of dawn bathed her blue sheets in a gentle golden glow. She touched her forehead, realizing why Haidar loathed that man so intensely. Even she felt fear, startled awake by her own palpitations in the dream. Meanwhile, Haidar had just awakened as well. The morning sunlight was exquisitely hazy, softly illuminating her sleepy face and casting a warm glow upon a man clad in a silver robe who stood before her expansive, plush bed. This towering figure cradled a swaddled infant in his arms, his back turned to the sunlight, resembling a shadowy apparition in the golden light. Bandeshing? She slowly sat up in bed, attempting to discern the child in his embrace, but could only faintly make out the face of a small, sleeping, chubby baby. "Can you see clearly? This is a child born of my kin, not some aberration or the monster you envision. He is merely an infant resembling you." Haidar felt a flicker of anger. "Did you send someone to eavesdrop on my conversation with Queen Sinan last night?" "Indeed," he replied coldly, still holding the baby. "What is this talk of giving birth to a monster? No wonder you have distanced yourself from me. After 3 years of marriage, your harshness and indifference towards me are bearable, but your hostility towards our offspring is unexpected." "And what of it?" Haidar retorted coldly. "Do not presume that because you forcibly married me, I will willingly bear your children. Let me be clear, it is impossible." A sarcastic smile curled at the corners of his lips. "What do you mean by forcibly married? I rescued you. Had I not brought you back, you would remain a mere lady-in-waiting in Zidalus. Your sister has departed. Do you truly believe Peinuo would regard you with favor? He would seek every means to torment you. For it is you who survived the pyre, not her. I would rather be tormented by him than by you." Haidar's voice rose slowly. "At least he is still human, whereas you are an unknown monstrosity." He trembled with rage, glaring at her with a menacing intensity. Had he not been holding the infant, he might have struck her across the face. In the long, polished corridor, Xinmei stood at her door, her mind ringing with the echo of the heated argument drifting from the room across the hall. "It was you who survived the pyre, not her." The truth behind Peinuo's decision to send her to the stake was revealed. It was to extract the other self within her. Such a reality lay hidden behind that horrific ordeal. "Sister, why does your complexion grow increasingly pale? Are you unwell? Sister, why did you fall asleep again so soon after waking?" He had, on more than one occasion, stroked her eyes with his fingers, gazing into my eyes. "Sister, do you harbor any concerns?" "No," she replied, her voice trembling involuntarily, yet resolutely denying it. Perhaps he had already sensed it at that moment. She stood in the corridor, her heart surging with tumultuous waves, desperately suppressing the tears that threatened to spill. Before Heidel's door, several maidens knelt, their heads bowed in submission, yet none prevented her from standing outside to eavesdrop. "Are you not moved?" The gentle voice of the original queen rose again from the depths of her heart. "Your handsome, long-legged brother has gone to great lengths for you." She gently closed her eyes, pondering how he had discovered it. Indeed, she had no idea how her brother had unearthed her secret. She had never disclosed to him the existence of the original soul within her. She was even afraid to tell him, fearing he would regard her as a monster and would no longer acknowledge her. Yet, even if he knew, what difference would it make? What good would it do to help you? The soft voice spoke with a calm cadence. "You cannot be together." He was currently unsteady in power, desperately needing the aid of a prominent family. Even the queen of a small nation could only alleviate his financial woes, but could not help him solidify his throne. In a great nation like Heidel, the ruler must be supported by numerous families. The most crucial requirement is to possess pure lineage, followed by alliances with ancient families. Without these, not only would the throne be unstable, but his very life would also be at risk. She recalled the conversation of the two crows that night. Perhaps the clues gleaned from it could assist him. However, she reconsidered. Even if he discovered he was a legitimate descendant of an ancient family, he would still require the support of the prime minister's family of Heidel. Otherwise, the influence of a declining family would scarcely suffice to uphold his throne. She took a deep breath, her mind suddenly tranquil. The gentle voice seemed oblivious to her thoughts, gently advising, "You should promptly attend to important matters. Reclaiming the kingdom of Sunan is of utmost priority." Just then, a loud crash echoed, as if something had been shattered from within the door across the hall, followed by another tremendous sound, resembling a heavy object being toppled. Soon after, the piercing cries of an infant resounded, a continuous wail that was utterly heart-stirring. She was startled and was about to knock fervently on the door when it swung open from within, revealing van der Schung, carrying a loudly wailing infant, striding out in a fit of anger. In the moment her disheveled hair billowed, van der Schung's figure vanished at the end of the corridor. She stepped into the open room, only to find shards of vases scattered across the floor, broken porcelain cups, fragments of ceramic jugs, an overturned armchair, a bedside table, and tattered curtains that had been violently ripped down. Heidel, her head adorned with disarray, sat upright on the messy bed, suddenly breaking into a peculiar smile. What do you think? Our marital bond is quite satisfactory, is it not? That night, she was again plagued by a terrifying nightmare. The midnight air was chillingly cold, howling in waves from the distant, dark horizon. Outside, torrential rain poured down, accompanied by thunderous claps and piercing silver flashes of lightning that illuminated the ornate wallpaper of the opulent room. Monster, monster, stay away from me. A beautiful girl clad in a white nightgown screamed from her bed, retreating incessantly. Haidar, Haidar, do not distance yourself from me. The tall, gaunt skeleton, with its thin, bony legs, approached the bedside step by step. Haidar. It extended its long, skeletal hand, its joints stark and exuding a terrifying luminescence of pale blue. Don't touch me. The girl's pupils dilated as she saw it nearing, unleashing a desperate, blood-curdling scream. Another deafening clap of thunder outside drowned out her cries, leaving no maid to hear her plight. In a frenzied panic, she tumbled off the bed and dashed toward the window, flinging open the glass doors as if intending to leap into the abyss. The icy raindrops cascaded into the room, soaking her nightgown and penetrating to her very bones, causing her to shiver violently. Suddenly, her drenched form was ensnared by the skeletal figure behind her, its rigid frame pressing into her painfully. Let go of me, she quivered, gasping for breath, struggling momentarily. Do not fear me, it whispered softly in her ear as it raised its hand slightly, causing the glass doors to close automatically, sealing the tempest outside. The room was engulfed in an almost terrifying darkness, her body trembling uncontrollably as it held her tightly. Lightning continued to strike outside, illuminating the room with blinding flashes that revealed the skeleton's strikingly bright blue eyes, glowing almost eerily. Haidar. I hail from an underground kingdom that has remained sealed for over 5 centuries. Yet now, our territory is gradually expanding. Our legion has secretly conquered various tribes and royal cities. I shall exert every effort to amass wealth and power. I love you, Haidar. Do not shun me any longer. I will safeguard your family and your riches, and I shall love you with all my being. He pressed his lips against her dark green hair, delicately brushing her soft neck with his sharp, white bones. The sensation was fine, pointed, and prickling, akin to the feeling of numerous ants crawling upon her skin. Imbued with an eerie chill, goosebumps erupted across her body, and her hair stood on end as her left hand stealthily reached for a sharp pair of scissors on the bookshelf beside the window. Gripping the scissors tightly and calculating her angle, she thrust them with lightning speed into the skeleton's neck. At the moment, a silver flash of lightning illuminated the room. A crack resounded, akin to the sound of bones splintering, followed by a colossal scream of agony emanating from behind her. He recoiled in pain, releasing his grip, and she shrieked as she escaped his grasp, hurtling out of the room like a whirlwind. Help! Help! She sprinted down the long, dim corridor, her disheveled hair cascading wildly, tears streaming down her face. As she rushed towards the spiral staircase, she lost her footing, let out a piercing scream, and tumbled down the stairs, rolling heavily until she reached the bottom. A sharp pain immediately radiated throughout her body. Xinmei awoke once more from her nightmare, the dawn yet to break. Sitting up at the head of her bed, beads of sweat adorned her forehead. As she wiped her brow, she pondered the improbability of Xinmei accepting a man of van der Schung's foreign lineage. She wondered if her plans for usurpation would be affected as a result. The previous day, Xinmei had been in a foul mood, and van der Schung had left the castle, leaving her no opportunity to express the purpose of her visit. 3 hours later, as daylight broke, she donned a pristine, floor-length white gown, washed her face, arranged her short hair, and gently knocked on Xinmei's door. An hour later, she walked side by side with Xinmei towards the main hall. The cold morning breeze stirred the long, beige chiffon beside the columns, and despite the flames roaring in the grand fireplaces, the essence of late autumn seeped through the unglazed stone windows. Van der Schung, clad in a black robe adorned with golden patterns, sat regally on the elevated dais, engaged in hushed conversation with 2 men in white robes beside him. Suddenly sensing a presence, he lifted his gaze and beheld the 2 beauties in white gowns standing at the hall's entrance. Unconsciously, his eyes settled on the face of the lady with a courtly bun. This was the first time his queen had sought him out after their quarrel, and regardless of her motivations, he was overwhelmed with joy. The two men in white robes, however, were fixated on Queen Vian. She was breathtakingly beautiful, her short purple hair contrasting with her simple yet elegant white gown, which did nothing to obscure her ethereal beauty and grace. Their breaths quickened, their throats involuntarily moving as the glimmer in their eyes transformed into an invisible web, ensnaring her completely. She sensed their lingering gazes and felt disconcerted by their lecherous stares. Her brow furrowing slightly, van der Schung pressed his lips together and gestured for them to leave. Reluctantly, their eyes betrayed a sense of resignation as they turned back to glance at her, one of them accidentally colliding with a column and clutching his forehead in pain, eliciting laughter from the nearby maidens. She too stifled a chuckle, her laughter breaking the tension before she finally articulated the purpose of her visit once the hall quieted. As the exquisite hourglass in the corner trickled down its sand grain by grain, she concluded her statement. Van der Schung regarded her thoughtfully for a moment before responding. Your proposition is indeed compelling, but allow me to deliberate further. I shall provide you with an answer within 2 days. Xinmei felt a pang of disappointment, having anticipated that such an enticing offer would elicit an immediate agreement. Yet, Van der Schung, ever astute, insisted on further contemplation. In this context, consideration often portended unforeseen changes, and her time was running thin. However, seeing Van der Schung's resolute demeanor, she had no choice but to leave, albeit reluctantly. In the fleeting moment of turning around, she caught sight of Van der Schung striding purposefully toward Schieder, who stood quietly beside a column in the expansive garden, where the autumn wind whispered through the air. Bathed in the resplendent sunlight of the autumn day, a myriad of blossoms unfurled in a dazzling display of colors. As she walked along the garden path, her earlier melancholy began to dissipate amidst the enchanting beauty of the floral array. Unbeknownst to her, she wandered into a vast patch of golden flowers reminiscent of sunflowers. These blossoms, radiating beauty that seemed ethereal, stretched their delicate, translucent petals toward the sun, exuding a charm so captivating that it felt as though the very heavens would blush in their presence. What had begun as a simple stroll turned into an unexpected revelation of the garden's grandeur, leaving her utterly astonished. A few colorful butterflies flitted gently past her ears, prompting her to lift her face to the sky and twirl in delight, hoping to catch them, only to have them elude her with their nimble grace. Amused by her own innocence, she laughed aloud, pondering how she had suddenly developed a whimsy for chasing butterflies. With a wistful smile, she withdrew her hands. As she continued to admire the garden, she soon encountered multiple winding paths ahead. Uncertain of which to choose, she glanced back, only to discover that her two attendants, who had been closely following her, had inexplicably vanished. A sense of confusion washed over her as she scanned her surroundings, yet their figures remained elusive. Oddly, where could they have gone? Lifting the hem of her long skirt, she spun among the flowers in search of them, but to no avail. Just as she turned, intending to select a path at random, she unexpectedly collided with a tall figure. A sharp pain radiated from her forehead, accompanied by an intriguing, rich fragrance that wafted into her senses, tinged with a hint of sweetness. Chapter 47. She instinctively took 2 steps back, assuming she had bumped into a princess. And disregarding the pain, she hurriedly exclaimed, "I'm so sorry. Are you hurt?" Came a voice, smooth and enchanting, enveloped in a magnetic timbre. Lifting her gaze, she was astonished to find before her a tall, striking man adorned in an opulent black garment intricately embroidered with golden patterns and embellished with transparent jewels. Draped in a pure black cloak that swept the ground, his silvery gray hair fell in gentle disarray, framing a sculpted visage reminiscent of a Greek statue, marked by a hint of weariness that suggested he had just returned from an arduous journey. In the radiant morning light, his ice-blue eyes shimmered with a clarity akin to sunlit waters, exuding a captivating luster that was both mesmerizing and ethereal, casting a soft, mysterious blue glow. After the initial astonishment, she found herself momentarily frozen in place. This man bore an undeniable resemblance to Van der Schung, with the same striking blue eyes and silver-gray hair. Yet his gaze held a purer hue, devoid of any impurities, reminiscent of the crystalline blue of the Arno Sea, so stunningly beautiful it could bring one to tears. His features were exquisitely chiseled, captivatingly deep, and his prominent nose was alluringly sculpted, unlike any she had ever seen before. Previously, encountering Vander's nose was a breathtaking experience. Yet it was astonishing to discover that it could be even more exquisite and elegant, reminiscent of the finest sculptures from ancient Greece and Rome, delineating perfect and graceful curves. The soft golden sunlight scattered upon it accentuated the seductive lines from the tip to the bridge, revealing an astonishing allure of masculine beauty. This man's identity must be remarkable. She discreetly retreated a couple of steps, realizing her rudeness, then offered a polite, yet distant smile as she strolled along one of the garden paths. He smiled behind her, his voice still remarkably gentle, suggesting that her highness had perhaps lost her way. If you do not mind, shall I escort you back to Princess Hydar's chambers? She paused, turning to face him in surprise. How did you know my identity? I am quite aware, he replied, his azure eyes soft and captivating. With a gentle smile, he continued. The moment you stepped into the garden, even the beauty of the Jindar flower paled in comparison. Who else, aside from the renowned beauty of the Kaiser continent, Queen Vian of the Kingdom of Sunan, could possess such unparalleled charm? Then, may I inquire your name? A sense of wariness arose within her. What was the meaning behind this man's flattery? Simply call me innocent, he said, the mirth in his crystalline blue eyes intensifying. Suddenly, he stepped forward and, almost forcefully, took her hand, leading her towards another pebble-strewn path. A warm, flirtatious sensation radiated from his broad, smooth palm to her ice-cold right hand. She was filled with trepidation, attempting to withdraw her hand, but his grip was unyielding. Not only was she unable to struggle, even the slightest movement would tighten his hold further. Could you possibly release my hand? She endeavored to keep her voice calm. I cannot, he replied, his voice like flowing water, yet resolutely firm. You are exceedingly impolite, she retorted, a hint of irritation lacing her tone. It is not customary for a guide to hold another's hand, especially considering. Considering what? He inquired with a smile. She initially intended to say that the relationship between those who could hold hands was often more than ordinary, but she opted for, especially since we are not well acquainted. Did I not share my name with you? Merely stating your name does not imply familiarity. Oh, that is quite true, he replied, the smile at the corners of his lips growing more fervent, his tone shifting to a more heated one. Then, however you wish to become acquainted with me is possible. Any method will suffice. The phrase any method emerged from his lips imbued with a hint of alluring charm. She immediately comprehended his insinuation. It appeared he was not fundamentally different from those men who gazed at her with desire. They were all captivated by her beauty, leading to further advances. A cold smile graced her lips, and rather than resist, she allowed him to guide her forward. Suddenly, a soft voice arose within her, that of the original queen, expressing, actually, this man is rather delightful, elegant and handsome. I find him quite appealing. If you are fond of him, once you reclaim your body, you may seek him again. She replied inwardly. Very well. The soft voice responded with unexpected clarity. The coldness in her eyes intensified as he suddenly released her hand, opting instead to entwine only her little finger. She paused, perplexed by his actions. I fear you might be angered, hence I dare not hold your hand, at most. I can only grasp your little finger, he remarked. Her steps halted, and she felt a flush rise to her cheeks upon hearing his words. With her dense, purple lashes lowered, she fell silent once more. Before long, they exited the vibrant garden and stepped onto an expansive green lawn. A group of maidens in flowing gowns suddenly knelt before them, their heads bowed in reverence, trembling in a display of respect and even fear. Your Majesty, we pay our respects, they proclaimed. She looked at him in astonishment, her fingers quivering slightly. Sensing her discomfort, he smiled and tightened his hold on her little finger, seemingly oblivious to the greetings, allowing the maidens to remain on the ground as he guided her past them, speaking softly. Have we not already met? She promptly withdrew her little finger, maintaining an air of distance and courtesy. It is my first encounter. I extend my greetings to your Majesty, she replied. She should have deduced his identity long ago. He bore a striking resemblance to Vander, with the same azure eyes and silver-gray hair. As I mentioned, you may simply call me Innocent, and I shall refer to you as Vivian, he said, his tone still imbued with tenderness. She hesitated briefly, remaining aloof. I cannot address you by your name. Forgive me, your Majesty. A peculiar light flickered in his ice-blue eyes. It was the first time he displayed displeasure in her presence. He intended to say more, but ultimately held his tongue. The gentle voice within her stirred once again. You remember, this man is not yours, but mine. Very well. She internally acquiesced. She had no intention of competing with the original queen for this man. Beyond her lack of affection, she could not accept the essence of a foreign man, forever haunted by the nightmares of Heidel, that terrifying skull. As news of her stroll with the king spread merely an hour later, Heidel stood in the parlor, her gaze as frigid as a blade. You dare to seduce Vander's father to reclaim the kingdom of shadows? She accused. Before she could respond, Heidel unleashed a barrage of words. Do you not realize that Vander's father already has a queen and 3 consorts? Your actions pit me against them. As you are the one I brought into the castle, I did not seduce him. He abruptly appeared in the garden and forcibly took my hand, she clarified. You are truly a troublemaker, Heidel fumed. You have created a significant mess for me. Then perhaps you could persuade your husband to provide me with a swift answer. For I wish to depart immediately, she implored, eager to extricate herself from this entanglement. Heaven knows, what she dreaded most at this moment was such troublesome affairs, as she desperately sought a way to pack her belongings and return home. Chapter 48. At this moment, her exquisite visage was a rarity upon this continent, easily attracting trouble. To fall in love with someone is not a simple matter. What is often termed affection or love at first sight merely begins with an initial glance at one's appearance. Such was the case with Prince Innocent, and previously, the first minister of Kartalan, Heisel, who aided her in the forest, was likely ensnared by her beauty as well. She felt an agonizing headache, nearly driven to despair by the troubles this original face had caused her. Vandersh had stated that in 2 days. It would indeed be 2 days, and he never altered his words. Haidar coldly remarked, moreover, I must inform you that if Vandersh's father truly desires you, do you think you can still escape? A chill coursed through her entire being at that moment. Haidar fixed her gaze upon her and said, Do you know why I am assisting you and introducing you to my husband? I never help others without reason. What can I offer you in return? She inquired. Quite simply, I require your assistance as the Queen of the Dark Forest to facilitate my divorce from Vandersh, and simultaneously, to secure for me the highest-ranking female official position in the Dark Forest, one that allows for residence outside the castle. Naturally, the housing will also be provided by you. Indeed, there is no free lunch in this world. Her relationship with Haidar had always been strained. They were hardly even acquaintances, let alone friends. What reason did Haidar have to assist her? Very well, she acquiesced. Did she have a choice? Apart from agreeing, she was left with no alternatives. At midnight, in the spacious and immaculate white washroom, the voice within her mocked, How could you agree to such preposterous conditions? In our dark forest, only the legitimate daughters of hereditary nobility can attain the highest-ranking official position. What right does the daughter of a fallen earl have to such a title? Do I have a choice? She retorted to her reflection, I have no other option. If you wish to reclaim your rightful position as queen, you must first comply with her demands. Very well, the reflection smiled. Even if I exert all my efforts to assist her in becoming an official and provide her with housing, it does not guarantee that I can facilitate her divorce from Prince Kailat. You can devise a plan. Are you not the queen? The queen is the most intelligent of women. You will surely find a way to make a man change his affections, will you not? Perhaps by introducing a beautiful woman into his vicinity or by creating misunderstandings. We can address any issues that arise later. It seemed there was no other recourse. The reflection gazed back at her silently before suddenly smiling. Look how fortunate you are to inhabit my form. Without me, how could you attract the attention of so many remarkable men? If you were merely an ordinary girl of humble origins, not even the king's bodyguards would spare you a second glance. You need not remind me, she hissed through clenched teeth. At that moment, the reflection yawned and declared, All right. I am tired and need to rest. I shan't converse with you further. She closed her eyes, and the voice soon faded into silence. As she opened her eyes to gaze into the mirror, she was met with the sight of her tear-filled eyes. In the vast and silent queen's chamber of the Hidar's palace, 2 handmaidens, adorned in sheer backless garments, stood quietly by, their hands crossed over their abdomens. An hour later, the young queen, merely 15 years of age, awoke from her slumber. The 2 handmaidens promptly presented her with a cup of water and a warm towel. After gently wiping her face and taking a small sip of the warm water, she casually inquired, Has His Majesty mentioned whether he would visit tonight? One of the handmaidens, with her head bowed slightly, replied, His Majesty will be visiting Princess Omaida's chamber this evening. With a resounding crash, the young queen hurled the cup to the floor. Thanks to the thick plush carpet, it did not shatter, but the warm water spilled everywhere, and the cup rolled to a stop near the fireplace. She clutched her chest, seething with indignation, her voice rising in anger. Has that little wretch been so enticing that he cannot bear to leave her side? The 2 handmaidens quickly knelt before her, one of them alertly cautioning, Your Highness, be wary of eavesdroppers. What is there to fear? If he can do such a thing, I shall speak my mind, she retorted, pressing her hand against her agitated chest. I will make that little wretch pay. Your Highness, I have a plan, the other handmaiden interjected, a cunning smile gracing her lips as she leaned closer, speaking in a hushed tone. Oh, what is it? If it proves useless, I shall have your skin, she warned, her voice dropping to a whisper. I assure you it will be effective, Your Highness, and it will instill a sense of resentment in His Majesty, making it impossible for him to adore her as he once did. The handmaiden whispered something in her ear, and a sly smile spread across the young queen's face. As midnight approached, the handmaidens in Princess Omaida's chamber busied themselves with preparations. following the princess's wishes. They lit pink candles that filled the room with a captivating fragrance and scattered fragrant red rose petals across the bed, creating an exquisite romantic ambience. In the changing room, the youthful and beautiful Amida, with the help of her attendants, donned a seductive black sheer garment, adorned with 2 silver pearls at her bosom and a beautiful rose crafted from golden silk just below her abdomen. As she adjusted her alluring attire before the full-length mirror, a playful smile graced her lips. Indeed, I have gilded my charms to ensure His Majesty lingers in my presence. Evidently, the words of the young queen, uttered during her afternoon slumber, had reached her ears. Glancing at the exquisite hourglass, she estimated that the time was right and gracefully entered the bedroom, reclining against the headboard. Her bare, smooth arms stretched languidly. Although surrounded by the romantic pink candlelight, a hint of disappointment flickered across her face. The man she had secretly adored since childhood had recently visited her chamber frequently, yet their moments of intimacy remained few. Before she became his queen, he had shown her some affection, but since her elevation, he had grown noticeably distant. She believed that he was enticed by other princesses or lovers. Yet she had not witnessed him being overly intimate with any other woman. Perhaps, as he had just ascended to the throne, the mounting pressures rendered him indifferent to matters of romance. In any case, as long as that sister was absent, she felt no concern. Long ago, her most formidable rival was the sister whom the emperor kept close. Although that sister was merely a lady-in-waiting, possessing a modicum of beauty, her past care for the emperor had elevated her status in his eyes, making him treat her as a benefactor. Initially, she had not discerned the emperor's unique affection for this sister, for he often sought pleasure in her chambers, rarely residing in his own palace. Furthermore, due to the sister's lowly position, she seldom ventured outside the crown prince's quarters, allowing her to remain oblivious for an extended period. It was not until one fateful day that she inadvertently observed the emperor conversing with this sister atop the castle's highest platform that she sensed something amiss. From a distance, she could not overhear their words, yet she saw the emperor gesturing towards the verdant forest nearby while leaning down to speak to the sister. In a moment of tenderness, he brushed aside her stray locks of hair. A woman's keen intuition sparked within her, hinting that the emperor's feelings for this woman were extraordinary. Consequently, she discreetly dispatched inquiries, only to discover that this sister, referred to by the emperor as such, was a scion of the once noble Stuart family, a lineage of legitimate blood. Alarm bells rang in her mind. Although the Stuart family had fallen from grace, their honor remained inscribed in the annals of Hidalas, signifying that this sister possessed the potential to become his formally recognized concubine. Before uncovering her true identity, she had presumed this sister would merely be his lover, never imagining that formal recognition was a possibility. A profound sense of crisis enveloped her, and her thoughts turned dark. However, the sister was forbidden from leaving the palace, rarely stepping outside, rendering her opportunities for retaliation elusive. The emperor's quarters were notoriously impenetrable, making it exceedingly difficult to place spies within. Thus, she resorted to offering substantial sums to orchestrate the sister's assassination. Yet, after 2 failed poisoning attempts and 1 assassination plot, she feared arousing suspicion and disdain from him, ultimately deciding to temporarily abandon her murderous intentions. In a shocking turn of events, he even secured the queen's approval for his engagement to this sister, who was to become his official concubine in a year. Upon learning this, her sense of crisis intensified. The distinction between a concubine who had undergone an engagement ceremony and one who had not was significant. The former held a higher rank, enjoying better provisions and even the possibility of being inscribed in the royal genealogy, garnering respect and recognition from the royal family. Just as she was consumed by despair, contemplating how to bring about the demise of this sister, she suddenly heard the news that the sister had been sent to the pyre. She was utterly elated, nearly bouncing off the ground with joy. However, her happiness was short-lived, as she soon learned that her sister had not perished in the flames, but had instead been rescued from unconsciousness due to smoke inhalation by him personally. Her spirits plummeted to an all-time low. In the ensuing 2 months, he seemed to transform into a different person altogether, exhibiting a volatile temperament, unleashing furious tirades over the most trivial matters and executing servants or maids for the slightest infractions. Eventually, the Crown Prince of Kalo made an unexpected visit, and upon reaping significant benefits, he presented her sister to the prince. The former monarch and queen welcomed this development, as the resources exchanged would prove advantageous for the kingdom, ensuring a steady influx of substantial annual taxes. Naturally, his betrothal to her sister was immediately annulled, although she felt an inexplicable joy at the dissolution of the engagement. She frequently pondered the baffling reality of how the sister, once fiercely protected by him, could be so readily cast aside? Could there be circumstances of which she was unaware? Your Highness, the Emperor is approaching. He is already in the corridor, a demure maid in translucent fabric gracefully announced as she approached her, bowing respectfully. She collected her thoughts, allowing a hint of a coy smile to grace her lips, retracting her long, smooth arms from the headboard as she prepared to captivate. Bathed in the soft, romantic glow of pink candlelight, the opulent bed adorned with velvety red rose petals awaited, while the sheer pink curtains cascaded down, reflecting the silhouettes of a couple entwined in passionate embrace. He caressed the golden roses atop the black sheer fabric clinging to her abdomen, breathlessly remarking, Ranida was indeed correct. You truly are adorned with gold beneath. She gasped softly, playfully biting his shoulder, and with a tone laced with affection, replied, Your Majesty, the air was thick with heated, ambiguous murmurs from within the flowing pink drapery. Suddenly, a low rumble emanated from her abdomen, prompting her to hastily press her hand against it, relieved that he was preoccupied with kissing her silky hair and had not noticed. Yet, within moments, the sound returned, drawing his attention, though he dismissed it. Continuing to kiss her locks, anxiety began to grip her heart as a wave of inexplicable cramping surged from her belly, furrowing her brow in discomfort. Yet she stifled any outward sign. Sensing her tension, he enveloped her smooth shoulders and, breathlessly, kissed near her ear, inquiring, What troubles you? As a powerful wave of pain surged from her stomach, realization dawned upon her. She abruptly pushed him away, disheveled and flustered, leaping from the bed and hastily making her way to the door. However, it was too late. A series of peculiar and undignified sounds erupted from her behind, culminating in a thunderous explosion of flatulence that filled the once tranquil chamber with an overwhelming stench. Following this, a cacophony of similar sounds resonated throughout the spacious room, enveloping it in a noxious cloud. The author has something to convey, although I am currently unable to update twice a day. There are times when a chapter extends to 4,000 words. I sincerely apologize to everyone, as I suddenly received a notification from the editor that this article needs to be revised. Thus, starting from the next chapter, it will be updated on September 13th. New readers can only peruse the text, and I am deeply sorry for this. Lastly, I would like to express my gratitude to all, especially to those who supported the initial subscription. You are true fans, and I embrace you all. Thank you immensely for your support of the author. Chapter 37. The Stinky Incident. She screamed, clutching her abdomen tightly, collapsing onto the carpet in a half-kneel, as the sharp, excruciating pain radiated from her lower belly, rendering her unable to take another step. Her features contorted in agony as she cried out, simultaneously releasing a series of increasingly loud and foul-smelling flatulence that filled the room with a noxious stench, reminiscent of a neglected lavatory that had not been cleaned for weeks, accompanied by a pungent, sour scent. He had initially risen to assist her, but before he could reach her, he was met with a wave of nauseating odor that surged towards him, causing his stomach to churn violently, nearly provoking a retch. Covering his mouth and nose, he hurried toward the door, gesturing for the maidservants to enter and attend to her. As soon as the maidservants stepped inside, they were nearly overwhelmed by the acrid stench, gasping and pushing each other in a frantic bid to avoid the foul air. He covered his mouth and nose while signaling to the attendants waiting outside. Two of them grasped the situation immediately and swiftly approached, delivering a few kicks to the maidservants, propelling them into the room. The maidservants stumbled in a panic, their exclamations abruptly silenced by the overwhelming odor. Quickly covering their noses, they rushed to the side of the princess, who lay helplessly on the carpet. Yet, the continuous release of foul air from her slowed their reactions, and despite their efforts to assist her, they could not lift her. What was even more dreadful was that the princess began to uncontrollably expel liquid feces, saturating the carpet with a noxious substance that was more repugnant than the scent of rotting, fermented vegetables. One frail maidservant fainted from the stench, collapsing onto the carpet. The others struggled for what felt like an eternity to hoist the princess, who was writhing in pain, and one quickly draped a cloak over her. Together they managed to carry her, barely managing to drag her out the door. By this time, the king had long departed, and the revolting stench had pervaded the corridor, lingering and inducing nausea. The attendants assisted in opening the door to a nearby room, and the maidservants exerted every ounce of strength to carry the princess inside. The door was slammed shut by the attendants, who covered their mouths and fled as if being pursued, unwilling to linger for even a moment longer. Subsequently, this unbearable odor lingered in Princess Omaida's quarters for 3 days before dissipating. Meanwhile, Princess Omaida remained bedridden for a month, during which she attempted suicide twice. Fortunately, the king visited her, offering gentle words of comfort, which alleviated her distress somewhat. However, following that incident, the sovereign noticeably visited Princess Aomida's chamber far less frequently. The sovereign, a man who typically prized cleanliness, would even have a familiar maid present a handkerchief if his hands became slightly soiled. He privately acknowledged that the mere thought of this place conjured memories of the last time Aomida lost control of her bodily functions. Recalling the cacophony of flatulent sounds and the overwhelming stench that made intimacy utterly repugnant. The odorous incident left the few remaining princesses in the harem in a state of trepidation, meticulously scrutinizing their attendants for fear that a similar occurrence might befall them. While the princesses busied themselves with this thorough examination, the young and strikingly handsome sovereign ventured alone into the cold, dark dungeon. The damp, shadowy cell, its floor strewn with decaying straw, was illuminated by the flickering flames of torches casting a yellow glow upon the mottled, blackened walls, revealing a tattered man and woman confined behind iron bars. A slow approach of footsteps echoed, eventually halting before the grim iron bars. The newcomer, clad in an opulent purple robe and covering his mouth and nose, cast a frigid gaze upon the two prisoners huddled in the corner, feigning slumber. "How has your time been, father?" he managed to utter, despite the barrier over his face. The filthy and bloodied man slowly lifted his head, his golden eyes glinting with a chilling light. "My dear son, you're still alive. Father has not perished, so how could I bear to do so?" Suddenly, from the opposite corner, a disheveled woman rushed forward, her hair unkempt, grasping the iron bars with fervor. "Painter, I elevated you to the position of crown prince, and yet you treat me thus." "Mother," Painter replied, covering his mouth and feigning innocence, "I have been quite good to you. You are uninjured and in no pain. Should you not express gratitude?" With a frenzied demeanor, the destitute woman spat vehemently. "You ought to die." Painter nimbly evaded her spittle, responding coldly, "Mother, it is during such moments that one can discern whether a woman is a madwoman or a noble. It seems you have disappointed me greatly." He then turned to the silent man, now smeared with blood, and spoke languidly. "Father, where is the national seal? This is my first and final inquiry. Should you refuse to answer, prepare yourself for the torture chamber." The disheveled former sovereign suddenly erupted into laughter, a cawing sound reverberating through the dim dungeon until it was interrupted by a fit of coughing that drained the color from his face, leaving him as pale as parchment, seemingly on the verge of expelling his lungs. Painter's gaze grew increasingly frigid as he covered his mouth and turned to leave. At that moment, the former queen lunged forward, shaking the iron bars with a clamor, her voice piercing the air. "Painter, you ungrateful wretch! You shall suffer tenfold, 100-fold more than I have. If I ever lay hands on you, I shall devour you alive." In response, Painter merely chuckled, turning back with a teasing glint in his eye. "Mother, have you not already consumed me alive? When I had just turned 14, you suggested finding a beautiful woman to enlighten me in matters of the bed. Yet, it turned out to be you who took the initiative. Have you forgotten?" The former monarch's eyes widened in disbelief as he coughed increasingly violently, staring incredulously at the former queen, who was raising her voice in protest. "Father, you may not yet be aware, but Pei Noir smiled sweetly, as if engaged in casual conversation. The loyal, gentle, and compassionate queen you see before you would frequently bring me to her bed, teaching me the positions that brought her the most pleasure, claiming that I was far more satisfying than you, the old relic. She insisted that it was she who elevated me to the position of crown prince, demanding that I repay her for a lifetime in her bed." With a burst of fury, the former monarch's eyes flared as he spat blood, which dripped down his chin, before he lunged at the former queen, grappling with her in a frenzied struggle. Emerging from the grim dungeon, the brilliant sunlight struck Pei Noir's eyes, causing her to squint momentarily. She brushed her disheveled hair elegantly and proceeded towards the far end of the garden, where the grand dark gray palace loomed. Upon entering the spacious and chilly hall, adorned with azure tiles, she was met by two impeccably dressed attendants, one of whom respectfully greeted her. "Your Majesty, Prime Minister has been awaiting you for quite some time." The corners of Pei Noir's lips curled into a slight, enigmatic smile as she brushed past the attendants and ascended the grand spiral staircase crafted from massive gray stone. In the expansive silver sitting room, a deep blue carpet sprawled across the floor like an ocean, while light blue curtains cascaded to the ground. Flickering candlelight illuminated the space, casting a surreal and ethereal glow even under the daylight. Juanita wept yesterday, pleading for me to intercede on her behalf, insisting that the affair concerning Princess Omida had nothing to do with her. She implored you to cease blaming her. A steady, resonant voice echoed within the room. "Oh, and what do you think, Prime Minister?" Pei Noir, draped in an opulent purple robe, reclined lazily in a large, soft blue armchair. The man seated opposite her, adorned in an elegant deep gray robe with green hair, chuckled softly before responding, "It is merely a trifle among women. Your Majesty need not concern yourself with such matters." "Then it seems, Prime Minister, you are aware of the Queen's handiwork?" The man in the deep gray robe smiled again, rising gracefully from his chair to approach her. "My daughter has been spoiled since childhood, indulged by those in our family who lift her high and trample upon others, rendering her oblivious to the weight of her actions. I hope your Majesty can be forgiving. I extend my apologies on her behalf, and as a gesture, I offer you 15 renowned paintings from our family's collection. The forest west of our estate shall belong to you personally, alongside 10 chests of gold, 15 chests of jewels, and 20 chests of silver to be presented to Princess Omaida. How does that sound?" "The Prime Minister is always so generous," Paynur remarked, her long, light golden lashes partially veiling her eyes, which sparkled with a glacial light. However, this time, the elders of Omaida's family are exceedingly furious. "Prime Minister, you may need to devise your own solution." "Oh, your Majesty refers to the old curmudgeon, Lord Andrew, the father of Princess Omaida?" The Prime Minister, a man of middle age yet still possessing undeniable masculine charm, slowly smiled and reassured, "Rest assured, your Majesty, I have devised a strategy. Lord Andrew has no fondness for beauty or wealth, yet he is captivated by power. I am prepared to offer him the position of Minister of Finance. What do you think, your Majesty? This position has remained vacant for nearly a year, with no suitable candidates found. It is highly sensitive, and due to the numerous discrepancies left by the previous minister, it has become a considerable mess that those in power have been reluctant to take on. Well, let us see if Lord Andrew will accept," Pinner lazily replied, reclining in his armchair. "Why would he refuse? Although the mess left behind is challenging to unravel, it conceals enormous benefits. For instance, he could gather the mistakes made by the former minister and seize the overlooked family assets, thereby profiting personally while also achieving merit once more. We could also hint to him that, according to the laws of the Hidalas royal family, should the Minister of Finance accomplish great deeds, he may simultaneously hold the position of Minister of Court Procurement, thus expanding his power." Pinner remained indifferent, his demeanor languid. It will be intriguing to see how the Prime Minister persuades Lord Andrew to accept. The position of Minister of Court Procurement is also fraught with peril. Should he choose to target Lord Andrew's family, it would not take much effort to uncover evidence of bribery, leaving him with no means of escape. However, one must ponder, which position is not a pitfall? No position exists without its shadows. "Your Majesty," the Prime Minister leaned closer, half bending toward him, whispering intimately. "Lord Andrew will accept the position of Minister of Finance. Otherwise, how shall he sustain his vast family? Moreover, the matter concerning his eldest son's involvement in usury will soon be exposed. If this scandal erupts, his son's position as Deputy Tax Minister shall surely be lost, and their family's income will be adversely affected. The author wishes to express, I am unsure what the issue is, but I have been unable to respond to everyone's comments in the Jinan comment section, and I apologize for this. I typically update once a day, with occasional additional updates. Thank you once again for the support from my dear readers." Thus, on one hand, there is the persuasion for him to accept the Minister of Finance position, expanding his power, while on the other, the scandal regarding his eldest son's usury is brought to light, resulting in a loss of position. He must be aware of the underlying complexities. "Your Majesty, even if he suspects something, what of it? Historically, royal authority has always harbored suspicion towards prominent families. Shall they cease to develop their families or covertly expand their influence because of this? In the realm of Kaisel, royal power and noble families have traditionally been forces that mutually restrain one another. The monarchy relies on the support of noble families to consolidate its core power, while the families depend on the monarchy to foster and balance their respective strengths, creating an intricate relationship of interdependence. Should royal authority threaten the noble families, they may unite to rebel. Conversely, should the families grow too powerful, the monarchy can devise means to extinguish them. Your Majesty, we must inevitably take action against the family of Princess Omaida. They control nearly half of the kingdom's grain transportation routes, yielding an exorbitant profit each year. Their private militia has been quietly expanding annually, and I possess relevant evidence." The Prime Minister knelt before him, his voice raspy and low. A hint of derision flickered in Paynur's eyes. If any family was overly powerful, none could rival that of the Prime Minister. However, the Prime Minister's lineage was anything but ordinary. Not only did they wield influence throughout Hidalas, but they also governed 2 independent royal cities, boasting a formidable private army, with territories that expanded year after year. Thus, in a bid to counterbalance this family, he began to elevate the status of Omedai's family and another royal family, attempting to forge an alliance to secretly oppose the prime minister's power. Yet, he did not anticipate that the prime minister intended to lay a significant trap for Andrew, and he could not forewarn him. Firstly, he could not openly confront the prime minister at this juncture. Secondly, he did not wish for Andrew's family to further augment their influence and become a second prime minister's lineage. Thirdly, he sought to gather incriminating evidence against Andrew for future use to undermine his power. At present, however, he needed to unite with Andrew's family rather than weaken it. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to appoint Andrew as the Minister of Finance, simultaneously designating Derek as the Deputy Minister of Finance. His translucent, pale gold eyes sparkled with exquisite brilliance, captivating in the soft glow of sunlight and candlelight, exuding a breathtaking beauty. The Prime Minister knelt, his gaze suddenly darkening, his breath growing increasingly erratic. Derek was the Prime Minister's eldest son. Appointing him as Deputy Minister of Finance was a strategic move to restrain the Prime Minister's family, preventing them from meddling in Andrew's affairs and curbing their power from the outset. Should Andrew face any accusations of corruption due to his ministerial position, the Prime Minister's family would not escape unscathed. He needed to unite with Andrew's family, while simultaneously curbing their rapid growth and preventing the Prime Minister's family from becoming too domineering. The only solution was to have these two powerful families mutually restrain each other. If the Minister of Finance was a pitfall, then let them both descend together. The Prime Minister would not reject this proposal, for the Deputy Minister of Finance was a lucrative position, allowing for carefree profit-seeking, with the minister shouldering any fallout. Moreover, it would grant his son a prestigious title, expanding his connections. Your Majesty is wise. The Prime Minister's gaze softened as he looked at him, his breath quickening as he drew closer. For reasons unknown, each time he beheld the sovereign, he found him to be even more handsome and intelligent than before. He inched closer, resting his face against the fabric of his robes, inhaling deeply, enveloped in admiration and intimacy. The first time he beheld this transformed, breathtakingly beautiful youth, he, like others, was utterly captivated. The pair of exquisite, pale golden, translucent eyes, the soft and beautiful light golden hair, coupled with his tall, alluringly irresistible figure, left him deeply entranced and helplessly ensnared. Leaning against the armchair, he slightly closed his eyes, desperately suppressing the disdain and weariness surging within him. The Prime Minister had already buried himself between his legs, fervently kissing and sucking, heavy breaths escaping in waves. Gradually, his expression became increasingly hazy, as if a thin mist veiled his gaze. The perfectly elegant chin was slightly raised, while two muscular arms clutched the armrests of the chair, knuckles whitening and veins protruding. His breathing grew erratic, releasing shallow, hurried moans of varying pitch. The faint, scattered sunlight mingled with candlelight as garments tumbled down from the air. Little by little, the long, deep blue drapes began to cascade to the floor, casting the entangled, fervent silhouettes of their bare bodies upon it. Sister, do you remember? All that is rare is inevitably met with sin. In the spacious hall adorned with wide white tiles, the morning breeze stirred the pale yellow drapes beside the white stone columns. The maids stood in a row with their hands behind their backs, quietly bowing their heads, observing the floor. What? Xinmei could hardly believe her ears. Must I promise to marry your father, the king? Indeed, van der Shung, seated regally upon the velvet throne, spoke nonchalantly. My father was smitten by you at first sight in the garden and hopes you will become his queen. She could not suppress a loud laugh, exclaiming, You two truly are calculating, for salt mines and open seas are not enough for you, and now you wish to claim my realm of shadows? No, my father does not desire your realm. You remain the de facto ruler of the realm of shadows. Then how is it that you both can partake in the spoils? You may also share in our resources from Kairoat. You possess certain rights to our kingdom's assets. This is a powerful union of two kingdoms, which would reinforce your position as queen. Is that not advantageous? Very well, that sounds delightful. She continued to laugh heartily, stating, Let me make this clear. I shall neither be a concubine nor a secondary wife. I am a proud queen, destined to be the primary spouse. Your father likely has no place for me. Van der Shung maintained his princely demeanor, responding courteously. However, we have learned of your ambiguous relationship with the new monarch of Hidalas, who also has a queen and a consort, yet you seem unperturbed and continue to associate closely with him. Your father cannot compare to him. She nearly revealed that he was like family to her, quickly biting her tongue and adding, I never considered marrying him. It was merely a dalliance. Van der Shung smiled elegantly. If that is the case, I trust you would not mind being with my father as well. The words carried a hint of ambiguity, suggesting that as long as she was with his father, any form would suffice. Standing tall in the pristine white hall, she raised her chin, suppressing her smile, and coldly replied, "I'm afraid I have little interest." "Then where does your interest lie, Vivian?" A magnetic voice, laced with amusement, resonated through the hall as a tall, dark figure emerged before them. The maidservants, sensing an impending threat, immediately knelt in unison, while Vander stood up respectfully beside the throne. A strikingly handsome man in an exquisite black robe adorned with stunning diamonds entered, his silver-gray hair flowing elegantly. The corners of his lips curled into a captivating smile, his ice-blue eyes shimmering with dazzling brilliance, reminiscent of the translucent azure of the inner sea. Instead of approaching the throne on the dais, he gracefully made his way towards her. "Tell me, where does your interest lie, Vivian?" Upon witnessing this, Vander discreetly departed with his entourage, and the maidservants tactfully withdrew, carefully closing the hall doors. "I had initially intended to propose to you personally, Vivian, but Vander informed me that you first made your request to him. Thus, out of courtesy, it is more appropriate for him to respond to you first." His tone was soft and gentle. "You heard my response, did you not? I shall neither be a concubine nor a secondary wife, nor will I become a successor to your former spouse. Our fates are not intertwined." Her purple eyes were deep and frosty, her voice resolute. "It is not impossible for you to have me as your queen," he replied slowly and tenderly. "But I require time." "What do you mean?" "If I were to divorce the queen and marry you, it would not be considered a remarriage in our kingdom. You would still be regarded as the primary spouse in the royal genealogy, as my previous marriage has been annulled, and thus her name would be struck from the records. You would not be deemed a secondary wife. I have no intention of marrying you, nor do I wish to obtain your assistance through such a carnal transaction." She retorted coldly, "If you deem the 4 salt mines and the open seas insufficient, I could consider enhancing the terms. However, if you wish to barter marriage, I shall never agree." With that, she turned on her heel and left, not uttering another word nor casting a glance back at him. In the pristine and spacious washroom, having just washed her face, she felt somewhat clearer-headed and looked up at the mirror. The reflection of another self smiled faintly at her. "You are truly foolish. Why not seize such an excellent opportunity? If it were me, I would have already accepted, gaining an army to reclaim the throne and becoming the queen of Kylet, thereby utilizing their resources to strengthen our own kingdom. You are truly not a worthy queen. Indeed, I acknowledge this. Hence I must hasten my return to my own world and restore your body to you. Can you recall if there were any peculiarities in your study? Did you ever notice anything unusual?" I must ponder this carefully, but it seems there were no particular anomalies." In the mirror, her brows were furrowed. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, at her desk, and beneath the bed, everything seemed unchanged. She let out a long sigh, conceding, "Fine, I yield to you. You may agree to marry him, albeit feigned, and once the kingdom of shadows is reclaimed, you can annul the engagement. Do you think others are fools?" She retorted, "He will undoubtedly impose certain conditions during the engagement, such as cohabitation, and I refuse to partake. Just the thought of that skeletal figure sends shivers down my spine. Moreover, what if the engagement is annulled and innocent, in a fit of rage, occupies your kingdom of shadows? What skeletal figure?" The reflection in the mirror inquired, playfully brushing her short hair aside. The author wishes to express gratitude for the support of the little angels. Chapter 39. Family Dinner. I once beheld her in Hydar's dream, where she succinctly recounted her visions. The reflection in the mirror giggled. "Even if you truly developed into such a form, it wouldn't matter, as long as you don't appear that way regularly." "I'm not as accepting as you think," she replied. "If you wish to be with him, you may do so once you reclaim your body. However, while I am still within your vessel, do not act recklessly." The reflection merely smiled, offering gentle counsel, urging her to accept the marriage proposal. Naturally, she declined once more. The two engaged in a debate that lasted about 20 minutes when suddenly, a gentle knock echoed from the washroom door, revealing Innocent's elegant and magnetic voice. "The maids inform me you've been in there for quite some time. If you do not respond, I shall simply enter." Her heart raced, and in anger, she flung the door open. "What are you doing standing there?" "I was not standing," he replied innocently, hands raised in feigned surrender. "I merely inquired about your activities. The maids said you were in here for a prolonged period, and I worried you might be in tears, so I came to check." "I am not crying," she retorted coldly as she stepped outside. "You are mistaken. My ice princess. What must I do to evoke a smile from you?" he asked, following closely behind, his tone tender as water. She sighed inwardly. She was an ice mountain, yet not a beauty. Had the true Vivian been present, she would have likely engaged with him passionately, whether for political gain or his current appearance. However, She felt no need to make such vast sacrifices for a kingdom that did not belong to her. Taking a deep breath, she turned to face him. Your Majesty, since our terms cannot be reconciled, I shall take my leave tomorrow. I am grateful for your hospitality, along with that of His Highness the Crown Prince and Princess Haidar. If we cannot reach an agreement, what purpose is served in remaining here? Others must provide for your daily meals, and it feels rather presumptuous. Perhaps it was her imagination. But his eyes suddenly darkened, the once clear and vibrant blue now resembling a deep sea under a stormy sky. Though still blue, it lacked the clarity and brilliance it once had. Yet, this transformation lasted only a fleeting moment before returning to its original azure hue. Do you know, my queen? He suddenly embraced her, his voice a low whisper against her ear. When I first laid eyes on you in the garden, I felt a stirring beneath me. She was both amused and bewildered, struggling to fathom how a mere skeleton could experience such sensations. That day, I had just returned from my patrol. Having never taken that path through the garden before, yet on a whim, I chose to do so and encountered you. Your smile, while catching butterflies, transformed the world around me. I dismissed your two handmaidens, and in that moment, I yearned to kiss you. As he spoke, he unexpectedly pressed his lips against hers, the force of his kiss staggering her back several steps. While kissing her deeply, he held her slender waist tightly, skillfully guiding her backwards towards the grand bed. As she found herself overwhelmed and collapsed onto the soft mattress, the moment her hair brushed against the pillow, she was jolted awake by his heated breath. Gathering her strength, she kicked fiercely at his waist. Yet, he remained unfazed, his body unwavering as he entwined himself around her, parting her long legs and pressing something firmly between them. Feeling the growing heat of his desire, she was flustered, responding to his passionate kiss while scanning the surroundings. By chance, her gaze fell upon a pearl hairpin she had placed on the nightstand the previous night. She quietly reached for it, gripping it tightly, and as he closed his eyes to kiss her left cheek, she thrust the pin towards his neck. However, to her astonishment, just as it was about to pierce him, he effortlessly seized the pin, discarding it aside while catching her right hand, which had wielded the pin. My dear, do not injure yourself, he murmured. In a state of panic, she watched as he prepared to tear away her long skirt when a frantic knocking echoed against the door, accompanied by Haidar's urgent voice. Father, Princess Emma is in labor. It has just begun, and the royal physician and midwives are already here. Princess Emma is calling for you. His fervent kiss abruptly ceased, his expression darkening like a storm cloud. A spark of joy ignited within her. Haidar and Princess Emma were her salvation. His eyes, shadowed and cold, bore into her. Yet he reluctantly withdrew from her embrace, hastily adjusting his disheveled attire as he stormed toward the door. She promptly grasped the long bed curtains, ensuring that the handmaidens would not witness her disheveled state. Before long, the draping purple curtains were pulled aside by a pale, delicate hand. Haidar's indifferent voice reached her. He has left. Consider yourself fortunate. His favored concubine has gone into labor, crying out in agony for her first child. I seized this opportunity to rescue you. Chapter 53. Thank you, she exclaimed, estimating that the door had closed behind him. She leaped from the bed, arranging her tousled hair and gown before the mirror. What do you plan to do? If you do not agree to the marriage, it is likely that King Innocent will not deploy his forces. Haidar remarked with a stern countenance. Any woman favored by King Innocent rarely escapes his grasp, and it seems no woman has ever evaded him. Emma, originally a favored concubine of a high-ranking minister, was summoned to the castle after catching his eye, and soon thereafter was bestowed the title of princess. She had never contemplated escape, willingly agreeing to wed him. Yet you, as the queen, would surely resent being a secondary wife. The current momentum of the queen's family is flourishing, and he is devising ways to curtail it. Your arrival presents a pivotal opportunity. Do you comprehend my meaning? She sighed. Of course I do. Marrying you would confer immense benefits from the resources of the Shadowed Kingdom. Furthermore, having the most beautiful woman of the Kaiser continent as his wife would enhance his prestige. If he were to eventually elevate you to the position of queen, it could suppress the growing influence of the former queen's family. Haidar's tone grew increasingly frigid. In such circumstances, which man would not desire to wed you? Especially since he is already captivated by your beauty? Upon hearing Haidar's remarks, a throbbing pain began to pulse in her head as she realized her inability to navigate the current predicament. Yes, she admitted to being an ordinary girl, possessing a common intellect and emotional quotient, now merely clad in the guise of a queen. But she needed to reverse her fate, to escape, and to return home. That evening, Innocent personally invited her to their customary family dinner, declaring that should she decline, he would remain steadfast at the doorway. Reluctantly, she nodded in agreement. She deliberately dressed in a simple and understated manner, letting her short hair fall freely, presenting her face without embellishment, and selecting the most ordinary cotton long dress, seeking to avoid standing out. However, when she appeared beneath the resplendent crystal chandeliers, her unparalleled beauty and ethereal grace became the center of attention. Enduring the complex gazes of jealousy and admiration, she entered slowly. Innocent rose gracefully from the head of the table, personally taking her hand and smiling as he guided her towards the elegantly attired women seated nearby. Next to Innocent was a woman adorned in a refined scarlet gown, her hair styled in an exquisite bun, radiating elegance and adorned with jewels, a picture of virtue and grace. This is my queen, Bernice. Bernice. Allow me to introduce her Royal Highness, Queen Vivian, Innocent said gently. So, he intended to introduce her to the women of the household, which made her feel somewhat uneasy. Yet she maintained a faint smile. Greetings, Princess Bernice. Bernice returned the smile. Your complexion appears quite well, Your Highness. As queen, Bernice need not rise, responding gracefully from her first side seat. When Innocent introduced the other three princesses, they all stood in unison. One, draped in a flowing green gown, was the lovely Princess Ancina. Another, in a pale yellow dress, possessed exquisite features and an elegant demeanor. Her name was Becky. The most stunning among them wore a beige gown embellished with golden trim, youthful and radiant, with bright eyes and a charming smile that revealed two dimples. She was the 14-year-old Emma. She recalled that Emma had given birth earlier that morning, astonished that she could attend the dinner that evening. The intensity of her sense of crisis was unexpectedly strong, causing her to stifle a laugh in disbelief. After the warmth of the moment passed, she found herself led to the table by Innocent. Queen Bernice occupied the seat to the left of the head table, while she was guided to the right. Observing the expressionless faces of the several women present, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and a compulsion to feign ignorance. The dinner was resplendent with a multitude of dishes, filling the entire table. However, burdened by her thoughts, she scarcely touched her meal, opting instead to consume 4 cups of wine in quick succession. Occasionally, the other princesses exchanged a few words, and the queen conversed briefly with Innocent, yet she remained silent throughout. As she reached for the wine jug, poised to pour herself a 5th cup, Innocent gently pressed down on her hand. He offered her a subtle smile, clearly wishing to curtail her drinking. She responded with a faint smile, leaning back against the plush chair, choosing silence as she softly closed her eyes, a silent act of defiance. Are you feeling tired, Your Highness? Came the gentle voice of Queen Bernice from the opposite side. She opened her eyes, propping herself up against the table to stand, indeed feeling somewhat fatigued. She glanced at Innocent, suggesting, perhaps Your Majesty would allow me to take my leave? Innocent smiled elegantly. Rising with her, I shall escort you back. You have consumed several cups of wine, and I fear you may be somewhat inebriated. No, there is no need, she instinctively protested. Yet he swiftly guided her away from the table, leading her toward the outer chambers. A gentle night breeze caressed her slightly flushed cheeks. A few attendants bearing trays with towels passed by them. An inadvertent glance revealed one of the attendants in the middle, whose eyes were a translucent icy green. Her heart momentarily skipped a beat. Was this not the same attendant who had appeared at the wedding banquet in Cinderella? Why was he here? She stole another glance. Why are we lagging behind? Innocent's soft voice interrupted her thoughts. Are you feeling weary? Shall I carry you back? Perhaps she truly had drunk too much. Her mind was somewhat foggy, yet she retained a semblance of clarity. Step away. I do not wish for you to accompany me. At that moment, her dizziness intensified, and in the blink of an eye, she lost consciousness. In that fleeting instant, Innocent was astonished to notice, under the hazy silver moonlight, the queen's gaze toward him had suddenly softened, the previous fierceness completely dissipated, revealing a hint of tender allure. He was momentarily taken aback. And just as he registered this surprise, a pair of pale, delicate arms wrapped around his neck, and her soft lips brushed against his cheek. Her heated breath whispering in his ear, "Hold me tightly." He immediately encircled her waist, and she clung to his neck more tightly, rising onto her toes to fervently kiss his lips. She exuded an air of experience, her tongue skillfully teasing his desires, igniting a fervent urgency in his breath. In a swift motion, he hoisted her up, striding toward his chambers. Not far away, a line of attendants was about to enter the side hall. The last one turned his head slightly, casting a cold glance at the retreating figures of the two, before withdrawing his gaze and walking gracefully into the palace. In the late-night royal chamber, the spacious bedroom was filled with an intoxicating allure. In the dim candlelight, garments of both sexes lay scattered, and a pair of naked lovers rolled upon a soft purple bed. Innocent lavished kisses across the queen's body, fervent and indulgent, his lips fiercely nibbling, almost drawing blood from her delicate shoulders. Her form was so soft and tender, her eyes clouded yet enchanting, and her reciprocation was equally captivating and intense, igniting his breath, making him tremble and his blood surge, yearning to unite with her at once. However, she seemed to resist slightly, unwilling to let him enter too soon, instead playfully engaging in a teasing dance. The queen appeared to be a woman of considerable experience, yet why had she previously exuded an icy, ascetic demeanor? He pondered little on this, as his breaths grew increasingly labored, and his arousal intensified, clouding his thoughts, just as he could no longer restrain himself, poised to enter her. Her previously half-closed eyes abruptly opened, glinting with a chilling light. In that instant, he was momentarily taken aback, unprepared, as she forcefully kicked him off the bed. Her foot struck precisely at his throbbing member, eliciting a pained cry as he fell heavily onto the carpet. In the blink of an eye, he heard a sharp sound. The once passionate queen had drawn a silver sword from the wall, swiftly pressing it against his neck. The cold blade, laced with murderous intent, instantly sobered him. He gazed at her, offering an innocent smile, gently inquiring, "My queen, what troubles you? Just moments ago, you were so alluringly inviting, and now you appear fierce and menacing. Put on your clothes," she commanded, her sword tip unwavering against his throat. "Get out. This is my room, my sanctuary." His voice softened further, filled with affection. "Were we not enjoying ourselves just now? Who said I was enjoying myself? I don't care whose room this is. You need to leave now?" Unexpectedly, he found the tip of her sword plunging deeply into his neck, a cracking sound resonating as if bones were shattering, with crimson droplets of blood beginning to fall. A searing pain radiated from his neck throughout his chest, accompanied by an even sharper ache piercing his heart. Hearing the sound of bones fracturing, she paused, puzzled as to why it was not the dull thud of a blunt object. His expression darkened, as if a storm were about to break. Just as he attempted to rise, in a flurry, she viciously stabbed deeper into his neck once more, this time with great force. Once again, a sharp crack echoed. The sound of bones fracturing seemed to amplify, and an intense wave of pain surged through him. He stifled his cries, remaining silent, his gaze fixed upon her, cold and unyielding. Her eyes glacial. A fierce anger began to swell within him. Vivid crimson blood gushed from his neck, cascading over his bare, broad torso. His expression grew increasingly frigid, an eerie aura enveloping him like a tempest, sweeping through the room. She felt the air grow denser, as if it were freezing solid, chilling her to the bone, leaving her breathless. At that moment, a thunderous clap resounded from outside, a long, twisted silver lightning bolt streaking across the night sky, illuminating the dimly lit room through the sheer beige curtains, casting a brightness akin to daylight. In that fleeting instant, her eyes widened in terror. The muscular, bare man with a sword's edge pressed to his throat transformed into a terrifying, towering skeleton. Its robust, pristine white frame stood stark against the shadows, each rib distinctly visible, arrayed across its skeletal chest, while its long legs emitted a ghostly hue. Yet, the most horrifying aspect was the pair of eyes within the skull, deeply sunken, resembling those of the Grim Reaper, radiating a chilling, ethereal blue light, enchanting yet sinister, like a brilliant blue blade capable of striking down a soul in an instant. Blood, a vivid crimson, continuously oozed from the corners of the skull's mouth, dripping down to stain the eerie white ribs below. The shattered bones of its neck glistened with fresh blood, shimmering unsettlingly in the lightning's glow. The atmosphere was saturated with terror and the supernatural. After an agonizing stretch of disbelief lasting several seconds, her mind became a void, and with a clang, the silver sword slipped from her grasp, clattering onto the carpet. A piercing scream erupted from her throat, a continuous, desperate wail that threatened to tear her vocal cords, until her voice became hoarse, leaving her unable to utter another sound. Hours later, she awoke with a sneeze, finding herself imprisoned in a cold, ominous dungeon. Thunder rumbled outside, rain pounding upon the roof, creating a relentless patter. The chilly autumn wind wafted through the dark corridor, prompting her to sneeze again. Glancing around at the murky walls and the black prison garb she now wore, her mind flashed back to the horrifying skeleton she had glimpsed amidst the lightning, producing an involuntary gasp. Good heavens! It was far more terrifying than the white skeleton she had encountered in her dreams, especially those eyes glowing with a dreadful, misty blue light. Heart racing, she instinctively pressed a hand to her chest, finally grasping why Sheeter harbored such aversion towards Vander. Only through witnessing it firsthand could one comprehend the true horror of that skeletal frame. Vander's pursuit of a concubine to bear him a child was justified, for Sheeter could never accept him, let alone bear his offspring. Yet, I am willing to accept him, a gentle voice reminiscent of the original queen echoed within me. I discerned that in moments of emotional turmoil or extreme rage, coupled with the energy of lightning, he would uncontrollably revert to his true form. He likely did not behave this way under normal circumstances. Are you willing to accept him? After you reclaim your body, go seek him out. I, however, am unwilling. She retorted angrily. Did you not control the body and roll into bed with him? Indeed, she confessed candidly, I am fond of him. Why should I not be with him? You may be with him, but could you please wait until I have departed? I cannot bear the thought of him. Unable to restrain myself, I watched as she chuckled softly. His gaze in the night was so alluring. I was entranced by him and simply wanted to kiss him passionately. She appeared on the verge of tears. Please do not act this way in the future. It puts me in a difficult position. If you drank less, you would not be so easily controlled by me. She smiled. Otherwise, I might not be able to restrain myself. With a soft sigh, she fell silent. To be fair, this queen possesses qualities far superior to the previous Haidar. Haidar was domineering and spoiled, often resorting to intimidation to assert her superiority. The queen's demeanor is evidently much more refined, exhibiting gentleness and a greater respect for her thoughts. A day later, Haidar visited her in the cell. Outside, the rain poured heavily, while the interior remained dimly lit. Haidar's maidens held torches, standing at a distance. The flickering light illuminated Haidar's slightly lowered green lashes, revealing her cold, distant gaze. You have been imprisoned for regicide, a charge that can carry severe consequences, Haidar intoned in a low voice. In its gravest form, it could cost you your life. In its mildest, you would remain confined here indefinitely. Can you intercede on my behalf? She implored, hope glimmering in her eyes. She wished to live and could not remain imprisoned indefinitely. There were pressing matters that required her attention. Innocent king refuses to see me. I sought an audience once. Haidar's voice remained muted. I overheard his maidens say he is exceedingly furious, still seething with anger. What transpired? After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to speak. Upon hearing her words, Haidar's expression shifted slightly. So, the original owner of this body can now control it? Yes, she sighed. Thus he likely does not comprehend my sudden transformation. Moreover, I injured him and fainted upon witnessing his true form. Naturally, he is enraged. After standing in thought for a moment, Haidar departed. In the opulent chambers of the prince, Vander was gazing at the infant in the arms of concubine Shui, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Your Highness, look, our son is smiling at you, concubine Shui exclaimed joyfully, raising her face to him with a bright, innocent smile. Vander's gaze softened as he observed the delicate features of the infant. The more I look, the more he resembles you, concubine Shui remarked happily. Please convey my regards to Princess Haidar, the maids announced as they entered. Haidar, adorned in a flowing light pink gown, swiftly entered, immediately spotting the family of three. Her brow slightly furrowed. Concubine Shui's smile grew ever brighter as she quickly bent to curtsy, greeting Princess Haidar with respect. Haidar scoffed as she swiftly approached, commanding, You may leave. I have matters to discuss with the prince. Yes, replied Consort Shui with gentle obedience, cradling the infant and smiling at Vander Shung. Your Highness, I shall take my leave now. A cadre of skeletons, believing I would vie for favor, Haidar mused with a silent derision, though her face bore a congenial smile. Consort Shui is truly becoming increasingly perceptive. As Consort Shui smiled submissively, preparing to utter a few more words, she was interrupted by Vander Shung. You should depart now. Once Consort Shui's figure had completely vanished, Haidar resumed. What does your father intend to do about this matter? About Queen Vivian? Vander Shung replied coolly. You know, father likely will not let her off easily. But she is a queen. She cannot be imprisoned indefinitely, Haidar remarked, observing his exquisitely beautiful features. Unable to resist, he reached out a long finger to gently caress her face, only to have her frown and evade his touch, saying, How could father bear to keep her locked away? She will not marry your father, Haidar coldly stated. You both share the same temperament. If a proposal fails, you resort to coercion. Vander Shung's lips curled into a pleased smile. Who could blame us for desiring the most beautiful woman on this continent? Growing weary of his flirtation, Haidar turned away. Her tone icy. Tell me, Vander Shung, how much more must your father offer to persuade the queen to cooperate? Hasn't my father already outlined his demands? Unless the queen marries him, there are no alternatives. But the queen will never marry him. Then there is nothing to be done. My father will not deploy troops. Vander Shung replied languidly. The queen could seek alliances with other kingdoms. Perhaps one might be willing to send troops. At that point, your father might regret losing 4 salt mines and the open seas. Rest assured, My father never undertakes actions detrimental to the kingdom's interests. Vander Shung gently pressed down on her shoulders, assuring her he had his own plans. At this juncture, a meaningful smile played upon his lips. However, I find it surprising. Haidar, why you are so concerned for the queen, strategizing for her, visiting her in the dungeon, and even pleading for her on my behalf. What are you truly contemplating? Haidar was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Do not betray me, Vander Shung said softly. If I find out you are scheming against us or the kingdom, I will not forgive you. A cold flicker passed through Haidar's eyes as she replied defiantly. I have already faced death once. I fear it not a second time. So you truly are plotting something? Vander Shung's tone hardened as he grasped her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Let me make this clear. Haidar, if you betray me, I will ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. A smirk graced Haidar's lips. Let it be so. I shall embrace whatever torment you wish to bestow. He whispered menacingly in her ear. I could cast you into our skeletal encampment for a few days. Or perhaps to the abode of the undead legion. Within 3 days, you would be on your knees, clinging to my thigh, weeping and begging to return. The color drained rapidly from her face. Many citizens of the Kailik kingdom were unable to transform and had to live in their original forms. Among them, the most capable skeletons formed the legion. The Undead Legion was an elite cadre of death warriors personally recruited by King Innocent after he conquered the chaotic underground realm of the undead a few years prior. This subterranean kingdom was originally fragmented, with several major factions vying for control. King Innocent successfully unified one or two of these factions, eliminated the others, and then concentrated his military strength to subdue the remaining forces, thereby seizing the entire realm of the undead. If she were to be cast into the skeletal encampment or the undead legion, faced daily with those bony skeletons or the grim, dark apparitions of the undead, or the terrifying corpse demons, her existence would indeed be a living hell. She glared fiercely at him, her eyes ablaze with fury, wishing she could devour this man alive. Come, tell me your plan, Vander said in a soft, alluring tone. Haidar, if you do not speak, I may just toss you in there right now. He tightened his grip, nearly crushing her chin. The pain compelled her to bite down hard on her lower lip, releasing a muffled cry of anguish, refusing to speak. Are we? He increased the pressure once more, squeezing tighter. She gasped in pain, tears streaming down her face. My patience is limited. Her gaze suddenly turned cold and dark. Bearing the pain, she bit down fiercely on her tongue, a rush of blood and agony flooding her mouth. As her body trembled, he intensified his grip, almost dislocating her jaw. This time, she summoned all her strength to bite her tongue, and in that instant, she spat forth a mouthful of blood, splattering his fingers. He recoiled sharply, and she collapsed, her hair disheveled, her gaze toward him filled with unrestrained fury, her mouth stained with blood, neck and chest crimson, an image of sheer terror. Thus, Haidar lay in bed for half a month. While it is often said that a woman's tools for causing a scene are tears, tantrums, and threats of self-harm, excessive drama can lead a man to irritation. This marked the 5th instance of Princess Haidar's self-destructive antics since marrying into Kailik. Prince Vander no longer kept vigil by her bedside as he had during the previous 4 episodes. Instead, he deposited her onto the bed and promptly retreated to the quarters of concubine Schwer. After that, he did not appear before Princess Haidar for over half a month. As her health gradually improved, she was eventually able to walk unaided. On occasion, while strolling in the garden with the support of her maid, she spotted Prince Vander, concubine Schwer, and the infant in her arms moving along a nearby path, prompting her to immediately turn away. From that point onward, she seldom ventured into the garden reserved for the crown prince. The reputation of consort Schwer has now far eclipsed that of Princess Xidar, with Prince Vandershing spending every night in her company. Yet, Princess Xidar appears to be utterly unconcerned. Even after her recovery, she indulges in fine food, drink, clothing, and leisure, exuding an air of carefree contentment. Xinmei has been confined in the dungeon for over half a month, with dim sunlight filtering through the small skylight in the high walls. In her hand, she clutches a small brown paper package, hesitating over whether to heed the words spoken by a certain individual. Just a few nights prior, the green-eyed attendant she had encountered at the wedding banquet of Xidar had unexpectedly appeared in the dungeon, delivering this package to her. Who are you? She had exclaimed, startled awake by his sudden entrance through the window. The skylight was particularly small. What means had this man employed to compress himself to fit through? His ice-green eyes shone vividly in the faint moonlight, and she recognized him immediately. This is a package of gunpowder. If you can place it beneath the throne in the hall of Innocent King, you will be able to escape from Kurat, he spoke, his voice flowing like a gentle stream. Let us not even discuss my ability to place gunpowder in the hall, should I truly blow up the hall of innocent king. It is certain he would raze my realm of Sunin to the ground. Whether you choose to act is entirely your decision, otherwise, your strength alone will not suffice to escape Kairoat. Take it back. If I destroy the hall, I shall perish in the explosion as well. Beneath the throne in the hall of innocent king lies the flame sword of Tercity. Only by destroying the throne can one retrieve the sword. But rest assured, our people await outside the hall. Once you successfully place the package, they will escort you to safety. If I am untrustworthy, then my Tercity shall never be reclaimed. Tercity? The flame sword? Is it not in Zidar? She exclaimed in astonishment. It became evident that this man had come seeking the flame sword. He did not respond, but instead tossed the package into her hands and leaped out through the small skylight. Holding the package, she sat in a daze for a considerable time. Chapter 56. After a fortnight, a group of maidens arrived at the dungeon, led by consort Becky of King Innocent. Clad in a stunning blue gown that shimmered beautifully, she appeared almost celestial compared to Xinmei's disheveled state. Becky addressed her earnestly, "Your Highness Vian. Our king wishes to inquire if you have accepted his proposal." "No," she replied languidly, leaning against the wall. "Tell him it is impossible." Becky was taken aback and pressed further. "Why?" Ever since the king had conquered the entire underworld of the undead, countless monarchs, dignitaries, and chieftains from various kingdoms and tribes had vied to offer their princesses or daughters for marriage, even if they were from foreign lands. If they could bear a son or daughter for King Innocent, their kingdoms, cities, or tribes would reap substantial benefits. In the present day, King Innocent stands as the foremost leader of the foreign tribes on the continent, possessing an ever-increasing array of resources. Naturally, other kingdoms aspire to partake in this prosperity, and sending a few daughters appears to be the most advantageous and effective means of doing so. However, King Innocent, citing the challenges posed by intertribal marriages, has declined numerous matrimonial proposals from various kingdoms, cities, and tribes. Currently, he is accompanied by only one queen and 3 consorts, a rarity among the monarchs of the Kaiser continent. It is said that for the upper echelons of various nations, once wealth and power reach a certain pinnacle, a formidable fortress is instinctively erected to prevent the influx of individuals from lower strata, a form of self-preservation among the elite. For this elevated class, apart from wealth and authority, lineage is of utmost significance. Regardless of whether the bloodline is of pure royal descent or otherwise, once adorned with the esteemed family name, one is regarded as a member of that lineage, albeit with varying degrees of status within the family. Subsequently, through strategic marriages, their descendants intertwine with other prominent families or kingdoms, creating a complex web of interests, which serves as a crucial method for maintaining a balance of power. "Our king is genuinely earnest in seeking your hand in marriage," Becky stated. "And isn't your kingdom currently facing a crisis? If you were to wed our king, reclaiming your throne would be imminent." "I shall devise my own solutions," she replied languidly, dismissing their concerns. "So why, pray tell, do you refuse our king?" Becky inquired persistently. Her curiosity piqued. After a moment's contemplation, she remarked, "Did your king not previously decline others by saying it was inconvenient due to differing races?" She had heard Haidar mention such matters. Becky's expression soured. While the king could employ such reasoning to reject others, it did not grant others the same liberty to refuse him. "The disparity between our 2 races is too vast. I have seen your king's true form and was nearly petrified with fear. How could I possibly accept him?" She elucidated further. Rising from her seat amidst the heap of grass, she declared, "Since the negotiations with your king have reached an impasse, may I be permitted to leave? I am a queen in my own right. Though I have wounded your king with my sword, the terms of compensation are negotiable. He may engage directly with me or send a representative. However, to confine me here is a profound insult to a queen." Without uttering another word, Becky offered a slight bow and turned to depart. Upon returning to the brightly lit hall, Becky delicately conveyed her sentiments to King Innocent, stating, "Her Highness Vian regards herself as a foreigner and merely the queen of a small nation, hence she feels her status does not align with that of our king," leading to her refusal. That night, King Innocent sat alone on the throne throughout the evening. "Vian, do you know that when you were born, the high priest of our temple cast a divination for you? In the murky depths of a dream, gentle sunlight cascaded upon a beautiful woman in a purple gown, her hair elegantly styled. Mother, was the omen favorable or ominous? A young girl clad in a flowing white dress sat upon the carpet, delightfully engaged in her play with building blocks, her cherubic face raised in a joyful gaze towards her mother. In that year, at the tender age of 8, Vivian had already become the nation's most renowned little beauty. The high priest foretold that she would one day fall in love with a man who could never reciprocate her affection, and that she would sacrifice the entire realm of the dark forest for him. How could that be? The innocent child blinked her wide eyes and exclaimed, "Mother, the dark forest is of such paramount importance to us. Indeed, it is our vital sanctuary. Yet you would allow it to fall into the hands of an outsider for the sake of a man," her mother replied, her enchanting gaze concealing a chilling menace that the little one could not yet comprehend. "I truly wish that Vinny could take your place as the queen of the dark forest, so that our lineage may endure." "No, mother. I am the queen of the dark forest. Do not allow Vinny to supplant me," Vivian asserted with determination, her small face lifting defiantly. "I will not let the dark forest be relinquished to outsiders." Her mother smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying her words. With her long skirt, adorned with exquisite embroidery, trailing behind her, she approached the colorful floor-to-ceiling window. "Vivian, do you see? The blood river before our castle is bubbling. A portent that one day we shall be unable to contain the restless spirits that have been trapped for a millennium. Many years ago, these spirits were the original masters of Dark Forest Island. Our ancestors conquered them and imprisoned them beneath the moat to seize control of this isle. One fateful night, the spirits began to stir, as if they sensed the imminent approach of their liberation. Mother, they lack the power to escape our blood river. Our ancestors' strength is formidable," the young girl insisted. "Indeed," her mother replied, her tone laden with meaning. "But should the day come when the spirits encounter one endowed with even greater power, they will break free from their restraints and hasten to submit to him." This island was once concealed deep beneath the sea, shrouded from the sunlight, with its original inhabitants being the spirits of the depths. Our ancestors, once the chieftains of a mighty tribe, gained the magic to control this island through a twist of fate, vanquishing the spirit king and raising the island to the surface. Turning to face her daughter, her mother continued, "Do you now understand, Vivian? This island rightfully belongs to the spirits. We are but invaders. Yet now, as the blood river begins to bubble, it signals that the spirits are stirring, longing to reclaim their homeland, and we may not be far from the day of our nation's downfall. Mother, what should we do now?" Vivian implored. "Eradicate these spirits," the small girl declared with unwavering conviction. "We must annihilate them completely. Such a task is easier said than done." Her mother lamented, "For the spirits possess the ability to be reborn after death. They may not reproduce, yet they can persist through this ability indefinitely." Chapter 57. Do not be disheartened, my queen. I shall do everything in my power to prevent the fall of the kingdom of Sinan. At the very least, my descendants will continue to bear our surname, becoming the lords of Sinan for generations to come. Xinmei awoke from her slumber, her forehead glistening with perspiration. This marked the second occasion she had dreamt of the tale of Queen Vivian. The specters beneath the blood river guarding the castle? She faintly recalled that during the last breach of the kingdom's barrier, the phantoms from the river had emerged, malevolent and fearsome, hovering in front of the castle, deterring all living beings from approaching them. As she wiped away the cold sweat, a gentle sound of footsteps gradually approached. Momentarily startled, she assumed it was Haidar and called out, "Haidar?" However, as the footsteps slowed to a halt, she gazed in astonishment at a tall, slender figure silhouetted against the light. His features remained obscured, yet his azure eyes radiated a dazzling, ethereal blue under the sunlight. To her surprise, it was Innocent who stood before her, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. He regarded her intently, his cerulean gaze both brilliant and unfathomable, concealing the depths of his thoughts. With a slight gesture, a resonant clang echoed as a massive iron lock fell to the ground from the iron bars, which then parted automatically. Seated upon the pile of grass, she remained motionless, watching him warily. Yet he offered her a friendly smile and extended his hand. Naturally, she hesitated to accept. "If you wish to stay here, you may," he said with a grin. "I shall take my leave now." As he turned to depart, his elongated shadow beautifully mirrored on the ground against the soft white light of day. It was only then that she stumbled to her feet, disregarding the debris clinging to her, and hurriedly followed him. Upon reaching the stone steps leading to the dungeon, he suddenly halted, nearly causing her to collide with him as she stumbled forward, startled into stopping abruptly. He turned back, once again extending his long, pale hand towards her. Their eyes met. Still hesitant, she stood rooted to the spot. He shrugged, an expression of regret crossing his face. Before ascending the graystone steps, she closely trailed behind him. After navigating multiple levels of graystone steps and rounding several corners, they finally arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. He paused, causing her heart to race, fearing he would once more reach out to her, but he did not. Instead, he turned to her once again, his eyes gleaming with light as he smiled and inquired, Were you frightened that night? What do you mean? She responded, somewhat uncertain of his question. After seeing my true form. Yes, I was afraid, she replied candidly. How afraid? His smile held a deeper significance. Very, very afraid. She answered truthfully. Is this the reason you declined my proposal? He sensed that her rejection stemmed from reasons beyond mere differences in their races. Not entirely. What else is there? In my heart, there exists a love akin to that of kin, though our union is impossible, yet he has indelibly occupied my heart. I do not love you, hence I cannot accept your proposal, she stated with utmost honesty. After a brief silence of several seconds, his azure eyes shimmered with an unusual gleam, mysterious and profound. Can you reveal to me who he is? I cannot, she replied, shaking her head. Why not? Are you afraid I might harm him? No, it is not that. Rather, he is already accompanied by another woman, and I do not wish to disrupt his happiness. Thus I prefer that no one knows his identity. A faint smile gradually appeared at the corners of his mouth as he leaned closer to her, chuckling softly. I find it hard to believe that any man would refuse the beauty that is you. He is unlike you. He is not easily enchanted by beauty. Regardless of my appearance, he remains steadfast and can effortlessly recognize me. He squinted his luminous blue eyes, evidently perplexed by her words. Then I am curious. If his feelings for you are unwavering, why would he marry another? His smile was gentle and captivating as he delicately took her hand. For a moment, she fell silent, unaware that he had grasped her hand. What could she possibly say? The reasons were far too complex, the foremost being that his burdens were exceedingly heavy. While her worth seemed inadequate, they spoke no further. He led her out of the dungeon's entrance, where the setting sun's radiant glow greeted them. The sky was adorned with a vast expanse of orange and red clouds, while a flock of unknown birds soared through the layers of crimson, emitting sharp cries. I do not wish to pressure you any longer, Vivian, but I still hope you might reconsider my proposal. I could even let you go, granting you your freedom. Perhaps after leaving, you may change your mind. Oh, she replied, somewhat taken aback. That would be wonderful. He gazed deeply into her eyes, filled with longing and reluctance. You are so beautiful, Vivian. He unabashedly expressed his admiration for her beauty. It is difficult for me to let go. I long to be with you forever, to behold your unparalleled face each day. Perhaps there will come a day when you can have your wish fulfilled, she murmured, avoiding his gaze and turning away. The true queen adores him. Perhaps one day they might indeed be together. After receiving the permission from King Innocent to leave, she initially planned to depart the following day. However, King Innocent retained her, citing the imminent winter festival of Kylet, our kingdom's grandest celebration. I hope you can stay to partake in it. Perhaps witnessing our kingdom's wealth and prosperity will sway your decision. His candor was striking, his gaze earnest and pleading, compelling her to nod in agreement. Despite her awareness that his hopes were destined to be dashed, 2 days later, Haidar arrived with a maid, bringing her a banquet gown. This one should suffice. Please try it on to check the fit. If it does not suit you, there is still time for alterations. She replied lazily. I am not inclined to try it on. If it does not fit, I simply shall not wear it. Haidar's expression soured as he tossed the evening gown onto the bed. Do not flaunt your privilege before me. I am not a man. I truly do not wish to attend, she remarked, glancing at the gown. If it does not fit, I will just wear my own clothes. Do not seek to stand out or regard yourself as extraordinary, for such behavior will merely pique the curiosity of King Innocent. Haidar, with a scornful smile, dismissed the maid before remarking, perhaps this is your strategy. Pinner was likely ensnared by you in this manner. I have yet to accuse you of malicious intent, she seethed. Recalling how you took advantage of my slumber to engage in intimacy with Pinner, a despicable act indeed. Long ago, Haidar had clandestinely entwined herself with Pinner, leading her sister to wonder, Sister, why are you so different by day and by night? Cold and distant in daylight, yet fervent as fire under the stars. Pinner had occasionally posed this query, to which she had foolishly responded not with words but with wrath, hurling pillows and exclaiming, Leave me be. I refuse to converse with you. What madness is this, sister? Pinner had retorted, catching the flying pillow, his eyes glinting with cold light. This is my chamber. Who are you ordering to leave? Tears brimmed in her eyes as she recalled Haidar's earlier words about stargazing with Pinner the previous night, where he had inexplicably kissed her. Why had Pinner never treated her with such affection during the day? Consequently, she had engaged in a silent feud with him for 2 days. The memories surged vividly, her heart racing with agitation. I do not deceive you. Pinner has indeed been moved by me, Haidar stated coldly. There are matters I have not disclosed. Fearing you might not withstand the shock. A sardonic smile lingered on her lips. Chapter 58. Do tell me. I shall see if I can bear it. Haidar leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear. Do you not wonder why he proposed to you? The undeniable truth made her heart skip a beat. Haidar chuckled derisively, poised to articulate further, when her gaze suddenly fixated on something. Her attention was drawn to a corner of a white package peeking out from beneath her pillow. Before she could intervene, Haidar swiftly extracted a large parcel from beneath the cushion. Upon opening it, she gasped, raising her gaze to her. This is gunpowder. And there is a substantial amount. Where did you procure this? She remained silent for 10 seconds before recounting the events in the dungeon. Her city? The Sword of Flame? A glint of inscrutable mischief flickered in Haidar's eyes. What are your intentions? She asked, becoming wary. Given her understanding of Haidar, she anticipated no good would come of it. This shall be a gift for me. Haidar remarkably snatched the gunpowder package with astonishing speed and dashed towards the door, declaring, after all, King Innocent has consented to your departure. You have no further need of it. Return it to me, she cried, pursuing her in fury. That belongs to me. Give it back. Yet Haidar moved like the wind, disappearing around the corner of the labyrinthine corridor in the blink of an eye. When she rounded the corner, her long skirt caught her foot, causing her to stumble and fall unceremoniously, her pain evident as she winced, unable to rise for an extended moment. Afterward, she could never find Heidel, even though they resided in the same palace. Each time she sought her, she was invariably absent, either in the queen's chambers or wandering the city. Perpetually elusive. Before long, the winter festival arrived. The grand hall was adorned exquisitely, bustling with attendants bearing trays and goblets of fine wine. Weaving through the clamor of the celebration, lavishly dressed nobles congregated in small groups, toasting and engaging in spirited conversation, while others embraced beautiful companions behind the white columns, indulging in fervent kisses. The noble women and young ladies formed their own circles, seated on various mats, sharing laughter and gossip, while a few daring ladies flirted with handsome men, their laughter ringing with delight. When an ethereal figure clad in luxurious white, embellished with golden trim, graced the hall, all noise ceased abruptly. As if the very air had stilled, her presence was akin to the brightest star, illuminating the darkest night sky. She wore a magnificent gown that flowed elegantly behind her, exuding an enchanting allure that was both ethereal and unparalleled. Her porcelain skin glimmered with a subtle, radiant sheen, the depth of her beauty seemingly etched into her very being, defying description. Her violet eyes sparkled with the brilliance of the sun, shimmering with captivating hues and emanating an alluring glow. Her lips, soft and sensuous, parted slightly, as if to draw one's soul into their embrace. Remarkably, she possessed a head of short, violet hair that framed her face elegantly, its silky strands catching the flickering firelight, radiating an enchanting luster. It is widely believed that long-haired beauties hold the greatest charm, yet she, with her astonishing allure and a hint of androgynous beauty, exhibited a wild, untamed spirit. Coupled with her exquisitely delicate eyes, she radiated an incomparable, soft femininity that was irresistibly captivating. No wonder King Innocent was utterly entranced by her. As she entered, surrounded by her attendants, King Innocent's gaze remained fixed upon her, rendering the queen and princesses mere decorations in his eyes. After exchanging a distant greeting with Innocent, she gracefully took her seat, and no man dared approach her, for the king was already making his way toward her. She cast a glance at the queen and princesses, who regarded her with jealousy and resentment, and sighed quietly. You are truly beautiful tonight. Innocent's gaze was fervent, openly revealing his unmasked desire. If this gown adorned your queen or princess, they would be equally lovely. In my heart, you are the most beautiful. Without allowing her to respond, he took her hand insistently. Come with me. I wish to show you the fireworks. When he led her to the expansive platform atop the castle, the dazzling fireworks erupted into the night sky, blooming into brilliant stars that illuminated their faces with a radiant glow. The entire royal city was ablaze with light, its rooftops rising and falling in a cascade of brilliance, each peak ignited by splendid flames. The echoes of joyous cheers and songs resonated throughout the city. Strangely, not far away, the towering snow-capped mountains, the endless banks of the river, and the dense, dark forests were all set aglow with celebratory fires, swaying gracefully amidst the falling snow and wind, harmonizing with the city's radiance and showcasing an astonishingly dazzling beauty. She was momentarily entranced, realizing the immense human and material resources required for such a spectacle. Do you see this, Vivian? This is merely a fragment of my domain. The Sky City 1,000 kilometers to the east, the Underwater Kingdom 2,000 kilometers to the south, and all the forests and mountains to the northwest, as well as the underworld of the undead, all belong to Kalot. I shall continue my expeditions, conquering more royal cities and territories, seizing greater resources and wealth. His crystalline blue eyes shifted in depth and brilliance. The elegant contours of his high nose stark against the flickering flames, exuding an extraordinary beauty. Vivian, everything I possess is yours, he spoke with utmost gentleness. The light in his ice-blue gaze enchanting as if it were the world's most captivating sapphire. If you desire, you may become the mistress of my kingdom at any time. She stood silently beside him, words unspoken. Before meeting you, I believed I had no vulnerabilities. Yet upon encountering you, I realized that you are both my weakness and my poison. In this world, if anyone could vanquish the king of the beast legions, the undead legions, the skeletal legions, and the zombie legions, it would undoubtedly be you. Brilliant multicolored fireworks ascended once more into the vast night sky, transforming into various exquisite floral shapes, roses, wild roses, tulips, and more. The resounding crackle of the fireworks seemed to resonate across the land, and the luminous fragments of starlight scattered beautifully in the moments of their explosion, illuminating the night sky to near daylight brilliance. Your Majesty, did I not already inform you that another exists in my heart? I cannot accept you, she said gently. My queen, you shall forget him and accept me, he insisted. The icy blue glow in his eyes growing ever more fervent, radiating a strikingly beautiful hue. She shook her head slightly, uttering a vague response. If I were a true queen, I might acquiesce to you, but I am not. Perhaps you do not comprehend, yet one day, you will understand what I mean. What is it that you truly wish to convey? He asked softly. Give me time, she sighed. Perhaps one day, you may indeed attain your desires. She recalled having spoken similar words to him before, but it was evident he had not taken them to heart. A look of helplessness crossed his face. This queen seemed impervious, utterly unyielding. Upon returning to the great hall, the air was thick with the enticing aromas of exquisite wine and delectable food. Having been well into the festivities, as soon as she stepped through the door, Innocent King was immediately surrounded by a throng of noble courtiers, eager to curry favor, leaving her somewhat neglected at the side. She has occupied Innocent King for such a prolonged time, and now it is only fitting that she relinquishes her position. No noble or minister would harbor any feelings of guilt. Returning to her seat, she refrained from indulging in wine, fearing that the original owner might manifest mischief. Instead, she sipped only a few mouthfuls of plain water. While consuming a piece of cake, she surveyed the hall but did not spot Haidar. Suddenly, she realized something, and in shock, she sprang to her feet, lifting her excessively long skirt, and immediately rushed out of the hall. Innocent's gaze, surrounded by ministers, lingered on her with an almost imperceptible intensity, and he promptly declared, "Thank you all for your hard work. Please take your rest. I have pressing matters to attend to." With that, he pushed through the crowd and hurriedly followed in her wake. She dashed down the long, polished corridor, lifting her skirt as she ran, faintly recalling the direction of Innocent King's office. Breathless and relentless, she pressed on. Haidar must not blow up the hall. That would be a grave transgression on her part. She nearly flew to the entrance of Innocent King's office. This evening marked the winter festival, and most of the maids and attendants had slipped into the main hall to enjoy the festivities, leaving only a handful to patrol or clean. She was intercepted by a young maid, to whom she deceitfully claimed that Innocent King had sent her to retrieve something. The maid, aware of her connection to Innocent, accepted her explanation without further suspicion and allowed her entry. Has Princess Haidar been here? She gasped. The young maid did not conceal the truth, stating that Haidar had arrived not long ago and was currently inside. Afterward, the maid led her into the grand hall. Beside the elevated throne, the sight of Haidar in her exquisite pink gown caught her eye. Haidar, she called from afar. Haidar turned, somewhat surprised. Aren't you watching the fireworks with His Majesty Innocent at the castle? She rushed forward, forgetting to lift her skirt, nearly stumbling, but was fortunately caught by the maid who followed closely behind her. What brings you here? Haidar inquired, observing her disheveled appearance with a half-smile. Hand it over, she stated bluntly. Hand over what? You know very well. I have no idea what you are talking about, Haidar replied, feigning confusion. Frustrated, she exclaimed. You know precisely what I mean. I don't know, Haidar replied impatiently, picking up a pink shawl that had fallen beneath a plush chair. I merely came to retrieve my shawl that I left behind this morning at the family gathering. You are overthinking this. I care not for what you came to collect. Return my belongings to me now. What have I taken from you? I do not recall anything. You are lying. Suddenly, a soft yet resonant voice floated over. Vian, Haidar, are you searching for something? Startled, she turned to see Innocent, clad in a splendid robe, his expression stern. How did he arrive here? Was he not entangled in conversation with the ministers? Father. Haidar promptly bowed to the tall, slender figure clad in black, and calmly stated, "My shawl was left here this morning. I merely came to retrieve it. Why not send a maid to fetch it?" Innocent halted a few paces away, his expression impassive. Yet a hint of icy disdain glimmered in his eyes. Haidar maintained her composure, not even furrowing her brow. "Father, I possess only 3 personal attendants. One has been summoned by concubine Schwer to attend to the young prince, as she has recently given birth and our numbers are scarce. Of the remaining 2, one is afflicted with a stomach ailment, while the other, having clashed with concubine Schwer, has just received 20 lashes and is unable to rise from bed. Who, pray tell? Should I enlist to fetch my shawl?" She paused, taken aback by the audacity of concubine Schwer, though she could not dismiss the possibility that Haidar had intentionally provoked her. Innocent's eyes flickered with a cold, azure light, deep and unfathomable. "Return at once. I shall have Vander handle this matter." Haidar lowered her gaze, respectfully bowed, and turned to leave. As she approached the threshold of the hall, a fleeting glimpse caught her eye. Wisps of white smoke were rising ominously from above the throne. Her heart raced, panic seizing her, and she cried out a warning before launching herself at Innocent. Wrapping her arms around his neck and pulling him down heavily to the ground, rolling swiftly towards the hall's entrance. Innocent, caught off guard, found himself toppled to the floor, and after a moment of astonishment, he submitted to her embrace, rolling along the smooth tiles with her. They tumbled awkwardly, entwined, until they reached the entrance. Yet the anticipated explosion did not occur. Confusion washed over her as she lifted her gaze towards the throne, where only tendrils of white smoke continued to rise. Devoid of any further disturbance, a sudden wave of alarm surged within her. Lowering her head, she awkwardly realized she was still intimately clutching Innocent's neck and hastily withdrew her hands. Innocent's thoughts lingered on the moment she had toppled him and held him close. Her embrace was fragrant, soft, and warm, enveloping him in an inexplicable sense of safety that left him entranced. This was the reason he had willingly, albeit somewhat dazedly, followed her lead as they rolled across the tiles. As she released him, a frown creased his brow, revealing a trace of displeasure. An unsettling emptiness settled within him, leaving him unexpectedly melancholic. "What troubles you, my queen?" he teased, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. She stammered, I made a mistake." Just as the words left her lips, a tremendous explosion erupted from somewhere in the garden outside, deafening in its intensity. Clouds of dirt and fragments of flowers were sent flying, some even splattering onto them. For a brief moment, she was engulfed in silence, her ears ringing. Then, her heart raced violently, turmoil surging within her as her face registered sheer horror. Her mouth fell open, yet no words came forth. The pitch-black night sky was suffused with the fiery glow, rendering it a shade of blood red. The pungent scent of gunpowder lingered in the air, accompanied by the cacophony of panicked voices and cries. In an instant, Innocent's gaze darkened, and he swiftly scooped her up, rushing toward his chambers along the steps outside the hall. 20 or 30 black-clad guards materialized like phantoms, surrounding and escorting them away from the site of the explosion. In the long corridor illuminated by torches, Innocent's gentle, magnetic voice floated softly into her ears. "Vivian, thank you for saving me just now." I didn't save you," she stammered, still trembling from the shock. It was clearly a mistake regarding the explosion's location. "You thought the throne would explode, didn't you?" Despite the urgency of their flight, Innocent's tone remained calm and soothing, as if unfazed by the turmoil surrounding them. "I find it curious that the usually aloof queen would suddenly embrace me. Thank you for holding me in your thoughts." The gem-adorned doors parted, revealing a spacious and opulent golden sitting room. Innocent gently placed her in a large armchair and said softly, "Stay here for a moment. I will return shortly." This place felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of Innocent's private quarters. A wave of anxiety washed over her as she recalled the last time she had been here, piercing his shoulder with a sword. "I want to return to my own room. The defenses there are not particularly strong," Innocent replied patiently and kindly. "Rest assured, I mean you no harm." With that, he commanded the 20 or 30 black-clad guards who had followed them to stand vigil outside, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving under any circumstances. She parted her lips, attempting to voice her thoughts, but he disregarded her, departing with decisive elegance. The gem-studded golden doors closed behind him, leaving her to sink back into the armchair, a look of resignation etched on her face. She was a queen, not a prisoner. Even if protection was necessary, it should not manifest in such a manner, feeling more akin to house arrest. Chapter 60 time eluded her, and when the soft golden light filtered through the delicate purple curtains onto her face, she slowly opened her eyes and yawned, startled to realize an entire night had passed. She lay upon a comfortable, spacious bed, covered by a thin, purple-gold blanket. As she propped herself up, The blanket slipped away. She had distinctly fallen asleep in the armchair. Who had carried her to bed? Innocent. The thought of being cradled by a man other than Pinner unsettled her, and she furrowed her brow. Remembering the explosion from the previous night, she hastily got up, tousled her short hair, washed her face, and hurried out the door. To her surprise, the 20 or 30 black-clad guards remained motionless outside. She strode through the sun-dappled stone corridor towards the council hall, the guards trailing closely behind her, unyielding in their proximity. She felt a flicker of astonishment. Upon reaching the council hall, after the attendants announced her arrival, the guards stationed themselves steadfastly at the steps outside. As she stepped into the hall, she was greeted by Innocent, adorned in resplendent silver-gray attire. In the gentle light of dawn, his features were striking and refined, his smile radiant and warm. A sudden stir within her heart ignited an unfamiliar flutter, cascading through her entire being. She gently closed her eyes, admonishing herself that she could no longer indulge in such feelings. She must depart immediately. This man did not belong to her, and he never would. She could never accept a man from a different race. I came to inform you that the explosion last night may be connected to me. Haidar took a package of gunpowder from me, she stated, her composure wavering slightly. Yet he tenderly grasped her hand, appearing not to have heard her, and softly inquired, "You arrived so early and haven't had breakfast yet, have you?" The warmth of his broad, gentle palm surged through her icy fingers, an inexplicable thrill coursing from her palm to her heart, swirling and pulsating relentlessly. A mist of tears veiled her eyes. She could not allow this to continue. She simply could not. With a sudden jerk, she withdrew her hand and exclaimed sharply, "Did you not hear what I just said? I said that package of gunpowder was given to Haidar by me." "I heard you," Innocent replied, maintaining his serene smile. "And so what? You were imprisoned in my dungeon. Naturally, you would wish to escape at all costs. It is only normal for you to feel tempted if someone offers you a deal. You know all this." Her expression shifted rapidly. Innocent simply nodded and forcefully took her hand again, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Will you join me for breakfast?" His grip was so firm that she found it impossible to refuse. Seated at a table draped in luxurious white linen, perhaps sensing her unease, Innocent initiated a discussion about the previous night's events. Haidar had already confessed to placing the package of gunpowder beneath the largest Jindar flower. He paused for a moment and continued, "That is indeed the true location of the Sword of Flames. Did not the minions of Tuer City inform you that the Sword of Flames was concealed beneath my throne?" Before she could respond, Innocent's lips curled into a knowing smile. "The people of Tuer City are quite cunning. They deliberately misled you about the Sword of Flames being under the throne. Once the explosion occurred in the hall, they planned to seize the sword from the garden amidst the chaos. However, after Haidar stole the gunpowder package from you, she began to doubt their claims. She secretly captured a remnant of Tuer City and, using the most brutal methods, compelled him to divulge the true hiding place of the Sword of Flames. Upon discovering its location beneath the Jindar flower, she resolved to take action herself, not through explosion. But as the prince's consort, she had ample excuses to dig in the garden. Curiosity sparked within her. Why was Haidar so intent on acquiring the Sword of Flames? Innocent's smile broadened. "You were so close, yet you remained unaware?" She has always aspired to restore her family's legacy. The Sword of Flames would bolster her family's military might, obliterating other weaker clans and seizing their wealth and power. Haidar had always harbored grand ambitions. She believed that after marrying, she had relinquished her dreams of restoring her family name, yet she had never truly given up. The minions in Tercity had already surmised that Princess Haidar intended to seize the Sword of Flame for herself, prompting them to act preemptively. They deliberately lured her to the throne, planning to eliminate her, but to their astonishment, you appeared, with me following closely behind you. They promptly abandoned this scheme and turned their focus to acquiring the Sword of Flame instead. Last night was their sole opportunity, for they had somehow learned that I would transfer the sword to another location. Discovering its new hiding place would require considerable manpower and resources, which they might not be able to afford. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "So, they did not succeed in stealing the Sword of Flame last night?" "Indeed," Innocent replied, a rich smile illuminating his features. "Thanks to you, I have reinforced the dungeon's defenses, ensuring that no one will sneak in through the skylight again. Perhaps some may still breach the defenses in the future, but the cost will undoubtedly be much greater." Innocent remained ever cheerful, his gaze toward her gentle as a flowing stream. Yet, beneath her heart, a chilling sensation began to stir. This was the first time she sensed the profound depths of this man, who had always been so gentle and amiable. His thoughts were meticulous, his scheming profound. He calculated each move, considering 10 steps ahead. His exceptional logical reasoning allowed him to weave seemingly trivial details into coherent clues, drawing conclusions that closely resembled the truth. Her heart skipped a beat. She had always feared those who bore such a charming facade. The initial flutter of her feelings for him began to dissipate, replaced by a deeper understanding of his nature. For reasons unknown, she felt a sense of relief, failing to notice as his smile gradually faded, and a layer of coldness enveloped his ice-blue eyes. 2 days later, when she once more expressed her intention to depart, the dazzling blue light in Innocent's eyes seemed inscrutable. He grasped her icy hand and forcefully placed it against his warm, ardent chest, asking, "Tell me, my queen, what must I do to keep you here?" "I do not belong here," she confessed. "I have my own mission and duties. If you would agree to marry me, I would do anything for you." "Thank you. But I do not wish to bind my marriage in such a manner." As long as she had not reached the point of utter despair, she would not easily surrender her marital vows. Moreover, she intended to return to her own world, wishing to avoid entanglements with the men here. Innocent suddenly drew her into his embrace, holding her tightly. His voice dropped to a low, husky whisper, filled with profound reluctance. "Will you stay here a little longer, even if just for 10 days? Let me see you a bit more." She froze, acutely aware of Innocent's fascination with her appearance. Yet she had not anticipated it would reach such an extent. "Just agree to him." A gentle and ethereal sigh rose slowly from the depths of her heart, echoing the long-silenced voice of the original queen. "I wish to gaze upon him a while longer." She responded within her heart, "You make me feel so guilty, as if I have torn apart a pair of lovers." "You are indeed tearing them apart," the original queen replied languidly. For reasons unknown, she found a peculiar double entendre in those words, a sensation that felt strangely unsettling. Chapter 61. Very well. She leaned against Innocent's chest, reluctantly stating, "Just 10 days. Not a moment more." "Agreed." He gave a faint smile, his eyes shimmering with a brilliance that rendered her unable to meet his gaze directly. Winter had almost settled over Hidalas overnight. The chilling winds swept away the leaves from the trees, and unexpectedly, gentle snow began to fall. Entering the grand, ancient black gates of Hidalas, dozens of crowded streets sprawled out like a labyrinth, each cobblestone underfoot seemingly imbued with the weight of history. Various carriages of different hues ambled slowly along the broad stone-paved roads, while pedestrians sidestepped onto the narrow, white gravel pathways, walking westward through the black gates. Continuing straight until reaching the marketplace square, she turned left, rounding a corner before heading east, where she beheld a deep, crimson-roofed house. The interior was ablaze with light. All the candelabras had been lit, and dozens of rectangular wooden tables adorned the carpeted floor, while on either side of the hall lay several cushioned beds. The long tables were brimming with elegantly dressed nobles, some seated, some standing, engaged in games of cards, dice, and roulette. On the beds flanking the sides, scantily clad men and women frolicked, exchanging flirtations and laughter, their boisterous merriment echoing through the air. This was the renowned gathering place for the second and third-rate nobility of Hidalas, originally an ordinary brothel, which, under the guidance of a savvy madam and the backing of a powerful patron, had incorporated gambling into its offerings, thus reaping substantial profits. Other establishments soon followed suit, yet none matched the success of this one, noted for its exquisite decor and alluring courtesans, as well as its strict adherence to gambling regulations, ensuring a thriving business. As midnight approached, the house remained brightly lit. Each time a significant win or loss occurred at the gaming tables, gasps of amazement filled the air. Some rejoiced while others lamented, with some drowning their sorrows in liquor and others reveling in the company of beautiful women. "Dazzly, I told you to bet small, but you wouldn't listen to me. Look at the loss you've incurred," chuckled a rotund man adorned in lavish garments, a bushy beard framing his broad smile as he planted a kiss on the cheek of the beauty in his arms. The enchanting woman giggled, offering her wine glass to the bearded man's lips, affectionately caressing the blue stubble on his chin while casting an amused glance at the young man named Dazzly. Though the man with the bushy beard may share a similar age with Dazzly, his full beard gives him an appearance that is notably more aged. Dazzly mockingly remarked, "This is merely one round. The outcome of the next remains uncertain." "Oh, quite the temper you have," the bearded man laughed heartily, downing a generous sip of fine wine and planting a kiss on a beautiful woman. "Look at that, just a bastard child, yet speaking so arrogantly." Dazzly's expression shifted slightly, but he refrained from retaliating, instead saying, "Lord Sherbois, will you dare to wager small in the next round?" "Why wouldn't I?" The bearded man boldly placed a substantial stack of chips on the large marker while simultaneously pushing his own chips toward small. The sound of rattling dice soon filled the air, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the lid was lifted, revealing a large outcome. Dazzle's face instantly blossomed with joy as he gleefully addressed the bearded man, Lord Sherbois. Surely you will heed my words this round. The bearded man's expression darkened, and he spat vehemently. You little brat, this is sheer luck. Let us go again. However, in subsequent rounds, Dazzle continued to emerge victorious. The bearded man's countenance grew increasingly grim, and in a fit of rage, he shoved the beautiful woman beside him and bellowed. Are you cheating, you rascal? How can you win every single round? Ah, Lord Sherbois, while one may indulge in reckless eating, one must not speak carelessly. Which of your eyes has witnessed my deceit? Dazzle retorted defiantly. The bearded man was left speechless, fuming with indignation. At that moment, a sly red-haired boy stealthily approached from the corner, whispering something into the bearded man's ear. The bearded man's face darkened as he slammed the table, shouting, "Seize him!" Instantly, several attendants lunged at Dazzle, swiftly stripping him of his garments. Yet upon their removal, nothing of significance was revealed. Dazzle hastily grabbed a cushion from his chair to cover himself, indignantly exclaiming, "Lord Sherbois, while I may lack your power, you cannot bully me so. I, too, have a father. Even as a bastard, one must consider the family from which one hails. It is not wise to offend lightly." Dazzle's father was the illegitimate son of the Yejia family, one of the oldest and most prominent families in Xidalasai, and within this family, the legitimate daughter, Aomidai, was one of the most favored queens of the newly appointed monarch. Sherbois burst into laughter. Aren't you from that insufferable queen's family? The surrounding nobles stifled their laughter, with a few audacious individuals bursting into raucous guffaws. The tale of Queen Aomidai's foul odor during a private audience with the king had spread throughout the city, becoming a source of amusement for many. Dazzle's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Sherbois, do not take your mockery too far. And what if I do? Do not think that being a bastard exempts you from my scorn. Even if you were your father's legitimate son, I would treat you the same, Sherbois retorted brazenly, casting a sidelong glance at the red-haired boy. Hey, brat, where's that thing you mentioned? The red-haired boy chuckled mischievously, saying, there is still one place you haven't checked. With a sly glance at Dazzle's hair, he spoke just as Dazzle swiftly reached for his hair. In a flash, the attendants moved even faster, yanking at his hair, and astonishingly, they pulled off a wig, causing a black magnet stone to tumble out. It turned out that this object was the cause of the malfunction. Shibofu, seething with fury, exclaimed, Dazzle, you dare deceive even me? You must have a lion's heart. With a sweeping gesture, another group of attendants surged forth, mercilessly beating and kicking the nearly exposed Dazzle. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed the red-haired boy stealthily slipping away. Everyone assumed he was merely a lowly attendant of the establishment, but in truth, he had just stolen a servant's outfit to blend in. He slipped out through a side door, quickly turning down a snow-laden path, circumventing two dilapidated alleys, and entered a desolate, silent passage devoid of life. My lord, the task you entrusted me has been accomplished. The red-haired boy knelt before a man clad entirely in black. Well done. Here is your reward. Thank you, my lord. The boy beamed as he picked up a pouch of silver coins. However, just as he turned to leave, a sudden, excruciating pain pierced his chest. Looking down, he saw a gleaming, razor-sharp sword had pierced through him. The pouch of silver coins fell to the ground as the boy pointed at the black-clad man. But no words could escape his lips. He collapsed heavily onto the ground in agony. Drag him to Shibofu's doorstep, commanded the black-clad man in a hoarse voice. Several shadowy figures emerged like phantoms, swiftly lifting the lifeless body of the red-haired boy. That very night, Shibofu, the legitimate second son of the Ormond family, was assassinated in a narrow alley on his way home from the establishment, his entrails gruesomely extracted. Meanwhile, the red-haired boy, the informant, met his demise with a sword through his heart, right at the threshold of Chapter 62, Shibofu's home. All suspicions and evidence pointed towards Dazzle of the Yega family. On that day, Dazzle was humiliated by Shibofu at the establishment and subsequently beaten by his subordinates. In retaliation, he would surely seek vengeance against these two. However, the discerning nobility understood that even in revenge, Dazzle would not resort to such an overtly foolish method. It was tantamount to digging his own grave. There must be some underlying intrigue. Nevertheless, to quell the wrath of the Ormond family's patriarch, the Lord of Hidalas ordered Dazzle's arrest, imprisoning him in the dungeon. Until the truth was unveiled, Dazzle would remain incarcerated. This incident brought the conflict between the Ormond and Yega families to the forefront. The Ormond family, to which Shibofu belonged, was one of the most prominent families in Hidalas, closely linked by marriage to the Barnett family, associated with the Queen and the Prime Minister. The ancient and noble Yega family, to which Dazali belongs, has intermarried with royalty for generations, bestowing upon its legitimate offspring a status of great distinction. The previous generation's eldest daughter once served as queen, now the stepmother of the current sovereign, recently imprisoned in the dungeons due to a coup. In this generation, the legitimate second daughter, Omedai, has become the favored concubine of the monarch, while their father, Andrew, has recently ascended to the position of Minister of Finance. A power not to be underestimated. The dynamics among the three prominent families have become notably intricate. Although Dazali is merely the illegitimate son of a Yega family illegitimate child, the overt machinations have rendered the relationships between these families increasingly sensitive. Before this matter could settle, another incident occurred 2 weeks later that shocked the entire city of Hidalas. The legitimate third son of the Barnett family was secretly engaging in usury, extracting considerable wealth from the populace through unscrupulous means. This seemingly foolproof yet nefarious method of profit finally led to significant trouble. One day, a decently dressed man sought to borrow 10 gold coins, only to discover that upon repayment, the sum had ballooned to 100 gold coins. Unable to meet this exorbitant demand, he pleaded for an extension. 10 days later, the debt increased to 150 gold coins, rendering him utterly unable to pay. In desperation, he fled, vanishing without a trace. However, the usurer, being the legitimate third son of the Barnett family, would not tolerate such an affront. A relentless pursuit ensued. Although they failed to capture the debtor, they apprehended his mother, legal wife, concubine, and 3 children. After enduring a harrowing ordeal of malicious insult and torture, the mother succumbed to her suffering. The henchmen proceeded to humiliate the wife and concubine, stripping them bare, subjecting them to lashes, and forcing them to consume excrement, urinating upon them in a grotesque display of dominance. The 3 children were not spared. The daughter was violated before the eyes of all, while the 2 sons were mercilessly beaten and branded with degrading tattoos proclaiming their family's disgrace for failing to repay debts. The scene was utterly horrific. After 5 days and nights of torment, the strongest son could bear it no longer. As his mother faced further violation, he erupted in fury, seizing a small knife and killing the 3 men within the room. With dawn approaching and the room now devoid of witnesses, he fled the small dwelling, seeking refuge in a hidden corner of the city. When daylight broke, he learned of the king's return from a hunting expedition and, in a fit of madness, rushed forth. Disregarding the guards who brandished swords at his throat, he knelt on the ground, weeping profusely as he recounted his grievances. The onlookers were immediately stirred. The king, seated upon a grand elephant, could not discern the specifics of the young man's plight, but through the whispers of a nearby eunuch, he grasped the essence of the situation and commanded the city lord to address the matter. To his dismay, upon hearing this, the man cried out in despair, asserting that should the city lord intervene, he would inevitably fear the Barnett family's influence and would not survive the encounter. He deemed it better to end his life at that moment than to wait for such a fate. In a tragic turn, he seized a guard's sword and plunged it into his throat, splattering blood upon the ground as he fell lifeless. The onlookers were engulfed in screams of terror, some even resorting to clutching the walls and retching uncontrollably. Following this incident, the Barnett family's reputation plummeted among the citizens of Sidars, and the notoriety of their third son, known for his usury, became even more infamous. Amidst the swirling white snowflakes, the layer of snow atop the Sidars palace grew increasingly thick. The polished corridor, paved with bluestone, felt as warm as spring due to the flickering torches ablaze on the walls. 2 groups of delicate maidens, each surrounding a resplendently dressed beauty, approached along the lengthy corridor. Coming to an abrupt halt, one of them spoke first, noting the queen's splendid demeanor. "Your Majesty appears to be in fine spirits. It seems your third brother, renowned for his knack for acquiring wealth, has sent you a plethora of luxurious tonics." The young queen inhaled deeply. "Ah, how fragrant. Lady Omaida, your presence is becoming ever more alluring. What fragrance do you wear, if I may inquire?" A mocking smile graced Omaida's lips. It pales in comparison to the aroma that envelopes the queen. The young queen stifled a giggle. "I was merely jesting. Do not take offense." With that, she stifled a yawn. "I must take a good rest now. The king will visit my chambers tonight." She smiled sweetly. "You know how vigorous the king can be. I genuinely fear I may not keep up." She then elegantly lifted the hem of her gown, casting a gentle, yet subtly mocking smile at Omaida. Aware that the king had scarcely visited her quarters of late, Omaida's crimson lips parted slightly, her expression a blend of amusement and ambiguity. At midnight, in the opulent and warm sitting room, the young and handsome king was playfully tumbling with the petite queen on the soft bed, their fervor palpable. Suddenly, The young queen felt an itch on her back and instinctively reached to scratch it. To her dismay, the more she scratched, the itchier it became. She employed her other hand, neglecting the king's ardent kisses, as both hands frantically sought relief. The king paused, observing the queen's desperate scratching with a slight twitch of his lips. "Oh, your majesty, why has my back suddenly become so itchy?" she lamented, scratching with a troubled expression. Her hands traversed from her back to her chest, yet the itch only intensified, leading her to break the skin, revealing layers beneath, her long nails stained with crimson droplets. The king hastily donned a black robe that lay on the floor, commanding, "Bring the royal physician." "Your majesty, save me," the queen cried out sharply, her face succumbing to the same relentless itch, leading her to claw at her visage uncontrollably. "It itches terribly, oh so terribly," she wailed, her cries echoing in despair. "It itches, it itches, it is unbearable. Your majesty, help." By the time the royal physician, maidens, and a flurry of attendants rushed in, they were met with the horrifying sight of the queen's face, bloodied from her frantic scratching, and her back and chest in a similarly dreadful state. The young queen's nails, originally manicured to a sharp point and length, had now transformed into the most terrifying of weapons, akin to a razor-sharp blade, mercilessly scraping the delicate skin, causing blood to flow profusely and leaving a chilling sight. Gasps of astonishment reverberated throughout the chamber. 2 days later, Princess Omedai knelt in the solemn hall, her face adorned with a cold smile. The young queen had been disfigured, even with the finest remedies. Her visage and body bore indelible crimson scars, not only from the scratches, but also from the marks left by the effects of the potion. This unbearably itchy concoction had been procured by her brothers at an exorbitant price from a wandering sorcerer, which she then compelled a maidservant of the young queen to pour into a gown frequently worn by her. "It was I who orchestrated this," Omedai suddenly lamented, weeping bitterly, her tears flowing like rain on blooming pear blossoms, a pitiful sight indeed. As she cried, she recounted, at the outset, "Her Majesty the Queen sought to usurp my favor, subjecting me to humiliation and rendering me a laughingstock among the Heidelses. Why should I not seek vengeance for my dignity and the honor of my family? What does it matter that the esteemed Prime Minister has gifted me gold and jewels? They cannot restore our reputation. Moreover, their family is hardly in want of such riches." Omedai's father, Andrew, overwhelmed with sorrow, fell to his knees upon the crystal-tiled floor, tears streaming down his face, imploring, "Your Majesty, it is entirely my failure as a father. Please spare my daughter and hold me accountable for her actions instead." Since the incident of the foul odor, the sovereign had not shared any intimacy with Omedai, and her family had suffered greatly. Although another legitimate daughter had been sent in hopes of reclaiming the king's affections, time was not on her side. Omedai and the king had grown up as childhood sweethearts, their bond exceptional, making it a formidable challenge for the newly arrived princess to capture the king's heart. After merely a month of visiting his chambers, the Yega family could only watch helplessly as the young queen wielded unparalleled influence in the harem. "It is not my father's fault," Omedai wept uncontrollably, her voice choked with grief. "The thought that the king may never love me as he once did fills me with despair. I wish to no longer exist in this world. I beseech the king to grant me a death sentence." Andrew's voice grew increasingly sorrowful. "Your Majesty, I implore you to see the truth. My daughter is indeed a victim." A profound silence enveloped the grand hall. After a span of 10 minutes, the youthful and handsome king turned his gaze towards the purple-robed prime minister seated at the lower end. "Lord Tywin, what is your perspective?" With a deep sigh, Tywin rose from his plush seat and bowed to the king, stating, "In truth, it was Her Majesty the Queen who erred first. Though I am her father, I cannot condone or shield her from her transgressions." This marked the first occasion the Prime Minister acknowledged that the previous incident involving Omedai had been instigated by the Queen herself. Andrew lowered his head, his expression inscrutable, a glint of insight flickering in his eyes. "Here, I wish to apologize to Your Majesty, Lord Andrew, and Princess Omedai, while also requesting that Your Majesty impose punishment on Her Majesty the Queen," Tywin declared, his face imbued with regret and sincerity, acknowledging that the true failure lay with his daughter. The incident involving the Schreiber family had already strained the relations between the Ullman and Yega families. If further discord arose, it would inflict severe damage upon both families, and the beneficiaries of such turmoil would be all too evident. The royal authority shall be further solidified, and this young monarch will reclaim greater powers. The sovereign gazed at them for a long while, and suddenly smiled, expressing his delight at the opportunity for reconciliation between your two esteemed families. Since the queen has erred initially, one cannot blame Omedai for her subsequent actions. Therefore, Omedai bears no guilt in this matter. However, Given that Omeidai has caused damage to the queen's visage, it is only just and reasonable to offer some compensation to the Barnett family. Let it be decided that half of the taxes from the Yejia family's holdings in the prosperous city of Jeddah for the next 3 years shall be bestowed upon the Barnett family. In return, the Barnett family must transfer half of their properties in the main city of Hidalas to the Yejia family. What say you to this arrangement? Jeddah is one of the wealthiest annexed cities of Hidalas, and its taxes are indeed substantial, a subtle smile gracing Tai Wenbo's face. The properties in the main city of Hidalas are equally precious, as new residential land is no longer being approved due to spatial constraints, rendering existing mansions and estates exceedingly valuable, particularly igniting Andrew's keen interest. Your Majesty is wise. I have no objections, Tai Wenbo respectfully declared. Nor do I, Andrew replied, bowing in agreement. Omeidai, kneeling on the ground, wore an impassive expression. Whether she succeeded in her quest for vengeance against the young queen mattered little. What truly counted was whether her family would profit from this affair. Her personal sentiments were of no consequence, trivial as they were. Similarly, the young queen would meet a similar fate. Even if disfigured, the so-called justice her father sought for her would merely align with the family's interests. Regardless of her anger, the young queen would not dare to act against herself, for the sake of balancing the interests of the prominent families. Her kin would ensure her safety from any further mishap. Thus, the young queen's disfigurement was an unfortunate fate that had befallen her. In the royal chamber late at night, silence enveloped the space. The dim candlelight in the parlor cast a warm glow upon the soft purple-gold carpet, creating a cozy ambience. Clad only in a white nightgown, the monarch stood alone by the window, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. It must be said that Tai Wenbo is a cunning old fox. Witnessing the delicate relations between families, he dares not openly declare enmity, swiftly adopting a conciliatory stance, even if it means sacrificing a queen, especially since he stands to gain half of Jeddah's taxes for the next 3 years. However, he would not allow Tai Wenbo to benefit so easily, for he could orchestrate unforeseen calamities, such as locust plagues or shop strikes, to affect the tax revenues. As for the Yejia family, of which Omeidai is a part, they pose a significant internal threat, controlling nearly half of Hidala's vital grain transport routes. The high-interest loans issued by Andrew's eldest son are even more severe than those of the Barnett family, though this scandal has yet to surface. Forcing them to relinquish a portion of the Jeddah taxes is merely a minor sacrifice on his part. Based on his understanding of Tai Wenbo, the properties they acquire will likely be the least valuable among them. Next, it would be prudent to draw out some scandal concerning Andrew's eldest son. A gentle knock at the door interrupted his thoughts, accompanied by the voice of a maid. Your Majesty, please enjoy your evening tea and snacks. He simply uttered a soft HM, as 4 or 5 delicate maidens, bearing trays of refreshments, entered with a respectful demeanor, placing them upon the table before gracefully retreating in succession. However, one of them hesitated slightly at the threshold, and you remain. He spoke gently. When the door was closed once more, the maiden at the entrance leapt into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck, and sweetly murmured, Your Majesty. The dim candlelight illuminated her exquisite and enchanting visage, revealing her to be the same Omeid that had knelt in the grand hall that afternoon. Your Majesty, I have completed all that you requested, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. Omeid stood on tiptoe, whispering in his ear. All who learned of the usurer's victim, who took their own life at the city gate, have ascended to meet the gods. Good. His smile, a beguiling curve at the corners of his lips, was utterly captivating. Does this bring you satisfaction? The reputation of the queen's third brother is tarnished, and his family is deeply affected. This proves to be a far more effective punishment than dealing with the queen herself. Indeed, Your Majesty, she replied softly, laughing gently in his arms. There are so many powerful noble sons engaged in usury. Why does no one dare to expose them? One fears that the victims are often silenced before they even reach the streets, cut down by the very usurers they sought help from. They orchestrate a scheme, luring an unsuspecting commoner into borrowing at extortionate rates, only to secretly eliminate him. The commoner's wife and children are tortured and held captive, while they covertly assist one of the victims to escape, eliminating dozens of pursuers along the way, erasing their remains with a substance that turns bones to dust, all while leaving evidence implicating other families. They deliberately allow the escapee to reveal the entire truth in plain view, before taking their own life to protect the rest of their kin. Yet in truth, the family of the one who perished could not survive either. When the king's guards surrounded the usurer's subordinate's abode, not a single soul remained alive within. News of the prime minister's third son being involved in usury and the subsequent slaughter of his family spread like wildfire. and the reputation of the Barnett family plummeted throughout the realm of Hidars. The position of the third son, originally entrusted with the governance of the main city, was revoked, and he was to be exiled to the wilderness for 3 years. Your Majesty, Omeid's petite hand restlessly caressed his chest, her breath quickening, as she pondered when she might once again earn his favor. He abruptly suppressed the wave of nausea rising within him and spoke with a tenderness akin to flowing water. You have worked hard these days. To conceal this from your family and employ only your most trusted allies is no small feat. You must rest well now. Moreover, with the recent events concerning the Queen, it would not bode well for rumors to circulate about us indulging in revelry. Chapter 64. Omeid pouted, fully aware of his deception, yet feeling powerless to contest it. Very well, she thought. She needed to grant him time. Perhaps in another month, he would regard her differently. After Omeid departed, his gaze abruptly turned frigid. 2 hours later, as dawn approached, he donned a resplendent white robe befitting royalty and slowly made his way to the study. Before the grand white doors, someone had long awaited his arrival. Tywin, draped in a lavish purple robe, bowed respectfully. The two entered the spacious study in succession, and Tywin leisurely inquired, Your Majesty, was the matter concerning Sibov orchestrated by you? With a smile, he turned around. Indeed, it is only by stirring the discord among your illustrious families that I can firmly maintain my throne as a sovereign. Your Majesty, I understand your sentiments. Minor skirmishes are inconsequential, but let us not overstep, Tywin whispered softly in response. As he spoke, Tywin delicately traced the contours of his perfect lips, gradually inserting a finger within, which he then sensuously sucked, savoring it thoroughly. Tywin's breath grew heavy, his warm exhalations brushing against that exquisitely handsome face. He closed his enchanting eyes, his long, delicate golden lashes veiling his true emotions. Suddenly, Tywin seized his lips with fervor, almost forcefully prying them apart, their tongues intertwining in a wild dance. He embraced Tywin's strong waist, eagerly reciprocating the passionate kiss. After a fervent exchange of kisses, Tywin gasped, My daughter may have been disfigured, yet the mere thought of her spending the night with you crushes my heart like a boulder. Is that so? He replied with an ambiguous smile, his light golden eyes shimmering with a transparent brilliance. Could it truly be so agonizing? Indeed, my sovereign, my everything. Tywin's face flushed crimson. Desire unabashedly reflected in his eyes as he pulled him down onto the expansive, soft armchair. Amidst the urgent, heated breaths, the unmistakable sound of tearing fabric echoed, as their lithe, muscular forms entwined in a frenzy. Yet, as Tywin moved with fervor, reaching a peak of intensity, he remained oblivious to the fleeting glimmer in the depths of his partner's eyes. Before long, Tywin would come to realize that the imprisoned Dazhile and the deceased Sabofa were, in fact, the legitimate and illegitimate sons who had been exchanged. This secret, known only to the head of the Ullman family, had been meticulously protected, safeguarding the true heir. Dazhile. Once this truth emerged, it would undoubtedly incite a tumultuous uproar among the families. In the resplendent hall, adorned with a luxurious crimson carpet, every candle of the grand chandelier blazed brightly. The cold night breeze, accompanied by drifting snowflakes, wafted through the spaces between dozens of white columns, gently falling upon the expansive silver marble steps. Yet, the warmth from the underfloor heating rendered the chill unnoticed. The elegantly clad maidens in strapless gowns and well-dressed attendants carrying trays moved about, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads and necks. Your Majesty, should we advance into the northern regions of the land of the undead next spring, employing a pincer strategy while launching an internal assault, the likelihood of seizing the entire north is exceedingly high. We could then continue our march northward, conquering the subterranean seas. A young noble, splendidly attired, knelt excitedly to the left of the throne. However, a middle-aged nobleman with black hair, kneeling to the right of the throne, shook his head. Your Majesty, we may first capture the northern territories of the land of the undead, but the complexities of the terrain in the subterranean seas and the formidable combat prowess of the undead residing within warrant caution against engaging in battle lightly. The young noble's eyes glimmered with derision. Lord Donishu, as you age, your courage seems to diminish. If His Majesty cannot seize the undersea realm in one decisive strike, once we conquer the north, the various undead tribes of the undersea will be on high alert. If they are given time to unite against us, we shall be in dire straits. Greta, your youthful exuberance is commendable, but I shall not engage in a dispute with you. Your Majesty, the undersea realm is no ordinary territory. Not only is the seabed treacherous, concealing countless deadly traps, but the underwater undead are exceptionally ferocious, adept at ambushes in the dark, and their collective strength is formidable, incomparable to the splinter factions of the undead nation. Donishu, are you suggesting we relinquish the undersea realm? Such a vast expanse of land, rich in mineral resources, with the potential to cultivate rice beneath the waves, free from the fear of natural disasters. How many of our subjects' hunger issues could it resolve? The two men argued passionately, their faces flushed with intensity, neither willing to yield, while the noble and handsome king on the throne fell into deep contemplation. Your Majesty, a timid voice of a maidservant interjected. Just now, Queen Vian intended to bid you farewell, but upon seeing you preoccupied, she departed directly. The speaker was the headmaid, kneeling on the tiled floor, her head bowed in deference. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, another maid reported this to her, yet she hesitated, aware that the king was engaged in discussion and should not be disturbed. However, given that it was Queen Vian departing, she steeled herself to approach. Innocent, seated upon the throne, gazed out at the night enveloping the palace and the swirling white snow, frowning as he pondered, why must she leave at this moment? He had only agreed the previous day to her departure, little anticipating she would set forth that very night. I am uncertain, the headmaid's voice lowered further. Innocent's gaze darkened, and he rose swiftly, not pausing to explain himself to the two ministers beside him, striding purposefully toward the palace's exit. Donishu and Greta exchanged glances, puzzled. Outside the imposing dark gray castle, a flurry of white snowflakes fell, blanketing the ground in a thick layer. Hart, clad in a white down coat with a matching long hood, resembled a resplendent flower blooming in the snow. Beside her stood a massive black eagle, one she had tamed prior to her arrival at Kairoth. Are you certain you wish to ride the eagle instead of a horse? The heavily bundled Haidar inquired. Yes, she replied. The eagle offers greater convenience, allowing us to avoid many dangers on land. Moreover, this eagle possesses exceptional night vision, making it particularly adept at navigating the dark. Which is why I travel at night. Very well, I wish you a safe journey. As she mounted the black eagle, a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to ask, weren't you under house arrest for 3 months? How is it that you were able to see me tonight? Haidar replied languidly, I secured permission from Vander to step out, but only for a brief moment. He still holds you in his thoughts. Otherwise, he would not have acquiesced so readily. She couldn't help but speak well of the prince. Having observed how genuinely devoted Vander was to Haidar, even in her confinement, he did not forget to inquire about her daily activities. Regrettably, Vander's son belongs to a foreign lineage, and his original self is too formidable to bear, even for her. Heidel couldn't help but smirk. She merely employed the delicate feigning techniques of his concubine, and to her surprise, it proved effective. Perhaps his agreement was not solely for that reason. He knows you too well, aware that you are not of that ilk. Whether it is true or not matters little, Heidel remarked coldly. She shrugged, dismissing Heidel's trivialities. I shall take my leave now. Take care, farewell. With that, she let out a whistle, and a black eagle unfurled its vast wings, soaring with her towards the moon, ascending into the lofty night sky. In no time, the eagle climbed higher and farther, reducing Heidel, standing alone on the snowy ground, to a mere speck until she vanished from sight. When Innocent rushed to the castle's ominous entrance, the queen had already departed. The thick blanket of snow lay deserted, vast and desolate. As the softly falling white snowflakes gracefully settled, soon covering his dark attire with a delicate layer of white, the snowfall intensified, leaving behind only the solitary, elongated shadow of him in the snow. After the queen's departure, everyone noticed that Prince Innocent had become listless. Previously, he had been vibrant and ambitious during the morning councils. Yet now he often seemed lost in thought, requiring his ministers or soldiers to repeat matters 2 or 3 times before he regained focus. He frequently found himself sleepless at night, staring blankly at the fireplace, neither summoning the queen nor the princess, nor joining in merriment with his subjects. Upon returning from the council chamber to his chamber, he remained in solitude. While strolling in the garden, he often found himself captivated by the yellow starl flowers, especially when the warm winter sun illuminated the pale petals and the cold breeze swayed the long branches. In those moments, his once azure eyes transformed into a profound, untainted shade of dark blue, reminiscent of the unfathomable depths of the ocean, as if kissed by a faintly mysterious hue from the gentle waves. 10 days later, the Grand Prince Vanderson arrived at the Great Hall to pay his respects. Standing before the lofty throne, he commanded the attendants with an air of authority, "Prepare my steed. I shall personally retrieve Queen Vian." Having left the realm of Kylet, Xinmei secretly exhaled in relief. For reasons unknown, she harbored a slight concern that Prince Innocent might come to regret his decision. This man was somewhat capricious, one moment casting her into the dungeon, the next retrieving her personally, and finally, abruptly allowing her to depart. What if, in a few days, he suddenly desired to reclaim her? Though she was a queen, she currently wielded neither power nor influence, having been stripped of her throne. Should he truly seek to bring her back, she would find herself powerless. Once beyond the borders, she purchased a tall black horse at a relay station. Previously, she had chosen to travel by eagle due to concerns over the beasts and foreign entities within Kylet. Now that she had exited, she opted for a steed. Riding a horse was far more comfortable than soaring on an eagle, as she did not have to gaze down from great heights, given her slight fear of heights. By day, she hastened towards the kingdom of Dark Forest, and by night, she conferred with the queen in a small room at the relay station, strategizing on how to reclaim her throne. As the queen lamented her inability to collaborate with King Innocent, she pondered the possibility of forging alliances with other realms. Is there any chance with your long-legged brother? She mused. Not only will he not assist me, she replied, but he will actively encourage me to relinquish my throne. The queen comprehended the reasons behind this and sighed. Who else is there besides him? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Hazer, who had shared a few encounters with the first minister of Cartlawn. However, I am not well acquainted with him, and he has recently lost power to his sister, the queen. He might not be of much help to us. Perhaps we could give it a try. He might possess a solution. Never mind. I do not wish to seek him out, she said, feeling too proud to lower herself to that extent. Their previous interactions had been far from pleasant, and she had no intention of reaching out to him. We find ourselves in a predicament. The queen sighed deeply, sensing that every path seemed obstructed. Fatigued, she yawned, declaring, I shall rest for now and devise a plan tomorrow. After all, one cannot become a great giant in a single bite. The queen, having been in a state of unconsciousness for many years, had seen her authority dwindle. Surrounded by a dearth of loyal confidants and effective aides, the throne was besieged by many who coveted it, and reclaiming her power would not be an easy feat. The following day, she awoke early, and after a brief grooming, mounted her tall black steed, swiftly heading southeast. According to her recollections, the site of the burnt-down post station was not far from her current location. In her hasty escape during the fire, she had forgotten to retrieve her modern backpack, which she had concealed beneath the floor tiles of the station's room. She wondered if it had survived the flames. It was Aisha who had suggested she hide it there, advising that if the item were of great importance, it should not be placed in an obvious spot, not even beside the bed. The previous queen of the shadowed forest, her mother, typically concealed valuables beneath the tiles. Heeding Aisha's counsel, she had worked together with Aisha to pry up a tile, excavating a small hole to stow the backpack inside. Through the swirling snow, she traveled for most of the day, her body enveloped in a thick layer of white, her calves trembling from the cold, her breath seemingly freezing midair. Yet, she dared not pause, fearing that if she did, she might not be able to continue. As twilight approached, she finally caught a glimpse of the jagged roof of the ruined post station, a surge of energy revitalizing her weary form. She urged her horse forward, braving the biting wind and falling snow, and soon came to a halt before the remnants of the once standing station, now shrouded in darkness. She lit a torch and ventured into the ruins. Before her lay charred earth bricks, some reduced to a half-blackened state, alongside remnants of burnt beds, wardrobes, tables, and other indistinguishable, singed objects. Holding the torch carefully, she navigated past the ashen debris, rummaging through the remains. After approximately 20 minutes, she cautiously ascended the partially destroyed staircase. One hand braced against the wall while the other held the torch aloft, making her way to the second floor. The reason for searching layer by layer was the concern that the items she had originally buried might fall below due to the collapse. After scouring the second floor without uncovering any trace, she cautiously ascended to the third floor, the topmost level where she once resided. She navigated over charred beams and circumvented the crumbling, blackened brick walls, following the impressions etched in her memory. In the dim light of the flickering flame, she finally reached the room she once inhabited. The charred door had collapsed halfway, and the interior lay in disarray, with a significant portion of the roof torn away, allowing large flakes of snow to cascade through the gaping ceiling, accompanied by gusts of wind that made her shiver from time to time. She nearly prostrated herself on the ground, gingerly feeling her way across the floor tiles, piece by piece, hoping to find the loose ones soon. In the increasingly dimming light, she finally touched a tile that felt distinctly loose, her heart leaping with joy. Within a short while, she had unearthed the tile with her bare hands, uncovering a backpack which she embraced tightly, overwhelmed with elation. As dawn approached, the essence of morning palpable in the air, she sneezed twice and yawned once before rising with the backpack in her arms, making her way down to the second floor towards a room she had deemed relatively warm. Clutching the grimy backpack and wrapped in a singed, tattered blanket, she yawned again and soon fell into a deep slumber, in a profoundly deep dream. The cold winter wind swept in through the open, colorful floor-to-ceiling windows. An exceptionally stern woman's voice echoed in the ears of a little girl lost in a blissful sleep. "Vivian, wake up." Immediately following was a fierce crack of a whip that struck the girl's shoulder. Startled awake and clutching her bleeding shoulder, the little girl scurried to a corner, weeping, "Mother, it's time for sword practice. I don't want to practice swordplay." The 5-year-old girl cried out, "Mother, I don't want to practice swordplay. Wake up and practice. You are the queen. If you cannot protect yourself, who can truly safeguard you?" As the little girl sobbed, she clambered out of her soft, warm bed and grasped a heavy sword from the wall, nearly her height, stumbling to follow her towering mother. Crying all the while, she ascended the long spiral stone staircase. Her mother moved gracefully, while she tumbled and crawled until they reached the expansive sword practice platform atop the castle. The kingdom's foremost swordsman awaited them there, his eyes gleaming with lethal intent that made the little girl tremble with fear. Upon her mother's nod, the swordsman lunged with his weapon, prompting the girl to shriek and evade, causing the sword in her grasp to clatter to the ground. With a sharp sound, a heavy slap struck the girl's face. Leaving her dazed, before she could gather her wits, another forceful slap landed on her cheek. Chapter 66. She cried out in pain. Yet her mother's stern voice resonated in her ears. "Tamuda, strike with your sword. If she does not respond, pierce her through with one blow." As soon as the queen's words fell, a sudden chill swept over the little girl from behind, and in a swift motion, a large portion of her long hair was severed. Had she not dodged quickly, her head might have met the same fate. Startled and drenched in cold sweat, the girl forgot to cry, scrambling to retrieve her sword from the ground and mustering all her strength to confront the first swordsman. Following the swordsmanship principles she had learned over the past few months, she fought valiantly against the initial assaults. The first swordsman clearly held back, delivering gentle strikes, perhaps unwilling to truly engage in combat with a mere child, refraining from unleashing lethal blows. Observing this from the side, the queen furrowed her brows tightly. Suddenly, she drew a long sword from the wall and, with lightning speed, lunged at the girl. Caught off guard, the child was grievously pierced in the chest, blood gushing forth as excruciating pain engulfed her, and she collapsed into a pool of her own blood. Just before losing consciousness, she heard the queen's cold voice. "Do you remember? If you do not learn to evade or counterattack, you shall only meet your demise." She lay in bed for 2 months, her wounds not yet fully healed when the queen seized her once more, casting her into the merciless and terrifying beast arena. On a bone-chilling winter morning, the expansive circular arena housed several black iron cages, within which fierce lions roared, their hunger palpable after 3 days without food. "If you cannot subdue them, then only death awaits," the queen's icy voice echoed. "But mother, I am only 5 years old." The girl's eyes widened in terror, her body trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. "But you are the queen of our dark kingdom." "I do not wish to be a queen anymore, mother. I do not want to be a queen," she cried and wailed, sitting on the ground in despair. The queen, however, slowly raised her hand, signaling the slaves to simultaneously unlock the gleaming black iron cages. A few formidable lions shook off their golden manes and roared, bursting forth from their confines. The little girl first screamed and wept, attempting to flee, but the lions instantly pursued her. Just as they were about to pounce, the girl summoned all her strength, raising her sword and shrieking as she thrust it toward the lions. Yet, the lions, possessing immense strength, clamped down on her sword, rendering her powerless. Other lions swiftly surrounded her, ready to pounce. In her fear, she let out a loud cry, inexplicably finding the strength to yank her sword from the lion's jaws and strike at the other ravenous lions charging toward her. Though merely 5 years of age, she had already grasped the fundamentals of magic. She combined her strength magic with her swordsmanship, unleashing shimmering purple starlight that transformed into a fierce sword light, surging toward the lions. With a series of anguished roars, several lions fell, lifeless in pools of blood. Encouraged, she pressed forward to confront the last lion, only to be suddenly intercepted by a towering figure, receiving a heavy slap that left her disoriented. "Who permitted you to use magic? You are to practice swordsmanship." The queen's thunderous voice resounded. She once again broke into loud sobs, her face a portrait of grievance. The lone remaining lion, sensing the impending danger, had long since retreated to a safe distance, only to be driven back into the dark iron cage by the slaves. 3 days later, her mother cast her into a deep, shadowy cave, where a multitude of blood-sucking bats and monstrous birds surged towards her like a tidal wave. Amidst the profound darkness and peril, she summoned all her senses, as if driven mad, swiftly thrusting her sword to fend off the attackers. Her struggle could only be described as a blood-soaked battle. Yet, after merely a quarter of an hour, she collapsed, utterly exhausted, onto the damp, cold ground. When she was rescued, her blood was nearly drained, leaving her barely clinging to life. The scene shifted once more, and in the faint, delicate light of dawn, a melodious, gentle voice fell upon her ears. "Sister, it is time to rise." "Ah, pay no heed, I have overslept again." She opened her eyes, hurriedly attempting to rise from her small bed, only to be gently halted by him. "You have not overslept, sister. It is I who have returned early." "Ah, were you not in the room last night?" she exclaimed in astonishment. She had waited long for his return, eventually dozing off on the bed by the door, unaware that she had fallen asleep. With a smile, he replied, "How foolish you are, sister. Look, the lock on the door remains undisturbed. I was indeed absent all night." She yawned and rubbed her sleepy eyes, thinking that who would pay such attention so early in the morning. "What were you doing last night?" "Practicing swordsmanship with a few sons of noble ministers." "Oh, did you sustain any injuries?" "Let me see." She hurriedly reached for his arm, knowing that he often returned from sword practice with wounds on his arms or chest. To her surprise, he bore no injuries. After her inspection, she remarked in wonder, "Has your swordsmanship improved?" "Not quite, my silly sister," he replied softly. "Sometimes, what is mightier than swordplay is the human heart. If one understands only the techniques of the sword and not the hearts of men, they are destined to fail when facing a true master." "I do not comprehend. Do you mean to be adaptable?" "Indeed." At that moment, the morning breeze caressed her face, sending chills down her spine. She awoke from her dream, pressing her slightly aching head, realizing that a dual dreamscape had begun to manifest, intertwining her experiences with her current self. What could this mean? Did it signify an impending loss of control over this body? She shouldered her backpack and, supporting herself against the wall, slowly rose to her feet, feeling dizzy and slightly disoriented. With great effort, she took her first steps, laboriously making her way out of the room. It took her nearly 10 minutes to exit the abandoned post station. Yet, just as the morning's flurry of snowflakes rushed to her icy cheeks, she suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief, gazing outside the post station. A troop of silver-armored cavalrymen gallantly rode upon their majestic white steeds, forming a half-circle around the station, firmly enclosing her within. At the forefront, a silver-armored man dismounted from his white horse, slowly removing his helmet, as snowflakes settled upon his handsome visage and short brown hair. Wengaten. Her eyes radiated a seething hatred as she gritted her teeth and uttered his name. A cruel smile slowly crept across his lips as he replied languidly, "Of course. We are to escort the queen home." "Oh." A trace of a smile appeared on her face, albeit one laced with sarcasm. "Return home? Is it not already under the occupation of General Moore?" "Indeed," he replied softly. "Thus we must bring the queen back to clear the court." "And then?" she retorted coldly. "Then, naturally, we shall reclaim the throne under the queen's leadership, and we will assist her in governing the kingdom of shadows." She erupted into laughter, throwing her head back. Yet the pain intensified, a tearing sensation coursing through her. Wengaten and her dear sister Winnie were conspiring to usurp her, leaving her sidelined. Her fate loomed: imprisonment, a long slumber once more, or death by poison disguised as illness, with an unknown child rising to usurp her puppet position. "Your Highness," Wengaten's voice was tender, "the snow has grown heavy. Please return with us. We have awaited your arrival for over a month." "Ah, so you knew I had perished in flames. Hence your vigil here? You were certain I would return?" Wengaten's smile was warm and innocuous. "That backpack of yours was inspected, and I deemed it harmless to the queen before returning it to its place. I knew the queen would surely come for it." Chapter 67. Her expression froze. He understood the significance of that backpack to her, even willing to shamelessly attend the wedding of Sidars to retrieve it. "Your Highness, please accompany us." A towering white steed was led forth by a burly silver-armored guard, halting 3 paces away from her. She scoffed coldly. Only a fool would return to him, falling into the clutches of this duplicitous pair. "You need not concern yourself with the rebellion, Lord Wengaten," she declared as she advanced. "I shall devise another plan. You might as well rest and recuperate." Before she could finish, a sharp sound rang out as Wengaten drew his long, icy blade, instantly positioning it before her. He dismounted from the white horse, sword pointed at her while maintaining a gentle smile. "Your Highness, it seems you require my personal assistance to carry you." She trembled and retreated, yet he relentlessly closed the distance. In that fleeting moment, the wind surged, a tempest sweeping through, and flurries of snowflakes descended like ferocious beasts. Rushing towards her, her pupils dilated with sudden realization. The swirling snowflakes morphed into a series of extraordinary maneuvers, reminiscent of visions from her dreams, each move uniquely formidable, imbued with an unparalleled aura of terror. In an instant, her mind erupted with a thunderous sound, as if countless minute brain cells had suddenly detonated, splitting and recombining into new cells, transmitting a multitude of fresh information to her. Spectacular images of sword light danced vividly in her mind, each move and technique crystal clear, surging forth in a torrent, causing her head to feel as though it might burst. Nearly all her memories resurrected in mere seconds. In just 3 or 4 seconds, this seemingly delicate queen, under the astonished gaze of her guards, leapt lightly upwards with astonishing swiftness, her flowing gown billowing as she vaulted over the head of Wingedin. Upon landing, she murmured a few incantations, and a sword, shimmering with a cold light, materialized in her palm. She turned and leapt again, thrusting directly towards Wingedin. Despite Wingedin's quick reflexes, a powerful strike found its mark on his left shoulder, prompting him to spring into action, raising his sword to counter. The two blades clashed midair, erupting in a fierce display of silver sparks. She raised her sword high, a streak of silver radiance cascading from the tip, swiftly advancing towards Wingedin. Though he forcefully parried with his long silver sword, that silver light dissipated into nothingness in an instant. Yet again, her sword unleashed a flurry of sharp slashes, ferociously aimed at Wingedin. As Wingedin hurriedly defended himself, a surge of anger coursed through him. Had not the queen lost most of her memories, forgetting her swordsmanship entirely? How had she suddenly regained it? Was it due to the ghostly essence he had previously infused into her? Her swordplay was fierce and lethal, prompting Wingedin to retaliate with increasing ferocity. His sword transformed into a dragon, exuding intense flames that surged towards her as she fought valiantly. The hem of her gown caught fire, yet she remained unperturbed, rolling swiftly in the snow, her body now encrusted with ice and snow as she leapt up again, executing even more enigmatic sword techniques. The intense silver light merged with the swirling snowflakes, launching an assault upon Wingedin like a ferocious beast. Suddenly, Wingedin found himself besieged by countless beams of sword light, catching him off guard and inflicting wounds upon his arms and chest. He leapt with all his might, swinging his long sword, as fierce flames enveloped her in a fiery embrace. With a powerful sweep of her right hand and a whispered incantation, the snow beneath surged upward, forming towering ice walls that erupted toward her, extinguishing the flames with a cascade of snowflakes. Using the towering walls of ice as leverage, she leapt high, her gown swirling as she engaged Wingedin midair. Their swordplay intensified, culminating in a dizzying spectacle of light and shadow clashing in a whirlwind of frigid wind. The snowflakes, as if shattered into countless fragments, rained down from the sky, creating an astonishingly chilling spectacle. The guards held their breath, gazing upwards at the two radiant figures locked in combat. She spun her sword, transforming it into a dazzling halo of silver light, encircling herself with layers of brilliance. As the surrounding sword light coalesced into a striking beam, racing towards Wingedin with breathtaking speed, Wingedin faced the impending danger with unwavering courage, raising her long sword high, merging with the fierce winds that rushed towards her. Twirling gracefully in midair, she rapidly countered the onslaught of lethal sword strikes. With another swing of her blade, countless beams of light intertwined with swirling snowflakes, hurtling forward with an insatiable thirst for blood, aimed directly at Wingedin's vital points. A chilling wave enveloped her, prompting her to silently invoke a protective spell. A faint crimson aura immediately surrounded her, deflecting the deadly sword strikes that sought to claim her life. After several exchanges, both combatants bore wounds. Her left shoulder, chest, and arm were pierced, while his shoulders, chest, arms, and legs were riddled with gaping holes. Gradually, blood, mingled with shattered snowflakes, cascaded onto the heads of the silver-armored guards, who desperately attempted to evade the deluge but to no avail. The thick, blood-scented liquid fell like countless snowflakes, creating a harrowing spectacle as it blossomed into brutal crimson flowers upon contact with the snow. The clashing of swords echoed like ice shattering as the two figures accelerated, leaving only two small glimmers of light in rapid motion. At that moment, the guards suddenly heard Wingedin's furious roar, charge forth and capture the queen alive. Instantly, they recited incantations, and almost simultaneously, their steeds unfurled their hidden, magnificent wings, soaring towards the two figures locked in combat. The wind lifted her slanted bangs, and she beheld a host of silver-armored guards mounted on flying steeds, charging at her with menacing ferocity. inwardly cursing Wingedin for his treachery. She realized the overwhelming odds against her. Capture seemed imminent. Suddenly, the words of Peinuel echoed in her mind. Sister, sometimes the heart is mightier than swordsmanship. If one only understands sword techniques and not the human heart, defeat against a master swordsman is inevitable. Was Peinuel suggesting that understanding human intentions and adapting accordingly could lead to victory? But what strategy could she employ now? In a flash, inspiration struck her. If Wingedin could summon allies, so could she. She emitted a sharp whistle, resonating through the air with astonishing clarity. At that moment, the guards had completely surrounded her, bloodied and weary, unleashing a barrage of murderous sword strikes. She executed a spinning leap, evading most of the attacks, yet her shoulder, chest, abdomen, and thigh were still injured, blood gushing forth, transforming her once white gown into a crimson shroud, rendering her a specter of blood. In this dire moment, the air was pierced by high-pitched, piercing bird calls. From the distance, a swarm of dark shadows emerged, drawing closer, an imposing flock of black eagles, with her fierce steed leading the charge. The guards recoiled in terror, and Wingedin's pupils constricted in fear. The massive black eagles, their eyes glowing ominously, bore sharp talons and fierce beaks, emitting terrifying cries, a clear indication of their savage nature. Weakened to the core, she could hardly contain her joy and swiftly emitted a sharp whistle. The leading black eagle surged towards her like an arrow, and she quickly leaped onto its back. The next challenge lay in how to break free from the encirclement. Glancing around and rapidly assessing the situation, she found that all four directions, north, south, east, and west, were blocked. Wingedin stood directly in her path, making escape in that direction impossible. Among the four, the northern direction had the fewest opponents. How could she break through? As she scanned the area, Wingedin quickly adjusted his formation, reallocating some of the southern guards to the north, thus equalizing the numbers in all four directions. She let out another shrill whistle, though this one was different from the previous. It twisted and turned, seemingly issuing commands. To the astonishment of the guards, the flock of black eagles suddenly divided into four teams, each launching an assault towards the east, south, west, and north. The guards raised their long swords, engaging fiercely with the oncoming black eagles. "Take this, Wingedin," she cried out sharply, propelling herself forward on the eagle, sword in hand. Wingedin was already on high alert. He smirked as he swung his long sword with ferocity, igniting several flames that surged towards her as she charged forth. Once more, she summoned the swirling white snowflakes around her, pouring all her strength into a fierce, icy sword wind, glimmering like shattered silver, rushing towards Wingedin like a blizzard. "I will risk my life to ensure your demise," she shrieked, invoking her most potent magic. Like a colossal tornado of ice and snow, a formidable gale erupted, pulling Wingedin into its vortex. In that instant, a sharp beam of sword light struck him heavily on the head, sending him tumbling through the air. Before he could regain his senses, dazzling silver lights hurtled towards him. He barely managed to evade them, but a powerful silver sword beam struck him from behind like a bolt of lightning. It turned out that the previous beams had merely been a feint. This was the real attack. Caught off guard, he could not dodge in time, and the terrifying silver sword light pierced his chest. An excruciating pain surged through him, blood gushing forth as he let out a pained roar, crashing heavily onto the blood-stained snow below. This was a lethal blow, fueled by all her remaining magical energy, a desperate gamble for survival. Seeing the dire situation, the guards rushed to encircle her once more. However, she shook off her short hair, brushing away the blood that obscured her vision, and with a strange smile, she raised her long sword towards the fallen Wingedin. As she prepared to strike again, the guards, horrified, rushed to protect Wingedin, inadvertently creating a significant escape route for her. Sometimes, strategic positioning can prove more potent than swordsmanship, especially when under siege. First, she commanded her black eagle to restrain the silver guards in all four directions before confronting Ventguard. Then, feigning an intent to eliminate him, she drew away most of the silver guards. Finally, summoning her last ounce of strength, she emitted a sharp whistle, prompting her black eagle to soar directly through the gap opened by the guards. Its formidable wings acted like weapons, sweeping down 2 or 3 unsuspecting mounted guards, and it sped away toward the unknown horizon at an astonishing pace. The other black eagles unfurled their massive wings, resembling vast shadows that closely followed in pursuit. Ventguard, who had fallen in the snow, clutched his chest and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, further staining his already bloodied attire. If she could escape under such circumstances, it seemed they had underestimated her. The guards could only watch helplessly as she vanished. Her speed was beyond what their steeds could chase. In the early morning sunlight, within her dreams on the expansive platform at the castle's pinnacle, two black figures moved swiftly in the shadows cast by the sun. "Vinguard, catch this!" A clear, bright voice of a little girl rang out, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, as it enveloped a slender boy clad in a fitted outfit. The sound of him tumbling echoed as he stumbled to avoid the sharp light of the sword, landing ungracefully. The little girl erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, Vinguard. You big fool, you can never surpass me." She was merely 8 years old, a vision of beauty with a porcelain-like face and striking purple eyes that shimmered in the sunlight, her exquisite features already taking form. The boy on the ground pouted, protesting. "That's just Tamda's favoritism. He only teaches you the best swordsmanship. I'm the queen, so of course I can't lose to you." The girl, increasingly amused, stepped onto his left cheek, disregarding his darkening expression, and pressed down twice more, exclaiming, "Don't be angry. Mother said that the queen's husband must be kept beneath her feet." Ha ha. At that time, they had just become engaged. The heir to the dukedom, young Vinguard, was to wed the queen on his 16th birthday. A deep red mark appeared on little Vinguard's tender face, yet he endured the pain and humiliation in silence. As the sun gradually rose, its golden rays illuminated another tall figure on the broad platform. Tamda, the kingdom's foremost swordsman, stood with arms crossed, observing them with a cold gaze. Noticing the chill in her swordmaster's eyes, little Vivian rushed over, smiling sweetly. "Will you teach me even more formidable sword techniques today?" Tamda, still with his arms crossed, replied coolly, "Your Highness, you have not yet mastered your current techniques." "Oh, fine," the headstrong little queen pouted, recalling her mother's admonition, and did not dare retort. Then, she kicked the still prostrate Vinguard, saying, "Hey, are you playing dead? Get up quickly, I want to practice swordsmanship." "Are you trying to learn by stealth?" Little Wingerton quietly rose to his feet, not even brushing off the dust from his clothes, and swiftly ran away. Meanwhile, as the young queen practiced her swordsmanship diligently under the sun, a small figure hid behind the door of the terrace, peeking in and occasionally gesturing with his hands, his eyes alight with focus. A year later, Wingerton's swordsmanship had made tremendous strides. This 10-year-old boy astonishingly defeated little Vivian in a simple match atop the castle platform. It was the first time he had brought her crashing down to the ground, the tip of his sword mere millimeters from her throat. "Wingerton, how dare you point a sword at me?" the 9-year-old Vivian exclaimed in a fit of anger and humiliation. She sprang up from the ground, delivering a stinging slap to his face, declaring, "I will tell your father and have him lock you in the little dark room for a whole month." True to her word, he was indeed confined by his duke father in that dark room for an entire month. When they met again after 2 months, seeing him kneel in submission with his head bowed, a triumphant yet cruel smile spread across her face. "Wingerton, what does your victory mean? I am the queen, and you must still submit at my feet." The small, patient boy lowered his head, obedient and respectful. "Yes, your highness." "You must remember," she tugged at his collar. "You are merely the queen's husband, while I am the queen." The queen mother had advised her to discipline him from time to time, ensuring he would treat her with utmost respect in the future and not grow arrogant due to his status as the queen's consort. One day during the afternoon break, she tossed and turned in her lavish bed, unable to sleep, and decided to wander about. As she dragged her exquisite gown, she inadvertently turned to a corner of the palace and discovered 2 small figures hiding behind a tall white column. "Wingerton, brother, does your forehead still hurt?" inquired the tender voice of the 7-year-old Vivian. "It doesn't hurt anymore. You bandaged it so well. How could it still hurt?" Wingerton replied gently and considerately. "Wingerton, brother, sister is truly cruel. She stabbed you so deeply with her sword. Do not blame her. It is entirely my lack of skill," he reassured her, his tone remaining soft and caring. "I will simply be more careful in the future." Chapter 69. "You are so kind, Wingerton, brother," little Vivian said as she climbed onto his lap, stroking his cheek. "But why does sister always leave you battered and bruised?" "She is the queen," he replied slowly. Observing the 2 affectionate figures, she felt a heaviness in her chest, as if something were blocking her breath. A sense of confusion and sadness washed over her as she took slow steps toward her mother's sitting room, where the queen mother had just awakened from her afternoon rest. "Mother, have I done wrong? Should I not treat Wingerton this way?" she asked, her head hung low. "What troubles you, my esteemed queen?" The queen mother replied with a gentle smile, stroking her long hair. "You are, after all, the queen. I often bully Wingerton. Will he be unhappy and only like Vivian in the future? How can this be?" The queen mother asserted confidently, "Wingerton must indeed be fond of you, as does Vini." However, the queen mother continued, "Vian, you are our queen, and you must learn to command your husband and kin. If you cannot instill fear in your husband and family, they may betray you at any moment. She gently caressed Vian's icy little face and advised, "My child, you are destined for greater things than an ordinary woman." Vian nodded obediently, fully trusting her mother. From that moment on, she began to intensify her torment of young Wangeden. "Wangeden, are you a pig? Even swine are more intelligent than you. When I instruct you to swing right, why do you go left?" She scolded. "Wangeden, bring me some refreshments. My mother has said you are my husband and must serve me well. Wangeden, get lost this instant. The more I see you, the more I despise you." Yet, no matter how she humiliated or bullied him, his face remained forever gentle, his words always respectful, never once raising his voice or displaying rudeness. When she lashed the whip at him, little Vini would rush over, crying as she clung to him, pleading, "Sister, please don't hit him anymore. I beg you. Don't beat Wangeden, brother. He deserves it. After all, he has erred again." She retorted sharply, "Step aside, or I shall strike you too." Little Vini held on to him tightly, refusing to let go. With a resolute heart, she raised the long black whip and swung it down forcefully. But he swiftly shielded little Vini with his own body, absorbing the harsh strike. Little Vini cried out in distress, "Wangeden, brother, please hold on." She listened to Vini's cries and gazed at Wangeden's silent face, feeling a sudden emptiness. She dropped the whip and walked away. That year, she was 12, Wangeden was 13, and little Vini was 3 years younger than him. 3 years later, in the sweltering and vibrant summer, amidst the grand and beautiful colorful garden, she and the newly 16-year-old Wangeden celebrated their engagement ceremony under the blessings of their people. According to the customs of the kingdom of Sunan, an engagement must precede marriage, and the queen may only hold her formal wedding 2 years after the engagement. As their hands clasped together before the priest, she gazed at his handsome face. Her heart brimming with joy, she truly wished to spend her life with him. The day before the engagement, Temuta gave her her final swordsmanship lesson atop the expansive castle. From this day forward, she would be considered a true woman, and Temuta would no longer be able to instruct her in swordplay. "Your Highness, this is for you," Temuta said, handing her a thin piece of yellowed paper, upon which were drawn 4 or 5 peculiar-looking moves. At 15, she had become the most beautiful maiden in the kingdom, dazzling in the sunlight, almost blinding to behold. "Temuta, why do you not teach me personally? Are you afraid Wangeden will hide nearby to spy on us, hence giving me this paper?" The ability to grasp these techniques depends largely on one's innate talent and cannot be imparted by others. Temuta remained as impassive as ever, his face betraying no hint of emotion. Typically reticent, he took the rare opportunity today to explain that Lord Wangeden had been secretly learning beside him. Yet the queen had not intervened. He assumed this indicated her tacit approval, thus he would not interfere with Wangeden's desire to learn. Temuta possessed an unwavering confidence, never fearing that someone might master his swordplay and surpass him. However, she harbored doubts that he had not imparted his true mastery to her, leaving her untroubled by the prospect of others learning from him. "Temuta, do you believe my swordsmanship surpasses Wangeden's? If you can comprehend the essence of this parchment, your abilities will outstrip his by several folds." Oh, her heart swelled with excitement. "Then I shall devote myself to studying it diligently." Wangeden, the foremost swordsman in the noble circles of the kingdom, would be eclipsed by her prowess, and she longed for him to regard her with newfound admiration. Yet, before she could showcase her skills, an unforeseen calamity shattered her bond with Wangeden. 1 month later, in the stillness of night, she found herself unable to sleep and inadvertently discovered Wangeden entangled with her sister, Winnie, in the kitchen of her chambers. The pair, entirely unclad, were entwined in a passionate embrace upon the long wooden table, their fervent groans and whispers of affection cruelly piercing her ears from her concealed position. Out of dignity and pride befitting a queen, she refrained from barging in like a common harlot. However, from that moment forth, she shared no bed with Wangeden. 6 months later, a delightful and charming maid named Natanya entered her service. Natanya, the 13-year-old niece of a fallen baron, had quickly learned how to win the queen's favor. Whenever the queen felt anger or melancholy, Natanya possessed an uncanny ability to evoke laughter from her. Thus began their clandestine rendezvous beneath the moonlight, sharing beds, meals, and baths, their intimacy growing nearly inseparable. She admitted that since witnessing Wangeden's infidelity with her sister, her disdain for men, particularly for Wangeden, had intensified. The mere sight of him conjured images of that night, his body slick with sweat atop her sister's, his intoxicated gaze of love filling her with revulsion. She had long since ceased to share a room with Wangeden, having only spent the first 2 months of their engagement together. The queen's disinterest in men, preferring the company of her lover while maintaining an icy distance from her husband, soon became the castle's open secret, spreading throughout the realm of Sunin. Her mother grew anxious, seeking a suitable paramour for her. It was imperative that she bear an heir, even if he were not her husband's progeny. As long as the child emerged from her womb. It was then that General Moore caught her attention. Beneath the azure sky and amidst the sprawling green woods, General Moore showcased his remarkable archery skills by striking down a massive black eagle, a tribute he presented to her. She was perched majestically upon a lofty white steed, her long purple hair billowing in the wind, her eyes sparkling like the most exquisite stars in the night sky, leaving all who beheld her breathless. General Moore gazed at her with an intensity that was both fervent and passionate. That evening, they found themselves entwined on a wide, soft bed, bathed in the gentle, ambiguous glow of pink candlelight, their bare bodies glistening with perspiration. His skilled and enticing touch led her to embrace a man once more. He whispered sweet nothings into her ear, declaring her to be the most beautiful woman in the world, professing that he would love her above all others, eternally. She believed him wholeheartedly. However, mere 2 months later, news of his dalliance with her sister, Winnie, reached her ears. Confronting him at the entrance of the council chamber, she questioned him sharply about the matter, only to receive a nonchalant smile in return. Why should a lofty queen beg for a man's love? That would be beneath her, he retorted. Tears immediately streamed down her face as disbelief washed over her. Did you ever truly love me? Of course I loved you, my queen, he replied, raising an eyebrow and grinning in a manner that bordered on insolence. Who else would I love if not you? Yet she recognized the deceit in his words. Storming away in anger, her back resolute, severing all ties with him henceforth. She was a queen, a sovereign of high stature, possessing her own dignity and pride, unwilling to compromise for any man. As the sun sank low, the vast sky was painted a vivid crimson, layers of red clouds unfurling like the petals of a blooming flower. A legion of large black eagles screeched, forming a precise formation that resembled a distant mass of dark clouds. These eagles soared into a sprawling snow-capped mountain, carrying the unconscious girl upon the back of their leader, and flew directly into a deep cave nestled within the snowy cliffs. An hour later, as the light nearly vanished, she awoke, frozen in a corner, instinctively tucking her neck into her body. With no time to ponder the content of her dream, she began to shiver and search the cave for flint. After approximately 10 minutes, she discovered 2 or 3 pieces, gathering dried twigs and decayed grass. Before long, she had ignited a small pile of kindling. It seemed the eagles had an understanding, delivering her to a place with a somewhat abundant supply of resources. Leaning against the fire, her numbed body gradually warmed. By the flickering light, she tore a corner from her long skirt to bandage her wounds. Fortunately, although numerous, the wounds were not deep, and most of the bleeding had ceased. After tending to her injuries, she rummaged through the backpack that had been strapped to her back. Almost all of its contents remained intact: her phone, wallet, keychain, antibiotics, cold medicine, even a pack of napkins and 2 packages of sanitary pads. Gazing at these familiar items brought tears to her eyes, yet the thought of them having been seen by Penal and Wendleton stirred an odd sensation within her. Could they comprehend the significance of these objects? Upon opening her phone, she was astonished to find it still fully charged, identical to how it had been when she mysteriously vanished in South Africa. As she unfolded the napkin, each sheet remained pristine white, devoid of any signs of decay. This was perplexing. Long ago, when she first reclaimed her backpack, she had noticed this anomaly, which still baffled her. Could it be that due to the nature of non-coexisting dimensions in time and space, these items had not deteriorated, and the phone's battery had not diminished? Nevertheless, it was true that she had never used the phone or any of the other belongings. Contemplating these matters, she pondered which object might ultimately return her home. After much deliberation yielded no clarity, she shook her head and resolved to focus on how to return to the Kingdom of Shadows and reclaim her throne. Without access to the royal study, all efforts would be in vain. She yawned, her eyelids growing heavy, and before she knew it, she succumbed to slumber. When she awoke once more, dawn had arrived, the campfire extinguished. Her wounds had ceased bleeding, and the pain had significantly eased. Though a biting chill from outside the cave seeped in, she wrapped her long dress tightly around her and cautiously emerged from the cave. The snow-capped mountains glistened against the azure sky, illuminated by the golden rays of morning light. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. In the distance, dark blue-black beams of light ascended towards the heavens, fanning out as they reached the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle under the sun's golden glow. From her experience, she inferred that a fierce battle was underway. Without hesitation, she emitted a piercing whistle that resonated across the tranquil, snowy expanse. Before long, a small black that appeared in the cerulean sky, drawing nearer with the sound of rushing winds. A massive black eagle with striking red eyes soared toward her. When it gracefully landed before her, she leapt onto its back, gripping the feathers at its neck. Pointing her right hand toward the beams of light, the eagle let out a resounding cry and spread its enormous wings, swiftly taking flight. They soared above the clouds tinged with the dawn's crimson hue. And after crossing two towering snow-capped peaks, the eagle landed at a distance from the beams of light on another mountain summit. Remaining astride the eagle, she intently observed the fierce clash of two factions in close proximity. The soldiers clad in silver-blue armor were evidently at a disadvantage, as one after another fell, staining the snow with a shocking crimson. Their adversaries, donned in black armor, pressed forward relentlessly, swinging their long swords, and with every flash of steel, another silver-blue soldier succumbed. Narrowing her eyes for a closer look, she noticed something peculiar. Despite one of the black-armored soldiers being struck fatally by a silver-blue soldier's sword, he merely stiffened momentarily before, astonishingly, regaining full vitality and retaliating with a vicious strike that left a silver-blue soldier in pieces amidst a fountain of blood. A sense of intrigue stirred within her, as an unfamiliar voice resonated in her mind. What you observe now is an elite legion composed of the undead. The undead are the living dead, devoid of vitality, animated solely by the will of another. It was akin to a zombie. She shuddered involuntarily, grasping the feathers around the neck of the Black Hawk, preparing to retreat immediately. However, at that moment, she caught sight of a familiar tall figure engaged in a fierce battle. His originally silver-white robe was now stained crimson, and his silver-blue hair had transformed into a blood-red hue. His entire form drenched in blood, the snow beneath him painted a deep scarlet. Catherland's first consul, Hathel, squinted his eyes again, suddenly recalling the alliance suggested by the original queen. Perhaps this was a fortuitous opportunity. He was single-handedly fending off 3 or 4 black-armored guards attacking him, his longsword radiating a blinding blue light as he struck swiftly, defeating 2 in a heartbeat. Yet, those 2 promptly rose again, launching another assault, leaving him overwhelmed and in disarray. Nevertheless, she would not intervene just yet. She intended to wait until he was on the brink of death to deliver the most potent blow. He must experience the palpable terror of death to genuinely appreciate the one who comes to his rescue. After a quarter of an hour, the silver-blue armored guards fell one by one in the snow, leaving only Hathel, who was still desperately resisting. However, the blue light of his sword grew increasingly faint as the black-armored guards swarmed him, instantly engulfing him in their terrifying grasp, their gaping mouths seemingly ready to rend him apart. The moment had arrived. Her gaze flickered, and she whispered a few words to the Black Hawk, which then soared into the air with her, charging at great speed into the throng of undead guards assailing Hathel. The enormous wings of the Black Hawk were as hard as iron, sweeping several guards aside as it broke through their ranks. With her long sword raised, she murmured incantations, and a dazzling white light erupted, illuminating the surrounding snow. The intense radiance inflicted sharp pain upon the black-armored guards, who immediately shrieked in agony. Yet, after the cries subsided, someone among them chanted a few words loudly, prompting the black-armored guards to simultaneously gouge out their own eyes with their hands, howling as they lunged toward her once more. It was then that she beheld the true visage of these black-armored guards, terrifying in the extreme. Their eyes were like gaping wounds, their faces a ghastly gray-white, their muscles rigid and devoid of expression, their teeth a sinister shade of blue as they clawed their way towards her like malevolent spirits. Chapter 71. She inhaled sharply, her thoughts racing as she swung her long sword once more. The sword flowed with her intent, and a massive wall of white snow rose from the ground, forming a natural barrier that instantaneously thwarted their assault. In an instant, the ice wall transformed into lethal icicles, shooting towards them with a swift hiss, piercing through their chests. Following the cacophony of their screams, they collapsed into the snow. Yet, in but a moment, they staggered back to their feet, howling in terror, their hollow eyes fixated on her, reaching forth with their gnarled, pale hands. At this point, she felt a surge of panic. She swung her longsword again and again, summoning the snow beneath to create a ferocious blizzard, lifting them high into the air before crashing them back down with tremendous force. At the moment they fell upon the snow, their bodies shattered into countless fragments, but within mere seconds, they reassembled, forming a new corporeal existence, unsteadily rising once more. This time, all the black-armored guards surged forward. Previously, a portion had been besieging Hathser, but upon witnessing the dire situation, they all turned their assault towards her. Their blood-filled eyes emitted a chilling glint, their mouths uttered horrific wails, and their spindly arms flailed like the most terrifying of zombies, advancing step by step towards her. The cold wind sliced across her face like a blade, granting her a fleeting moment of clarity. Suddenly, an enigmatic incantation surged into her mind, and she began to silently recite it. Almost simultaneously, as the tide of black-armored guards crashed upon her, she raised her long sword high, and with a piercing cry. It radiated a brilliant crimson light, harmonizing with the golden rays of the sun, shining resplendently. With a thunderous roar, the fiery sword light transformed into a massive whirlwind of flames, surging towards the encroaching black-armored guards, engulfing them in an inferno. The immense red flames rendered it nearly impossible to open one's eyes, and all the black-armored guards howled like zombies in anguish. The blinding red light forced her to shield her eyes with the sleeve of her garment. Then, with a powerful leap, she launched herself into the burning throng of black-armored guards. Blindfolded, she relied on the keen instincts honed within the depths of the Black Bat Cave. Twisting and leaping mid-air with astonishing agility, accurately severing one head after another from the living dead, her sword tip ablaze, disintegrating their remains into myriad fragments. The entire snowy expanse erupted in a rain of body parts, cascading from the flames, as cries of agony and despair reverberated amidst the fiery inferno, resembling a hell on earth, while half the sky became stained in a jarring, vivid crimson. This time, the undead engulfed in flames had no chance of revival. Though utterly exhausted, a sense of unexplainable exhilaration filled her heart. Just as she exhaled in relief, believing she had secured a resounding victory, she spotted a troop of black-clad horsemen hastening towards her. Realizing that their armor mirrored that of the current assailants, a surge of alarm coursed through her. She dared not linger. Quickly, she whistled for the Black Hawk, assisting the unconscious hairdresser from the snow, and mounted upon the creature, soaring into the sky, swiftly disappearing like a small black dot against the vast expanse above. In a wide and luminous chamber, the fire in the hearth crackled, illuminating the world outside. Blanketed in white snow. What did you say? The Dark Queen has obliterated a legion of the undead? Painter, clad in royal white robes, could scarcely believe her ears. Indeed, that is the news we have just received. King Innocent is furious about this. A robust servant in black attire knelt respectfully, delivering the report. Perner's lips curled into an enigmatic smile, his gaze heavy as he murmured in a barely audible voice, "Sister, I truly wish you were not so capable." At present, Queen Vivian had achieved fame with a single stroke, causing quite a stir throughout the Kaiser continent. King Moore of the Dark Forest Kingdom felt a profound sense of crisis and had just sent a message seeking your utmost support. Perner slowly revealed a shadowy grin, instructing, "Tell him that if he possesses any competence, he should secure his position on his own. I shall not lend any aid. If he lacks ability, I shall seek another to replace him." Understood. The cloaked guard departed. In the vast chamber, he remained solitary. This was once his quarters as the crown prince, now desolate and silent, save for the subtle crackle of the fire in the hearth. Last night, he dreamt of his sister, envisioning them as they once were. Frolicking in the sitting room, he gently closed his eyes, as if returning to those bygone days. Long ago, she would cling to him all day long, never leaving his side upon his return, garnering sideways glances from the other maidens. If this continued, she would surely become an eyesore to them all. "Sister, I wish for us to be siblings for a lifetime, forever just like this, shall we?" he had once said, hoping she would momentarily quiet down. Ultimately, while pouring water for him, her fingers were scalded by the boiling liquid. In a flurry of concern, he grasped her finger and tenderly sucked on it. She gazed at him shyly, her eyes radiating a peculiar tenderness that nearly shattered his defenses. Flustered, he withdrew her finger, retorting coldly before turning away. Little did she know, he immediately sought solace with two beautiful women to relieve his pent-up frustration. Amidst their fervent entanglements, her image lingered in his mind, the captivating expression on her face as he suckled her finger, igniting a wildness within him that spiraled out of control until he had exhausted both women to the point of tears, leaving them unable to rise from the bed. "Sister, you have been particularly disobedient this time, returning the diamond ring I gifted you and entangling yourself with King Innocent." He gazed out the grand window at the swirling snowflakes, pondering softly, "How should I punish you?" A gentle knock echoed on the grand golden door, followed by the steady voice of his trusted attendant, "Alge, your majesty. Her Royal Highness the Queen has just been discovered to be with child." "Oh." Through the door, he casually inquired, "How many months along?" 2 months. He suddenly erupted into a hearty laugh, his voice rich and melodious. "Excellent. Reward her generously. send the most exquisite tonics recently brought to the palace. The news of the young queen's pregnancy became a significant event within the Hidalas royal family, prompting the ladies of the nobility to shower her with gifts of congratulations. High-ranking noblewomen and young ladies sought audiences with her, eager to extend their well wishes, allowing the once downtrodden young queen, marred by disfigurement, to bask in newfound glory. Aomidai listened with a cold smile to the maid's report, then opened the door of a delicate silver birdcage. She grasped a chirping white bird and tied a small note to its leg, instructing it to notify Arthur that the time for action had arrived. The white bird flapped its wings and swiftly soared out of the window, traversing the garden, flying over the small grove, and circling around the grand fountain. Just as it was about to escape the palace's towering, dark walls, a sharp sound echoed as a small, hard stone struck the bird's body, followed by another that hit its head. The speed was too great for the bird to emit a sound. It plummeted to the ground like a toppled onion, landing in a thick, calloused palm. 2 weeks later, the melting snow on the streets had turned into a hard, slick ice, rendering the entire city of Hidalas cold and damp. At midnight, the chill was particularly intense, and even the patrolling guards longed to wrap themselves in warm blankets as they walked the streets. As dawn approached, the guards began to yawn, preparing to hand over their watch to the next team, inevitably becoming somewhat lax. Just then, a swift, dark shadow darted past the alley near the city gate. One sharp-eyed guard shouted, "Who goes there?" All the guards became alert and rushed towards the shadowy alley, only to find it deserted and narrow. They dared not let their guard down, brandishing their torches and scanning the surroundings cautiously as they entered the alley. Suddenly, a meow pierced the silence, and a sleek, black long-haired cat leapt onto the wall, swaying its long black tail before jumping down and disappearing from sight. The guards breathed a sigh of relief, believing it to be just a cat. However, at that moment, illuminated by the torchlight in the dilapidated alley, a ragged, dirt-streaked girl of about 10, with disheveled golden hair, emerged from the crumbling wall, clutching the black cat, and fled towards the other end of the alley. The guards immediately surged forward in pursuit. As they reached a tall tavern, the girl with the cat suddenly vanished. The lead guard kicked open the tavern door with force, charging inside with his men. Yet, the tavern was empty, save for a row of tables and a couple of dark cabinets. With narrowed eyes, the lead guard commanded, "Search." Instantly, the tavern was turned upside down, every nook and cranny meticulously examined. "Captain, we found a secret passage in the basement," a guard reported urgently. The lead guard's expression grew serious as he instructed another guard to report to the commander at once. He then led his men down to the basement. The flickering torchlight cast uncertain shadows in the damp, cold underground passage, and a chilling wind swept through, raising goosebumps on the guards' necks. "Captain, look." The lead guard followed the direction indicated by a shorter guard and was taken aback to find a pure black wooden chest at the end of the passage, secured with a rusted copper lock. The girl with the black cat, a secretive passage, and a black wooden box stirred the head sentinel, who sensed the gravity of the situation. He promptly ordered a guard to carry the box back to the tavern above ground. Upon their return, the guards were horrified to find the peculiar girl, who had been cradling the black cat, seated atop a towering wine cabinet. She swung her slender legs and regarded them with a gaze that was both mocking and enigmatic. The guards surged forward, encircling the cabinet in an attempt to seize her. Yet, the black cat leapt from the girl's arms, vaulting onto the back of the guard carrying the black box, and viciously clawed him before darting away. The guard yelped in pain, cursing as he pursued the creature, eventually vanishing around a corner on the cobblestone street outside the tavern. The remaining guards remained on high alert, their eyes fixed on the ragged girl, who rose from the cabinet, offering them a strange smile, her eyes emanating an uncanny red glow. Suddenly, a black bomb materialized in her hand. With a wicked grin, she pulled the fuse and hurled it towards the guards with blinding speed. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated throughout the entire city of Sidaris. A vast crimson mushroom cloud erupted from within the city, unleashing waves of scorching heat. The acrid scent of gunpowder permeated the air, mingling with the dust and smoke that enveloped the streets. The tavern was obliterated, shattered debris scattering like meteors. The fierce flames consumed an entire row of buildings adjacent to the tavern, while the rising black smoke encircled the city of Sidaris, transforming it into a nightmarish inferno. The cacophony of screams, wails, and cries from men and women alike melded into a tragic symphony, echoing against the backdrop of the ferocious red flames, imbuing the scene with an epic sense of despair. Chaos reigned in the city. Atop the fortress, the young and handsome king stood with a deep gaze, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. The alluring and seductive Omida embraced him from behind, her voice dripping with sweetness. "Arthur has performed admirably, Your Majesty. Though it is unfortunate for the tavern owner's daughter, who has only just turned 10. Have we perhaps gone a bit too far?" "My dear Omaida," he replied softly, "she is merely an ill-fated, illegitimate child of little worth. If she does not sacrifice herself for the benefit of her mother and brother, she holds no further value." "You have a remarkable perspective," the young king remarked as he turned to face her, his expression tender. "But I must admit, I am fond of your ruthlessness. When you are serious, you wield a blade as sharp as any." "Your words displease me, Your Majesty," Omaida pouted. "If I am a knife, then you are the whetstone, sharpening me for your purposes." The young king kissed her earlobe, his voice a husky whisper. "Then you won't mind if this whetstone finds its way to your bed, will you? After all, the smoother you are, the more pleasurable the sharpening." Omaida's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, followed by a wave of incredulous delight. This was the first time since that unspeakable incident that he had expressed a desire to be with her. She shyly inquired, "Your Majesty, are you heading to my chambers?" He wrapped his arms around her waist, gently biting the heated tip of her ear, declaring that here was sufficient, without the need to go to her quarters. She entwined her arms around his neck, her eyes brimming with passion, her entire being melting in his embrace, almost dissolving into a puddle. After an hour of unrestrained revelry, as she, blushing and disheveled, departed from the castle's pinnacle, he slowly donned a magnificent white robe, cold glimmers flickering in his eyes. In a low, cruel tone, he mused that indeed, the finest whetstone was power and desire. The biting cold wind, laden with snowflakes, caressed his striking profile, bringing with it refreshing yet frigid air. His facial muscles gradually relaxed unconsciously. This place was far superior to the chambers of the Omaida. At least, it lacked the fetid stench that permeated there. Less than 2 days after the fire, at the stroke of midnight, the winds howled fiercely, and the snow-laden sky was again tinged with crimson. A battalion of armored guards, brandishing torches, surged into a grand white edifice within the royal residential area. Moments later, the house erupted with harrowing cries, shouts of anger, the clash of weapons, and the sound of frantic escape, all mingling with the bone-chilling wind, exuding an aura of dread and death. Suddenly, a resounding explosion reverberated. A dazzling red firework shot into the sky, blooming into an exquisite rose, its starlit fragments scattering like celestial blossoms. That was the distress signal from the Jaeger family. Within half an hour, a throng of fully armed black-clad cavalry, riding on ebony steeds, swept through the snow-covered streets, the rapid hoofbeats echoing like a torrential downpour against the flagstones, stirring a wind that sliced through the air as they plunged into the cacophony of battle within the White Mansion. Amidst the thunderous sounds of slaughter, 2 factions clashed, cries and wails resonating, intertwining in the air. The snowfall thickened, blanketing the night sky. Yet the abruptly cold atmosphere could not disperse the pungent scent of blood and the echoes of brutal combat. All the townsfolk shuttered their doors, trembling in fear, praying to the heavens, scarcely daring to breathe. In the midst of the swirling snowflakes, another contingent of black armored guards surged into the White Mansion, their leader atop a towering black horse, bellowing orders. By decree of the king, the Orman and Jaeger families must cease their hostilities immediately or face annihilation. Another group of black armored soldiers encircled the mansion, brandishing longbows and arrows aimed at everyone inside. A dozen or so held aloft black explosives, poised to strike at any moment. The gunfire abruptly ceased. The once thunderous clamor of battle transformed into a suffocating silence. Chapter 73. Silence in the brightly lit and spacious grand hall. The enormous crystal chandeliers gleamed resplendently, the golden tiles on the floor polished to a sheen that reflected shadows. The dragon hearth blazed warmly, rendering the bitter cold outside utterly imperceptible. The grand hall was filled with kneeling figures, most of whom had disheveled hair and disarrayed garments, evidently roused from a deep slumber in haste, barely having time to dress before fleeing for their lives. Upon the gem-studded golden throne, the young monarch wore an inscrutable expression, his pale golden, translucent eyes emanating a chilling light. The weight of his presence bore down upon those prostrated in the hall, rendering them breathless. After an agonizing silence of approximately 10 minutes, a venerable elder of the Jaeger family, his hair a cascade of silver, tremulously spoke, his voice tinged with sorrow. He beseeched the sovereign to take action on their behalf, asserting that their family had suffered unjustly, with countless dead and wounded, and implored the monarch for justice. Yet another minute of oppressive silence ensued. Then, a noblewoman from the attacking Ullman family, draped in a flowing robe, erupted into anguished cries as she knelt, tears streaming down her face, pleading for the monarch's discernment. She accused the Yega family of heinous acts, claiming they had maliciously exchanged her own child for their illegitimate offspring, a crime most reprehensible. Her words sent shockwaves through the gathered courtiers, who gasped in disbelief. The young king's expression darkened further, casting a fleeting glance at the Yega family, awaiting their defense. "Your Majesty, this is nothing but slander," a young member of the Yega clan protested vehemently, asserting that such a scandalous act could never transpire. The head of the Ullman family, the current first-rank minister, Lixiton, interjected, "We possess evidence." With a subtle gesture, a dark-haired youth rose from the square of golden bricks and stepped outside, where a cloaked guard approached, cradling a black box. Upon sighting the ebony chest, Andrew, the Yega family's leader, was taken aback. Why had something that should have been destroyed reappeared? "Your Majesty, behold," Lixiton said as he received the box from the young man, revealing it to contain letters from the traitors within their family and the Yega clan, mostly detailing the private affairs of Xinmei and Fu in their daily lives. The black box was soon presented before the young king, and a lavishly dressed attendant carefully opened its lid, revealing a trove of correspondence. The monarch casually extracted a letter, scanning its contents swiftly before discarding it. "Your Majesty, the Yega family harbors nefarious intentions. Over a decade ago, they colluded secretly with my wife's nurse to swap my legitimate third son, Xinmei, who was but a month old, with their niece's illegitimate child. Thus, my noble offspring was reduced to the status of a mere illegitimate child, while the true illegitimate child, Fu, enjoyed the privileges of our family, raised as a legitimate heir," Lixiton declared, suppressing his fury, each word resonating with conviction. A smirk played upon the young king's lips as he turned to the Yega family, inquiring, "What do you have to say?" "Your Majesty," Andrew wept profusely, "we are surely victims of a malicious plot. Letters can be forged and handwriting imitated. Our family would never stoop to such disgraceful acts." "Your Majesty," Lixiton coldly retorted, "the mark of our family's legitimate offspring is inscribed upon their birth, concealed until the coming-of-age ceremony at 14, when it is revealed. In merely 1 month, Xinmei shall turn 14, and it will be evident to all." The youthful monarch stated with a hint of indifference, "If that is the case, let us wait until then to assess the situation. Should there be further familial strife, the existence of your private soldiers would be rendered unnecessary." As dawn broke, the heavy snowfall had ceased. The young king stood alone upon the elevated steps of the side hall, gazing out at the ancient city steeped in history, illuminated by the radiant glow of the rising sun. He was bathed in golden light, a vision of exquisite beauty, shimmering magnificently. "Your Majesty has indeed made a prudent move." A deep and chilling voice emerged from behind him. The only individual capable of entering unannounced was none other than the Prime Minister. The young king turned, his light golden eyes reflecting a flicker of alluring brilliance. "Lord Tywin, you flatter me." Draped in a long, deep gray robe, Tywin approached with purpose, unceremoniously grasping the young king's chin and intoning gravely, "Pray tell me, my dear, how did you come to learn of the substitution?" Despite the firm grip on his chin, the young king managed a sardonic smile. "Who else could it be but my dear mother, who, in return for your treachery, divulged to me a secret that could fracture your family's alliance? Pinner, let me enlighten you." Tywin tightened his grip, his voice low and menacing. "Even if the relationships among the great families crumble, this throne is not one you, a mere boy, can securely occupy, lacking a powerful family to support you. You merely wear a crown forged through marriage and the title of a royal consort's son, but know that one day, you may very well find yourself cast down. I can elevate you, but I can also dispose of you. There are others who can take your place." Pinner, his lips bloodied from Tywin's grip, responded with an eerie smile. "Ah, you mean the offspring in your daughter's womb? What she carries is no mere spawn," Tywin replied softly. Yet he increased the pressure of his grip, eliciting a pained gasp from Pinner. "Rather, it is your successor." The smile on Pinner's face grew increasingly sinister. "Indeed, your own flesh and blood cannot be deemed a mere spawn, but an heir." Tywin furrowed his brow and released his hold, studying Pinner as if he were a stranger. Then remarked, "It seems I have underestimated you." "Father-in-law," Pinner wiped the blood from his lips, offering a gentle smile, "you have indeed underestimated me. I am well aware that you are the puppeteer behind the coalition of the Heidel family. As long as the alliance endures, your position as Prime Minister remains secure. Yet if you are secure, I am not. You overthink, my dear." Tywin suddenly softened his tone, kissing the blood-stained corner of Pinner's perfect lips. "I have told you, as long as I draw breath, this throne belongs to you. Ah, should you provide your daughter with a potion for abortion, I might believe you," Pinner retorted. "And how could I do that?" Tywin replied, his voice dripping with affection. I must possess some leverage over you, such as an heir who could easily replace you, ensuring you do not hastily attempt to unseat me. Tywin was never averse to speaking candidly. All were astute individuals. Now, I command you, Tywin's tone grew increasingly gentle, to offer the Ullman family some incentives, such as bestowing upon them the city of Tur, though they are victims. When they discover that a legitimate third son can exchange for the city of Turl, they will forgive all transgressions, for their legitimate third son is still alive, and there remains a chance to nurture him as a true heir. Painter could not help but let out a cold laugh, the icy glint in his eyes growing ever more frigid. Turl is a renowned fortress on this continent. Whoever possesses Turl will reap a continuous stream of taxes from various nations. He had expended tremendous effort to seize Turl and become its lord, yet now, merely after a year, he must relinquish it. Lowering his long, pale golden lashes to mask his true emotions, he mused. My exquisite beauty is worth more than a mere city. Our bond transcends such trivialities. Tywin, with deep affection, professed, Painter, I love you, in this life and the next. I wish to be with you. Concealed within the black sleeves, his fists clenched tightly, yet Painter's visage remained serene. Then let us proceed as you suggest. A smile of satisfaction graced Tywin's face. Finally, he had the ruler he desired. However, just as Painter was about to turn and depart with a smile, Tywin suddenly seized him by the collar, yanking him back forcefully. With both hands gripping his fair neck, Tywin fiercely pressed his lips against Painter's exquisite mouth until he gasped for breath, only releasing him when he was on the verge of choking. In a husky whisper, he murmured against Painter's ear, You're still so naive, do not dare to challenge me. Should I discover any further schemes of yours, I will see to your undoing. With that, he thrust Painter against the wall, sending dust swirling before he erupted into laughter and left. At 3 a.m, the opulent sitting room lay in silence. Clad in a white robe, Painter reclined in a comfortable armchair, tilting his head back with closed eyes, until a graceful figure halted before him, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. The dim, flickering candlelight cast a shadowy glow upon his strikingly handsome features, his pale golden eyes shimmering with elusive light. After a long moment, he finally spoke. Your esteemed husband certainly knows how to wield influence. He will bestow Turl upon the Ullman family. Although it was my command, he will reap the rewards. He will make the Ullman family aware that this decision stems from his sway over the monarch. The woman in the black hooded cloak laughed nonchalantly. If that is the case, let him profit. His life is but fleeting. Oh, are you certain of your success? You must consider that even if he dies, your predicament may not improve. Lacking familial support and a formidable backing, replacing one wolf with another tiger is a perilous game. Other families are not to be underestimated. At least now, he is utterly infatuated with you. You still possess some control over him. I have grown weary of being toyed with by him. He suddenly stood, his eyes ablaze with a bloody intensity, glaring fiercely at her. Either he dies, or I perish. The woman in black chuckled. Do you truly wish for death, Painter? Have you not just found your beautiful hairdresser? Do not presume that I am unaware. I have already been informed. You must refrain from approaching her. The darkness in his gaze deepened ominously. Otherwise, do not blame me for resorting to extreme measures. Since she now reigns as queen, why not leverage her power to bolster your own? After all, she has always been infatuated with you, and it is certain she will heed your every word now. Although the military strength of the Dark Forest Kingdom is lacking, its financial resources are adequate for discreetly assembling a legion. Perhaps I will attempt to reach out to her. He regarded her coldly, reiterating, I have warned you not to touch her. I wish for her to remain uninvolved in my affairs. She is utterly incapable of protecting herself. She pouted, questioning the worth of this woman whom he so fiercely defended, suggesting that she had merely sheltered him for 4 years. Had it not been for my own perilous circumstances back then, such a privilege would never have been afforded to her. Enough. He glared at her fiercely. His teeth clenched as he uttered the words. She rolled her eyes dismissively, adopting a noncommittal demeanor. You are far too verbose tonight, mother. Indeed, the incessantly chattering, somewhat neurotic woman before him was his mother, who should have been utterly obliterated. She had escaped the wrath of the king's victims by feigning death, fleeing to a distant village where she remained hidden for years, only re-emerging when he ascended to the throne. She was riddled with flaws, selfish, cunning, utterly irresponsible, too many to count. Her sole virtue, perhaps, was her profound fear of death, which endowed her with an exceptional ability to evade danger. In a time when she was nearly surrounded by foes, she had cunningly orchestrated her escape. She was a woman so terrified of dying that she calculated every step, contemplating 10 or even 100 moves ahead, which allowed her to evade those who sought to harm her, outsmarting them with the guile of a fox. "Mother, it is time to commence," he declared. "Let us begin the countdown to toll the death knell for Heidel's most ferocious wolf, Tywin." 1 month later, amidst the melodious chimes of the morning bells, the elegantly attired noblemen entered the resplendent council hall, each harboring their own thoughts. Soon, the exquisite crimson carpet was crowded with whispering nobles, their gazes frequently drifting toward the leaders of the two prominent families standing at the forefront, Lestiton of the Ormond family and Andrew of the Jaeger family. Lestiton's countenance was grim, his eyes flickering with cold uncertainty, while Andrew remained expressionless, exuding an aura that repelled all who approached. As the bells tolled, the murmurs in the hall abruptly ceased. A young king, clad in a magnificent black robe embroidered with royal motifs, entered, flanked by his fully armored guards, his breathtaking visage illuminating the entire chamber. "Bring de Gilly here," commanded the king as he took his seat upon the golden throne. A flurry of footsteps echoed from the staircase outside, against the backdrop of the morning's golden light, as a boy in gray prison garb, his long hair unkempt and his face smeared with dirt, was ushered in by a contingent of armored guards. "Salute the king." The youth was evidently encountering such a grand spectacle for the first time, his voice trembling noticeably as he knelt, his legs quaking uncontrollably. The monarch, disinterested, did not even gesture for him to rise, but turned to inquire, "Lisiton, is today his 14th birthday?" "Indeed, your majesty," Lisiton replied respectfully, signaling the three noble women behind him, who promptly glided towards the disheveled Dazzily. The gazes of the assembled courtiers closely followed them, witnessing how deftly the women stripped Dazzily of his garments. A look of extreme tension marred Dazzily's face, seemingly oblivious to his nakedness in the hall. The courtiers understood that Dazzily, in that moment, could no longer afford the luxury of modesty, torn between anticipation and dread of the imminent revelation. Should he truly be the legitimate heir of the Aomen family, his fate would irrevocably transform. Yet should he fail to meet such expectations, he risked being cast back into the depths of a death cell, perhaps even losing his life. The youngest noblewoman struck a flint, igniting a torch, which she passed to an elderly noblewoman with graying hair. The elder, gazing at the flickering red flame, addressed the assembly with reverence. "My lords, I shall ignite his shoulders, but I will ensure protection so that the flames do not scorch below." The other two noblewomen swiftly wrapped Dazzily in a silvery long blanket, exposing only his shoulders. "Endure the pain," commanded the elder as she brought the torch closer to Dazzily's shoulder, unleashing a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, reverberating painfully within the hall. Dazzily thrashed wildly, and had he not been restrained by the guards, he would have rolled on the floor, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames. The ghastly scene left the attendants trembling, their heads bowed in fear. Yet the observing courtiers stifled laughter. Nobles, trained from a young age, would never display such sounds in public, no matter the agony. They would endure in silence. This Dazzily, raised as a bastard, had reached the age of 14. Even if he were proven to be the legitimate heir upon returning to the family, his future prospects would likely remain limited. As layers of charred skin peeled away from Dazzily's shoulders, his cries echoed, his voice nearing hoarseness. Just as the courtiers felt they could bear no more of his harrowing wails, Dazzily suddenly fell silent, having succumbed to the pain. At that moment, the three stoic noblewomen simultaneously poured the contents of a porcelain vial onto his scorched shoulders, emitting a hissing sound as wisps of white smoke ascended from his burnt flesh. Astonishing all present. "This is a special potion, an heirloom of our family, intended for the legitimate heirs during their coming-of-age ceremony, to confirm the purity of the lineage," Lisiton elucidated, addressing the king upon the throne. The monarch remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Dazzily's charred shoulders. 5 minutes elapsed, then 10 and 15. Yet Dazzily's shoulders remained empty, devoid of any manifestation. The king's gaze was laden with significance. The nobles whispered among themselves, exchanging furtive glances towards the complex expression of Lai Shitan and the composed demeanor of Andrew. Several members of the Ormond family bore incredulous expressions, with one or two youths appearing utterly astonished, exchanging bewildered looks. Had they truly erred? The nobles of the Yi Jia family maintained a far steadier composure, standing in small clusters, calm and silent, their hands at rest. This recognition of lineage resembled a farcical spectacle. After 20 minutes, the king, his expression impassive, turned his attention to the visibly troubled Lai Shitan. "Do you have anything further to say?" Lai Shitan clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, his face awash with embarrassment. "It is entirely my fault. I have no words to offer." Dazzily's shoulders bore no marks of the Ormond family, clearly indicating that he was not the king's true son. Seizing the moment, Andrew stepped forward, asserting that the rumors had been dispelled and imploring His Majesty to restore their honor. The king's gaze flickered, his lips pressing together as he prepared to speak when a herald's voice rang out, announcing the arrival of Lord Tywin Ba. Instinctively, all eyes turned towards the entrance. Clad in a black robe adorned with golden roses, Tywin Ba strode in with an air of confidence, his eyes sparkling and a self-assured smile gracing his lips. Though not conventionally handsome and past middle age, he exuded a commanding presence, as if illuminated by the sun. Tywin Ba had been conspicuously absent from the court until the truth was revealed, and now, with the imminent shift in power, all the influential nobles held their breath. "I pay my respects to your majesty." Tywin Ba spoke with deference, bowing slightly, his gaze towards the king imbued with a hint of ambiguity and sentiment. The king's pale golden eyes concealed his true emotions. "What say you, Prime Minister? Since it has been established that the Yi Jia family did not substitute the Ormond family's legitimate heir, it falls upon the Ormond family to compensate the Yi Jia family for the damage to their reputation. In addition to a public apology, they must cede a hereditary title of Earl to the Yi Jia family and provide gold equivalent to 5 years of their tax revenue." This was nothing short of blatant extortion. 5 years' worth of taxes seemed manageable, yet the title of Earl was exceedingly rare. Each family possessed a limited number of titles. Bestowing one upon another family would strip them of not only various honors and benefits associated with the title, but also severely diminish their familial reputation, leaving them isolated in court, devoid of allies in times of need. At this moment, some ministers narrowed their eyes, contemplating. The Ormond family had long-standing ties with the Barnett family, the Prime Minister's own kin. How could he possibly turn against them? Since the Prime Minister's entrance, Lai Shitan's countenance had grown increasingly grim, now reaching an extreme of distress. Anyone's self-interest under threat would naturally manifest such expressions. "Your Majesty, our family has devoted itself to the kingdom for many years, serving diligently and with trepidation, fearing we might fall short in our loyalty. We have no accolades to boast of, only toil. To now demand that we relinquish a title is to bring great shame upon our family. However, we are willing to extend the term of taxation from 5 years to 10, thereby doubling the compensation for the Yejia family's loss of reputation." Tywin Ba replied with a measured tone, "My Lord Lexton, as you are aware, a family's honor cannot be restored with mere currency. The Yejia family's reputation has been tarnished, and even a title feels insufficient as recompense." Lexton's complexion darkened, and he retorted with a few more words, to which Tywin Ba responded in kind, leading to a heated exchange before the king. The monarch furrowed his brow slightly, his pale golden eyes glinting with a cold, shadowy light, yet he refrained from intervening. The courtiers held their breath, daring not to interject a word. At present, the real power of the court lay in the hands of the Prime Minister. Yet the Ormond family was also a prominent clan. Favoring either side would undoubtedly stir trouble. Only a few months had passed since the palace coup, and no one dared to act recklessly. After a while, the king finally interrupted their dispute, raising his voice in a commanding tone. "Silence. My Lord Lexton, the Prime Minister, and Lord Andrew shall remain. The rest may withdraw." A series of sighs echoed as the courtiers exhaled in relief and hurriedly exited. The hall soon fell silent, with Lexton and Tywin Ba abruptly ceasing their quarrel, standing quietly to the side. The entire chamber was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The king slowly descended from his throne, his expression impassive, and approached the unconscious Dazzily, delivering 2 sharp kicks while coldly stating, "Still playing dead? Get up." Those remaining in the hall were taken aback, with Lexton and Tywin Ba exhibiting expressions of astonishment, while only Andrew maintained his composure. To everyone's surprise, the seemingly lifeless Dazzily opened his eyes and scrambled awkwardly to his feet. Tywin Ba felt an inkling of being outwitted, though it seemed impossible given his meticulous planning. His expression shifted dramatically, barely concealing his fury. "Your Majesty, what trickery is this?" "Prime Minister," the king responded with an innocently harmless smile. "He is your carefully selected substitute. Why do you question my intentions?" Tywin Ba's anger intensified. In that moment, Lexton comprehended the situation, glaring furiously at Tywin Ba and Andrew. Realizing they had devised such a nefarious trap, the foe Dazzily gradually removed the mask from his face, revealing the unfamiliar visage of a young man. The hall erupted in murmurs of shock. The king's solemn voice resounded. "Prime Minister, when you clandestinely brought forth the real Dazzily at midnight yesterday, I had already received a secret report. I refrained from publicly exposing your scheme, merely out of respect for the hard-earned contributions of the Barnett family." The king's smile was utterly innocent. "I nearly fell for your ruse. When you suggested I offer Tour City as compensation to the Ullman family, I believed you truly sided with them. However, upon receiving intelligence that you and Lord Andrew met at the club last night, I realized that Tour City was merely a smokescreen. A simple inquiry revealed all. Tywin's face, once taut with tension, began to relax as he smiled, acknowledging the majesty of the king. However, Lestighton grew vigilant, subtly drawing closer to the monarch, providing silent protection. Andrew remained stoically at the side, his head bowed, eyes fixated on the ground, lost in contemplation. Bring him forth, the king commanded, raising his hand. Soon, several armored guards escorted a young man, filthy and indistinguishable in attire and features, into the chamber. He was indeed the true Dazzily, and the king's eyes sparkled with an enigmatic mirth. Lestighton, why not employ your methods? An armored guard approached Lestighton, bearing a tray that held a transparent crystal vial filled with a liquid that shimmered with a fiery glow. This is a special elixir I recently requested from your esteemed lady, the king declared. Ignite it. At the king's command, another guard set fire to Dazzily's shoulders, unleashing a piercing scream that echoed throughout the silent hall. Chapter 76. At this moment, Tywin stepped closer to the king, speaking in a hushed tone. I truly underestimated you. Penner, my dear Prime Minister, the king replied loudly. It appears you owe Lestighton a sincere apology. Several years ago, you conspired with Lord Andrew to swap the legitimate heir, intending to wield him as leverage against the Ullman family while raising him as a bastard, nearly ruining his prospects and indirectly jeopardizing the family's vital interests. The legitimate heir is invaluable to any family. Dear Prime Minister, your stratagem was indeed formidable. Lestighton's eyes blazed with fury, his body trembling uncontrollably, fists clenched tightly. Tywin sighed. Your intellect is unparalleled, Your Majesty. Yet, you have miscalculated. Narrowing his eyes, Tywin snapped his fingers, and a synchronized sound of heavy footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Moments later, a throng of armored guards surged in like a torrent, brandishing swords and encircling them ominously. The atmosphere thickened, taut as a drawn bowstring, ready to snap. The expressions of the other guards shifted dramatically as they retreated, gripping their weapons tightly. A coup had erupted once more, barely months since the last. Yet the king remained composed, his expression inscrutable, not even a wrinkle of displeasure gracing his brow. Lestighton's visage darkened as he pointed an accusatory finger at Tywin, his voice trembling with rage. Tywin, how dare you summon the guards in advance to besiege the council chamber? Such despicable cowardice. Why summon them in advance, Lord Lestighton? Tywin replied with a disarmingly warm smile. The legion guarding the council chamber has long been under my control. They will follow my every command. You treacherous scoundrel. Lestighton seethed through gritted teeth. We are all in the same boat, Lestighton. You are hardly a paragon of virtue yourself. Tywin smiled increasingly kindly as he slowly approached the king, softly saying, Your Majesty, if you were to eliminate this illegitimate child now, all troubles would vanish. Subsequently, he intended to place the king under house arrest, finding a substitute to masquerade as the sovereign, while the true king would become his captive. Thereafter, he would seize power and crown the son of the young queen as the heir apparent. As for the act of killing the king, he had never considered it. After all, who could bear to slay one so exquisitely handsome? Faced with the formidable onslaught of armored guards, wielding blood-stained and menacing blades, the king exhibited no fear. Instead, he smiled faintly and remarked, My dear Prime Minister, the flames upon Dazzily's shoulder are nearly extinguished. Shall we ascertain whether he is truly the legitimate offspring of the Ormond family? Indeed, that seems reasonable, Tywin replied with a joyful grin. Perhaps the subject has been wronged. As he spoke, a jeweled dagger appeared in Tywin's hand, and he slowly approached the dirted, unconscious Dazzily. The flames upon Dazzily's shoulder had dwindled, and the king personally splashed a crimson potion from a crystal vial upon him. Instantly, red flames erupted, causing Dazzily, who was already on the verge of unconsciousness, to emit a harrowing wail, clearly in excruciating pain. Yet, amidst his anguished cries, a remarkable rose-shaped mark began to manifest upon his charred shoulder. Lestighton could scarcely believe his eyes. This was indeed his legitimate son, and tears streamed down his face in a torrent of emotion. What a beautiful mark! Your Majesty, may I remove it and present it to you? Tywin raised the gleaming dagger, poised to strike, when Lestighton, in a fit of desperation, charged forward, only to be forcibly restrained by several armored guards. Release me. Let me go? He is my son, Lestighton cried, weeping profusely. The sharp silver tip of the dagger plunged forcefully into Dazzily's shoulder, cutting downward in accordance with the shape of the mark. Lord Lestighton, I can certainly send you this piece of skin afterward, Tywin chuckled as he continued to slice. Rest assured, His Majesty will not contest this. But suddenly, A hissing sound pierced the air, and a burst of vivid red flames erupted from Tywin's body. In disbelief, his eyes widened, and his face contorted as he let out a piercing scream. Shock rippled through the crowd, and they stood frozen, aghast at the unforeseen spectacle. Tywin was engulfed in flames, emitting a cacophony of tortured cries. The roaring flames encircle his body, spitting fiery tongues. Everyone was paralyzed with shock, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The vibrant and ferocious red flames consumed Tywin's opulent black robe, singed his silky hair, and darkened his fair skin, transforming him into a blazing inferno. His wretched screams echoed incessantly, relentless and heart-wrenching. This was the terrifying wail of a former prime minister, once exalted and self-important, surpassing even Dazili's earlier cries of anguish. It resonated like the howls of tormented souls in a cruel purgatory. Several attendants, terrified, wet themselves, and a faint odor of urine permeated the hall. The king's cold gaze fixated on the burning figure of Tywin, his eyes glinting with a cruel chill. Meanwhile, Lisa knelt on the ground, wailing inconsolably, her cries echoing with heart-wrenching sorrow, for her beloved son, Daisy, had also perished in the inferno. The chamber was engulfed in the cacophony of screams and sobs, mingling with the acrid stench of charred flesh. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the peculiar, muffled sounds of the flames consuming everything in their path. At that moment, Andrew approached the king, his demeanor calm as he spoke. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have finally rid yourself of a formidable adversary. The situation in Old Town is progressing smoothly. Await the good news." It dawned on a still-composed attendant that this was a meticulously orchestrated performance directed by both the king and Andrew. Under the guise of collaboration with the Prime Minister, Andrew was, in fact, a traitor. A smirk crept onto the king's lips, a semblance of a smile. As he addressed the grieving Lisa, "Your son has acted heroically. The city of Tull will be yours." He then draped a special cloak over the true Daisy, crafted from unique materials. After prolonged exposure to rose soap, when brought into contact with this garment and any water, it would ignite an uncontrollable blaze. Tywin, ever cautious and astute, had never allowed anyone into the palace armed, and apart from the guards, he refrained from consuming anything outside his own domain, making his assassination exceedingly challenging. His mother had devised a plan, knowing that the combination of rose soap and this garment, when mixed with water, could yield a lethal surprise, even for the most vigilant. This method was one she had learned during her years of hiding in a remote tribe, having witnessed the chief's wife employ such a bizarre tactic to eliminate the favored concubine. The rose soap required 3 months of continuous use to be effective. Any less would render it useless. To this end, his mother had painstakingly bribed 2 handmaidens in the bathing area, ensuring they discreetly applied it to Tywin. What appeared straightforward was, in truth, an intricate scheme fraught with peril, nearly thwarted by repeated close calls. The anguished wails resounded anew, Lisa lamenting the loss of her child. Simultaneously, Almeida, accompanied by a throng of handmaidens and guards, stormed into the quarters of the young queen. "Search everything," Almeida commanded, her eyes landing on the quaking young queen, cowering in a corner, tightly embraced by the handmaidens. "The queen is in league with the prime minister to rebel. Turn this place upside down and uncover the evidence." After a tumultuous search, the guards and handmaidens indeed discovered several letters. Almeida raised the letters triumphantly, erupting into a sharp, mocking laugh. "Juanita, prepare yourself for a fate most brutal.